Yo.
Hey!
You thought it was me? You're not wrong.
But it's me too. Hello.
It's me too.
Yeah. If you've been watching the story, you know that we're already dead. We died in the white space a while ago. The writers, but we're here too.
Yeah, we thought it'd be cool if we just popped back in to life.
I forgot I have this one over here. I was just trying to get like closer into where the camera could see me. But yeah, it's a big continuity error, but we've decided that the gag is that we'll probably, anytime the real us show up, we'll just kill us every time. Don't expect that by the end of this live stream. We haven't planned an on-screen death here. I'm not sure if you can tell, but I've been awake for 6 hours. I've only got 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
So I'm bogarting the mic time. But hi, welcome everybody.
I was painting all day yesterday, and my body hurts a lot. But we're gonna watch 11 hours of videos now.
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. So when we were making these, we realized because of...
Oh my god.
Yeah, this isn't working.
Okay, give me this back.
Hold on, everyone.
We're gonna put this back over here.
This is like the Eric Andre. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we're sorry for this. I'm gonna turn this off. We're gonna watch all the story videos. Is what we're trying to say.
Yeah. Can they still hear me? That one's off, huh? Oh, that one's on. Yeah. So what I was saying is...
Actually, they're both on.
Oh.
Oh no, just this one. We're professionals.
Oh. But what I was saying, though, is like we realized a while ago that just through the state of how we made these and how like spaced out it's been and everything, that there was probably a lot of setup that wasn't realized until we pointed out, because I feel like a lot of people don't actually go back and revisit YouTube stuff too often. I feel like a lot of people are just like, okay, this is the new one from this week. That's good. I'm on to the next one. And you forget a lot of these things. And so we decided having like a full breakdown stream would be a fun time to be like, it was all planned from the beginning. Even the spoilers. Which
isn't spoilers anymore as of today.
Hey.
If you haven't watched Batman and Harley Quinn, Will It Canon, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's Zetas at the end of it.
Yeah. We set up Zeta Month. I can't believe we did it.
It's finally here.
The first time I pitched it, it was shot down. But we'll get into that probably later when we start getting into the setup stuff, because there's setup all over the place.
Yeah.
If you weren't expecting it, you should have.
Yeah, the main point of this, I guess, is we're gonna go through all of the story videos, and as they're happening, if you haven't seen any of them before, don't expect to be able to really enjoy the the entirety of the video with fresh eyes, because we're gonna be talking over the top of most of it. We're gonna be talking about behind the scenes stuff that happened. We're gonna be timelining it, the Watchtower Database lore itself. There's also going to be a handful of times where, there will be a hint to a Zeta thing that was years ago, and we'll be like, hey, that was a Zeta thing, and we'll talk about that.
and bonus, if we get to 100,000 subscribers by the end of the stream, James will shave his mustache.
Oh, okay. This wasn't discussed.
We tried it 2 years ago.
Yeah, I'll do it again. If we get to 69,000 subscribers, I'll shave my mustache.
James.
It was 2
years ago. The number's
ago.
over 69,000.
Oh, whoopsie.
Oi.
But yeah, let's just jump right into it, man, because it's...
Wait, hold on. Oh my God, the Decamu video, something we've never done before, and you shooting down Zeta. I just realized. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Like I said, we've been setting this up.
Yeah.
There's a reason so many of you have memed that we don't do Zeta videos.
Yeah, both Decamu videos have Zeta Month set up in them, because the second one is from the perspective of a Zeta the entire video, and you had no idea. Somehow. That one we thought was going to be way too obvious that people would pick up on it. But.
I just figured people would know, but they didn't. Yeah. But anyway, I guess let's save that to when we get there. Do we want to start off with the introduction of
what I've been headcanoning the name of the show, Mattie's Timeline Pseudo Show.
Yeah, that's the first one. As you can see here that I'm using a cursor in my mouse to show you, and you can't see it right here. Eventually we'll have Ted here with us for some of the Manhattan stuff. Jay of Jay's Reviews may be popping in to be with us for the ones that we cross over with him on. That was a cool sentence.
He's got some scheduling stuff going on, so we do have written remarks from him for ones he's not able to pop in on, but we're going to try to be getting him later on this afternoon.
I'll turn off the background music and turn on the desktop
Yo,
audio.
Batman and Sonic fan, I didn't realize I was in the chat.
Are our voices doubled now, by the way, like a stadium sounding weird reverb thing going on? Let me know in the chat, because if so, I will try to figure out how to stop that from happening. If not, then good. I guess I could also check the YouTube and find out.
Yo, Obama's in the chat.
I know, I saw that.
Very
Mr.
excited
President,
to be here.
Nice to see you. It's not doing that. Okay. So
Hi, Jaime.
Yeah, hey everybody. I'm glad that we got 40 people here already. This is cool. Yeah,
Jesus,
Luthor for president. Here we go.
Oh, we're not even giving ourselves the views on YouTube.
Everybody,
Nope.
welcome to the Watchtower Database. I'm Mattie from the
I didn't want to try to
DCAU
stream it
timeline blog on
and
Tumblr.
stream
You may remember
this
me
at the
from
same
this
time.
discussion we did on whether or not the Teen Titans animated series.
So right there already,
James and
that's
Ted
part
have
of the
been
story
gracious
too now.
enough to give me my own kind of
Yeah. Suicune.
This one's always weird to go back to because it's like my first.
Yeah, I like how you
YouTube
introduce
video.
yourself as. You may know me from the DCAU Timeline Tumblr blog.
Well, I mean, this was so much smaller.
Yeah.
Like we were on very similar levels at the time.
Yeah.
But no, what I was trying to say is that like I really felt like I had to project my voice doing these. Oh, should I be like timelining that this was posted in 2005?
I don't know. It's up to you how much you timeline, I guess. Yeah,
Oh, hey, something that I will say. We have a wiki. Someone made it a couple years ago. It's watchtower-database.wiki.com or whatever the hell, wikia.com, something like that. And there is a lore page on there. If any of I had updated a lot of it myself a while back just to like keep track of things while we were finally rolling the ball on the final episodes. But if any of y'all want to go to that lore page, watchtower-database.wiki.com or Wikia, whichever it is.
Whatever it is, yeah.
Whichever it is.
You'll find
and
it.
y'all want to like update that as we go. Feel free, but I'm just gonna do like a little like graphic timeline with our thumbnails rather than getting all into the weeds during this.
Which you can see here on this bubble site. We haven't done anything yet other than the thumbnails, but as we add to it, I'll keep showing it so we can follow along together.
Yeah, I'll drop like dates on them and stuff like that.
If not, you could just take our word on things. Now that we have all that out of the way, let's get to the fun stuff.
There was the first Zeta of the entire. That was Agent Bennett.
Yeah, we're kind of loosely just. There was, I think the Batman Beyond timeline video has the Zeta Project theme as the like end screen music for some reason.
Aussie Dragoon says it'd be fandom instead of Wikia now. Okay.
Oh.
That wiki sure is something, ain't it? Ain't it? I dropped it in the Discord once, and that was a bad idea because none of us are mods on that wiki. And so a Discord user was just like, let me canonize
There's a
myself.
Zeta.
There's another Zeta. But a Discord user was just, there's another Zeta.
They're already here.
Some
oh, God.
Discord user was like, let me canonize myself as being important to Watchtower Database. And then they got banned from the Discord pretty quickly after.
Oh.
I think it was
So
Vader.
That's who made it?
No.
Oh.
No, but they made a page for themselves and nobody could delete it.
Oh, right. Okay.
Because
I remember.
so if y'all want to just like bullshit on that wiki, go ahead too. Hashtag heart cannon, baby.
Yeah, everything is canon.
I mean, you know, try to keep the useful pages useful.
Yeah. And once everyone's canon,
No
one will be. How's Reality coming on? That's a good friggin' question.
Do the Jay's Reviews vids where James is in it is a part of... Yes,
Yeah.
that's actually part of where we did some of the Zeta setup.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that when
We're
we get
talking
to that.
over a lot of this one because there's not a lot to like. Oh, focus on this thing. It's just kind of happened, but yeah. Reality is something I'm going to be hopping on hardcore like right after Zeta Month is over, probably after Christmas or whatever. But that's been the majority of why I haven't made a lot of movement on it this year, is because of all this story finale stuff.
Oh, Danny says that he thinks Vader did make the wiki. I don't know.
Oh.
Maybe.
Yes, The Rock is canon to the Watchtower Database.
Should I start doing this in like all of the videos from now on?
What?
Just like season breakdowns.
Yeah.
Just season breakdowns before getting into the timeline. I think Justice League Unlimited is really the only one that lends to that, though.
Yeah, it's a serial storytelling.
Just in Superman the animated series and what Zeta, are those the only two we have left to time? I mean, I guess like
Yeah.
the comics, but those don't have seasons. Well, B-Tech does.
They don't have seasons until they decided they did.
Wait, was that Nelson Arroyo? Hold on, go back just a little bit. I'm pretty sure that was Nelson Arroyo from Zeta Project swearing him in.
Oh,
They
yeah,
recolored his hair.
yeah. He's
That's
everywhere. He's at Vance's retirement speech or whatever. He's at.
What is the Zeta Smut Box? So it's a boom tube generator, kind of.
Yeah.
We turned it from the smut box to the smother box.
Look how small Obama's hand is.
Wait, hold on. Timeline clues. Shit, so we're past 2016.
You're right. It's gonna be difficult for you to like focus on doing that.
Yeah, I mean, it might be.
You might as well just put the thumbnails in like the order they go. Or, well, no, that's just the playlist. I don't know. Yeah, Zeta Project is definitely worth the watch. It comes off to most people as like, oh, you can skip this one or whatever, but whenever you do get around to watching it, you're like, oh, I've been missing out. It has a lot less action. Just be ready for that. But everything else, it's pretty great, actually.
Yeah, I think Zeta Project is legitimately one of my favorite like series of the DCAU, but I feel like a lot of that has to do with just knowing the background stuff about
Right,
it.
yeah. Which we talk about a lot in Zeta Month, coming soon.
Yeah, because if you...
Make sure we stop for this.
Get your politics out of my DCAU!
Whoopsie daisy.
It's so funny that people like will still do that every now and then.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't,
The politics have been in the Watchtower Database videos since the beginning. Come on.
Yeah. Obviously, in hindsight, I will say Hillary probably would have been leagues better than Donald Trump. I can understand in 2016 why people would have reservations between either of them. I did myself, but in retrospect,
and now I wish I would have voted for her, but
the only reason, like, I voted third party at the time because I was living in Georgia, which was seen as like a solid red state for decades at that point, and then like they just went blue for the first time in like 30 years last what you call it. So what I figured was an insurmountable odds as far as that goes.
Microphones, these are Zoom ZDM1s. And neither of us have watched the full newest season of Young Justice yet, so.
Would Gotham Girls and Lobo count as seasons you still need to timeline?
Maybe.
I think so. Those are a little bit harder to do, though, just because of how, like...
Yeah.
They
Gotham
are.
Girls Season 3 was easy enough to... Oh, it's after Wild Cards, the end.
Yeah, but, like, we still
yeah.
don't have, like, a concrete anything else about it.
So long ago.
It was last month. Take your hands off her, you.
I will say one thing about this specifically that I've always been interested in is that, like, I just got that was a reference to that from the wiki
Yeah.
at the time. And
And it might not be. I mean, it's more just like, hey, we've seen him throw him off a building before. But
yeah. So, like, who
Probably
knows?
went to the self-checkout because you didn't want the clerk to know to still watch cartoons.
It's always weird going back to these and, like, hearing myself start to giggle during a line delivery.
Superman, the animated series,
kind of on purpose.
You see, following the logic that production order is typically chronological.
World's Finest. Shout out World's Finest. Go to the World's Finest website.
Yeah, no, honestly, we wouldn't have, like, we wouldn't be anywhere near where we are today without the help of World's Finest, which is now DCAnimated.com.
DCAU resource.
DCAUresource.com. And I'd even say the anime superhero message boards,
Yeah.
which used to be Toon Zone.
That Bruce Timm and Ty Templeton and people would actually like post on all the time.
Yeah, all three of those things are still very much online. And like when we started Watchtower Database, or I guess when James and Ted started before I was on board, the idea was, let's do a website that has all of what they have, but everything else too.
Yeah.
And
I'm not in the intention of like never go there again, but just kind of a place almost just to help ourselves with like, where's
Yeah.
what's that thing again? Let's go to my website and find it. Which has sort of happened. That same concept has happened with the videos because, like, just recently I'm writing a script and I'm like, what was that thing again? And I go reference our video to find the answer because I don't want to go look it up. Because I know we already used it.
yeah. Let's see, I just saw Danny say he wishes that Zeta didn't get censored as much as it did because of 9/11. I didn't see the rest of it, but true. Wowie here, my computer fucked up, so it took a bit for me to get here. Hey, Wowie, how's it going?
Hey!
Is Maddie in the basement during this video?
This is the basement, yeah.
Or do they? It's they. Please, no he hims. Thank you. Or do they go there later on?
I'll get them out of the room later. I'll just throw them out the door and go down to the basement.
Oh wait, hold on. They're asking during this video.
During this?
I thought.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. Because this is just like, hey, Maddie gets a show. And then in the next one, which is the Batman and Harley Quinn timeline, that's where I'm doing the video, and Maddie's like, because I locked them in the basement for that video. And that's the start of the basement stuff.
Did y'all two watch Harley Quinn season 3?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I'm actually planning on going back through that whole series again pretty soon. I was working on a timeline for it, which was gonna be the Harley Maddie's like introduction on the channel. So I've got notes and stuff, but now that season 3's done, I need to get the notes done on that, and then I need to, I guess, they've got another comic coming out. It's just never gonna stop. No.
No!
If you enjoyed the video, leave a comment below telling James and Ted.
I feel like you did that because I did a big no at the yellow batsuit ending, and we're like, oh, we have to just do that. We have to scream all the time.
I think it was your idea for me to
Yeah.
have the scream, but like I
Probably.
did want to make a joke with that.
Definitely, these early on Maddie videos are a lot of me going like, this is what I do, so you should also do that before like establishing.
Which I mean, we still do that
Right,
in our
a little bit,
scripts,
yeah.
but like there's a lot more room to be like, I don't know, I don't feel that one.
Yeah.
So how does the How I Met Your Mother references fit into the timeline? Is
Oh,
it
that
at
was
the
something
end?
I wanted to be doing.
Oh,
Was
is that the Batwoman one?
what?
We'll get there when we get there.
Yeah, I forgot that I wanted to be writing down every time that we referenced like another TV show or something, like How I Met Your Mother or a movie or whatever, but I already forgot. It's really difficult to be actually paying attention to the video, but that first one at least just established Maddie as part of the channel and doing a timeline show.
The timeline pseudo show.
Pseudo show is sort of a show.
Get it right, James.
What's the next one? Batman Harley Quinn timeline?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. It's kind of funny that like this is full circle, baby.
Uh-huh.
It's finally here. It's time for the video you've been waiting for.
Bum, ba-da-da-bum-bum-bum, ba-da-da-bum-bum. This one's so for context, if you weren't here
People don't really care about
when this started,
time for the Batman and Harley
well,
Quinn tie-in.
we probably explain it, but there was a tie-in comic that like kept getting delays.
Was in the works back in
Yeah,
August.
I think I'm
Every
seeing
time
it
we post
now.
a new video, someone comments asking for this video. Would you people just calm down? We were working on it the whole time. As we've mentioned before, even though the movie came out months ago, the official tie-in prequel and sequel comics
We should have just put that at the start of the
We're
Willet
working
Cannon.
the whole
Pe-
time.
already. We didn't want to give you guys any false information.
No, we didn't have Willet Cannon in mind at this point yet.
Turn to the DCAU because these versions of the
I'll probably talk about this again later, but Willet Cannon was originally going to just be one video called Willet Cannon, and it was just going to be me talking about how fans get so like my thing, my precious about everything, every fandom, and how like I was just going to go through like every DCAU thing.
Baby.
Anyway, like I was saying, it was just going to be me saying what's canon and what's not for like the entire franchise, and that was going to be the one video. So I'm glad that that I didn't end up getting around to that and turned it into its own entire show. Will it blend style?
Oxford Irish Dictionary, I think that was their name, it just scrolled past, asked if they need to watch every video to follow the story. And, I mean,
You should
know,
watch every video anyway.
Yeah, watch every video. You'll get more context that way. But we do have a specific...
This is the basement.
I think you wrote all those jokes. But yeah, we have a playlist. It's called "I've Got Mattie in My Basement," and it's got all of the what you call it, all the story videos in there. Even stuff that's just like adjacent.
Which barely counts, yeah.
But
anytime after Starcrossed and before the death of the Joker, but ignore and
what was I gonna say? But
know.
oh no, I was gonna say. I was trying to look for it on like the playlist page the other day, and it's very hard to find. We
It's
should make
really
it
far
we sh-
down for no reason.
we
It
sh-
always
is there any way we can make it more accessible?
I can't change the order of that.
Damn.
I
I
don't
wish
know
I
why
wish
it's
we
so
could
far.
put that and our best ofs like just
on
right
the
up at
on the
top.
channel itself. If you go just to the channel, Watchtower Database, there's popular uploads, and then I think that was like right after that. So I have it pretty high up on the actual channel. So
consider your way of life. People generally like to remember the DCAU episodes with the best action or the
I'm just talking about this so far along or so long ago.
But what they fail to remember is the time Batman got a pie in the face, or the time Terry McGinnis had to take care of a robot egg, or the time Green Lantern helped a woman give birth in the back of an ambulance. These shows fluctuated all the time in how serious they took themselves. And let's face it, whether we like it or not, this is still Star Wars. Because
I like it.
I like it.
Star Wars. So we have to accept that when the people who made Batman the Animated Series make more
I remember someone commenting on that video being like,
That Last Jedi is not
yeah,
canon.
It was just right after it came out, I think, that we made this.
Because I didn't like the way so and so did a thing.
I know the character would never do a thing.
Right. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, see, just from the very start, you've already got James just being like, "I gotta fucking, it's canon,
Yeah.
it's canon."
Yeah, I say that so many times in these. Oh, hey, thank you, whoever did that. Levi Church, thank you.
Wait, there's a was it Levi? There's,
Yeah.
It said there says Adam.
No, I just realized
Oh.
that that's not updating because I don't have this app open.
Oh.
I am doing that now. Levi's name. Change to Levi's name. There it is.
There we go.
Hooray.
Thank you, Levi. Are we watching story season 1, or has the whole story just become one ongoing storyline? So season 1 is going to be the missing chair arc that goes up through our Mystery of the Batwoman video, and then we'll break for lunch after that.
Yeah.
And then we'll come back and we'll blast through all of it. Batman and Sonic fan hates Last Jedi. That's unfortunate. It's a gorgeous movie, and I love a lot of like the thematic elements of it. It's great. Give it another go and like give it 5 years.
Yeah.
Do not watch it right now.
Don't look at reviews from other people.
but like put a reminder in your phone
Yeah,
calendar.
5 years from today.
5 years from today. Maddie said, watch Last Jedi
Mattie from
again.
Watchtower Database said, "Watch Last Jedi."
show began 2 years earlier in 2002.
Because that's something that I've found like helps things sometimes. Is you got to give it a little bit of distance.
And then also in 5 years, come back here and help us get to 100,000 subscribers.
No, I want to be at 300,000 by then. God, imagine we're 40 and still haven't like cracked
I
100.
know, I know.
Or naturally missing plastique, among others. This tells
Error is still the best James quote. Oh, that was a lot of fun. We'll get to that for sure.
Yeah,
if we return to
it definitely ramps up pretty quick.
I think that's a good idea. It is a good idea.
time with the group was up by JLU's Flash and Substance, which takes
Would you ever do another DCAU movie script? Because the Lady Shiva one was my favorite video on the
We've
channel.
heard that from
I'm-
people. Yeah.
I'm working on one, actually. I
Oh my God, is that a chainsaw? Why did I act in a room with a
I love that we just set Evil Dead shit up from the
Yeah.
very start. We've got the Deadites, the basement,
It was
the
also
chainsaw.
so much easier to do the sketches with no visuals at all. It's just sound effects in our voices. You just have to imagine it. But
Could you see? Can you see the link I included in my super chat? Do you want to scroll back
Oh.
to that, James?
A prequel comic also exists. Jeez, they were
Yeah, give us 1 second. We'll pop that link. Hold on.
people would do
It kind of went by real quick.
oh, it's the
for the prequel.
wiki.
Harley Quinn and Batman.
Oh yeah.
In my mind, we pick up.
Was it an
no more than
update
a
to the
month or
wiki?
so
The
after
Synthoids. Yeah, thank you.
Hell yeah.
Physical description: species synthoid. Oh, the Synthoids are a group created by Dr. Selig. Well, we'll see about that. They have taken over the Watchtower Database by force. Yes.
separates the end of this comic
I don't know. Oh, are you gay?
release from
Am I gay?
Harley didn't escape. Team up with other villains.
Gay.
Gay test. Let's take the gay test.
And in the movie, we find out Harley's been experiencing.
Thanks,
But no,
Levi.
what I was saying though is I'm working on another DCAU movie script. I'm hoping that it'll be a collaboration with Troy Oboyo. He does a lot of the fanboy pre-writes, rewrites, videos, stuff like that. A lot of basically movie fanfic stuff. So I've hit him up. He's really into the idea. I sent him my notes, but I still need to like tie them together a little tighter. But yeah, it's in the works. It's on the way.
How am I supposed to explain when Batman and Harley Quinn takes place when we haven't talked about Batman Adventures or Batman Beyond or any of that yet?
I don't know. They've all wanted this video for so long. We didn't realize there would be so many precursors.
What do I do?
I don't know. Just tell them we'll make future videos explaining it, I guess.
Okay, good idea.
Don't put the duct tape back on. Just go.
I sat on the opposite end of my bedroom to record that, so it sounded really far away.
Recording the whole time. Just get on with it.
Yeah, these were a lot more simple than what we do now.
Yeah.
It's
Oh
so
wait, what
fun.
was I was gonna read the one Danny sent, but it just scrolled up. I ranted about this before, but it's so funny to me that people got mad at the new Batman and Harley Quinn video when they already had this video that covered everything, and that info was covered again in the new video.
Yeah. Well, the Will It Canon one, we definitely wanted to cover like every possible angle of everything ever, because if we left out something just because it was in an older video, that would be the thing that people go like, "Well, what about this?" So I wanted to make sure that like this is the video. kind of thing.
Not to
Yeah.
mention that a lot of that was actually born out of like real life arguments that you or more so I had in
Yeah.
wiki discussion threads
For
and
all time.
forums and all that. And so like we knew what the arguments were to be had because it always circled back to the same things. And I understand people coming at it from that direction. A bit more so now because like
For me, so let's assume
the argument does exist,
Yeah.
you know. But I think at the end of the day, like all we were able, that's part of why that one ends the way it does. Is we just wanted to be like, at the end of the day, all we can ever do is just lay out the information for you, and
You come to your own conclusion.
You parse it
Yeah.
however you feel like.
Yeah, definitely. It does feel a little bit weird to end two Willet
back down?
cannons in a row with. I don't know. It doesn't matter, bro. But when we get back into the show after Zeta Month, it'll definitely pick back up with more like, here's what I think, yes or no, kind of answer.
A crossover episode.
What about all the minor continuity errors sprinkled throughout everything Batman and Harley Quinn?
I think we should get a Tim and Dick buddy cop movie with Deathstroke, where BTAC is loosely canon, but not really.
This is the
could
part where
be
you
into it.
say, we're going to make a video about Poison Ivy. Is she a clone? You just have to wait 5 years. Graphical magnificence, you say, such as this?
Oh yeah, we
God.
still need. We haven't done like anything
No,
on that.
no.
We haven't touched that. Well, no, we did in the Harley video.
If you're curious
Oh, yeah.
about anything in this video, feel free to drop a comment and we'll do our best to get you an answer.
If the indomitable James T. Strecker says it's canon, then it canons, unless you have both a blender and a lab coat.
Not necessarily in this order.
The spam Troy's comment
There we go.
section. Ask to collab with Matty. That statement isn't a joke, or is a joke. Don't- that statement isn't a joke. Go spam Troy's. Actually, you know what? Sure, go spam Troy's comment section because it'll help him out in the algorithm or something.
Thanks so much for watching, and don't forget we have a Patreon if you'd like to support the
Hey, yeah, actually, don't forget we have a Patreon. It's not that link anymore.
It's DCAU Watchtower. It's on screen above the video.
Yeah, I will every time it comes up in this, I'm gonna point it out
Yep.
because we haven't been putting the Patreon in story videos
No.
lately. But the story videos are the most expensive things for us to make.
Villain that you tried to date. Wanted you to wait. Let me tell you a story about Nightwing situation. Hey, wait, whoa, wait. Are you putting me back in the basement again?
I wasn't trapped in the basement to sort out continuity. I was trapped in the basement because I'm a bad singer.
All right. What's next? You have to guide me through here.
Oh, I got signed out of the bubble.
Looks like Batman Beyond timeline.
I mean, yeah.
Why is that sound happening? Why is that sound happening?
I don't know.
Every time I switch screens, it just makes
don't
this
know.
error sound.
Error.
Okay. I guess you guys are getting an error. Yeah, error.
Should I just pull up the playlist so that we don't miss anything?
That's a good idea. Yeah.
I've got Matty in my basement.
What do you think makes a good movie? I've realized recently, at least for me, that I've judged like the quality of a movie or show based on how many times it makes me go, oh fuck, like in a I'm realizing the thing kind of way. Like we just started Jessica Jones yesterday, and even in just the first episode, there were like 4 of those moments, and I was like, this show was so good, I forgot. So
For me, it's just if I'm fucking vibing.
yeah.
Like-
These are not good answers, but
No,
that's how we feel about it.
I mean,
yeah.
like, I don't know. Like, there's just so much stuff that like I like, and I think one of the things that to me makes a movie more enjoyable is when the craftsmanship is evident, and you can see that in like your oh fuck moments, like James is talking about, right? Because the script writing is obviously
it led me to that
a
point,
craft.
Yeah.
But like, I love fucking B movie shit,
Yeah.
because you can see the craftsmanship of all like the
They had
physical
fun
props and
making it,
stuff,
yeah,
and like,
yeah.
yeah, I mean, like you can see the fun and everything, and it also like it differs from genre to genre.
Yeah.
But that said, it is
Is
it
it
is
for
the
sure
Batman
Batman?
Beyond
Okay.
timeline, and then that vanishing point comes after that. But I feel like it would make more sense.
Which one?
Well, no.
Oh,
The
Come on, James. You can't just lock me up down here like I'm some kind of Jedi.
chair.
Let me out of the basement.
I love how people have misheard that to be Jedi.
Jedi. Yeah. Did they just say Jedi? I like the footage not found because I have nothing to show here. It was just a blank screen. Also, this. And now the like we thought, okay, now we're ending this little stupid joke that we did. And
But
like,
nope.
nope, that's just the beginning.
this is where we introduced Future Mattie, but this was also Future Mattie as a bit rather than as a character.
An immortal. And yet,
Back from Troy's comments.
an hour, a minute.
A good movie for me is a movie you can watch anytime. I'm so glad that
Yeah.
this happened. I threw the idea to James, and I was just like, "That's gonna be too much work," because I have
That
no
was-
clue.
That was 2 drawings, one with the eyes closed and one with the eyes open. And then, but now we're doing like Kurt and stuff, Kurt and Zetas and all this crap.
Yeah, like I have no clue ever at like what it takes to do a special effect. I go to the store and say, I would like one special effect, please.
Yeah, James, chop chop. Someone had something a second ago that I wanted to address. Oh, who will run Will It Canon now that Data James is dead? You will find out throughout Zeta Month what happens with that. So stick around for Zeta Month.
I judge everything I watch based on how
How much OKK?
how much KO is in it.
Never mind.
Batman and Harley Quinn Will It Canon had KO, so it gets a one.
There you go. I thought you said OKKO. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so the crossover Nexus.
Well,
Right
yeah,
up there.
OKKO was in.
He was technically. Yeah, that's true. But there was also a knockout. For
What's
sure.
your favorite movie, guys?
My favorite movie guys are the Men in Black guys.
I like Jay and Silent Bob.
There you go.
No, my favorite movie.
I don't know. It's hard. There's so many answers to that.
Yeah, I mean, Chasing Amy is definitely one of my top ones.
I think this is too big of a.
In case you missed our video on Luther's presidency,
There we
which
go.
I suggest you
Oh
watch.
yeah,
I can
what's
see
going
much
on
more
here?
stuff.
Run up to the presidency in Justice League Unlimited being cemented in 2003, and JLU's
Yo, Lex Luthor is bald.
in 2004.
Aussie Dragoon, that's a good question. I would love to know the answer. I guess we'll have to find out.
Wait, what is it?
Does Data James evolve into Zeta James?
Oh, oh, that'd be interesting.
It would be. Can you do another collab
Yeah,
with
see-
V Infuso? Yeah, he has this in a couple videos coming up, I think, actually. But that we recorded months ago.
Yeah,
Oh, now it's like it's bad.
I think that like it's interesting that some people have been like, you did the Batman and Harley Quinn Will It Canon already, when
Yeah.
like it was just pointing out continuity errors.
Yeah.
And like we're pointing out continuity errors. Blah 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 blah, blah. Here,
Batman Beyond, yeah.
like, is this a Batman Beyond Will It Canon?
It must be, yeah.
Yes and no. You see, if this magazine cover in Batman the Animated Series is to be believed, and we know Bruce is college age 10 years prior due to Mask of the Phantasm.
I think Zeta bots will run Will It Canon, but we'll see. That could be interesting.
Could be.
But you know, they seem kind of like they're
A little bit evil there.
yeah they don't seem like they want to play fair.
More of a shock. No, even more.
I've always loved that guy.
65 is the new 30.
It is a little bit, what's the right word? Like, I don't know, nostalgic isn't the right word, but like, it's nice to watch these older ones where it's a little bit more.
Contradictory.
It was a simpler time when we were just like,
Oh, hey, there's
yeah,
Kurt.
yeah, like, yeah. Things we don't even remember doing. What if he just did that? Exhibit B. They just show up. But yeah, watching these older ones where we're just like, hey, nobody on the internet has talked about like when Batman Beyond happens based on the actual dates in the show. Let's do that. And we're still doing stuff that nobody talks about, but it's just fun to watch like this establishing stuff that now we can work off of and make bigger and better things like Batman and Harley Quinn Will It Canon.
Yeah, jeez. There's always been like a how do we get people to care about this thing without making a bunch of other videos? Like we said
Yeah.
that we said that in the Batman and Harley Quinn timeline.
Yeah.
And like I'm just glad we're at a point where we've made a bunch of other videos.
Yeah. Wow, setup. Yeah, I wish it was. I wish it was a purposeful set. Syntholoids are union actors. James is a fan. Honestly, if you're referring to Brian who plays the syntholoids, then yeah, that's very true. I don't pay Brian enough.
I think this future Mattie is the same one that our Mattie meets later on. No, so I mean, in this, like, I do a cough and I'm like, I'm just kidding.
Just
I'm not
kidding,
actually
yeah.
in the future.
Yeah. It's that's like a joke, and then later when it's actually if you don't make a reference like I thought about this as a cartoon once or whatever.
Yeah. Let's see. Will there ever be a Data Mattie? We haven't made plans for one. And I won't say no.
For
just
what?
a Data Mattie.
Oh.
I won't say
There's
no
lots of
just
stuff
because
on
like
the
we
table,
don't
yeah.
we don't know specifically what's going on,
Yeah.
but there aren't plans for one right now.
I think you will be happy
I
with
feel like-
how things turn out post Zeta Month, but yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we're at a point where there are already way too many different versions of us.
Yeah, we're trying to
That, like,
consolidate a little bit.
We don't need to add anymore.
That being said, I think every version of us that you've seen will be back at some point.
Most of them probably.
Yeah.
We've even like we came up with an idea of
Oh yeah, this is where you're like, pause the video and go watch Return of the Joker right now. So I guess we have to do that.
But no, we've come up with an idea for like a Caddy Washburn video.
Yeah.
Just recently. So like, who knows if we'll get to it or anything? But like, we're talking about bringing back.
That was
those
one thing
characters
that
and
I
stuff.
forgot to do in the multiverse video was when all the us's are running into the portal, I had stock footage of a cat like jumping up on a table that I was gonna color white and make the cat jump into the portal and put like a sound as it happens, and I totally forgot to do that. But Caddy's back in the courtroom, so you have to assume that they made it through, I guess. But
Batman, Harley, and Ivy, we get a clue that Harley was still active and made
I want Kurt to host one again.
Watchtower Database or peak vids to watch after school.
Nice, that's good.
Cool.
School is cool too.
There's a part of me that misses the simplicity of the earlier stuff, but I really do love what you've evolved into. Well, I mean, we're still gonna have simple stuff, right?
Yeah,
Like,
we're going a little bit back to formula after Zeta Month because it's got a little out of control, but it's been a lot of fun, and it's going to be quite the actual finale.
it'll get out of control again at some point, but
Yeah, not.
I
for a
gotta
little while.
let James rest.
Yeah.
I keep
Now
throwing
rest.
James like low level story ideas.
Yeah, and
Just
I'll be
being
like,
like,
"Shut
hey,
the fuck up,
hey,
don't
what if like this multiverse meme made this video and it just like tied off this loose end, and James is just like, I don't want any more
Leave
story
me
right
alone.
now.
Yeah. Well, the fact that like I think I'll feel better about it when I'm done doing all the Zeta effects, but when I'm in the middle of it right now.
We
I'm
have a
just like, oh my
visitor.
God. Baby.
Hello, baby.
There's a baby.
Baby, baby, baby,
Baby. Baby. He liked it.
I wanted to point out that Dick didn't start out as Robin right away, which makes sense, so I don't think Bruce would send out a kid to fight crime with no training. My heart canon is future Mattie is Data Mattie. Ooh, that's interesting.
That would be interesting.
That is interesting.
It's interesting.
We do have plans for future Mattie, but
Yeah.
we haven't really like laid them out too far. But there are plans at some point.
The whole Kurt coming back thing. Kurt does come back in Zeta Month. I will say. I won't say how. But the animating Kurt was all Godzilla Mendoza, and it was a ton of work.
And his pal Jacob.
And Jacob, yeah, if you're in here, Jacob. Yeah, so it was a ton of work to where it's not really like a feasible thing to do just at the drop of a hat. It has to be kind of like a premeditated, like big deal thing. But I wouldn't put it past him never appearing again, I suppose. Because he was a lot of fun, and I'm glad that people responded well to him.
Bob says, love Caddy Washburn, takes my love of Mattie and combines with my love of Archer. Outside of Prime Mattie, they're my favorite Mattie. Well, there's also James is inside of that one, and I think
Yeah.
and I think Ted is
Ted,
too, according to
technically,
the Shazam Vanishing Point.
My grandma
Which-
watched the multiverse video and was like, oh, like texted me like, you and your dad did such a good job, and the cat, oh my god, the cat was in it for like 2 minutes.
But yeah, you know,
videos with your friends on Facebook and other social media. Thank you.
We should
Facebook,
pull. We should no. We should pull that thread.
What?
Ted being inside a caddy.
That's true. Yeah.
Right. We should pull on that.
Legacies of the DCAU. You can find a link to that in the description below. Stay tuned for other.
The Hey Arnold theme.
I love it
Is
when you
still-
imply that Harley was on a task force mission in Return of the Joker. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that was a really cool theory.
That's our heart cannon.
That's a really cool theory that I love.
Here's the Zeta Project theme in the end screen. Oh, I should play. I have a recording of you singing I think it's in the Zeta Month folder, so I don't want to.
Didn't Caddy host a Vanishing Point video? Yes, the Shazam Vanishing Point.
Yes.
There are a couple different Vanishing Points where we've decided canonically that Multiverse Me's hosted them. That one specifically, and I think the first Slasherverse video. But we also set up.
Oh, there's a sad boy.
Oh no. We also set up just for, the Multiverse Me's having gone back and done Vanishing Point, just in case any of the Vanishing Points ever ended up accidentally contradicting, since we didn't think of them as part of the story at first.
Yeah.
And so anything that contradicted the story was done by a Multiverse Me. Which
And it
one? Who
works
knows?
out most of the time. Was this the one that you're saying could be skipped? I mean, we could watch it. It's only 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I look good in that one, so,
Okay. Completed. Vanishing Point. Which one is this?
If we see Bullock, can you play the Hydra's Back song?
Of
Sure.
course, of course.
Stop giving James story ideas. He's been so busy that he's late to his meetup with Shining Knight on the Watchtower. And he's
I know, he's so sad.
My heart canon is that Batman Beyond is a separate future because I don't believe that Bruce would end up alone after all the development.
Gentlemen, and welcome back to the Vanishing Point.
I'll let you have it.
In 2 weeks since the last
I was
time
tiny.
you saw me, I think you heard
The beard's on point. In this.
It could have been a little nicer. I think it's just the God. I was recording this off that old ass phone.
Yeah. Ass phone. I like your Lost lineup for the Lost Years.
Yeah, that was kind of a fun one to put together.
you guys for being here for all
Oh, that light's so bright.
Yeah, everyone used to complain about that thing in the comments. James told me to put
I told
it there.
him to do it. Yeah. Well, it was,
The bath video is canon now.
Yeah, it sure is. Yeah.
that we drop. And so
We drop.
why I think Batman
We drop.
That's right, you guys. I am going over Batman Adventures.
Should play that when the real S's die. We drop.
If you haven't read the book or seen us mention it,
I keep looking down at the laptop. This was before I had a teleprompter at all.
Right.
Batman Adventures: The Lost Years is set in between Batman the Animated
Watchtower Database has been nothing but an experiment in how to make a video for all of us. Also,
Series. In a way, it's kind of a
we're all learning how to do everything.
old wounds and sins of
You should connect legacies to the storyline. Now that I think about it, don't. What do you think Kurt was?
Grayson's graduation ceremony.
That's that.
What?
Kurt's canonically appearing after the events of In Blackest Night in our story. And the only way that works is if we're canonizing legacies, baby.
Wasn't Legacy is mentioned in the courtroom? So then.
Yeah, but like it's a multiverse.
the end of May with the 850
I'm not following what you're saying.
Okay.
Start again.
In the DCAU,
Yes.
fiction can be a separate universe,
Yes.
right? We learned
Okay,
that from
I
the
see what
Justice
it- yes.
Society?
Guild.
Justice Guild, yeah.
always been
Yeah,
that
okay.
288 days after Dick leaves Gotham, he arrives in fictional country of Santa de
You do
Rosa
pull in all the
for
noobs.
the
Yeah,
Festival
that's
of
true.
the Dead, if you know anything about
So we are in multi V3ers.
Yeah. Removed.
We need to put the Watchtower Database multiverse in.
Yeah, it is part of it now, I guess. I mean, we like the fact that we count like Villainous, which was like such loosely a Cartoon Network show. Like,
I mean, I
compared-
think it counts. Like it's an official Warner
I
Brothers
think for
production.
a while I forgot. I didn't realize it was actually on TV. I think I thought it was like a web show or something, that like a fan made thing or something. But like we count stuff like this. We can count us.
than it was when he was on the Chinese-Mongolian border. While we don't see anything about Dick's time on the border. We do know in October, which is about 200.
God, I was looking into like fucking weather
the
patterns and shit.
Yeah.
Brazil on average has lows of 68 and highs of 79. But if it were February, to account for the graduation being in May, that temperature gap moves up to between 74 to 86. Granted,
I haven't been able to keep up with Bat-Wagon lately, but early Bat-Wagon legitimately helped me get through the really shitty hotel job I was working at the time. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. That's cool. That's awesome. I'm glad that we could be there for you. Yeah, catch up with it if you can, because we're having a lot of fun still.
Kurt is a very good lawyer, just like Daredevil.
Yeah. I'm a really good lawyer. Dumbass. He's so good he travels the multiverse helping the villains.
Hey James.
Yes.
I want to see the holes.
If you guys haven't seen the more fun edition of Spider-Man No Way Home, there's a couple of jokes they added that are like, what? Like, why would they think this is okay to keep in here? It was really funny though.
It's kind of funny that was all the comics I had.
In your bending bookshelf.
Down under, hit the Australia box. Do you think the book starts in January?
So we included this video. I think we already passed it. I didn't notice. But
Wait, no, I think...
Is it coming up? Okay.
Or does it make more sense to you to start in May of 1997 with a normal graduation, pushing the new Batman Adventures to September of 1999? If you've read the book, tell me what you like about it. If you haven't read the book,
Have
go
read the
read
book.
it. There's ways. Comixology, I think. Pick it up off eBay. Am I possibly missing something that solidifies either placement a bit more? This has been Vanishing
Maybe
Point.
not.
This has been Mattie Washburn. This is Lost. I'd hate to lose things. You ever lost anything? Stay tuned.
That wasn't even something you were saying as part of the story. You just literally like were like vamping there. You're like, have you ever lost? Like I picked out the stuff. But
so you had asked me to put something in there to like tease
okay.
the J aspect.
But yeah, we knew that was coming up, that you would lose your chair in the Jay's Reviews crossover, and then I just edited the like creepy music into, I'm gonna lose a thing. What is the next thing though? Is that the next? No, Justice League timeline.
This was the 3-part. This section of videos is kind of weird because like it was towards the start of my time on Watchtower, and we scheduled like 3 videos in a row for me.
Yeah.
And James was a known voice, and Ted was a known voice, and I was someone who maybe you had heard of off of a Tumblr blog. And so I figured, well, shit, if I'm here 3 in a row and they haven't, the audience isn't really like too familiar with me yet, I guess like, what do I do? Like, I gotta get people invested in, me coming back from week to week. And so I was just like, what if I add a story to it or something?
Yeah.
And it's so loose to call it a story.
I think, a lot of it was like, I didn't quite get what you were trying to do, which is still true today. And there was a lot of like,
it was just finding a way to run one video to the next.
But I think I was overthinking it like I always do. So I'm like, okay, so like this thing's tied into this. And then Jay, we did a crossover with Jay because he was watching our videos and was doing DCAU series reviews and was wanting to like bring us on and stuff. And Matty was like, well, I'm doing this story over on the channel, so like I'll put part of the story into the video, into Jay's video. And so then they were all tied together, but it was like this like almost like meta context instead of like being cemented in the video itself. Like it was like but you're not part of my scripts. How do you know what's going on in the story or whatever? And we sort of explain that by the multiverse video, but not really. So it'll
really
say.
quick, I'm gonna go pee pee poo poo.
Yeah. Okay, just the pee pee part.
We'll find out.
Hey, we'll be right back, everybody. Time to go to the Be Right Back screen. okay. Hey, I saw right as I hit BRB that Levi did another super chat. Villainous is canon. Black Hat is in Crossover Nexus and an episode of Victor and Valentina. I'm sure that we knew this. I just think I had it. I think before I knew what the show was, I think I thought like, oh, like this just looks like some fan made thing that they like stuck Sinestro's face into for one, scene or whatever. But then, yeah, doing the multiverse video research, like, okay, this is an actual show in Brazil, I think. Somewhere like that.
Dr. Manhattan should be revived and host a Will It Can't. Did
Everyone
he not?
gets to host
Did he not host this one?
Yeah, that's true. I would call him the host. Yeah. Okay, Justice League timeline. Here we go. Ye old intro.
We just went through like 3 videos that I didn't timeline.
Yeah, I don't know.
With the aliens broke.
If y'all haven't seen it, this is a Larry Boy reference, and I just went on with NerdSync to cover the Larry Boy that this is a reference to.
I'll see you.
Just one shot, take your aim, and one step ahead. Remember, like how awful it was trying to set these up.
Yeah, I would just tell Maddie, like, look toward this side of the screen, and then I'll just match whatever you did, like lighting wise and like framing wise.
And I would say I know nothing.
Well, actually, this shot of you, Sissy is filming the shot of you here way farther away than it actually is in the video, and I'm like super zoomed in on it.
That
like
explains
grainier,
the pixel, yeah. And I didn't even have a tripod at that time either.
Pre-Justice League Bruce Timm. The man said it himself. Truthfully, it's a difficult show to do. It's got all those characters.
But yeah, James needs 3 videos on his desk by the end of the week.
Video's over.
By the time this video is over, yeah. And so that was the 3 that I was talking about that I was working on. And I say, I don't know how to do that. And he says, time loop. Which is the genesis of my time travel powers.
It is, yeah. I almost included that in the previously segment for Batman and Harley Quinn. They're like, just use a time loop or something. You'll figure it out or whatever as I'm leaving the room. But I didn't want that to be too confusing. I was like, is that important? Am I supposed to remember this?
What happened to Kyle Rayner? How does Superman already know? How does Batman know Hawkgirl?
We'll never know.
Some of the answers were given throughout the series, and others were only hinted at. I'm here today to answer a question that the show never outright gave an answer to. Just when did the Justice League form?
I think the question is when.
The canonical term these days is data buds, by the way. I'm reading that one from Duos too.
I see.
Bindi and the Ink Machine uses Broshogan ink from Teen Titans.
Oh, this thing really does not muffle any sounds at all.
Yeah, it's okay.
Simple enough to place the forming of the Justice.
What's up with Susan's eye there?
Susan's eye. Not Wonder Woman.
The final season occurred spring 2004. The Cadmus arc was in
Not as bad as that Supergirl eye and
Or the Bruce eye and Zatanna.
yeah.
It's a whole lifetime ago. That's not even. That's
Yeah. You're already apologizing.
already shitting on myself.
The conclusion that the League must have formed sometime in between the Bat Family's expansion in 1999 and the League's own expansion in 2002. But do we have any more hints to go off of than that? Well, of course. If you thought we weren't going to go down the rabbit hole like usual, you might as well just close this video and get out.
The yellow Batman Beyond suit will appear in Legacies, but I won't tell you how or where or why.
We were telling people that we're going down.
That's a good
We were telling people we were going down like ridiculous rabbit holes from the get-go, and people get upset about that to this day for some reason.
You can always tell when someone has never seen our videos before and comments on them to say, like, just get to the fucking point or whatever. Like, we have to tell you all this stuff first. That's how it goes.
Why do I have a feeling that if he ever comes back, you're going to be doing a lot of praying?
I'm coming.
I'm coming.
Taking a step back 9 more episodes. Our next clue is in A Night of Shadows.
This is such a short one. Like, it's so weird going back to this is a 10-minute video to the entire Justice League series timeline. Yeah, it's like if we made this nowadays, this would be like an hour.
You know, I don't even know. I don't even know that that's the case.
I guess it's a pretty simple concept, but I feel like we would end up just doing a lot more like jokes and details and stuff instead of just like this is when these happen.
I would definitely like these days, like I said earlier, add more like in between details.
Maybe 20 minutes.
But
So we're working under the assumption that this is
I don't think I'd make it an hour.
No.
What all could I?
Well, we'd have a skit at the start, then 20 minutes of video.
Right,
then
but like,
something
what
else
would the skit even be?
I don't know. We never
It would
know.
be like it would be a team up skit, I guess. But like, with who?
This world full of superpowered aliens and talking gorillas.
All the multiverse us?
Now, for those of you who aren't
Hey, it's me. and
It'd
my
be
boy.
Batman, James. There'd be like a Superman, Mattie, or something. We'd do a whole Justice League of us as
since we already know it's before October 3rd,
Harley
that
Mattie.
shortens a tiny bit more when you take into consideration that hurricanes are named in alphabetical order, and thus Hurricane Gardner would be the 7th hurricane of the season. Now, I'm not a meteorologist.
That kind of not a meteorologist. That kind of stuff, that like hurricanes or the like when you talk about Atlantis, you're talking about like the trade routes of ships and stuff. That kind of stuff has always been my favorite parts of the timeline videos because no one else would ever like look that hard into it. And then when people comment and say like you're thinking too hard about this thing, I'm like, no, you're not thinking hard enough, buddy. Like I know there's really no point to doing any of this. It's just for fun, obviously. But like if we're trying to get it down to like days, dates on a calendar, days, hours, even, then like you got to do everything you can.
Yeah, and like that was something that I picked up from the comic board. Because before I was doing this with y'all,
Yeah.
I was on there like a large part of their MCU timeline thread. And that's kind of what started my love of timelining and why I like started approaching the DCAU in that way, because there was so much stuff already built in. There was all these comics and books and video games and
Presidential elections, mayoral elections,
and so
weather.
I took like a lot of people over there had talked about weather and like how like planes, like how long a flight takes from point A to point B, stuff like
Lex
that.
Luthor's plane way too slow.
And so I was just like, okay, I know
No, Maddie, this
how
is
to do
not
this.
your best
Yeah.
Oh,
work. How
it
do you
isn't
know
my
A
best
Night of
work.
Shadows and Paradise Lost don't occur in 2000? They don't have to be crammed up against the Christmas episode. You're asking us to make way too many assumptions without concrete facts.
Right.
I like that
Knew I was missing something.
all the way from back here. We've got like a little bit of the adversarial thing going on.
Well, I've
And-
locked you in
and-
the basement.
Well, yeah, there's that, but there's also like you kind of are a stand-in for the comment section, both here and in the Willet Cannon.
Yeah.
It's been 6 months since
Everyone's entitled to their own opinion, Kurt. This is the Justice League timeline video from 2018. I prefer short vids. Yeah, there will be more of those soon. Yes, you are officially a DCAU fan, Levi.
I feel like the majority of our videos will still probably be around like 15 to 20 minutes.
Right,
but
yeah. Shorter
than
is
an hour.
subjective. Yeah.
And she didn't visit Metropolis until
But I've been seeing that like apparently a lot of other creators are saying that like they feel like YouTube's been pushing everybody to long videos lately.
Yeah, well, like with TikTok and YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels and everything, like there are places to go for the quick bursts of serotonin, not serotonin. What am I saying?
Wait.
Happiness.
This video is going to be about Superman, am I right?
Oh man, I'm getting late for class. Gotta get back in school.
I know. That
So
sound
hold
was
on.
that power-
Yeah,
let's go
rewind
back.
rewind just a sec.
For class. Gotta get
That
So
Powerpuff Girls.
There's a Powerpuff Girls piggy bank right here that I had found at Goodwill, and I had already dropped it once before. That's why Blossom's bow
yeah.
is broken there. But as I walk off screen, Jesus Christ, I have little chicken legs. As I walk off screen, that noise you hear is me bumping it with
which
my
was
backpack.
obviously not supposed to happen, but yeah. And then I used that as when Mattie was like, it makes a big crash sound, and I just go, oh no, or whatever in the footage. So I just cut it off there, and they're like, yeah, you should just say like, that's not an exit or whatever, like that you can't go that way. So we just ran with it, I guess.
School? You're almost 30 years old.
Almost 30 years old. Okay,
Yeah,
hold on. Timeline.
Mattie is
That can
almost 30 years
happen
old, yeah.
no later than 2020.
You're just gonna add to it.
Enjoying the analysis of the DCAU's timeline and other DCAU.
Oh yeah, this video was going to be under 10 minutes, which meant that YouTube couldn't put more than just the opening ad on it. So we added this little bit at the end, just trying to pad it out. I reposted essentially the promo for when videos come out at the end of this video, just so that it would get us over the 10-minute mark, so I can put more ads.
Make sure they're initiated to the league as well.
You can't be cowboys anymore. Or cowgirls.
Or cow
Thanks for watching,
non-binaries.
and check back soon for more DCAU content from the Watchtower Database.
All right, I just put
This
no
music.
later than 2020. Mattie is almost 30.
Okay.
Underneath the Justice League one. But I mean, I know that later we've got our story as it sets right now is still in 2019. So
True.
what was this music from?
It's just a stock track. Actually, I think it's from. I worked at a company that we referred to as Big Bus on the podcast because I don't want
Zeta!
to talk about it. They had access to a ton of stock music that I would use in their promotional videos, and I just stole all the music when I left. I just downloaded all the music. I'm pretty sure this is one of the tracks from that. Woo yeah!
I feel like I've heard this in something though.
Maybe.
Like
I
a
remember when I
Watchtower
made this-
Database video, maybe.
Yeah, probably. When I made this, I remember I sent it to you, and you and Sissy were just like, "Oh my god, this is like a real TV commercial. I love this."
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
It is still pretty good.
We've
All
got
right.
one song that we used that ended up getting used in a fucking leggings commercial. At some point. Remember that?
No, I
No,
don't.
I said because we found this out when Sissy and I were watching Hulu during the pandemic, a lot. And I tried to send you the commercial, and I feel like I found it eventually, but I don't remember.
Static Shock.
Hold on. Do more card opening videos and also more story videos like Shiva and Wonder Woman. Batman should learn clown and mime techniques to battle the Joker. Also should have made a Justice Guild comic. So we are going to be doing more of those original story videos. I said this earlier. I am in talks with Troy Oboyo right now about a collab on one. No clue how long it'll take to actually beat it out and see the holes, but it's on its way. Oh, speaking of holes, found a plot hole in the BTAC Willet canon. Data James said it doesn't matter, and I interpreted that as it could be canon. But in the season 2 coverage vids, Mattie just gave up trying to fit it in the DCAU. So our coverage videos are not story.
Yeah.
Those are their own things. That was us trying to keep current on DCAU stuff.
Also, if you'll notice in the BTEC Will It Canon, the program does not allow me to access BTEC Season 2, mostly because it hadn't come out yet. But we also wanted to keep that just to the first season because there were already plenty of plot holes and continuity errors and stuff to talk about in that. So anything Season 2 of BTEC that would help or hinder the canonicity of it doesn't affect that anyway, or doesn't affect that video at all. But yeah. I'll also say the card opening stuff, this table, the red table back here is where Mattie and I will be with Ted on a screen doing the podcast post Zeta Month. So we're going to be doing
did you just say
unboxings
you're
and
going to
things
post
like that.
Zeta Month?
Post Zeta Month.
Post Zeta Month now.
Whoopsie,
Post it.
I said the verbal command and the entire thing posted. No,
Google post Zeta Month.
Oh God, it's not time. Yeah, this song is such a banger.
Yeah.
I put the song somewhere soon.
We should bring it back.
Yeah. Okay, Static Shock timeline. Let's get it started. This is a puppet opening. Hello.
Oh, I always love this one.
We're locked up in a basement somewhere.
So the green shirt that I'm wearing there,
Oh yeah.
the logo on it is for my friend's rap thing he was doing at the time called Gray Fox. He's now going by Sinewave Fox, if I'm remembering correctly. And his music fucking owns, and y'all should check it out.
I think that was also like. I said, oh, like.
The Watchtower Database would like to apologize.
I'll go back. Yeah. I said, like, what? I need a logo to put on your shirt. Like, what should it be? And Maddie just like, oh, maybe this.
Yeah, because I think I had just I had just done a music video with him like right before moving to Seattle.
Right, yeah.
And so that was still kind of fresh in my mind, and I was just like, hey, I'm on a YouTube thing now. Let me get his thing in front of more people, and I don't think it worked.
Dumb little sketches.
Oh, yeah, shit. The Watchtower Database would like to apologize for the overuse of dumb little sketches. We also ran out of time to make this one good in any way, so please forgive our low-budget workaround. We hope you enjoy the remainder of the video. Have a great rest of your day.
This was me and my wife behind a curtain in the attic, basically right above where we're sitting.
I didn't know she was involved. I thought...
Yeah, one of these is, I think she's the Jon Stewart guy, which is the kid from In Blackest Night with Jon Stewart's head on his body. Anyway, yeah.
I don't have a great Philomar voice.
Locked up in a basement. You were supposed to be locked up in a basement.
I was supposed to be locked up in a basement somewhere. Oh, God, this joke. This is one of my
I remember
favorites.
I was laughing so hard in the car at this when I was reading the script.
Sharon likes mushroom and spinach. And your wife likes... Oh, wait. Your wife died 5 years ago. And this is the first night you're bringing home your new girlfriend to meet the kids. And they're going to know that you didn't ask her favorite toppings because once they open the pizza, they'll find ham and pineapple. Mom's favorite. And now...
Everybody's sad. I really just love the, oh, wait, your mom died 5 years ago. Like, you forgot this.
For its first season, mainly set in its own world. Despite DC milestones, professional relationships,
I think I bought that book while I was out of town at a comic shop somewhere.
I think
I still
I've
haven't
seen
read
it
it
on your
yet.
this was made evident as early as the 5th episode when Ricky told Static even Clark Kent has a day job. This line was later removed from future
Didn't we
variants as well as
sort of
Yeah, I
find
think we found that in a WB promo.
Yeah. The line, but not with the scene.
Yeah.
But yeah, it still exists. Or I guess we didn't find it. Someone shared it with us, but I wish I could remember who it was.
Cubics.
It's WB.
I had to look up the fucking schedule
I know.
just to like
That's
get that.
good.
But what's this? The Joker left Gotham for Dakota? Ooh, he looks just like he did in the Batman Beyond movie.
I do love in these ones, like, I like it in any video whenever we set it up, like, remember when you were a kid and this is exactly what was happening? Wait a second, why does the Joker look like an asshole? Like,
Don't get me wrong.
I want to see the holes.
come on, man.
It does make me pretty heated with how much this series really stretches the credibility.
Oh,
think I told you to
speaking of
laugh
Zeta
at
Month, why is it November and not October? So it was originally going to be, what, April?
Yeah, it was going to be April, and they kept getting shifted and shifted because Batman and Harley Quinn was taking way too long. All of the story finale was taking too long, but the change to November was honestly like 2 days before the video premiered. It did say October at the end, but I did the math on like how long it was taking me to do the special effects and realizing like I just need one more month, like for realsies. This is the last, and we have every Zeta Month video has a day on a calendar that it comes out. Like it will be happening. I've already finished the first 2.5 of them. I won't tell you how many there are, but there's more than that. But yeah, no. October though, we will be showing the first Zeta Month video as sort of like a transitionary prologue. So you'll see some before you know it.
I saw one that said, James, I liked your videos on the multiverse and how to watch the DCAU. And I just want to say,
Nope, you weren't in that.
I've always had a bone to pick about the how to watch the DCAU one, because that's like always been my that's what I've been timelining for. Is I eventually want to be like, and this is everything break by break by break.
I didn't go episode by episode.
Yeah, and so like the way that I try to think about it is that like that doesn't take away from that eventually happening, if I can make it happen. But going through the accounting every month and being like, and that is still one of the top performing videos.
I've thought about that too. Since then, I've realized like a lot of the video ideas that I'll come up with could be any of us hosting them. Like they're like kind of bigger, broader ones that I've been writing down lately. And I think we should probably every once in a while like go through each other's lists and be like, you can have this one if you want, or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter so much.
I have like 7 different lists.
Yeah, I gotta combine.
They're also fragmented. It's whatever neurodivergency I have.
Right. Yeah.
We've been kind of open to the idea that it might be a little bit more severe than ADHD lately, and ever since like coming up with that suggestion, I've gotten to points where I'm just like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Every time that I hear
I just
a
have to stop and breathe.
Yeah, when I see like it written out, like this describes this, I'll be like, I do that.
Yeah, right. You guys ever thought of doing a timeline on the Arkham games, basically like how you did with the Decamu? Don't really see anyone timelining them. So there is one guy. I think his thing, like Line Through Time or something, is like what the name of his thing. Who did a really in-depth one. But we've always wanted to do one of our own as well. It's just timelining video games to the degree that we timeline anything else is a little hectic, because not only do you have to like play it a bajillion times and like write down every single fucking note that you can find, but like you can always just miss a random texture that has like a date and an event on it, right? Like a newspaper somewhere might say something happened, and all of a sudden you don't have that. But we do want to do it at some point.
Yeah, talk about them in some way. There's a lot of DCAU Easter eggs in those games also, so maybe that'll be a thing.
Cubics is DCAU multiverse adjacent because Fight for the Fox Box had it as one of the many shows crossing over, which included TMNT, which we know is DCAU multiverse adjacent. You know, I never watched the Fight for the Fox Box thing, I don't think. I know it exists.
If only it were that simple. You see, if the Big Bang occurs around fall of 1999 due to the upcoming Homecoming dance, then that would mean Frozen Out should occur in winter of 2000 due to this exchange.
Sometimes I just like hearing the background songs.
And for the most part, this would mean everything up to that point occurs in between late 1999.
Yeah, the static timeline video actually was the first video I used stock music in instead of music from the DCAU. All our videos prior to this, almost all the background music was soundtrack from the DCAU. But then we started getting copyright claims. And I'm like, oh, I should not do that anymore.
So I'm seeing someone just asked. Someone
Marty,
just called me Marty.
Are you doing any more words?
Marty, get up, Marty. Marty, I turned myself into a pickle, but I'm a big pickle, and I'm walking into your room. You're in VeggieTales, Marty.
You best start believing in VeggieTales, Mr. Marty.
You're in one. No, so.
Sorry, Y2K bit.
Oh, yeah.
Properly process the move into the year 2000. Many families prepared for doomsday-type scenarios.
Bigger doomsday type scenario.
We should get bigger doomsday into the lore at some point. Just fucking create a doomsday costume and then a bigger one. But no, there is a plan for an Evil Dead one. The Freddy vs. Jason one set up for me to do either Evil Dead or Texas Chainsaw next, and I decided on Evil Dead we were hoping to put it out late October, early November after Zeta Month was over, but then Zeta Month got pushed, and now we're not in the Halloween time anymore. But apparently there's a new Evil Dead coming out like early next year.
There is also Godzilla Mendoza's Evil Dead video coming out on Halloween that will be in, so that sort of counts.
Yeah, so that's coming. We don't know when it'll come. It'll be like a little story epilogue with the horrorverse Mattie, and it but not a lot's like fleshed out yet. I've got all the notes and I wrote the intro.
You don't have to keep that epilogue a secret.
Yeah,
you can talk about it all you want.
For moving around a few more episodes than I already moved around. While not as big of a rift as the 40 or 50 years we talked about in our
Bigger Doomsdays. Bigger Doomsdays.
Yeah,
the key.
This is.
Am I too soon?
this is the Static Shock Will It canon, because I'm pointing out the continuity errors.
You guys remember this?
Last time I saw you, you were too young to drive.
If the Big Bang occurs in fall 1999,
I do remember that.
and Virgil is 14 as seen here.
Oh shoot, my bad, big dog. Oh damn, my bad. I wasn't trying to pick on you, just was having a little laugh at it. But damn, hey,
I do like Marty.
that is well, like it's weird to be doing like a visual platform and having a blind fan.
Yeah.
But hey,
prophet.
no, like
blind prophet even.
Appreciate that. Like, thanks for being on board. That's crazy that what we're doing is like on a level that like you can follow along without necessarily having the visual cues.
Evil Dead Rise. What is that?
Oh, that's the new movie.
Oh, okay. Is that in the continuity of the?
Nobody
reboot?
knows. Nobody knows.
Oh.
There's not a lot of info. I think Freddie Alvarez is directing it, who did the reboot, but
Not actually blind. I kind of thought maybe
Oh.
not actually.
gotcha.
Blind spot center field. Okay. Well, that's good.
Well,
Not fully.
there was someone who commented on like a Twitter post of ours recently asking for like a reading of the Kevin Conroy thing.
Interesting. Oh yeah.
And like their handle said blind something, so I figured they were blind, and I figured, oh, maybe this is the same person. Got it. Little Romeo. Down all the way,
like bringing
playing
this
it straight.
back for the Halloween video.
Yeah, we ended up doing this again in the Freddy versus Jason one.
Your appreciation of that song and Little Romeo crosses all borders of.
Yeah, I mean, like, I felt it was worth setting up that, like, despite the fact that there are different Matties, there are things that are consistent across.
Yeah.
Like, oh, here it is.
I have your chair, and if you ever expect to see it again, meet me over on the Jay's Reviews channel on June 10th. Be prepared to talk about the mystery of the Batwoman, and be sure to leave a link in the description.
I'd hate for.
Like, hold on, pause it real quick. So, I found this chair in a fucking dumpster. First of all, I found it in a fucking dumpster because when we moved to Seattle, we moved into student living. It was a terrible situation. It was much smaller. Like, it was maybe a quarter of the living space that I had lived in Georgia.
Ah, Jesus!
Oh no!
I need a towel.
Yeah, go towel that up while I tell the story. Oh God! Applause! Applause! How do I stop that? Oh my God! Okay. Anyway, so I had moved to Seattle from Georgia. We were living in like student housing, which was a lot smaller than the two-story, two-bedroom townhouse I was living in Georgia. And there was a dumpster on site that had a chair, and I needed a chair for Vanishing Point. So I was like, okay, sure. I'll grab that. But for this picture, since Jay obviously didn't have access to my chair, I had to take my chair, put it in my bathtub,
yeah.
I think, just to like have a spot where it wouldn't look like it was in the Vanishing Point area, because that was like half of my house was the Vanishing Point area. And so I took it to the bathroom, put it in the tub, and that's me just holding a knife to my fucking chair. And then I found in a dumpster, as if it was like anything that like I was legitimately going to care about, but I didn't know what else to do to make the thing go from point A to point B. The story.
If the stream stops, it's because I spilled iced coffee all over my entire computer.
But yeah, on top of that, didn't the light disappear?
Where did this come from?
Oh no, the light didn't disappear here. I was talking about how like,
oh, it's so bright.
I didn't realize the light was so bright. I was just like I was going off the comments, and everyone talking about how much they hated it. But yeah, also one thing that I think James might be interested in with this picture of the chair is there's a little Easter egg in there towards the bottom, right underneath that armrest.
Oh, it's your foot. So I kept every time I get capstone books or comics in the mail, I'll take a picture of them. Like we all do this with each other in the group chat. We'll take
James does it so much more.
I do, yeah. But we'll get Ted will get his weekly comics and take pictures of them and stuff. If I get something like, oh, the guys will find this interesting, I'll put it in the chat, and my feet always end up in the picture, like on accident. And it happened for a while, and Maddie'd be like, please, like, get your I don't want to see your feet, because usually I'm barefoot. So I just started on purpose. I'll just put my foot, like, right next to the comic and take the picture or something. just to mess with them.
And if any of y'all ever want to update Wiki Feet,
yeah, I've got plenty of content.
I'll drop the photos somewhere.
Check the Jason Todd skit in that B-Tag video. My feet are all
To
over
be
that.
continued. That's from
Here and
is that from Rebirth?
No, it was a Justice League one, I think.
Okay. Okay, so we got the first Jay's reviews coming
We
up.
do, which means
he had something he wanted one of us to read.
Who can get to it first?
Well, I was gonna say I could read it if you wanted to start setting up the video.
Which is it? Is that what's next? Is the Batwoman?
Yeah.
Yep.
Because that's exactly where we were heading to.
I just can't remember which one came first, but I guess it is his. Yeah. Which means it's time to go to the internet.
Where is it?
Because I don't have that.
So yeah, like I said earlier, Jay's got a thing going on today, so he's not able to join us until a certain time. If he still has videos in the lineup at that time, so he prepped some stuff for us to read on his videos. I think we're only gonna do the part of this one that's relevant to us, I guess. And that might, I know we were talking about a poll earlier, but we completely forgot to do it, so fuck it. But yeah, so we'll just do the part of this video that's relevant to us, because otherwise it's a 26-minute video, and Jay's videos will only get longer from there.
Yeah.
But Jay says about his Mystery of the Batwoman video. I had gotten involved with the Watchtower Database storyline via this video, as they had asked me if I wanted to do a cross-release on their Batwoman timeline video and my review of this film. This is harder to see in hindsight on account of the fact that mine had been re-uploaded a couple times. Oh, I didn't realize that was a thing.
He kept getting copyright claims and having to re-upload
I knew that.
it.
I knew that happened on some of the Justice League ones. I didn't know it happened on this one.
Almost all of them, yeah.
My role in this was simple. I had given a line about stealing a chair that got used in their static timeline video, and we had a bit about my not stealing any chairs in my review, which led into their timeline video on the film. I didn't have much involvement in the project besides that, and wasn't planning on any more involvement / contributing myself past this point. Yeah, so
Isn't there a second part about this, or is
no, that's it for the Batwoman one. So I remember it. Oh no, there's planning.
Yeah.
However, pretty early on in the retrospective, I knew there would be DCAU story explained segments in one of the final videos. At one point, I believe it was going to be the Return of the Joker review, but I'm not sure. This was back before I reviewed Batman Volume 3, so ancient history at this point. But I never knew how it was going to be implemented. I was thinking it could be an Ace Attorney reference in that epilogue episode would be blocked by Cyclops?
I don't know.
A mechanic from the Ace Attorney series.
Okay.
But making that make sense was difficult until I thought of a new angle in summer 2018 to take this Ace Attorney reference and flesh it out. Yeah, so I remember just a touch differently, because Jay says he was contacted by us, but I feel like he contacted us.
I think he contacted us in general, but then you like, hey, I'm doing this thing, and
yeah. So he contacted us at first, and then I guess I took point on like what the crossover would be. It just happened to be that I was making a Batwoman video around the same time he was making a Batwoman video, and so we were like, okay, got it. We got it.
I think I hadn't seen any of Jay's videos yet. I was just like, oh, he's got a bunch of subscribers. Like, yeah, let's work with him. And he's doing DCAU videos. And then when I'm editing that part with the note reading, that I'd hate for such a good share to, that whole thing. I was like, this is the first time I'm hearing Jay's voice, and for whatever reason, wasn't what I was expecting. So I was just,
I just realized Blind Prophet said not fully blind, just a blind. Okay,
yes.
so I'm running on 3 hours of sleep.
So we're all over the place, yeah.
But okay, yeah.
Interrupting the chair's bath, shameful, Matty.
I hate feet so much. Why they gotta have toes? And
like
shit. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? But anyway, James, you want to find the part of this that I was in?
Yeah. Do we want to just skip to that?
Yeah.
Well, I'll play like the intro a little bit.
The music for this movie is great. It's better than the movie itself, I feel like.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the DC Animated Universe Retrospective. It has been a year since we started talking about Batman the Animated Series. In my brief
so this happens
overview
on
of the
June
first
10th.
season back in May of 2017.
According to
we talked about
June
the
10th,
final
what day?
season in the previous video.
Or what year?
But today is the final video on BTAS. We are discussing the third film based on the show, Batman Mystery of the Batwoman. If you're unaware, we started with Batman Mask of the Phantasm, a great film, followed by Batman and Mr. Freeze Sub-Zero.
Yeah, do we know where I'm at?
Incredibly bland and forgettable, all the while containing major events for the canon. In addition to having very
closing down, and while going through their inventory, I
have to this movie. It's basically a TNBA suit, but with black in between the pockets on the utility belt. Thing is, it's commonly believed that this movie takes place
There's
during
also
the Justice
extra
League era,
highlights
with the
on the
DCAU
gloves and
wiki
boobs.
stating that it takes place between Starcrossed and Initiation, the closing episode of JL and the opening episode of JLU. Like I said, the JL Batsuit is ambiguously canon, as is this suit. So for this very special occasion, I have tasked a regular timeline expert in the DCAU community, Matthew Washburn, to educate you fine folks about the lore of Mystery of the Batwoman.
I'll try to keep this brief as to not run up the time on your video by too much. But Mystery of the Batwoman has always been a puzzler for me. During my most recent DCAU rewatch, I had placed it directly before the Justice League episode Maid of Honor. After all, there's been no official word from the production team of when it happens, and the elements of both outings dealing with Kaznia felt very fluid back to back.
Is that Nelson
I was
Arroyo?
perfectly content with leaving it there and just chalking it up to, I guess we'll never know. But then,
Nelson
of course,
Arroyo
the stars
cinematic
aligned,
universe.
as they sometimes tend to do. Well, you seem to like this movie.
I sound
for the most
nasally.
Part. For some reason, I've always considered it a bit of a snorefest, and always lost track of what was going on because I would take mini naps during the flick. So when I was asked to come sort things out,
I figured I'd give the movie one more go and try not to doze off.
However,
did you record that line on a different day?
I must have. I don't.
It suddenly switched. Yeah.
So I opted to read that instead, and was shocked to find something I never picked up on.
Hey, Scarlo is
They
here.
were using plasma rifles. I went back to double check and see if it was just what the book was calling them, or if the term was actually used in the film.
Come to find
and
out,
to my surprise,
it doesn't matter.
Everything is wrong.
Yeah, that's true.
We got to revisit Batwoman in the future.
Stuff's out of Star Trek. I thought maybe someone
Star Trek.
These aren't toys, Bullock. This is a plasma rifle.
Now, I'm sure this doesn't seem too important on its own, but over on Watchtower Database, I've recently been doing a lot of digging into the lore.
Oh, there we go.
We recently had a video.
Get up on the Hydra's back!
I'm glad I labeled the button for you.
During all of that, there's one thing that's super important to placing this movie. Looking into the villain Curare's second appearance on the show, in the
Yeah,
final
all of
cut,
this for
we see
nothing,
during
because
the
then
museum battle that
you
plasma
discovered
rifles weren't
recently-ish
invented until
that
2005.
all the Batwoman's
For
birthdays
anyone
are
who's
just
seen
on
the
They're
screen.
just there. They're just there. And I missed them.
Yeah.
President in Justice League
Probably because
Unlimited,
you had the
already
Blu-ray. I don't
that
know.
This means the film occurs after Justice League Unlimited.
It's because of the
And for
thing
those
I
of you
said
who
whenever I
haven't
put
watched
the
that
movie
video,
on. It's a
well,
snore fest.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's sandwiched
It's been a couple
sometime
years,
in
though, so I
between
feel like
Justice
I
League
could probably pay
Unlimited and the
attention to it.
If you're not
flashback
looking at the
from
screen for
Batman
those
Beyond
like
the Return of
5
the Joker,
seconds that's
which was
there,
stated
you
to
would
have
miss
taken
it.
place at the
Exactly.
end of the
And
present day
let me
timeline.
tell you,
Now that that's
let
out
me
of the
tell
way,
you, with whatever
can I have my chair
neurodivergency I
back?
have, sometimes it's hard to look at the
look at the
screen the
screen.
entire
Now,
time.
it specifically said that you took the vanishing point chair and that the only way to get it back would be to come here and do a guest spot. Why else do you think I'm here?
I didn't write that note. That's part of your script. I have access to those. Check between the couch cushions.
Wait, if you didn't write the note,
I didn't have
the only
space
other
for a
person who has
couch.
access to my scripts are James.
I have no idea what's going on right now.
No time to explain. I've got to head back to the channel. Let's do this again sometime.
That was weird, but anyway, back to the review. The next
It is kind of funny that was like the main thing you were going for was like the sort of meta like scripting thing was like the connective tissue. It's just funny to look back on and like see that, like connect that with the multiverse stuff later of like yeah, we write these videos or whatever.
Yeah. We got real meta early on and like didn't think of how we would deal with it at the time.
Well, yeah,
because we weren't planning on expanding past this chair thing.
The next video even has just a reference to like none of this is really happening. This is all just sketches that we're doing in the video, you idiot, kind of a thing. And then we just take off from there. Which this next one is the finale sort of to the season 1 or whatever you want to call it of the story.
Get ready. This is the last one before lunch.
Maybe. We might go a little bit further.
We could do the first 2 Will It Cannons.
Yeah.
It's been 1 week since I've been able to sit.
It's been.
My chair's been missing.
Sissy also filmed this.
I've always loved this one though. This
Yeah.
is that student living area that I was in.
Yeah.
We just had a stairwell and figured that would be a place to just do like footage.
Yeah.
The man behind the curtain over at Jay's Reviews was right.
This outfit you're wearing with the like sweater over the
This all reminds me of a case
the button up. I'm pretty sure it's the same one you wind up wearing in the.
I think it's a different cardigan. Actually.
Oh yeah, it is. It's got stripes and stuff.
Like all good detectives.
But it's very similar.
Yeah, I've got both. Still.
I remember it just like it was 5
Yeah, it's
seconds
been. I
Then
remember
I
it
had
like
to
it was
make
5 seconds from
exactly
now.
a 5-second transition here.
For the longest time, Mystery of the Batwoman felt disconnected from the rest of the
You didn't have to make it a 5-second transition.
I did.
No, I have time travel powers.
Anywhere in specific. Looking at the designs used in the story, one could easily just assume that it occurs in the
I like
same
the
era
idea
as the
that
new Batman adventures
in the
unknown amount of
Sub-Zero
time
when you're
prior
like,
to Justice League.
wait a second, I have time travel powers. All this stuff leading up to that, you've been sitting there like snapping your hair a different color and length, and and like I remember like it was 5 seconds, all this stuff, and you're like, I didn't realize I had time travel.
I forgot we did that continuity errors vanishing point. Yeah.
Issues that may arise from there, stating if Mystery of the Batwoman happened.
Or wait, no, was that
There
the
was
Harley
that
Quinn
one.
continuity errors?
There was one where you snapped your hair
Or was
to
that the Nightwing
blonde,
hair?
but then you also did the continuity errors was where you keep switching outfits between cuts or whatever.
Yeah, I just don't remember which video
Yeah.
it was.
I think that was a continuity one.
Bruce and Alfred muse over Bruce's long list of love affairs. They mention
Long list of love affairs.
I love that that Catwoman suit got brought into canon.
Yeah.
Selena Kyle, Talia, Lois Lane, and after Alfred mentions Poison Ivy's plant creature that Bruce married in the chemistry episode, the doorbell rings, interrupting their conversation. Now, if Julie
Mystery the
Madison
Batwoman over Mask of the Phantasm.
logically, Kathy would have been the
No.
next. From the mouth
It's a very different movie though.
creative staff, this places the film
We
sometime
were just
between the Batman Adventures
I got the Mystery of the Batwoman soundtrack recently, and the little booklet in the front has a bit of Alan Burnett talking about. He didn't say anything. Alan
He
Burnett,
said, "You know the drill."
Alan Burnett talking about
Static Shock. He's in a
how Mystery of the Batwoman, like, oh, we wanted to make like a more lighthearted, fun, silly Batman movie. We were doing all this dark, brooding stuff all the time, and this was before, like, this was written out by Alan before Batman and Harley Quinn came out, so it's just funny to look back.
For a second. We
also talk to Alan Burns a while ago, after we did our interview with him about all this stupid costume stuff? He basically said that Kurt Gaeta just decided to use the new Batman Adventures Batman because it was the model that he liked. So that's the only reason it's in the movie. So it doesn't mean anything. Okay.
Kurt Gaeta also did
Brainiac Attacks. Yep. And Return of the Joker.
Didn't he also do the Batman? Yo, was that religion? Was that religion in my BTAS?
Go back to editing now.
So the costume was faulty evidence, but did the movie have any more clues?
Oh my god.
There's a cross on the back.
Oh my god.
What was on the front? Like it was just a split second.
I'm gonna go back to editing now.
So the costume was faulty evidence, but did the movie?
Oh my god, I don't know. It's so hard to pause on. Is it Jesus? Is it Jesus?
I bet it's like Virgin Mary.
Yeah, I think so.
So the costume was faulty evidence.
Get it.
But
yeah, probably. Well, it's one or the other. It's a little bit. I don't know.
It's not Jesus. That's a woman, I think.
It's got the sun thing.
I mean, Jesus could be a woman, but
That's true.
I think
We're like
heart cannon.
Oh, we missed the birthdays on the computer. Is that Jesus?
Yo, Amy's got nugs.
Man, I really hate how Bruce Timm wrote Batman Mystery of the Batwoman.
The implication being that at the very least, her first year of college was done and over with.
The
Throughout
front
the
looks like a
series, they
generic
ended up
Jesus
returning
type
Barbara
deal.
to Gotham,
Religion in my
transferring her
right?
from whatever unknown out-of-town college she was going to over to Gotham State University. We're then told in Sub-Zero that she's 20 years old, so one could assume that by
And
this
drinking
time,
wine at the party.
her first year at GSU. Due to Batman Adventures,
All cops are bastards, right? Even their daughters. No, I love Barbara.
Yeah.
By this time, and a likely graduation. The creators were aware of this, and as a result, never mentioned her being in college during the run of the new Batman.
Oh,
Adventures.
there's that guy.
Mentioned in her character
Nelson
sheet.
Arroyo?
Once again, I was following what seemed to be a dead lead.
Just going for it. It's so delayed. Get up
On the Cosneo flag!
on the plasma rifle. Is that Nelson Arroyo?
Superman's debut in The Last Son of Krypton, and evidence that the country's problems continued up into Batman Beyond. The
Is that
use of
Nelson
this
Arroyo?
fictional country was few and far between. Lo and behold, this movie was released 3 days after Justice League's episode Maid of Honor, and well,
I always thought this was a fun gag.
I remember you just said, like, every time they say Kaznia in the episode, and then I had to go through and find each one of them.
Yeah, you know, it's like I'll be really like I can't ask James to draw 2 drawings, but
But you can watch an entire episode.
who is now in her 20s, wasn't a part of the league.
Oh, Clock
Nightwing and
Tower.
Bruce were already on rough
was that this? No.
And by this time, Barbara was back
What's
in
important about the clock tower?
nowhere
No, I
near
just
her home
Ty
base,
Templeton must have drawn that background.
All made sense now. And yet, while it does make sense from a narrative standpoint, this connection is only theoretical and never outright stated in the show or by the production crew. The evidence is tenuous and can easily be
This was one of those, like, oh, the fan base has just decided it takes place during Justice League because Kaznia stuff. Like, for years, everybody just said that. And we're like, made this video as like a way to be like, no, it's actually this. And then we were just wrong. So we just had to redo it at some point.
thing that still bugs me about that placement. As we've mentioned before, there's a decent amount of Justice League
Congratulations to Mattie for finally getting to do a Zeta video. I'm sorry for whatever James had you do to approve that. Like 5 years worth of videos.
Yeah.
To approve that.
This is the Mystery of the Batwoman. Bet you never. Timeline video.
a song that isn't released as a single until 2003 from her debut album that comes out in 2004. Sure, this could just be a song written for the movie that was later added to an album and in universe that's not actually Sherry singing, but look at her! Look at her! That character is obviously modeled after Sherry, and I know what you're all thinking. Who is Sherry? Sherry is a French pop and dance music singer.
I'm glad that like just because we exist, we've like kind of pushed some of these things a little bit more into the zeitgeist.
Yeah.
Later on, she performed
Like, it's very weird to hear other people being like, fuck yes, love that song, let's go.
I know. Same with the one step ahead of the game.
Pedophile.
You're pointing and yeah.
Found out Karl Malone is a pedophile yesterday.
I've known that for like a month now.
Yeah, I found out yesterday.
Yeah.
I did. As any good writer
And so I don't know if that's DCAU canon, but I feel like stripping it out kind of gives him more than he deserves.
like this at all times. Every now and then, life does imitate art, and the plot points all converge, leading to a great aha moment. Back in February,
Here I am talking about how I love writing multiple different plots at once to tie all together at the end.
Finally, this is over. Finally, the end of the story. That thumbnail that Jay used for that video also had art of mine in it, and he didn't realize it.
That fucking shop was so cool. Wait, hold on. Did you have stuff like of him at the back? Was that around the same scene?
Yeah, I think so.
Like, it doesn't have the part. God, that was such a cool shop.
Yeah, it would have been like in this same scene, I think. But I had the DVD version. Like, it's not as high quality, you can tell.
Right.
I wouldn't have been able to read that at all.
And why should it have? The line is innocent enough. This would
There's stuff out of Star Trek. Get up on the Star Trek.
We mentioned the fucking
podcast.
Yeah, and like we realized later on while we were getting meta with things in the Doom Patrol timeline that like that could fuck things up.
Yeah. I wish that they'd made that assassin guy with the eye piece Deadshot, like future Deadshot, and then come back to that later or whatever. But they didn't.
If you guys go back and watch
Stretchy guy.
through Justice League, anything
that episode of the podcast was terrible too, because that was the one we recorded at Emerald City Comic Con.
Yeah, I just set the mic
with
down.
Ted, and then like Ted's audio.
Oh yeah,
or
Ted's
something.
audio didn't work, so like I had to edit a weird version without Ted as part of the conversation.
After Zeta Month, will there never be another Zeta video again? I don't know why you would think that would be the case, but
it opens the door for every Zeta video ever.
That's true. We've been waiting for it.
Yeah. I'm actually having a lot of fun editing the Zeta videos where I'm like, oh, we're finally talking about this show. Like I can actually like, I don't know, going through frame by frame and stuff. I'm like seeing stuff that I hadn't noticed before and whatever. Because all these shows when I'm editing this footage, I'm seeing so many little details that I didn't notice before that then springboard new video ideas. So I'm now the same thing is happening with Zeta Project.
Yeah, I mean the thing that that we said.
Over at Jay's reviews, he mentioned that he couldn't possibly be behind the theft of my chair because he isn't part of the WDB team.
This is the story part.
Doesn't have any power over what I say in these shenanigans. So the ransom note was just a narrative device. This revelation led me to look through the past few WDB video scripts, and I now know who took the chair.
Oh yeah, so who does?
That's this house that we're in right now, but completely remodeled now.
God, I was moving out of this apartment while
Like
filming
that hallway
this.
is that hallway.
Like there are just tons of boxes on other sides.
Yeah,
of
I'm pretty sure you had to purposely not pack up those two shelves just so you could film this, and then you could finally move. And you're wearing this outfit again.
Yes, uh-huh.
Then there's Ted, who played a part in the editing process, making sure these scripts.
I also like that I'm looking towards basically the same door I would have been looking at in the first one, and it's completely different.
So really, I think we're all responsible for the missing chair.
Yes, especially in this first season, the like geography of the attic and basement and door to the basement and everything completely changes over and over.
Yeah, but we did canonize that we were undergoing renovations.
Right.
So.
But that was a month ago. You're super late.
Well, technically they were all written before then. They were written before we made any of
They were
these
written a
videos,
month
so my
ago.
job has been done.
Then why are we having this conversation?
James,
How I Met Your Mother references.
this moment is already gone. This whole Maddie's been stuck in the basement thing, it happened 2 years ago.
It's just a memory. And the rest of this never happened. We don't even live in the same state. I was never here, and you've been standing there all day just looking at Batman memes on your phone. Look around you, James.
It's the real us, like, bleeding into this a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, essentially, that's really the...
Jessica's uncle just next to me on the wall.
Really, that's the only explanation that we've got for that, is that we've
This is the first...
2018. Boom, June 2018.
June 2018, yeah. This is the first instance of my dad as future me. It's the Bob Saget voice.
I'd look at Batman memes for 7 hours, even though that one with him with a lightsaber riding a shark was pretty great. No, I'd go home. I'd go to my old house.
Can't wait for you guys to pivot to a How I Met Your Mother channel. Honestly, I think we can do it.
It would be fun.
Yeah. Has someone done a timeline of all the little pieces and everything? Okay.
That right there's a How I Met Your Mother tattoo. So I would fucking love to do it.
But none of those things is the thing I do
Also,
first. You know the thing I do first.
I want to go ahead and like mention that this means we know where James is in the future.
Right.
Maddie's a head in a jar, and James is a father with children.
Yeah. It's coming true, too. Also, that house that I just ran away, came out the door of and ran from is the house we're in right now, but also the same house we used in the start of Batman Harley
do
Quinn.
we got to do...
I'm James Strecker.
Do we got to throw this in?
Exactly 14 days from now.
What? 14 days from now.
Really
the costume video. It's not in the playlist.
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't do anything. It's just referenced, I guess. But it takes place in the timeline, I suppose.
Yeah, it takes place in.
I do a video on the Batsuits or whatever. 14 days after June 2018, whatever that is.
Extra 14 days. With you, I want each one of them. Look, if I can't have them, I'll take the extra 14 seconds.
You have it going on. Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Quit doing skits.
Someone comments to tell us, quit doing skits.
I'm always going to hate you. Till the end of my days.
And Batman Beyond.
You'll see.
Same Batman from the Jason Todd.
Been 1 week since I've been able to sit.
So that means my chair was taken no later than June 17th.
And you're not 30 years old yet.
No, my chair was, or the Understanding Batwoman video came out no later than June 17th. And Static would be no earlier than.
So we've got
the 10th.
We're sort of timelining this as we go. Yeah, 20. So.
No later than the 17th.
Why? Because it's a week.
Yeah.
After?
So it's a week since the chair went.
Oh, it's been 1 week. Yeah, it's been 1 week
since I've been able to sit. Which obviously is.
Oh, hey.
Who hooked it up?
Levi again. Thank you, Levi. All over the place. I created another page for the wiki. Levi Church.
Yeah, there's a Levi page now?
Levi is a member of the Watchtower Database Discord server. He keeps talking about Ben 10, OKKO, and Villainous.
Wait, isn't Levi also a chat mod on the
Maybe. I don't remember.
I don't remember either. Does he have a wrench next to his name?
I can't see on here.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up because if he has a wrench next to his name, I need y'all to update that article. Make sure people know who Levi truly is. Levi's got a wrench next to his name.
Update the article. What do you mean?
Someone's got to update the wiki and say that he's not just a Discord member, but also
a
chat mod.
I'm sure he just made this page. So.
Well, someone's got to do it.
It does also make sense.
Oh, mentioned in the message.
I was gonna say, yeah, you gotta have the appearance. Yeah, That's good. Sweet. Thanks, Levi. Okay, so that's the end of season 1 of the story. I think we'll probably break around noon, so Well, let's go ahead and at least do the next one.
Yeah,
which
I'm gonna go
is-
back to the bathroom another time.
Okay.
I've been drinking a lot of coffee. That's
Don't
like
have to watch the story so
my
far 'cause we
third
just
cup,
did that.
cup this morning.
Cool.
Morning.
Oh. I want a page on the wiki and call me the biggest Titans fan there is.
Anybody can make a page they want on the
Yeah,
wiki.
you can
Just,
go to.
hey,
It's
hey,
a wiki.
Hey, if you want to make a page for yourself, just put yourself as category heart cannon.
Yeah. Tag it heart cannon. The chat mods. Well, Levi was mentioned. Byproduct should have their own page wherever they are, for the same reason. Mentioned in the multiverse video. I've been trying to do that since B-Tech Willet Cannon. Hello, little boy. Hi. How's it going? All right, real quick, we're going to take a very short break. We will be right back in just a couple minutes. Hi. We're going to watch the first,
Hello.
at least the first, if not the first 2 Will It Cannons now.
Oh shit! Hold on. I should add those to the thing, huh?
Let's see what's been going on in the chat. I beat Mario Kart on that one stream. Awesome.
Good job, Robin.
Yeah, good job.
Good job, Durbin.
Let's see. Bruce Timm cut of Teen Titans. That would be cool. Do our written names count? Ooh, good point. Like in Patreon stuff or something. Maybe. Yeah, a Patreon supporter of the Watchtower Database. Because then we're in multiple. I was going to say maybe we could get mentioned in patrons list. Yeah, that'd be cool. It would have to be constantly updated, though, and I'm not going to do that, so someone's got to keep up on it. We must become canon.
If somebody dropped off the patrons list, it'd be really funny if like there was a patrons list page that like had former patrons.
Yeah.
And just
lose.
Just let them feel the shame for not giving us money anymore.
Levi is also an admin of the 5 Years Later wiki. The artist credits him for getting Spitter into chapter 10 of the comic. He also writes his own comic called OKKO Nexus Realm, which you should all go read right now. Levi was going to appear in the Ben 10 Classic retrospective video, but his appearance got cut. What?
Well, that's partially true. The appearance wasn't cut. It wasn't
Never
filmed.
happened. Yeah.
Levi was going to be part of the call
okay.
section later on, but we just couldn't figure out the scheduling for everybody. And unfortunately, the schedule that we did found worked for everyone except Levi. Yeah. But if Ben 10 Mattie ever shows back up, might need some more Ben 10 voices around for that. But now that I have the Will It Canon thumbnails on the timeline, maybe we should watch those videos. James will have more to say than I will because these first 2 were kind of before we decided they were story.
Yeah.
I think the first one was before we decided it was story. I think the second one we were like, okay, where are we going with this?
So I watched a lot of Will It Blend on YouTube when that first came out. It's just this guy that'll stick like... yeah.
Database.
Thanks to Mattie for making that a thing. Yeah.
You always sound so indignant about it, but like
I'm sticking in character. Yeah, so yeah, no lab coat. Come on, man.
Maybe next time I'll have a lab coat. Patreon.com/DCAU Watchtower.
Hey, support us on Patreon.com/DCAU Watchtower. This is the first story video that mentions the right link.
It might have been the first video to mention the right link.
Yeah, and we need that money to do these big things.
Projects. But yeah, this like I said earlier, it was not going to be like a series at first. It was just going to be me. I was trying to replicate the Will It Blend set, which is him in a lab coat and goggles with a
Which
blender.
Donald Trump's the other.
Yeah, keep your politics out. Yeah, and this is my friend Joe's kitchen. This is the same house from the end of the Mystery of the Batwoman video. That guy in the Batman costume. This is his kitchen.
It's funny just like seeing what parts of the Watchtower database just would not exist were I not asked to be part of it because I wrote these tiers of canonicity.
Oh yeah. No, it all snowballs. This is the only one that I go over this in, I think. I just establish it here, and if people ever question it, I just tell them to go watch this one.
Yeah, and I mean, like, even then, we've still kind of, like, shifted here and there over the years, especially since, like, sometimes stuff on the same tier will...
And at this time we were filming this, there was no...
There was Batman and Harley Quinn.
Yeah, and the TMNT
Harley Loves
Adventures.
Joker and TMNT Adventures.
But there wasn't...
We figured we just got lucky.
Yeah, just, like, random little things or whatever. But yeah, there was no BTEC or whatever.
No BTEC, no JLI, no JLV F5.
And this is the first. It's the first Will It Canon, obviously, but it's the only one that is hosted by the normal story James.
Yeah, I mean that's been canon for a while, but like we never really dropped that until the Poison Ivy one.
the kitchen and the kitchen changes in the next one, but just because I moved into a new apartment, I was gonna try to keep using Joe's kitchen over and over again, but then I didn't need to. I had my own kitchen finally, and so just like that even then that was just a background change. Yeah, this is the Chase Me background music. Yeah, that was just going to be the kitchen changed. That's all. I'm still the same person. And then after a couple more, it became a thing that we were going to put me in the computer.
With their flashy, colorful neon circus nightmare presentation,
Fandango movie clips.
To be desired. Director Joel Schumacher stated his intention with his Batman films was to evoke the qualities of a cartoon, while ironically, Batman the Animated Series and its sequel, The New Batman Adventures, continued to hold the.
Oh, I like that real name, Will I.T. Cannon. That's hilarious because we've had a name for Data James that wasn't Data James. We haven't canonized it, but it's real close to that.
Yeah, I do like the IT part, but
IT is funny because of IT. But I like our spin on it a little bit better.
The film and animation landscape had completely changed.
Heart canon kitchen changes because Data James. No, that's actual canon.
That is why retconned to be that.
Sometime during the airing of Justice League Unlimited's final season, Warner Brothers Animation began production on a new direct-to-video Superman film. The upcoming sort of reboot but sort of not live-action movie Superman Returns was set to hit theaters.
There was a group of like 70-year-old women in the store the other day, and one of them left with a Superman Returns lunchbox. I think that they maybe thought it was Christopher Reeves. I don't know, but they were just like, I gotta have this Superman lunchbox.
Yeah, that's really funny. That's really good. I hope they're having a good time with that lunchbox.
Yeah, me too. It was a real nice one. I was kind of jealous about it. It was only $6.
Interesting take on the character. They did so, I can only imagine, as respect to their work and to their budding franchise. And while Superman Returns was,
I still need to see that movie.
I
know Bryan Singer's a piece of shit, but like he's a good director, right? Like the X-Men movies he did, I love. Yeah. And I love Brandon Routh.
I think Superman Returns is probably better now than it was when it came out. Like people weren't ready for it to just be like this.
God, I hate pervy Jimmy Olsen.
Yeah.
With these very obvious similarities, it's got to be a continuation of that show.
Hair. Hair is my favorite genre of Watchtower Database thumbnail.
I was going to say new Rockstar's thumbnail. Yeah.
How do you add a page to Wiki? I think there's just an add page button. Has Young Justice been argued to be part of the DCAU, or were you just finding like filler stuff?
I'm pretty sure they're like,
because like Zatanna throws it out.
Yeah, I think in the first season there were some people that were trying to say like, for a few, as the episodes were coming out, like, oh, I want this. Everyone just wants everything to be the DCAU, like.
Yeah, and I get it.
Including this little tidbit here.
Hey, it's Matt. Matt,
we were just talking about
you. We were just talking about you. James has your little drawing of the Watchtower Database logo up on his wall, and I think this was the first time I noticed that. So we were literally just talking about you right before starting the stream.
To see just why this film be what it be. First
came on a box of stuff they sent me as
I
keep it.
Damn, Danny says Superman Returns isn't good. Yeah, fuck, Kevin Spacey's a piece of shit too.
That's right. Yeah, it would be harder to enjoy that. I can't watch House of Cards. I don't get to now.
What brings you so far from your adopted home?
I think I shall help myself.
Now I want to take a second to point out that
we did a commentary at that same apartment you filmed the original Vanishing Points in on Brainiac Attacks, and it's on the channel if you've not seen it.
I cannot stress this enough. Batman and Harley Quinn is in the DCAU. Stop telling us it's not, because you are absolutely incorrect. This is just fact. You don't like the movie, but that does not change anything.
Suggest you get over it.
There's your answer. Why we've already done it with a canon on Batman and Harley.
We did it in the Superman Brainiac Attack
one. The first one.
maybe people just feel like we've been hammering it home over time,
we
and so they
did
feel
spend
like
a good couple months doing only Batman and Harley Quinn videos.
Well, it was the only. It was the new thing.
Yeah.
He's much more of a
Same thing with Fatal Five. Yeah.
Clancy Brown. Not to mention that at the time,
I don't know if I agree with that.
That it's on the wall. It's not on the wall anymore.
It will. I'll put it back.
You did? Okay, gotcha. I'll tell you the same thing. I
Whoa,
tell
check
Sissy.
check this shit out though.
If you put things
Watchtower Database logo
on time.
Oh my God! It's the Justice League Watchtower. How did they do that? A magic.
Hold on. Wait.
The Justice League cartoons, who we last saw punching Luthor in the face.
I was just and it's a P.
Rambling all over the place. Confuses my widow brain. Okay, let's hop back to Brainiac. Honestly, Lance Henriksen is an awesome choice for the character. In any other movie.
Kevin Spacey's probably one of the better parts of the movie, alongside Ruth himself. I wouldn't doubt it. He was an incredible actor, you know. But
his character
woof.
similar personality peculiarities to Luthor. He doesn't speak in the same rhythm. He doesn't seem to have the same motivation.
This is coming from a huge K-Pax fan from back in the day. I haven't seen it in a while, but I loved that movie.
I got Burger King right before this. I was so hungry and just ate it during the thing.
And whoever, I'm gonna eat this now. Whoever else makes these things, we don't make. I make some of this stuff, but it's not official. You can go to legacydcau.com to see more.
So let's see if there's anything in Brainiac
setup
that literally does not work in the greater context of the DCAU.
That's funny that like you're just like we don't get to decide these things.
Yeah.
By the time of Batman and Harley Quinn, will it can? We're just like,
who does it? Yeah.
Maybe we do. I don't know.
Yeah. We've made a couple things canon, technically. Like in B-Tech, the original.
Yeah,
like,
Kevin Spacey was Luthor.
Yeah, Bob Kane Batsuit is in the Batcave, and then in our video I say like, is that supposed to be that? No, it should be red. And then Monica changed the costume in the comic to be red, to be the thing.
Yeah,
so like,
it's fucking nuts that
Yeah.
we're at a point
Yeah.
where like we've had minor influence on stuff.
We've made something canon.
Superman and the Fortress of Solitude's knowledge orb speak as if Superman has never been to the Phantom Zone.
And Nuggies are canon always. Yeah.
Those were data nuggies. That's how you can tell it was real, James, was because he was eating.
There's always a drink on the Will It Canon table after this video. I just made that a thing. Sometimes it's a wine bottle, sometimes it's a Burger King cup, sometimes it's coffee. And only in one of them does Data James actually drink from it. But I kind of like the idea that like, you can tell it's the real James because he's eating. Why would Data James need to eat?
Database, unlike in STAS, when we see it's the orb's connection to Superman's Kryptonian tablet that does the DNA scanning stuff.
We made this video while we were still in constant contact with a person that watched our videos a lot and is not a very good person.
Oh God! Wait, is he?
He's gonna get a shout out in the video. So it doesn't matter. But that was part of the reason I think that this came into existence, was that I wanted to prove this person wrong about this movie. So I guess you can sort of blame that person for Will It Can existing.
And a plethora of characters call each other different names than we've ever heard used.
And we did a commentary track on this too.
Yeah.
Like I think we did a couple Brainiac Attacks videos around the same time.
Which makes her seem much more
I had never seen it before, and you came over while I was living in Seattle, and we just watched it, and that was a fucking trip. I think we were really high or really drunk, or
both probably. We ate
speaking of,
an entire dip.
Oh God, the bean dip!
Yeah, it was really good.
God, we should get that for later.
Yeah. We'll watch the commentary while doing that.
Wait, this is
It'll be
becoming
like,
a timeline video.
If Luthor is still in businessman mode, then this must take place before.
Wait a second. Hang on a second.
Timeline video, but only for a little bit. Okay.
Okay. I was almost worried I had said something about the basement or whatever.
Justice League, aka before he succumbs to kryptonite poisoning.
So much for your images.
Benevolent businessman. This is the end of an era.
However, Luthor shows off a small sliver of kryptonite and is depressed that that's.
It's gonna be so hard when we get to Justice League for me to not sit there with Brian just saying the episode, like saying every line.
See, that's crazy because like I feel like.
And speaking of years,
I feel like Batman the Animated Series is the one that like I remember the most, and that's like obviously because like Vanishing Point, you know, was mostly B-Tax videos, and so I was rewatching that shit all the time. So like once Sissy and I rewatch the rest of it, like it's gonna be there's gonna be a lot of stuff that floods to me. It's like, oh, I could do a video on this and this and this and this and this and this and this.
2 years after that episode, we'd be in late 1998 to early 1999.
But Superman is on our short list right now.
Yeah.
We're just trying to catch up on the things we're trying to catch
The
up on.
timeline of it that I'm talking about in this video wasn't really like finalized or solidified or whatever between the two of us. Like we had done our own independent research, like watching and reading Superman Adventures, Superman the Animated Series, and we're like sort of in a slight disagreement about when some of it happened. Like there's like a spring reference, but it's at like a fashion show, so it might be a different spring. I can't remember exactly what it was. But in this video, I'm just giving this very vague,
for fashion shows, you would premiere like the spring stuff like 6 months earlier.
Yeah, I can't remember if that's what it was or something else, but yeah, it was. I did my timeline research before we were really like hardcore doing timeline videos, so I wasn't taking as many notes as I should have been.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you. When I first contacted James and Ted about becoming part of not even becoming part of Watchtower Database, but like just helping them with whatever. I contacted them because I was working on timeline stuff because I want to do all the I want to organize all the pieces.
Yeah.
I want to have a reading order kind of thing. So I saw them making, they're like, we're going to tie it all together. We're going to go from Justice League Unlimited to Batman Beyond, and we're going to tie it together. And I was like,
we're going to do all 4 things that happened, and then more than that.
And then and so I was just like, oh shit, hey, what are y'all using as a timeline? Can I see that? And they sent it to me, and it was like 1, maybe 2 pages. And I was just like, oh, you sweet summer child.
Let's try again.
Have encountered Brainiac 3 times at least already, all of which follow up pretty back to back. So it's either this is the first time Brainiac and Lex are meeting, or this is.
Key difference between headcanoning that something is or isn't canon. We're reconnected. The future Brian's problem. What?
Oh, I don't know. I actually know what I was about to say is that I'm just glad that I'm not the only one this happens to with the laggy thing.
Yeah, this is random.
I always just thought it was my internet being. I mean, well, fuck, my internet is bad sometimes, but
no, it's not your internet. Safe tricks, it is ours. Ben 10 video is part of the WDB multiverse. Does that mean Rob and I are technically characters in that too? I guess so. Yeah.
Nothing more. So, will it canon?
Let's find out. This is still my favorite. Put it in the can. Like I never got better than this.
Yeah, unfortunately, like you can't do the same exact one over and over again.
Yeah.
Ow!
I really did hit my own thumb there. It hurt so bad.
Well, there you have it.
This was also when I was like, okay, when we count things as not canon, I'm just gonna destroy the shit out of it because it'll be like cathartic for like, oh, I hate this thing. But we never covered anything. I like Teen Titans. I like Crisis on 2 Earths. Like it doesn't matter now. Break it.
Don't need to answer if you want, but what's the meanest comment you've gotten? How'd you deal with it? I don't know the meanest one off the top of my head, but I'd say probably would have been one of the ones off of the first Pride video. I remember we were arguing with someone with an anime profile for a while because they were being really homophobic towards me.
Oh, yeah.
And that was around the time that I was just like, can we just start blocking shitty commenters from commenting?
The ones that get to me the most are the ones that are like there'll just be it's not attacking the video, it's attacking like our like person, you know, like why would you even make this kind of that thing? And then only that sticks with me for like a day where that's all I'm thinking about. And then I have to remember, like you said yesterday, that why get bogged down in all the negativity?
Yeah, well, you know, that's I kept rewatching the video, and I just had to be like, all right, that's sticking with me. So long as like I'm on this comment section, give me fucking 2 months and I'll forget. But since the Ben 10 video is part of the WDB multiverse, does that mean Rob and I are technically characters in it?
Yeah,
too?
Yes.
Oh, obviously. My
So
face when it
Crisis on
starts to
2 Earths is the
buffer.
next one.
Yes, Crisis on 2 Earths is the next one.
Will it canon?
That's the question.
What will happen if the storyline has a flashpoint? We were talking about doing that before the Batman and Harley Quinn video, and we couldn't figure it out, so we just haven't done it. But we've been talking about it.
So there's a new kitchen. There's a drink.
We might save it for if BTAC ever gets that season.
So this is technically the first Data James video. We didn't know at this time that it would become...
Which is hilarious because it has my dream in it.
It does, yeah. So this is my thought process. I don't know if you and I have ever talked about this, but when we made this retconned to be Data James starting now, I started thinking about that, like, why is each thing in the background or whatever? And I figure you programmed this whole, like, space that I'm in.
Right.
So you would have, like, put things there. And that's why I think that those puppets are there, because they were, like, special to you. And you wanted to, like, include them or whatever. Yeah.
I think that was it. No one cares about the Zeta Project.
That's why we canonize this as you being Data James, is me yelling from off the side of the screen.
Yeah. Eventually,
and
become,
even
like,
even the
above,
Data
but,
James that I created does not want to make Zeta Month. Because he's based off of James' DNA.
This is the closest he is to real me right now, because they've just diverged or whatever. He has my memories, my personality, everything.
Maddie didn't know how to program a lab coat. Maddie didn't care to program a lab coat.
Why would he give me what I want? I'm his, like, computer slave.
Oh, Sissy's here. Hey.
Oh, yes. My bad. Slipped out. I didn't even notice what you were talking about.
No, don't do Flashpoint, please, because the storyline is awesome and I don't want it deleted. We're not going to delete it.
Yeah.
I will always regret that one of my first comments was kind of sour grapes, even if well-intentioned. Y'all are hella kind and hella thoughtful creators. Hey, thanks. I don't need to. I
don't remember what it is, so it's fine.
Me either.
Years after JLU's conclusion,
I also like that I didn't have my glasses on. I didn't have a Sharpie written on the thing. Like, I'm doing that all like, what things are missing or whatever, as if that was part of your programming. Like, you forgot a couple things or something.
Researching this video was so fun. Like,
yeah.
I know I did part of the research on this.
I think so, yeah.
And I think I've done, like, part of the research on almost every Will It Canon, maybe. Just because, like, the continuity stuff was my fucking wheelhouse coming into it. But, like, getting to the point of, like, knowing as much as we could possibly know about the original version was just a fucking blast.
Yeah, I want to do a whole video on, like, just that at some point.
Like, we had seen, like, quotes and shit here and there over time, but, like, putting it all together was just like, huh, neat. That would have been really cool to see. I want it.
I was this close to getting Phil Barassa to send me the original Bruce Timm designs for the characters, because that's what we've been told, is that Bruce Timm, they were just the Justice League from Justice League as those guys, and then all the Crime Syndicate characters had, like, Bruce Timm designs that he gave to Phil Barassa eyes later when this got delayed. So I was almost getting him to convincing him to send it to us, but then he thought it wasn't up to him.
It wasn't his place, is what he said.
Yeah. So, which makes sense, but I do wish we could see those someday.
Does it feel like a fun coincidence to do this big WDB multiverse story just as multiverse is the rage in pop culture with everything everywhere and the MCU multiverse saga as well as multiverses? We actually we really felt like we accidentally tripped into really good timing for that video. And it
came
didn't
out the same weekend as
Multiverse
after,
of Madness,
yeah.
and we had been planning on it for forever.
Yeah.
But like, glad it came out when it did. Though I wish it did better than it did.
That's always something I wrestle with. Of like, am I glad that the timing was really good because everybody's talking about that thing? Or do I then just look like just any other person talking about that thing because of that? Because that's happening with Vi Reality, my movie, also, is that it is very multiverse heavy. And I started working on it in 2013. Like, nobody was talking about multiverse except, like, comic books. And now that's all anybody's talking about. So when the movie finally comes out, unless people know I filmed it, like, over the last 10 years, they're going to just be like, okay, he's just doing this thing everybody's doing. But it's whatever.
The Zeta suits y'all made for the last video, was it one suit repeated in green screen footage, or did y'all make several armors?
It's the robot costume for my movie, so it's one minus the head. It's one costume, and there are green areas of it that have been removed, but otherwise they're just there in the space with us.
Yeah, it's all Brian from Jump on the Bat-Wagon in it, and he dressed up in it and did multiple different shots. And hey, more power to him, because fucking James got me to dress up in that thing one time. We shot a scene for his movie at like a place that Transformers filmed at or something.
Transformers 4.
And I was dressed up in that thing in the winter, inside of like a fucking nuclear reactor or some shit.
It was really cold.
It was cold as fuck, and like it's hard plastic, so it keeps just like poking and jabbing into you every time you move. And it was rough.
I have a video of you. We filmed that in like May 2019 or something like that, June 2019. Or no, it must have been during the winter. Anyway, it was in 2019 that we filmed that. I have a video of Mattie being taken out of the costume by Brian, and all they're saying is like, all I know is if we use this costume for Zeta Month, I'm not wearing it. So that was 3 years ago.
Ever do a video on Spider-Man the Animated Series? We've had an idea to do a Marvel Animated Universe video or series of videos at some point. It's just there's so much of it that it's hard to like, even start, because we would want to do stuff as deep as what we do over here.
Yeah.
And
we don't want to do that.
We don't know it. We just don't know it as well as the DCAU.
Yeah.
I'll look back on old comments, both on Watchtower and in general, and wonder what the fuck was I thinking all the goddamn time. Most of them were not even mean. They just come off as dumb or half-baked. Yeah.
As everybody looking at their comments. Careful, Aquaman. They're stronger than you. Oh, yep, here it is.
One line is so funny. I crack up every time I hear it.
Careful, Aquaman. They're stronger than you are.
It's also sort of implied that this is a mirror of the Justice League.
They must have known what they're doing.
You're from a parallel Earth.
The Yost verse, yeah, no. Is that a theory or is that canon? I've always thought it was canon.
Has a Slade Wilson, a Marvel family of sorts, of which Superwoman is also a relative.
Yo, we got Slade Wilson in the DCAU now.
Her name is Mary Batson. Like, okay, I didn't know that. And other dumb may exist we've never seen before in the DCAU. Plus, Black Lightning and Firestorm appear in the Justice League's world, who we have no evidence of outside of their questionably canon JLU comic.
I think that Black Lightning was supposed to be Static, right? Didn't Dwayne say that Static was planned to be in the movie
like was
point?
Supposed to be? Yeah, I see. I think that's true. Yeah.
Hey, Sean Bryant
So
Jr.
if we had seen the DCAU version of this movie, then it would have been Static, essentially. That'd be so. We fucking. I want to see the DCAU version of this. I'm so mad.
Earth's Mightiest Heroes, Spectacular Spider-Man, and Wolverine and the X-Men. Yeah, so as far as I understand, Earth's Mightiest Heroes and Wolverine and the X-Men are in the same universe canonically with the Hulk versus movie and the Thor movie. But Spectacular Spider-Man's a headcanon one. There's definitely reference to it, but canonically it is a different universe. Is what I recall.
Toward becoming a new man in the public eye, shouldn't these folks be a little less startled to see him out and about? And the location of the Justice League's world's Luthor.
I'm trying to remember what the music I used was in this video, because it's from some animated movie, but it was not this movie. Because I couldn't find the soundtrack to this. I can't remember what it was.
What reality he calls home, Luthor.
Marty is Marty.
Undercuts that moment, yeah? On one hand, sure, with infinite universes.
Could that be your yuppie dude's name? Is Marty?
Marty, James, and
Jim
Brother
Jam,
Broderick.
Brick, Broderick, and Marty.
Burn!
Yeah, that's a good one.
Marty Wash, burn!
Hey, Matty, will it canon? Oh, man, come on. Come on, no! It's ruined now. I was going to go, that is the question, but he didn't appear on screen again.
And a bunch of stuff that knocks it out of the running. According to the producers, 95% of the script for Worlds Collide was left intact.
Such a, like, ambiguous thing.
The storyline didn't change very much. The characters changed a bit, some of the motivations changed. Mostly what I did was cut out stuff that was intended to set up the mysterious new Justice League
Duos
Unlimited
too, wasn't
show
it like
later
Josh
in
Keaton
39
re-recorded or something, like dialogue that was already in that wasn't him or something? I can't remember.
I took that out, but I'd say 90 to 95% of it is the same story. And while it's arguable how much they really took out, the 5-ish% that was changed is worth noting and makes things difficult to decipher. On one hand, we get explanations for things like the teleporters or the invisible jet, which otherwise remain somewhat of a mystery in proper DCAU lore, and do help to
How
flesh out
would
that
you feel
already
about WB revisiting the DCAU with maybe a Justice League Beyond movie and or animated series that takes place after the events of Epilogue?
So long as I'm on the writing staff.
Yeah, of course. To see
And
the
I'm dead serious.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
that is, if anything DCAU ever happens again, the Beyond stuff is where I want to be.
Yeah.
Who apparently was originally intended to be shown signing for his new book.
Why did I do Bryan Cranston?
Your new book, Into the Light, certainly projects the image
Who's
of a
that
man
woman on the wall?
His mom and his dad was there too.
Crisis on Two Earths
Which is just the Lex Luthor model, but with the like side bald hair.
While it's a great movie on its own,
Didn't he canonically kill them?
I think so, yeah.
animated original movies say that 10 times
Has them on his
fast. I
wall.
can never watch it without wondering what it might
Well,
have
Bruce
been
Wayne
like
killed his
with John
parents too by making them go in that alley.
Conroy's voice or Bruce Timm's art style. McDuffie even stated the scene with Batman and other heroes fighting the Syndicate on the
Oh, I knew
Watchtower
this.
was
I'm talking about it
originally
right now.
supposed to include only other heroes Batman had previously met on other animated series. Aquaman being the only one who appeared in both versions of the script, meaning I guess we'd have to assume Batman and Aquaman had some fun little aquatic romp off screen. That sounds worse than it was supposed to. That means the
Capstone books.
Yeah.
version, we might have seen characters like Etrigan or Zatanna or Static.
Yeah.
Or
I guess I didn't know that.
Or maybe even Nightwing. There he is.
Right there.
We likely never see that.
I found a Bruce Timm interview this morning where he's just
Yeah, I
like,
saw
no
that,
plans for
yeah.
Nightwing.
Nope.
Canonicity is a funny thing. There is no officially established set of rules in this arena. And while we can run circles around yes but this or no because that, what it really comes down to is a mix of the creator's intentions and how well we can balance it with the previous.
Telling you this shit for years, baby.
When something is definitely canon, it's without a doubt. Mask of the Phantasm is part of Batman the Animated Series. Justice League takes plot cues from the Superman cartoon. There are no hoops to jump
Yeah,
through,
that
no
Batman eating a
problems to
pretzel
solve.
thing. I've always thought that was sort of similar. It was sort of similar to when he falls asleep in Only a Dream. You just barely ever see Batman doing any normal human thing.
I like that when you said if something's,
about it or try to force it, it's probably not canon.
which is funny given all the continuity errors we've already pointed out. but it's data, James.
Things that stand out as odd can often be attempted to be explained. How Jordan could be present because the events of Starcrossed caused too much drama.
Do you think DC and Warner Bros. Discovery should make a DC animated Crisis on Infinite Earths? I'm not sure if you remember the rumor that came out a few months ago that they were making a 3-parter one. I've personally seen stuff that I think suggests that might have been legit. I won't go into it past that, but I think it's on the way.
But that's the thing.
It would have been cool to see an animated show that spun off from Worlds Collide movie. Maybe they had great voices and great design. Yeah, if you're talking about this, what Worlds Collide became, like Justice League Doom is supposed to be.
What were you saying about
I don't remember. Justice League Doom, I think, is supposed to be in the same
You have to
continuity.
invent explanations. When something is canon, it just is. You don't have to explain things, at least not to that level. Sure, entries into DCAU canon like Batman and Harley Quinn or various tie-in video games and comics have some bewildering aspects, but it's often nothing that can't be worked around rather easily. Crisis,
Okay, there you go.
Takes a lot of work.
Yeah, there's me drinking.
It's time. The moment you've been waiting for is here. Will it?
Oh, this is maybe actually my favorite can. I want to do more can gags like these.
So what was up with the weird printed?
Oh, I
cover?
printed it out and didn't realize my printer had no ink.
Oh.
So just this here I still really like.
Oh yeah, it flies back out or something.
Yeah.
Or was that Batman Adventures that does that? Oh. Yeah. So how did you do that?
That was I also put the green screen behind the table and then I attached a fishing line to the thing and just lifted it out of there.
If you squint your eyes and plug your ears, it's close enough that you could probably put it with your DCAU movies and shows if you wanted to.
Oh, what was it about when I drop the case after it's broken? It like miraculously falls exactly how I need it to on the. Or I rip it like I'm glad the rip worked, and then I needed that piece of paper in the next shot, and I don't know how it managed to fall like that, but I was so happy it did.
Close enough that you could probably put it with your DCAU movies and shows if you wanted to. You know, just
I do.
as long as you're prepared for the nerd police to kick down your door at 2
Do you think Batman Gotham Adventures should be a show? I mean, you know, I think comics are a worthwhile medium on their own, and I think I think it's fine how it is.
Page. We'll have to look at that after this.
Multiverse all the more
have to double check it.
If you haven't seen this movie yourself, I highly recommend checking it out. I tried to keep important spoilers out of this video so that if you haven't seen it, you could still see it and like
Mary Batson is not an important spoiler.
Local video store that still exists. There's one in this town that I live in. I know exactly where their copy is. I used to work there. I labeled the shelf.
That's what you think.
Too much information.
Yeah, I sure do. I'm the real James. What about that?
Yeah, it was a process to unravel that character's psyche and like get him to a point where he was not you anymore.
Yeah.
Officially doing another movie
and then gone immediately. How did I get to use this music?
Oh yeah, has this not been?
No, it never. That didn't get caught. Even though the Hal Jordan vanishing point immediately. Patreon.com/DCAU.
Hey, Patreon.com/DCAU Watchtower. If you support us over there, you get stuff and things. We're actually we're working on putting a lot of behind the scenes videos and
on Patreon after.
Images and stuff like that from our storyline videos on there. I don't know that I have anything specifically like earlier than the finale videos, but I've thrown a lot of content for that into a shared folder that we've got, and James has thrown in a lot too, and I think Ted's thrown in a little bit.
And I have only gone through February of this year backwards on my phone, so there's probably even more during filming at the courtroom and stuff like that. I wanted to hear. I can't remember what I say here.
And if I pointed at you and you're not a Patreon supporter, then shame on your entire family. Just kidding. But seriously, you can find our Patreon. At the
Okay,
link
maybe
in the
I thought I
description.
said
We
something
can't thank
important.
enough those who support us over there, and if you're not a member of the Patreon family yet, I highly recommend checking
We do
out
like live stream hangouts over there. Once a month, and that's how we premiered the Batman and Harley Quinn
they got to see
video.
it 5 days
Yeah, they saw it early, and you know, we did it as like a live stream party kind of situation, and it was a lot of fun.
I like how I tease Justice League Doom here as if it's going to be the next episode, and we still haven't done that.
Yeah, we should write stuff down like as we're going through. Be like, hey, let's make these videos.
Every once in a while, I'll try to go back through.
We've got
the more videos we put out, the more that's difficult.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the very least, I think the story ones that we do should be. So what? Superman the animated series timeline.
Yeah, I guess we can keep track a little bit. Justice League Doom, will it canon? Between Tim Daly, George Newbern, who's your favorite preferred voice of Superman? Wow, I've never been asked this before. Everybody, I feel like it's just both. They're so different for different situations.
It's not. Why is it?
I do think Tim Daly has a stronger sounding voice, like a more heroic, strong voice. But I think George Newbern does a better job with the more like heavy emotional stuff he has to deal with during the Cadmus arc, or like for the Man Who Has Everything, stuff like that. I feel like Tim Daly doesn't do as good of a job as that stuff. Especially watch Brainiac Attacks. Tim Daly has to be like sad and weepy and stuff when he thinks Lois Lane has died, and it doesn't sound great. And George Newbern does a better job with that. I gotta check the Data James page on the wiki.
Justice League Doom, will it canon? Mystery of the Batwoman revisited. Right.
Data James is a copy of James Strecker, created by Matty Washburn. The first Will It Canon episode featured Prime James instead of Data James. When filming The Crisis on 2 Earth Will It Canon, James didn't know he was a program yet. That's true in both senses. I didn't know we would make him a program, and he didn't know he was a program. Yeah, that's pretty accurate so far, I think. Voiced by James. James is dead.
Hold on. What do we got? Let me see. Crisis on 2 Earths, Adventures Volume 2 timeline, Teen Titans versus the DCAU, Earth 12 is not the DC animated universe, Adventures continue, Poison Ivy clone theory. One that I know for sure that you're missing is the Batman The Adventures Continue holiday special that we did.
Right.
There is a stinger at the end that teases the Will It Canon video.
Yeah.
I feel like there might have the Splicers. The Splicers Vanishing Point. He is he's audio.
It's happening
only.
at the same time as the Teen Titans Will It Canon.
And
that's the stuff that'll be fun.
Yeah, I think that's the main stuff right now.
Next video is 20 minutes long. Do we want to watch that or take lunch break and then come back and start from there? What do you want to do? Vote in the chat. Do you want us to watch one more, or come back from lunch on How Old is Batman, or come back from lunch on Batman Adventures Volume 2 timeline / Superman the Animated Series J's reviews?
Let's go ahead and get How Old is Batman out of the way.
We're talking about it.
I think the J's reviews and the Batman Adventures both are good pickups.
Yeah. Okay. So complete history. Nope, that's legacies. History of the DCAU. There's Batman. All right. Now just assign this as Bruce Timm and sell it online for hundreds of dollars. I didn't do that.
I didn't think I'd be seeing you again so soon.
You should have.
How did you find out where I live?
Yeah, I know.
So you're talking to a cameraman.
Batman's a big part of my life. I grew up watching the iconic Batman.
This is normal story me.
Mask of the Phantasm, like a billion
Who makes videos?
I seriously rented that movie so much. I'm sure most.
This
of my
is still
parents'
kind of like
paychecks
meta
went to the
story.
video store. And while Mask
Yeah,
of the
a
Phantasm
little
still
bit. Yeah, we
holds
weren't
up and
really
is considered
deep
by many
into
to
or
be
solidifying things yet.
if not the best
Also, I like how
Batman
I am in my attic above where we're sitting, and in this video, because that's where my computer was set up at that time. And I take a note from the basement through the vents in this video. It was like I have a very small house with a very low roof.
It could always be like an annex.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking something. Yeah.
Stuff like immediately.
That's not how smoke do.
Just gone. That's not how smoke do.
It sure is not.
With the origin of the Caped Crusader presented to us on screen and a 10-year.
I missed a thing. What thing? Oh, what did we miss?
Batman.
Now, the
Wait,
same
Levi said
Batman
we
we
missed
see
a
in
thing.
this
Yeah, that's what
movie
I'm
and the animated
trying
series
to
on the
find.
Data
go on
James?
to appear in
Oh, hold
every
on.
other DC
Alias
animated
James
property
Species
that
Program,
will become part of this
Base of Operations
connected
Managed Computer.
universe.
Voiced by James,
Cinematic
James's
universe.
dad.
It's not really
Uh-huh.
cinema. I don't know.
I read all of that.
It was a thing way before this one. Just
Oh, is it
move.
maybe in the
He
categories?
appeared alongside Superman with the Justice League on the Static Shock show,
No.
and was needless to say a vital aspect of the.
Oh, there we go. It is possible that Data James acquired a lab coat. Oh, what? Never a what? Why can't I? There, Jesus. Because May didn't want to reward James. Sure.
There wasn't a ton of visual difference between his looks from the other present-day shows, and because these are cartoons, once a character model.
This is Batman's origin story.
Hey, remember when we had the little Kronos thing?
Yeah. I think I'm gonna. Well, no, I guess I won't end up putting that. Forget I said anything.
Kronos was like kind of a real important thing for a little while with us.
Yeah.
The VP, the thing, the fucking legacies.
Yeah.
When's the last time we checked in on that guy?
When's the next time? Last time we had a Legacies issue? Don't ask me. Man, we're probably not getting the Legacies issue. Oh.
Levi says, click on the button above the photo.
Oh my gosh, Levi. What do you want me to do? Future. Oh, there we go. That's good.
In the middle of all that in 2003, yes, it's canon. Shut up, shut up,
Love
And
it.
Batman Beyond begins in 2039 and ends in roughly
Yes, thank you.
2042. So with all
Just
this
wait till I send Data James to the past.
Whoa, no.
Aaron, wear the Starbucks apron. If you were my future.
This one. Right from the get-go, see, I refrain from saying right off the bat. Again, it's getting more and more difficult to think of synonyms. We can
really
turn to
is.
a quote from Paul Dini, producer and
We're
writer
still
for
just
Batman the Animated Series.
swinging that same one.
Figure it out. What the hell? From an interview conducted on the Harley's Heaven website back in the early 2000s.
GeoCities,
He
baby.
always imagines Batman to be about 35 years old. He says this for clarification in context with ages surrounding the Return of the Joker flashback sequence, which we know from like a lot of math and stuff to be anywhere between 2005 and 2007 on the DCAU timeline. This would place Batman's birth year
I wish
between
we, like,
1970
fucking
and 1972. Now, we could
bookmarked
simply
and
stop
organized
here.
all
This
these
seems like a fine
goddamn
narrowing down of his
interviews.
age. All we'd need to do is some
'Cause I
simple
don't-
addition and subtraction
Yeah.
And
make our way
I'm trying to
forward or
start,
backward
and I've tried to
figure out
start
his age
multiple
per
times
animated
before.
series. But of course,
woof.
that wasn't the
Yeah.
only time we got told by mom and dad how old Batman is. As the DC animated universe expanded, so did its
Mom
lore
and dad.
extensive history. The continuity that these cartoons embodied was growing by the episode, with appearances by the likes of Zatanna, Etrigan, Superman, the Creeper, Jack Ryder, and more. And perhaps because of this, Warner Brothers Animation felt
Did we
the
ever
need to
explain
provide
the Creeper
public with
joke?
helpful tools to keep track of their beloved
There's a vanishing
superheroes
point
and
where you, the
supervillains.
Creeper one, I
Tools like
think, where you
official
reveal
guidebooks
at the end
for
all of the
series
comments.
or the late great Batman dash.
How did you find all those comments? We gotta find all the Patreon Zeta comments.
Yeah.
One prayer. While comic savvy
I think you
writers
can
like
search
Matthew Manning
comments.
Or Scott Beatty often helmed the printed works, it's
Wait,
still unknown
go
today
back- go
who
back 10
exactly is
seconds.
responsible for most of the quote-unquote like equals heroes and supervillains. Tools like official guidebooks for most of the series, or the late great Batman-Superman.com. May it rest in peace.
One like equals one prayer.
While comics
There he is. Matthew Manning. Oh, he's gone.
it's still unknown to this day who exactly is responsible for most of the quote-unquote official biographies we've been provided with over the years. They could have been written by Paul Dini himself. They could have been written by an uninterested.
We found out where they were written.
On her lunch break.
Oh,
didn't?
Oh yeah, half
Marcelo
of them are
found
just,
out they were like. straight out
Yeah,
of
well,
DC
some of them are
encyclopedias.
copied from that, like the Batman one, but some of them are you can tell a completely different person wrote them. They're like changing tenses over and over again and
In
stuff.
our Vanishing Point episode on Batman's training in Japan, we uncovered that period.
I
of
guess
time
that's
as
canon.
about
Yo, what happened to that
1981,
shirt?
just
What did I
after
do with that
finishing
shirt?
training with Zeta
I don't know.
the magician.
That was a cool
If Bruce
shirt.
was still 18 at this time, this would put his birth year in 1963.
We just talked to Dan Reba on Jump on the Bat-Wagon about the Zatanna episode, and he basically like agreed with us that it's easy to be like, here's all the timeline stuff. Do you agree? And they're like, yeah, I guess so. But he did seem to agree that Bruce only did like 2 years of training, because when he's in with Zatara, he's like, I gotta get to Japan. I've been here for 3 months. I gotta go. Like you only have 3. You're only there for 3 months.
Are there any guests besides Ted later? Possible Brian. From Dylan Pollock.
Hey, Dylan. Probably not Brian. I was going to ask him to be part of this, but there's way too many spoilers in these videos. And then he's also... He's not allowed to watch the Poison Ivy video or Batman and Harley Quinn without me there to fast forward through the parts that are spoilers. He's already seen the Poison Ivy one, but we are having Jay's reviews at some point, possibly. Once we watch some of his videos.
1962 and 1967, which again is not the same. But speaking of Batman being somewhere in his
Aussie Dragoon, you say the Dylan Pollock as if there's only one.
Yeah. There's so many.
Man states that Batman is not 43 yet by the time
Yo,
of that show.
posted 2005. That's canon. Put it on the timeline.
Yeah. Like you saying that, but you're the one doing that.
JLU than he was during it. But Tim saying this is in context with his infamous Peanuts time quote that we've brought up in past timeline videos, the basics of which implies the DCAU does not follow a strict real-world timeline, and that Batman is always in his early.
That's the first thing that always comes to mind when I'm editing. It's like, oh, I got to show something to do with time.
That's not how time works.
And then I just, okay,
that's
I'll
not how
show
time
Chronos.
works. That's not how smoke do.
Yeah.
But never a specific date attached to any.
That's not how time
We actually see this play out for the first time in Batman.
That's not how smoke do.
Several mentions of his age at the time of his parents' death. Most of the time, it's 8 years old. That's what it is in that biography again. But it's also mentioned in the episodes.
My ears are long.
But he's also mentioned to be 7 at that time in Batman Adventures Volume 2.
Your hair cute AF, Maddie. James, your ears long AF. Hey, thanks.
And even 10 in the Batman the Animated Series guidebook. I have that somewhere. It's not within reach. Since our
It's within reach, sort of. It's up there now.
tells us that
And also a second copy that Maddie gave me because they didn't know that I already had it.
we're going to go with 8 years old as the definitive age here, which helps us because, take it away, voiceover version of me. We know the Grey Ghost
What are you looking
television
at?
show that Bruce loved so
I
much
gotta
as a child
send
was out
someone
of
a message
circulation
real
for
quick.
Oh, I
2
see
years
that.
of 1992. We know it's 1992 because they wrote the year on a magazine cover that appears in the episode. Never put a date on the show's my ass, Bruce Timm. Since it's stated Bruce Wayne watched the show with his dad, and we see him doing so in this flashback, that means this particular moment would have to occur before the Wayne's death. Duh. And the show seemingly wasn't canceled until after their demise. I mean, if it had been canceled before they died, why would Bruce not have already known about the cancellation? You'd think if he was a little kid and his favorite TV show got
You
canceled,
hope
he'd
when Miss
know
Martian
about it.
turns
I mean,
into Tim
I
Drake, the
certainly
Return of the
did.
Joker
I mean,
flashback
Bruce
has
would
already
be 8
happened.
at the oldest here.
No, it'd be so
in
sad.
this
It can't
mess
be.
of numbers, what do we have so far? Well, according to Paul Dini's rough age guesstimate and Return of the Joker math, Batman was born between 1970 and 1972, according to the TNA
Someone in the chat,
bio and math from his world.
your phone just vibrated.
Born in 1963.
I love the shirt that James is wearing. Oh, the cat. Yeah, the cat dressed as Batman. It's a good shirt.
No, the I'm Hush LOL.
Yeah,
Buy merch.
right now.
Buy merch.
Go to
Buy
teespring.com/stores/DCA
merch.
Watchtower. Yeah.
This gives us as
Give us money everywhere you can. Hey, look,
Patreon.com/DCAU Watchtower.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Kinda sucks because that's 11 years he could be possibly born during. How are we supposed to know the real answer? Well, while it is annoying that the people that make this stuff can't seem to agree with each other on how old the dude is,
Or anything else.
off Turn to Batman Beyond to help us out. If you've seen our Batman Beyond timeline video, you know there's quite the internal debate about when the show occurs.
Yeah,
Bruce
a
Timm
little
wants
bit.
it to be a perpetual 50 years in the future, no matter what time it is right now. Dwayne McDuffie wants characters to age properly between their 40 years later and 50 years
Cool.
later portrayals.
Cool.
Episodes, movies, comics, even the backs of freaking action figures debate how long from now this show is actually supposed to happen. And yet, with a few simple lines from the Zeta Project, Static
Hey.
we're left with the basically unquestionable 40 answer. And that's 40 years from the new Batman adventures, placing us in the year 2039.
That's when my son graduates high school. I'm actually a little stoked about that.
He got an early start. He's in there already. It's just gonna take him some time.
Yeah.
Evidence from other official Batman Beyond sources. In Bruce's Kids WB bio, he's stated to be in his 70s, which is backed up by his information from the Batman Beyond files.
See, I guess I'm using Return of the Joker soundtrack in this video still.
And the director
God, there was so much research that went into this one too. Jesus Christ. It's always weird looking at these ones where I'm like, I did a lot of research on that, and then it's just like,
why
I'm
not
not
hosting
on
it? Yeah, you're technically in this video, right about
No,
now.
I'm in the video for sure.
Yeah.
Like,
the gap smaller for the man's birth year, right? I mean, we can't just keep going in circles.
There we go.
yo,
Eat
that's a
that
banging theme
ringtone.
song. Messenger video. Wait, hold on. Was there a date? Was there a date on the phone? Pause it. There was
This is the
11:26.
time. Yeah.
No date on the phone. Okay,
At
but
least
it went
we
from
know.
11:25 to 11:26.
Maddie's call takes place in the span of 1 minute.
Hey, bud. Thanks for adding a couch to the basement. It's a lot
I'm pretty sure
Brand
this is a
new.
video that you sent me. That
Yeah.
I just played it on my phone.
maybe not really, because I don't know what's real anymore. Hey, but I couldn't help but hear through the floorboards that it sounds like you're working on a timeline video up there.
What? Without you?
I've got some ideas for that. Like, I don't know what's real anymore stuff.
Yeah.
The Batsuit video a couple weeks ago got a crap ton of views.
That could be part. That could
Batsuit
be.
video was.
It could be linked with your hair color change. I don't know what's real anymore.
Speaking of numbers, though,
What were you saying? No, sorry.
Well, now that you mentioned
Oh no, I was just saying I pitched ideas to you about the I don't know what's real anymore stuff.
Yeah.
The
I remember.
the like fictionalizing things,
Mhm.
and I think that helps us like.
fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah. See, you're in the basement supposedly.
God, that was. I missed that apartment.
This is just me standing on the floor below.
Was this where we
shoving a
canonized
piece
the
of paper.
renovations?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I said
The
you added a couch.
There's a couch. Yeah.
Kiss my ass.
Oh my god.
On the wiki, the only articles under the characters category are the Synthoids and Levi Church.
Write on this piece of paper. All right, here's the deal. Realistically,
Well,
best any of us
you can always add more
Yeah.
pages to the characters category.
the majority of the evidence we've got.
Don't know how you do these timeline things. I'm always just headcanoning. Sorry, heart canoning and not thinking about it.
That's probably a healthier way to live.
Yeah. But this has made me a couple monies and gotten me a nice collection of DCAU stuff.
Yeah. Networking too.
It's very funny to me that Mattie, James, and Ted Prime all lack pages on the wiki.
Ted Prime barely has done anything in the story technically, but
Yeah.
does exist.
I mean, he's referenced in the Batwoman video.
This would give us the birth year option.
Oh yeah, I had to like break all this down for you because you're like, I'm not getting it. I don't understand, Mattie. Make it make sense.
Yeah,
to
I know. Well, that was part. Yeah, it was part of the. I'm terrible. I'm so terrible with math that anytime we do a timeline video, I'd be like, "Can I understand what Maddie's saying?" No. Okay, we need to up the kindergartner level just a little bit. And now I get it. Okay, this is a good video. We still do that to each other stuff all the time, but.
Oh shit! Coral in the chat.
Coral in the chat.
Y'all know Coral. They edited a couple. What? Which videos?
Several now. Yeah.
I mean,
All
but
sorts.
at least in the storyline, I know Poison Ivy.
Poison Ivy one is almost entirely Coral. Yeah.
The Justice Society video.
Ted's almost every movie review we've done for the last couple of years.
The Jack Kirby video.
Yes.
But what about Paul Dini's quote
couple
on Bruce being
B-tacks.
35 and the Return of the Joker flashback? Well, since everything else pretty much cancels out that idea, and it seems to be in line with Bruce Timm's similarly phrased Batman is always in his 30s idea, we gotta throw it off the balcony. You know, like the Condiment King when he slipped on his own ketchup.
Last month.
Yeah.
If we know Bruce's birth year,
The Ben 10,
Last
yes.
time I
Ben
saw
10,
you.
Ben 10's a story video.
What? What about what?
I mean,
Coral edited.
Oh yes. Sorry, I thought you were doing something in the video.
you just want to know if you're older than him, huh? Admit it.
I was thinking the Joker Bruce Wayne Iceberg Lounge scene, and be like,
We are taller than Batman,
yeah.
aren't we? Up until it changes in Justice League.
Last time I saw you, you tried to shoot ketchup at me. Oh, that was so long ago. It was last month.
1971, Thomas and Martha Wayne are shot in Crime Alley when Bruce.
Hey, SR Striker, what up?
When Bruce is between ages 8
You missed some videos.
Yeah, you missed the entire season one, and then the first two Willett Cannons and How Old is Batman? Kind of like season 1.5. The simmer.
Carl says very proud of Ivy. I was very proud of Ivy as well.
Ivy's
You
a
did good
fucking
job.
great video. I just wish that like we had found a way to put story
Yeah,
more
but-
in
now
between,
that we
but
know. Now that we know, it's the way to
but
go.
it's still a pretty fucking good video.
It is.
I was really excited about that one because all the Evil Dead stuff finally
Yeah,
starting to pay
it
off.
finally happened. Yeah. Lots of stuff with that video was finally happening. 2039 is the same amount of years from 2022 as 2022 is from 2005, which makes me feel really old.
But really, the most important thing was that the Evil Dead stuff was starting to pay off.
Yeah.
Who cares about like the fact it was the second to last video? Second to last video before Zeta Month.
penultimate.
Spoilers are up, baby.
Yeah, the penultimate story video. I just really loved Ivy. I thought it was the penultimate story video.
Mathy.
Yeah. Well, there's a video where you say, like, let me handle the simple math. It's part of my name. I think that's coming up.
This being the first time I'm publicly Coral, it's been very affirming. Love and appreciate both of you.
Hey,
love you too.
I say again.
Wait. The Bruce Timm joke.
Can he? And what time of year it is? This is 2 to 5 years off from a guest
I also
Bruce
love
Timm
you.
made in his Modern Masters volume, but the guy can't know everything. Can he?
You know, for people who
Think Batman ages in any capacity?
I'm sorry, but they just haven't been paying attention.
That's from a Batman and Harley Quinn interview.
To people who think Batman and Harley Quinn Willett Cannon is where the story started.
Has too much story.
Biography. I was worried about that one. Late 2042, we're at the episode Out of the Past.
Tim's forehead is huge in Sins of the Father. I guess it kind of is.
And finally, in epilogue, we're mathematically in the year 2054.
Not 2068, Bruce Timm.
This places Bruce Wayne between 90 and 93 years old.
Bruce Timm would probably also say that 2068's not correct either.
Yeah, he would.
That means our
Chrono.
hypnosis is working. You will support us on Patreon.
Hey, patreon.com/DCAU Watchtower. These videos do not make themselves, and we get very small pennies from YouTube.com. I'm talking about, I just did the counting last night, and I made like $70 last month. So, you know, Patreon helps.
Are you satisfied with our
Especially since we're making stuff that takes 4 years and requires a shit ton of fucking costumes and props.
Yeah, and money.
Jesus.
I'm laughing genuinely. Be sure to follow us on social media at DCAU Watchtower.
Do that too. I post funny tweets.
Well, thank you, Brandish. Very proud, very happy with how it turned out. Batman and Harley Quinn is a beauty.
Oh, thank you. Since Batman Cape Crusaders is being shopped around to different streaming services, would you guys want it on Netflix, Hulu, Apple Plus, or Amazon? I would want it on one. That doesn't mean I have to pay more money.
Yeah, I would like it on HBO Max and Cartoon Network.
I'm down. I would prefer it on Netflix to Hulu,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
because my Hulu is an ads plan. I don't have Apple Plus or Amazon.
Hulu's like a Disney-owned thing, so
Fuck Jeff Bezos.
Yeah. No,
I say even though we were just talking about getting like an Amazon partner link.
Yeah, that and we get lots of stuff. But I was just thinking that last night I was putting one of these videos on to test it, and one of them said you said like pause now to go watch Return of the Joker. It's streaming on Amazon or something, and I'm like, oh.
Coral says $70. That bodes well for me.
Yeah,
yeah, I know. It
always happens.
It's fucking pennies.
Yeah.
It's ugh.
Yeah, especially right now when it takes a long time to get another video out. But Zeta Month, it's like
We're-
two
we're
videos
we're-
a week, baby.
We're hoping Zeta Month that I'll get $100.
yeah, then we'll get $75.
James will get
well,
200.
More videos equals more
Yeah.
everybody. Yeah.
Give them some medium-sized pennies.
Amazon partner kink. All right. Well, I think this is a good time.
That's
to go
what we
get
call
lunch.
endo.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
And by that, I meant we are ending this portion, I think, and about to go on a lunch break. Are we leaving the stream running?
I think I am. Yeah, I was just about to find an image I forgot I wanted to put in the lunch break area. Oh, do they really not have it on World's Finest?
It's a meme, isn't it? I'd like you can just grab it.
Where is Blight? Where is
from
Blight?
like
Oh my god.
You can just Google it.
I know, but I feel like it's on here. I thought.
You can just Google it.
All right,
James, you can just Google
All
it.
right, Blight sandwich. Is that gonna help? It's like, yeah, it is. It's gonna work. Okay. You guys can't see anything that I'm doing. Now you can. I'm saving this image.
Okay, I'll read some of these while you're doing that.
Yeah.
I love when Batman steals villains from Green Arrow because it usually is the other way around. SR Striker says, because I recall that they were in comics from the Scarecrow and Joker's Tiny Toon Adventures. Yes, yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
How do you put a link in chat? Great question. I think you might have to have a wrench. Danny says, oh no. Wowie says, oh no. Oh, because I said Indo.
Yeah. Oh no.
Juan Pedro, I guess you know about the Golden Glider. Amy says, no. Oh, Maddie, don't bring Indo into this. OMG.
It's Endo, this
Just
portion
gonna-
of the stream. All
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Yeah. I'm gonna, as soon as I hit that screen over there, I'm just gonna drag the image in. So
I don't even know what we're getting for lunch, but I hope it's good.
yeah, we gotta figure that out right now. So we're gonna hopefully just be gone for about an hour. We're gonna get lunch, and then we will come back. So we'll see y'all in a little bit. So bye.
And then that's when I said to him, I don't like them putting chemicals in the water, them turning the frogs gay.
Hey. Oh, welcome back. Whoopsie. Hey, lunchtime's over. Get back to work, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your work is dropping comments in the little box so that we know you're still here. It says there are 29 of you. I just made the first post on Twitter about Zeta Month. So if you want to go and like and share and subscribe and comment and patreon.com/DCAU Watchtower, that would be appreciated. We gotta get folks into the fact Zeta Month's happening. And so I need y'all out there in the trenches, liking, commenting, retweeting. Get in there. Get dirty. There's 29 of you. At least 7 of you have a Twitter.
Yeah.
Come on. Where's the 7 comments?
What's the average?
I don't know what like the average population breakdown is, if I'm being honest. But I don't know. 7 seems like a pretty.
It sure does. It does seem pretty.
Okay, if I'm being honest, I like gay frogs. Have you seen the ones from Blue's Clues?
Oh, Mr. Salt and Mrs. Pepper, yeah, of course.
No, the gay frogs.
I don't actually know the gay frogs from Blue's Clues.
They did like a Pride episode for Blue's Clues, and there's frogs waving Pride flags.
That's good.
Yeah,
it's what Alex Jones warned us about.
Yeah, it's a pretty great moment.
The next one up is actually the Jay's Reviews Superman the Animated Series review, which I think I'm just in the end of or something. So we're only going to watch that part, but I don't know if you had Jay's comments from this or wanted to do that.
We're still in the off limits time.
Yeah.
Yeah. See. Yeah. Where are comments from one Mr. J? I think I have them here. So the stage was set. No. Jay says, so the stage was set from this point forward. I mapped out that it was going to be like this. James didn't like how my retrospective was going. Almost the embodiment of angry commenters, which is funny considering the.
Just talking about that for us.
We were just talking about that, yeah. So I think that's a thing that we all kind of tapped into a little bit, like just completely independently of each other. Almost the embodiment of angry commenters, and was going to take matters into his own hands. This being the note it was left on for this video. I really liked how the scene came out. A simple panning shot, I guess, but the delivery, the lighting, and the use of Suspense 2001 from Ace Attorney made for a great combo. Fun fact, each of the end credit scenes uses a different suspense theme from the Ace Attorney series. This one using the first, and the final scene using one of them was from Dual Destinies.
Yeah, I remember him sending me. He's like, "You must use this music. Use this track, please." Yeah, it's at this point. I think this is the first time I appeared on Jay's Reviews, and I'm talking to Mattie on the phone in this too. At this point, just like Data James, where we didn't know it was going to be a different version of me, we didn't split off. This is the same James and Mattie from like all the basement stuff going on that we've already watched today at this point. And then later we retconned it to be different versions of us because Jay like was blasting through his story way faster than we were.
We wanted to have the Batman and Harley Quinn video out like pretty quickly after the Sub-Zero video, if I remember correctly. And like
they were all pretty back to back, but then it's just like we just
stuff just kept pushing us for one reason or another. And Jay just went bam, 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 bam. And we just had to be like, okay, shit. Like we built in a timeline split, which you'll notice at one point specifically. It's not in this video yet because this is still the same Earth. But that's interesting though because that does mean that there's like unfinished business between Prime, James, and Jay, which we've just never resolved. I think.
Yeah, or will we? Who knows? I think I'm just at the end here.
Unedited video in the description. That's wild. He didn't edit it at all.
Oh yeah,
it's all just raw footage. Oh, that'd be funny. No, that sucks that he kept getting fucking blasted by copyright.
It just hits you hard sometimes. It's like me using Spider-Man Cartoon Maker music in BTAC videos.
God, I'm really excited to get Sissy through Superman the Animated Series. I want her to see the New God shit. She's gonna flip her shit. I just got her to read Mr. Miracle, and she's fucking loving it.
It is a really good one.
It's so good. How long does it end?
That's what I'm trying to see now. Whoops. We talking about Superman? Am I right?
Boo 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 doo 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 boo doo boo boo blue doo 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 doo.
Here I am.
Oh yeah, I always loved this shot.
That's Jessica's head's shadow, because we couldn't light it any other better way. That Batman wall thing is also in all the dated James Willett canons.
So is
the Batmobile. Yeah, I was putting those things there as kind of a reference, I think, to that. But
for a good time call.
Yeah.
Which I guess it has by now. Yeah. Wasn't that like an airplane reference or something?
It kind of, yeah, which is not the first or not the last airplane reference in the story.
So I'm putting
Airplane, released 1980 whatever.
Prime James versus J ?
Mm-hmm.
On the list.
Okay, next is the Volume 2 timeline.
Between the two of you, who would you say is Vengeance and who is the Knight?
Well, I'm Batman.
Well, let's be honest. I'm the more saucy one, so I'm the Knight because the Knight is saucy. Tonight is Right for Love with Meredith Baxter Burney. Do you know that song? No. Does anyone in the chat know that song? Wait.
No one does.
Yo, hey, speaking of, hey,
Cannon Batman and Harley Quinn is on here.
That's true. But also patreon.com/DCAU Watchtower. It takes a lot for us to make these videos. God, like when we were crunching these things out, there was like constant stress around it. And now that we're spacing it out and not like stressing ourselves and like making ourselves anxious balls of messes. And I'm saying that now as if James isn't like currently being like, I got to push Zeta Month to November.
Yeah, no, it's almost over. I can see the light.
Yeah, but like even with us giving ourselves time, like because of that, the algorithm fucking hates us now.
Yeah. And
it's made for some scant paychecks lately. So patreon.com/DCAU Watchtower. If you dig the story stuff and want to see us keep doing it in the future, we're going to do it either way, but your help can make it a lot better.
Yeah, better for our brains and psyches and also better looking and being.
Synthoid's updated.
Oh, yeah, we got to check that. I'll hit play on this. Hell yeah. Oh, whoops. What? Oh, no, it's there. Okay. Wasn't it in here? Nope. I don't know what the links are.
The link is right there.
Oh.
In the
pew pew lasers. The Synthoids can own pew pew lasers. They use them to pew pew the crap out of Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah, that's pretty apt. Wait, what did I want to be punched in the face
told you
over?
to say that, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure that's something you told me to say, but what was I?
I don't remember.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Time Daddy! God, I wish we made merch a lot faster than we do, because fucking Time Daddy would have been a killer one at the time. We need to make like merch like as we're making the video.
Mm-hmm.
That's something like that should be part of the process in the future. Wait, hold on. They can't hear the video.
Oh.
We gotta rewind the whole thing.
I guess we sure do. Hang on.
We got, oh God, a whole 2 minutes.
There we go. My bad. Wait, so we couldn't hear the Superman video at all either.
Wait.
No one said anything during that, but that's okay.
Oh, no.
Oh, am I crazy or is there no audio for the J video?
Oh,
Whoopsie.
shit.
God damn it. I'm sorry.
You know,
I say something about I've got a plan as I take the sunglasses
second
off.
volume of the Batman
Yeah.
Adventures is the best comic run of the
There
DC.
wasn't a lot there,
We're all
really.
about the facts here at the
Yo.
Watchtower Database, and that
This is the Batman
one of
Adventures
them.
Volume 2 one?
Yeah.
Factually, it's based in
I love this fucking comic,
on
so I
in
might shut
between
up and watch this
seasons of
video.
the Justice League cartoon. We know this comic was intended to take place around the same time. Batman's also in the same costume he wore during that show. But as we know from this video that we put out a few months ago, that doesn't really mean anything at all. Like, ever. Please just punch me right in the face. So for those of you who, like myself, wanna know
Okay, that's what the
exactly
punch me in the
when
face
each
was about.
DCAU entry takes place on the timeline of these
We keep
properties,
referencing the
let's grab
fucking
Dr.
Batsuit
Watati's time
video. We
remote,
should have
slow
thrown it
down
in.
time for a sec and focus on just when Batman Adventures Volume 2 actually happens. The series was helmed by Ty
I remember
Thompson,
when we
an
put that
8-year
video out,
veteran of the
that was the
DCAU
longest
comics,
video
with
we'd done
over
at the
4
time at
tie-in
18
stories
minutes.
already under his
And
belt. Accompanying him
This
was the
one?
great
No,
Dan
the
Slott, who would
Batsuit
later
one.
go on to
And I
become
showed
one
it
of the
to a
most
friend
memorable writers of Marvel's
that I thought would enjoy it, and it was just all, there was so much information that I could tell they were just like glazing over, like, I don't know, I don't get it. And then it was over, I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry that's so long. It's 18 whole minutes. Like, I was apologizing for how long the video was. I guess that even that is a lot to ask someone to watch.
Of other stuff going on. Stories revolved around big set pieces like the destruction of Arkham Asylum by the League of Assassins, the Penguin becoming the mayor of Gotham, Nightwing setting himself up in Bloodhaven, Black Mask, the False Face Society, the return of the Phantasm.
I'm so glad I found like all that lost stuff about.
That's a good video.
Yeah.
And the origins of both the
Some of that stuff was like already cataloged on World's Finest or DCAU Resource, but then I just randomly stumbled on other shit.
Will likely never see the light of day. The comic was canceled prematurely after only 17 issues, even though 40 were on the to-do list, to make way for the Batman Strikes comic companion to the Batman animated series.
Never read that.
I've heard that one's really fucking good. I've read like a couple pages that I've seen on Twitter, and they were great.
But it never happened. There were plans to turn Eel O'Brien into the
Chris Jones worked a lot on that.
Yeah.
Unlimited off-screen
And
fame. There was even a planned issue where, in the words of Ty Templeton himself, Joker and Tim face each other down in the ruins of Arkham, and Tim escapes unhurt, and Joker doesn't die, just to hammer the idea home that Batman Beyond isn't the only future for these characters. Batman Adventures Volume 2 could have become one of the greatest epics in DCAU history, and it's just a shame that...
Somebody say possible future?
I said isn't the only future.
Yeah, but
Un momento. I'm eating a sandwich. Matty got a phone call, so we'll be right back. Oh, hello.
Hey, everyone.
We're back with Dinosaur Story.
Wait, I don't hear me in my headphones.
Why not?
I've got no snare in my headphones.
Does this mean you bet your
Dre,
ass
turn
it
the
does.
beat up
But
a little
this was
bit.
supposed to be a timeline video.
Too bad, buddy. I've already got the can.
It's come to my attention that we've run into some weird continuity issues during our coverage of this comic. So what better way to address those issues than with a Willet cannon?
Why don't I hear it?
Do you hear it now?
No.
Why?
Is there like a... Is that... Hey! User error!
Hey!
Now, first off, the Batman Beyond.
Sorry, y'all. Sissy had a laundry emergency.
Yeah, but like
I'll rewind it back to Data James entering the scene.
Did somebody say possible
This is the
future?
first time I'm in a computer in our heads.
Yeah, okay, so what happened was after the last one, James realized
Does this mean
that, like,
your ass it does.
it could be funny if this was him in a computer because I was talking to him from off screen.
Yeah.
And, like, I don't think we had, like, any specific plans for that necessarily, but he was just like, that would be a thing. And I was like, okay, I guess.
And well, it was like, you're making me do all this stuff. I think we were writing it as just me. It was sort of meta where you're just like making me do stuff through the video. But then if we like fit it into an actual reason for that, Matty made a clone of me.
Yeah.
To make videos.
But so this is where we like first solidified that concept. And I think part of the idea was based off of the that Black Mirror episode. Fuck, I don't remember. It was like a Star Trek kind of
person. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a Star Trek kind of riff where they had like cloned someone inside a computer, and we decided put a James in there, and taking from that episode, it kind of gave us like the genesis of their,
that never really happened.
I guess, at odds nature, right? Because if I am putting, life into this computer, then it would make sense that they would have some sort of animosity for being
once I
stuck
finally,
there.
once I finally start to figure it out or whatever. Because right now I'm completely going off the program of I'm James and I'm doing the show without realizing I'm in it.
Link in the description. Shameless plug time now over.
And this segment is also now over.
Wait, no.
Okay, now that we got that out of the way, even though the Batman Adventures team did introduce us to Eel O'Brien, we didn't ever get to actually see him make the transformation into Plastic Man. However, we do know he became Plastic Man by the time of the Justice League Unlimited episode, The Greatest Story Never
I sent a
Told.
funny picture to you guys on Twitter. Plastic Man is down there. I sent a funny picture to you guys on Twitter in the general chat of the Discord server, by the way.
The Justice League finale Starcross, which we've established in our Justice League timeline video to take place in 2002. The Greatest Story Never Told also happened before Ken
Thank you.
which revolved around Lex Luthor's presidential
I love
campaign,
Sonic the
something
Hedgehog.
we hyper-analyzed in our very first timeline video and discovered takes place in 2003. More specifically, the episode happens before Task Force X, which was on Memorial Day.
Didn't have to drop the kids at school. Memorial Day.
Didn't have to drop the kids off in the pool.
Eel O'Brien's pre-Plastic Man appearances have to be at least before May of 2003.
What if Plastic Man's a different Plastic Man? Huh? Barry Allen is Plastic Man.
Batman faces down Deadshot. We're told that the last time these
Look.
two met, Batman needed a whole team of superheroes to beat him, which is an obvious reference.
The reason Elongated Man didn't show up to save us from Dr. Manhattan was because after Eric Carrasco sent us his footage, we realized Plastic Man was already down there.
Yeah, we don't need to stress that.
We actually used this issue to help pin down
We
the
drop.
episode. So if you think we're kind of talking in circles, it's because we are. You see, despite having a 2.5-year gap to work with between December 2000 and May 2003, Batman Adventures Volume 2 has tons of clues that very much stick it into place. For instance, in issue number 11,
I really like this idea, though. I think that, like,
while the plans were to turn Eel O'Brien
another part of like why we did the computer thing is I really wanted to timeline. Well, I really wanted to timeline this, and James was like, "But we haven't done a Will It Canon," and we were just like,
The start of us realizing that we have to do them in a certain order now.
Yeah.
Why would you timeline a thing if it's not canon? Why would you talk about the canon if it's not this thing?
Prepare for some math. A couple issues later, number 13 tells us that Commissioner Gordon was ordered by Mayor Penguin.
I mean, I'll timeline things.
Is that
even
Nelson
if they're
Arroyo?
canon.
The very first issue of the series. Let's put a pin in that for now, because we'll be coming
Damn, right through Gordon's face. Fucking killed that man.
The crossover from December 31st
Yo.
to January 1st. Now with
Called
11
James the
issues,
Jazz
we
Man.
know that 13 also has to be in June, because June is the 6th month of the year.
His
6
name
months
is Jimmy
ago,
the Jazz Man.
December. Are you following along? With number 1 in December, number 13 is 6 months later in June. If number 13 were any further forward in time, the New Year's Eve moment simply wouldn't have worked. So now we know issues number 1
How does
through 10
Batman
occur in
hurt
December,
/
and number
move
11
Darkseid
to
in the
13
finale?
at
Is this a
least
riddle?
occur in June. But what years? Right now, it could be either December
Red, white, and black all over.
or
A
December 2001
newspaper.
to June 2002. Well, let's hop back on board the real world logic train real quick and take note that
Yo,
in
I
issue
love
number
that
3,
train.
Harley Quinn admits she didn't vote in the latest presidential election and doesn't know who won.
I don't know. Vote Democrat.
Okay, but seriously though, please vote in 2020 because no matter what your opinions are, we really need a government that reflects who we are as a population.
Damn. Get those politics out of my fucking DCAU, bitches. Hey, Ted's in the chat.
Hi, Ted.
Ted Nye, the Kendrick guy. Ted Nye, the Kendrick guy.
Dead.
I just realized that I do not have these
So it's
thumbnails
safe
on the
to
bubble.
assume that Hill had been in
But
office for 2 4-year
is
terms,
pre-2020.
equaling out to 8
Mhm.
years. Knowing Penguin took over as mayor in December, we can also safely say that Hill would have begun his mayoral duties in the same month. Now, in our Mask of the Phantasm timeline video, we discussed the
Oh, damn.
arrangement of that movie
There's that
with
one.
the episode On Leather Wings, coming to the conclusion that the episode took place in July of 1993. And since Hill was already mayor by that time, this means the absolute latest he can be originally elected is December 1992. Add 8 years to that, and bada bing, bada boom, we are in December of 2000. So now we've locked down the
Darkseid in the DCAU isn't as like untouchable as modern Darkseid interpretations. Batman drop kicking him is gonna hurt him. So there's your guys.
A missing year between the end of the Gotham Adventures comic and the beginning of this volume of Batman Adventures. Okay, well, maybe it's not that odd. I mean, we're pretty good at kind of throwing a wrench into creator intentions. To prove my point, we're told in Gotham Adventures number 32 that the Scarecrow's latest plot occurs the day after Halloween, and the very first page of the issue actually shows us a newspaper dated October 31st, 2000. So really, there's only a couple months in between the two runs, but that's a comic to analyze later.
Did somebody say contradictions?
Yo.
What?
Anal lies, analyze, anal lies.
Oh my god.
A year after Gotham Adventures, it just doesn't mesh with the math. Back in 2003, while the comic was still running, Ty Templeton stated this: "The reason we stirred the pot and created that missing year is specifically so we can tell all these stories." And he hinted that much would be revealed that happened during that missing year. Luckily, from a continuity standpoint, not much was done with that missing year before the book came to a screeching halt. As a matter of fact, we only got 3 bits of information about what occurred during that time gap. Bruce started dating Julie Madison 6 months ago in June of 2000, which means any adventure
Yo,
where
I need
Bruce
more
was
Julie Madison.
romantically tangled to other women would be capped off by that point. The new Batman
I just need more of this exact run, and it's never gonna fucking
a
happen.
year prior to his election, which becomes sort of problematic considering this places us in December 1999, and his campaign
Somehow not the most
during the new Batman Adventures or
marketable
really anywhere
comic,
else.
but
However,
probably the
Penguin
best
did
of
go through quite the character
the DCAU stuff.
overhaul
Yeah.
between his appearances in
You know, Paul Dini doesn't make me sad too often.
But when he does, it's real sad.
You ever seen Heart of Ice?
That counts, yeah. Helena Wayne being in Batman Beyond. Huntress was going to be in Batman Beyond at one point, but did not. Watch our Birds of Prey video.
Nightwing left Gotham for Bloodhaven some point during that time, which we see in a flashback in issue number 12. At the end of that flashback story, we see that Bruce gifted Dick the giant dinosaur that was always
What do you
present in the
think
Batcave.
about President Penguin?
I like him personally.
Hey, that's a giant
That scene
dinosaur.
from Starcross happens almost 2 years later. Now, the dinosaur we see in this mini story in the comic is clearly supposed to be the same one.
I think you did the dinosaur vanishing point after this.
Yeah.
Talked about already in this video.
And then
Things were
forgot
often
that we
set
brought
up
up
by
like half of this
Time
stuff
Man
already. Because you're like, oh, we've already used that quote. Oh, we've already used that quote.
Yeah.
Given Nightwing the original dinosaur, because we know at least 2 others exist in the DCAU. This one that Superman fights in a little piece of home, and this one that Batman and Batgirl
Levi and the Duos too.
In fact, Dan Slott
Both
himself
want me to
addressed this
finish Batman Adventures Volume 2 myself.
Ty told me that
If only,
You know most of what was going to happen.
if only we had like a
dinosaur.
web comic or
And then I
something.
said the
An
biggest
artist
piece
who
of
could draw
nonsense
it.
to come out of my mouth in years. No, I told him, that's the one where they fought a robot
Our
dinosaur,
webcomic that
not
is
the
tackling a lot of
robot
that stuff.
dinosaur. So maybe now in this continuity, Batman gives Nightwing the original dinosaur. Then he and Batgirl fight a different dinosaur, and Batman decides to keep that one because he misses having a dinosaur.
Are you done yet?
Actually, since you brought
If you
up
always wonder where the dinosaur came from, watch the dinosaur vanishing
for
point,
that.
and
We
you'll
can
know
talk about
the answer.
Scarecrow's timeline in another video. I'm taking this one back over.
No, please.
It's so dark when you.
So we narrowed down issues 1 through 13, but there's still 4 issues left. Looking at Batman Adventures Volume 2 parallel to the Justice League cartoon, we now have the first 13 issues occurring during the 8-month gap or so in between The Enemy Below and Paradise Lost.
I was in my room, alone.
For 8 months.
With
Ooh,
Injustice for
what are you
All
doing,
floating around
Susan?
somewhere in the middle of it all, though likely after the Joker's appearance in issue number 3 when he finally snaps out of his shock.
Oh, hey, there's the Joker.
Moving forward from here, we know
Nice.
that issues 14 and 15 still occurred during that summer. Since there's no mention of time passing, we can't be sure if we're still in June or slightly later on, but number 15 has a heavy focus on instances of heat.
Did somebody say feet? Like feet of
Doing this.
Wiki feet.
Somebody
Wiki
say
feet.
feet, because I got 2 of them. Data James is barefoot. So.
Despite being published months after his appearance in the Justice League episode Secret Society, it has to occur before that, because that episode is firmly locked between Halloween and Christmas of 2001. Really, this isn't a huge contradiction, because we've seen characters die and come back.
I was born in the darkness.
I think this is the point where, like,
Section 94D, paragraph 12 of the supervillain
James
code
started to, like, or Data James, I guess, started to be, like,
crack a little bit.
yeah, like, because putting him in the context of a timeline video as well means he's got to deal with, like, all my timeline notes. And the way he would get that is through, like, fucking programming, you know? He wouldn't just read them. So there's, like, elements of me now in the mix.
So since that movie takes place in 2003, we know that the latest he can turn into Swamp Thing is 2001, keeping us in the same year. The cops are also now seen wearing rather heavy jackets.
Oh shit, is that actually Jay?
Likely around fall time. And
What?
finally, we
In
reach
the
the end
chat.
of the comic series with issue number 17.
Or is it just another one of those?
In our video about the theory that the Joker
One of
killed
the-
Oh, it says I miss when these videos had no story,
Yeah.
so I hope that that's...
the alleged murder of the Waynes.
It would be
who was
funny if it
haunted
was
by
him.
the fact that he left
Let's
young
see.
Bruce alive. The
Oh shit,
Waynes
it is
murder
him.
was GCPD detective
He's got a wrench. It's him.
Nice.
We're still dealing with bots every now and then.
He's only been on the force for 20
You got
years.
out of your thing early, Jay. Supposed to be busy for another hour.
Unless maybe he just popped into the bathroom to say hey.
That means they were killed 2 years before the flashbacks from Mask of the Phantasm. Which
Yeah, You'll see Data
isn't
James
the
is
case.
barefoot
The issue also states that
soon
Bruce was
enough.
7 years old at the time of the Crime Alley killing, while all other reputable DCAU sources.
It's so funny that, like, almost all of these scans in these videos are like the old fucking, like, torrent scans that I have downloaded from 2013 when we all have access to DC Universe Infinite now. It's just this is all in our...
Well, these ones are also like the biggest I could make the page to take like a screenshot would be like this, and I'll have to figure out how to like combine them or something.
Isn't 100% it. Also, what the hell is up with Killer Croc? He's colored like a gorilla or something. Is
Kill a gorilla.
So, now that we know the timeline, will this series canon? I said, will it canon?
I don't have any physical copies of the issues. How am I supposed to
figure it out?
Okay.
There's a cut right there because I could not grab this paper off the ground. It's just like one of those like, come on, come on. Speaking of like perfect paper in Will It Canon, the same thing happened here where I needed to shove all 16 of 17 pieces of paper into the can while leaving 17 out. And somehow miraculously here, as I'm pushing them in, the 17th one just popped out like that. And I'm like, oh, perfect. Thank you.
Jay says, yeah, I'm just sitting in the car right now. I'm just tuning in for a second. Sorry if that loser's still after you. He's still trying to get a response out of me on Twitter. Yeah.
We just have to check now every time.
Yeah, no, we blocked his Twitter the other day.
Roughly 94% of Batman Adventures Volume 2 takes place from the DCAU
job,
December
Rob.
2000.
Good job, Robin.
Who jobbing
Ex
us?
Machina. Subscribe. Thank you.
At the end there. Now, I know we teased a Poison Ivy timeline video a while ago in the Batman and Harley Quinn video series, but we wanted to make sure that we solidified the timeline for this comic
Batman and
book
Harley Quinn
first,
video
as
series.
it'll help us more easily explain that whole mess later. So be on the lookout for that.
Yeah,
Be on the lookout for
coming
it.
soon.
The timeline webpage up and running, so you can follow along with our progress as we slowly but surely unravel.
Hey, that was like half of the Superman the Animated Series timeline right there if you wanted to screenshot that.
Oh, and we have merch now.
Yeah, merch! Teespring.com.
But no,
stores.
fucking, it's funny that we've mentioned the Poison Ivy one here. I don't know if we had the idea yet or not,
No, I
but
don't
like
think so.
when we wanted to kill Data James, we wanted to rip off Poison Ivy's death out of Batman Adventures Volume 2.
We exist upon the whim of murderers. We wanted to kill
Hey,
Data James.
hey.
Check this shit out.
It was always the fucking plan, baby.
This is where we start getting into a lot of. It was always the fucking plan, baby. Which one do I reach for?
And then fucking Justice League versus the Fatal Five happened.
Yeah. We didn't know.
We had no fucking clue. Oh my god, the trailer reaction for that, like,
yeah, it was good. It was good. What is next after that?
I think it is Justice League versus the Fatal, unless it's a J.
No, yeah, it is the Will It Cannon.
Yo.
Yeah, let's see. What is the next J video?
Harvey No in the Discord says, I would have simply soloed the Synthoids, TBH.
Obviously, you can take them. Jay, we have about an hour and a half before your Justice League review, but we will not be watching the entire Justice League review, but we're just going to probably skip to the story parts just because they're very long videos, especially the Justice League Season 2 analysis, 5 hours long. We're not going to do that. But that's, they're pretty back-to-back at that point if you wanted to get in here at that point. But yeah, we'll let you in if you'd like. But yeah, up next is the Justice League versus the Fatal Five. Will It Cannon.
That's a whole fucking thing. Jesus Christ, we turned the stupidest shit into lore.
Will it cannon?
That's
That is the question.
It is. That's true. But like that's one that we can't even talk about until until after Zeta Month.
Yeah.
And welcome back to another episode of this show.
Just know that it's intentional that I keep saying verse at a certain point.
Yeah.
Animated universe. It's called Will It Cannon. God damn it! I tried so hard to say it right. Today we're going to be discussing a topic that's been heavily debated in the DC animated fan community for a long time. That's right. We're talking about the 2003 Cartoon Network series.
That
Teen
kitchen.
Titans. Back in July of 2000.
Like my couch and my living room are just right off camera. It was the smallest apartment. Actually, it wasn't as small as the one you and Sissy were in, so not quite, but close.
But I spent forever taking notes on Teen Titans and its companion comics. I studied the show every
Yep,
waking
will it
moment.
blend?
And it
That
was
is the question.
sleeping moment. Wait, have I even slept?
I don't care, and neither does the audience.
Skipping some things. What things were we skipping?
So you've got to cover it.
But
the Patreon supporters even voted on it.
Fine. Let me see if I can find anything about whether or not this new movie is canon. Well, that was easy.
Oh shit, Slime Mike's here. What's up, dude?
But first Tim just said it was canon.
That's not good enough, apparently.
Tim, the man who co-created Batman the Animated Series, the man who composed the visual
This was the
style
start of breaking that fucking argument down.
the man who creatively guided the DC Comics world of characters for a generation and beyond, says the movie is part of his...
Oh yeah, we're definitely referencing non-story videos inside the story.
They also were made for the channel inside the story. You see? Do you see?
is the newest direct-to-video feature film from Warner Brothers Animation.
Teen Titans gonna have to
by
wait.
Sam Liu, written by Eric Carrasco, Alan Burnett, and Jim
Every time
Green,
that we have to
executive
postpone a
produced
Will
by
It Cannon
Bruce
to be
Timm.
something else first, then when we finally get around to making the one we were going to, it ends up being way better than it was gonna be originally.
Yeah, that's true.
We just like the real DCAU, we're taking all of the things that get in our way and making a better product.
A standalone film or something else entirely. Once temporary poster
What's up, Razatari? There we go. Hello, first stream I've caught in a while. Glad to be back. Oh shit, what's up, Cheesier?
Hey.
actual footage, it became clearer and clearer that this would be a return to the DC animated universe, or at the very
God, remember when this movie came out? That was so cool.
Sure was.
God, we need another one.
I know.
Like,
it's been too long. Come on.
How many days of not sleeping would it take to watch the whole Watchtower Database channel? Too fucking long. We got like hour-long videos.
Yeah. You figure that out, Bob. That's a Bob kind of thing to figure out.
I'm just going to say that everything is part of the story. Well, You might be onto something there.
Superman Brainiac Attacks reused character and prop models from Superman the Animated Series.
I would have preferred that Fatal 5 would be something different. Justice League versus the Fantastic
Six.
Four.
The Sinister Six.
Yo, we got... I can't say it.
Razatari. I don't know.
Into the DCAU.
Nice. It's good.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you dig it. Fucking, we love that shit.
It does happen often.
If you want any other cartoon suggestions, watch Bee and Puppy Cat on Netflix, streaming now. I found out the other day that Aaron from Game Grumps is one of the voice actors in it.
Oh, cool.
I just he hit one line and I was like, wait, who is that?
Another new project in the same art style with Bruce Timm and Alan Burnett attached, with a returning
Razateer.
voice cast,
Okay.
and with returning music
Razateer.
composers, was
I get it.
part of the same continuity.
No, the clothes are crying.
Razatari.
This is what it sounds like when the clothes cry.
Razatari.
But even though I love most of those other movies, that's not the world we live in.
So strapping.
I would also love for some more God and Monsters. That rules.
That's another volume 2 level. Well, almost. Like, hey, we know what was gonna happen, sort of. But we don't get to see it.
Jesus Christ! But those fucking model sheets exist somewhere.
Content of various kinds that could add or take away from today's discussion. But the fact of the matter is, the movie is fresh. It's happening. It's now. And as the premier or only YouTube channel dedicated to this universe, we have to talk about it. So
Yeah,
we'll use whatever
that's
we
true.
can to do so. And to be honest, canonicity is such a hot button topic these days that the creative team has already provided us
Oh,
with a
X-Men Evolution
truckload of
is
information to go
beautiful.
off of.
X-Men Evolution was designed mainly by Stephen Gordon. Oh shit!
Eric Carrasco.
I forgot about that. But yeah,
Worked on
mainly
right?
designed by Stephen Gordon, who did a lot of the design work for Sub-Zero.
That's right.
The Batman movie, not the Mortal Kombat guy. Wait, hold on. We had a date. We had a date on the on that tweet.
February
February
6th,
6th,
2019.
2019.
That's when this one's happening, I guess, because at 5:38 p.m. Which you, Matty Washburn, have already replied to in universe.
Yeah, well, you know.
You replied real quick.
Yeah. Fucking hell. I should have downloaded more of these thumbnails while we were on break.
Oh.
But I did not. So I'm just fucking winging it. We said it's what now? February
6th.
February 6th, 2019.
Uh-huh.
Okay, cool.
Oh, it happened when I... No, I don't know. It keeps making that error sound for some reason. Mortal Kombat Sub-Zero candidate this year. Yeah, of course. I think I saw that long-eared fellow in my closet the other night, says Coral. It was me. It was always me.
All right, you're good.
Whoa! You're good.
I'm a goofy little motherfucker.
Well then.
I'm a goofy little motherfucker.
Justice League Gods and Monsters Will It Canon. We actually did a video on how it's connected to the DCAU.
DCAU canon from the mouth of Bruce Timm himself regarding inconsistency in character portrayal. Wonder Woman voice actress Susan.
Yeah, because that tweet is portrayed as.
God, I'm gonna have to break it into like multiple fucking lines once we hit the multiverse.
Wonder Woman is by far my favorite
Yeah.
iteration, and that she could not be prouder or more grateful to be voicing this.
Oh, this
Wonder
is your
Woman
list.
again
I see.
on her
Yeah.
channel. She went on to clarify.
It's her.
It's her.
Justice
League.
In a WonderCon interview, Mary Ellen Thomas, vice president.
I loved going through all the fucking interview footage and shit, all the press footage.
Yeah, that's
like
always really fun.
it's nice to get to be fucking excited about these things.
And also, I just really like just sitting there waiting for someone to say like, "Ah, I can use that." Yes.
Yeah, right.
Equally pleased with their return to these characters.
And Warner Brothers' official press release for the film echoed that
JL
the Trinity
reunion
voice
win.
actors were
I like how the
reprising
data buds are
Justice League
timelining themselves.
Of course.
If y'all are catching like more timeline clues, like
pretty much understandable to take all of these particular quotes.
fucking go ham making a
All
making
these
a more
articles
in-depth
are being
one.
referenced, but
Yeah.
voicing versions of Wonder Woman, Superman, and Batman, respectively. Sometimes in the same movie together.
So any movie that
sometimes
we
in their
cover
own
on Will It
solo
Canon
outings.
also
As mentioned
exists
before, Tim
exactly the
Daly
same
reprised
inside
his
the
seminal
story
role
universe,
as
I
Superman
suppose.
in
Yes.
Attacks, which is decidedly not canon. In the weeks leading up to the film's debut, director Sam Liu and his team were noticeably hesitant to give an answer to any continuity or
Will Red Hood always be an enigma in the DCAU? He showed up.
Enigma?
He showed up in Batman: The Adventures Continue. It's like there's continuity errors, but it's by Paul Dini and Alan Burnett, so it's like as close as you'll get to more BTAS.
The subject is understandable. You don't want to tell a Star Wars fan, for instance, that the newest piece of the franchise is canon to the larger universe unless you are absolutely sure that was the intention. Because for whatever reason, canonicity means a lot to us folks on the geek nerd gamut.
Yeah.
Star Wars in particular
Why?
has a long history of decanonizing and recanonizing characters and stories, making it extremely difficult for fans to know what's what, or in the case of the most dedicated fans, to maintain their attachment to the franchise. Therefore, Sam Liu writes that the internet can discuss and make its own conclusions. And that's just what we're here to do. We, the internet people. However, when the film premiered
We,
at
the
WonderCon,
internet.
followed by the official digital release the next day, things
Yes,
changed.
Red Hood is
Those
kind of
associated
canon.
with the
Yeah.
project became much less reluctant
Videos.
Oh
a
yeah,
bit
no,
quiet.
we're doing that on purpose because I don't want you to be the competing our voices in the video. But when we're just sitting here watching the video, it is a little quiet.
like the name of the show or the live action
movie.
George Newbern, Superman, responded to
Data
whether he
James
believed
saw
the film
Justice League live
would be
action.
with
And has never seen the Snyder
No,
Cut.
he never. Oh man, Data James didn't get to see this.
Wait, hold on. There was nope. There's tweets from April. There's tweets from April. We're past February.
Oh yeah. Whoopsie. Maybe I just got the notification of that February tweet, or you sent it to me. How about that? You sent me that tweet.
and it is in his style.
Yeah, that might work.
So yeah, so far the latest is what, which is the.
George Newbern, Superman.
I think there was a May
responded to
one
whether
just
he believed
now.
The film to be in the DCAU with.
I do.
And even Sam Liu referred to Fatal 5.
Oh no, at the start I say it's been out for 2 weeks. Fatal 5.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. So that's all that matters.
This is Fatal 5.
As a JL continuity movie. There are many factors even for Bruce, Liu stated.
Has Data
shortly
James seen
afterward on Twitter.
Endgame?
What it comes down to is
I don't
when
think
Bruce
so.
is attached and it is in his style,
March
he makes the big picture
29th.
calls. It isn't for me to say officially whether a
There's 2
movie
weeks,
is or
March
isn't in his
29th.
continuity. Watching interviews with Bruce Timm, you can tell the guy is fed
Or maybe
up
that's what
with
his face
the
always
canon
looks
in
like.
question. He gets it wherever he goes, and he just wants to tell a freaking Batman story every once in a while. Whenever Bruce is forced to answer a question of this nature about any of his DCAU style projects,
Going
it's
over
more
the
or
same
less
stuff
always the
that
same kind of answer.
Will It
To
Canon,
him,
Batman,
it
Harley
is,
Quinn.
or he considers it to
You had
be.
to bring
Case
up
in
every
point,
argument.
A WonderCon interviewer managed to snag.
If you ask me, I would say yes, it is. I consider it to be in continuity.
So here's the thing. Even though Sam Liu, Fatal 5's director, pointed
April
to Bruce
12th,
Timm
2019.
as the final word on canonicity, to play Etrigan's advocate again, there have been times when even
There we
Bruce
go.
himself has admitted to not being bulletproof in this arena. After the release of Batman and Harley Quinn in 2017, Bruce Timm told comicbook.com that I'm not actually in
It's
control of
always
what's
been
in
about
continuity
Batman
and
and
what
Harley
isn't,
Quinn.
because there's been several
Every single time.
Everything.
style movies that I didn't have anything to do with. So technically they're canon, even though I didn't have anything to do with them. Referring to, it seems, the likes of Batman and Mr. Freeze Sub-Zero.
Two people
and
watched
Batman
something
and
they
Mr.
made because
Batwoman,
yes,
neither of which had
absolutely.
Tim
Yeah.
on the creative team, other than, well, a
Just
special
celebration
thanks on
of
Batwoman.
good
And
times.
of course,
Come on.
utilizing his character
Pwah!
designs from the DCAU cartoons. There are a couple different interpretations of this.
I still love that the little dream guys are back there.
Yeah,
question the
they moved a
canonicity of
little bit.
Sub-Zero and Batwoman,
If you
which,
missed
to my
it
knowledge,
earlier,
have never or rarely been questioned
the
as
little
part of
pencil
DCAU,
puppets in the
as
cup
they
behind
debut during the
James
universe's
are
original
me
television
and
run.
Phil Lamar. Well, not Phil Lamar, but fucking Green
John Stewart.
John Stewart's head on a child's body that we used in the static timeline video.
I can't wait to
They were in your mind. You had a dream about this. You had to put them in the program.
Batman and Harley Quinn, but that future is probably always 50 years from now. But on the other hand, while Bruce is saying he isn't in control of what's in continuity,
It's the backbone of the database.
that
That's,
WB and DC are the ones in control. See previous Warner Brothers tweet. He immediately states that the movies he wasn't involved in are canon. This affirms that Tim's statement can be taken in a positive manner rather than a negative.
You know, we didn't
He's
really
saying more
work on that
stuff
one.
Is canon than the
What?
ones that he works on. Not that what he makes personally is questionably canon. It's an inclusive statement, not an exclusive.
The fact that he just he's like, but those are canon.
Yeah.
And there's DCAU content that Bruce did
But
work on.
does
that
he
personally
decide?
considers canon. So it
Who
all
does?
works out in the end.
Who does
This all goes
decide?
back to
Who
something
does?
I've stated in previous episodes of this show.
I like
A
that
lot
Teen
of
Titans
this
is just
comes
hanging out in
down
the
to
fucking
creator intent.
On the table,
Although
yeah.
Justice League vs. the Fatal Five started off as a non-JLU style project, it quickly became one.
Oh,
And
no,
from
you're
the
right, it
moment
is
this
back
fact
there.
started circulating through the interwebs.
Where's
we
Batman and
got,
Harley Quinn?
At
Still on
best,
the floor?
wishy-washy
I guess,
guesses,
yeah.
and eventually confirming does. Contrast that with Brainiac Attacks, for instance, which was described by writer Dwayne Capizzi as not intended to be in continuity with the Timverse from the get-go. And it's clear from countless formal interviews, sit-downs, panels, tweets, and the like that Justice League vs. the
You
Fatal
know,
Five is
it
intended
might just be me,
to be a part of the same
but I
universe
feel like these
as
get
our
better as we
beloved
go.
Justice League and Justice
Yeah, a
League.
little bit. I'd say so.
But there's one more thing I want to talk about before we move
If you
on.
want
The
any of these
word
pretzel things, you
adjacent.
can.
Y'all remember
I
that
probably
Robin
should've
the Joker
pretzels a
killed
week.
adjacent Todd? Please
And then
clap.
we made the
Adjacent,
shirt.
adjective.
Shirts,
Next to
teespring.com.
Buy adjacent Todd shirts at teespring.com. Yo, hurry, get a shirt pickup.
When asked online in August 2017 if the movie Batman and Harley Quinn was set in the DCAU, writer Jim Krieg responded, "Let's call it DCAU adjacent." This one phrase has led to countless
It
disagreements.
was
between
everywhere.
fans. Some believing the statement to mean the movie isn't part of the DCAU and is something
I do
very
not know
separate.
Phantom of the
Others
Paradise,
believing it
no.
to mean the movie stands right alongside the DCAU, just as its other movies like Mask of the Phantasm or Return of the Joker. It's a vague sentence for sure, but fortunately, Jim also said some fun
Snoogans cheesier.
Kevin and Bruce's Batman from Batman the Animated Series.
Yeah.
Batman is still Batman in this, than the Batman we know from BTAS.
Maybe that's why they thought we kept making Batman
Because
and
we've
Harley Quinn
shown that
videos,
before.
because we kept making Batman and Harley Quinn videos.
After all,
Jim
meaning
Krieg.
the word adjacent can be more applied to
It just, everything fucking just revolved around
about
it.
how he recommends not showing it to your kids because it's more adult than the original show. I know, Batman and Harley Quinn is a completely different movie. But I bring it up because that word gets passed around so much that I felt like it needed clarification. Especially since Bruce Timm himself used the same word when referring to Fatal Five, saying,
really complicated series of events. We kind of backed into it becoming.
Coral says, is the Omni Tower design still up? I think so.
Yeah.
I still need to buy one of those, but I've spent more money this paycheck than I should have.
adjacent to Static Shock is
Adjacent to the Zeta Project.
And now, with all that being said, and an enormous portion of this video dedicated to breaking down the basics,
How about the damn movie itself? The damn movie itself. I remember after we finished this video that you were like, "Oh, I love those title cards. It's like an MTV show or
Yes,
something."
no,
Yeah.
like they're fucking great. It really reminds me of like the God, what kind of like time period of MTV was it? Like 2004
Where the
ish.
hell is Nightwing?
But then I used them on our Marvel references video, part 2, I think. And they didn't fit as well. Like, it didn't work to just do that every video. But they're in the, like, Will It Canon
the 31st century, aka
format
at least
now.
the year 3001. And in this film,
Except
we
for the
come to
most
find
recent
it
one that
also
was
reaches
very
the
off
31st
format.
century.
Yo, where the hell is Nightwing?
I don't know, man.
If this is roughly the
Dan
same
Rebo was
time
about to
period
tell
as
us
their
before the
JLU appearance,
Manhattan
where is
feed took
Supergirl?
over.
She's not in the opening scene. She's not in Starboy's mind flashback.
I will say, Where is Nightwing wasn't lore. No, we just we made that a thing. But yeah, don't expect Nightwing to show up. So James was telling y'all earlier about that guy that we used to have constant communication with. That didn't like. God, just was a bad dude. It wasn't a very kind guy.
Not a kind nerd, you might say.
Yeah.
At the end of the film and ask about his cousin, Eric went on to
The Mr. part I won't debate, but the kind nerd part, yeah, you're right. But
in fact, in the DCAU
called Phil Lamar racist.
yeah, racist against white people. That's how Phil Lamar became one of my first 5 Twitter follows. Was like a fucking chain conversation with that guy. But what I was saying is he would constantly be like messaging James, like asking for answers to questions that like just don't matter. And then one of them one day was just like, "Where was Nightwing during this episode?
Yeah,
where was he?"
It was the last straw type of like we were just laughing so hard at like who cares like an episode that Nightwing isn't in. Where is he?
Like why that
Somewhere
specific
else.
episode?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Or
I don't know.
Would the movie really have been better for it? We just didn't have room for her. Eric Carrasco. And along these same lines, shouldn't Superman, and by extension the Justice League, know who the Fatal Five are? It's likely they weren't allowed to know. Obviously, Jon Stewart and Green Arrow know, but they weren't even allowed to bring their Legion rings back to present day. So it's likely they weren't allowed to talk about anything they saw either, should it butterfly effectify the time stream.
We had already interviewed Eric Carrasco by the time I made this video.
Which begs the question,
and then we didn't put that interview out for about a year after.
but we still sourced it in this anyway.
And like 3 other videos, I think.
Kryptonite, magic, and skeletons. And same goes for why the Legion didn't come back in time to stop Starboy from dying. They couldn't disrupt past events.
He did get banned as soon as he joined.
Starboy always sacrificed himself to
The
save
person we were talking about, they joined and we immediately banned them.
Oh yeah.
Visit to the funeral was even okay. Time travel be great.
Yeah, that did happen.
This movie is understandably confusing. A good portion of Justice League was devoted to shoving in our face.
You can keep it running, but I'm running to the restroom again.
The rat room.
Yes, the rat
get all the rats.
Gotta get the rat.
The singular being known as the Imperium, who leads an army of white squishy aliens, to be clear. So then, how is there another Martian? We're never
Okay, well, Maddie's gone. Everybody, shit yourself. Shit your pants. That way, when they get back, it'll be really funny that you all shit your pants.
Now, we're likely to do an entire video on Miss Martian, so I won't get too deep into the discussion, but there are a couple of possibilities. Miss Martian, historically, in the comics,
Let's
the Supergirl
not
show,
talk
and
about
Young
how
Justice
this is all
White Martian. White Martians are, in most DC
known now.
fiction,
We know the answer now.
waged a centuries-long war with their
Watch
green
our Miss Martian
counterparts,
origin
leading
video
to
if
the
you haven't
eventual
seen it. It's
extreme
very good,
downsizing,
and
or in
it
some cases
tells you the answer.
extinction of the Green Martians, which resulted in Jon Jones having a very similar origin story to his DCAU self. McGann was a white Martian who absconded from her malevolent race to masquerade as a green.
Don't ask
so
why. Just shit your
being exposed
pants.
as her true self
It's so easy.
However, attempting to apply
I'm doing it
the
right
same
now.
history to the character in the DCAU.
That is the most illogical.
SR Striker, for someone who's commenting all the time, do you watch our videos ever? You're always asking questions that we've answered already. The Miss Martian video. Well, go watch it. It tells you the answer.
They also exist. It wouldn't be the first time that the DCAU gave us stand-ins for characters and then turned around and gave us the real.
How about you start with the pants shitting right now? I told everyone, okay, well, Maddie's gone. Everyone just shit your pants. It'll be really funny when they get back and everyone shit their pants. I don't know if, yeah, okay, Cheesier did it. Sweet.
And also survived without John Noah. It's happened before. Superman thought he was the last Kryptonian.
Well, then what did I even go to the bathroom for?
I
could have just sat here.
Albeit from a neighboring planet in Kara Inze, Supergirl. This kind
Oh,
of
we'll check the wiki as we go, I guess.
Who's
It
in
even
Kara
happened in
Inze?
Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
That's what Maddie tells me.
Danny Buckle has been making
Never actually
100
watched
edits
all of
to.
that
Oh,
show
jeez.
before.
For shame.
Wait,
Or
what?
she
What?
could even
What was the
be
Dragon Ball Z
one of
bit?
the- And Dragon Balls found another survivor of Krypton's explosion, albeit from a neighboring planet, in Kara Inze, Supergirl. This kind of thing happens in pop culture all the time. It even happened in Dragon Ball Z, or at least that's what Maddie tells me. I have never actually watched all of that show before.
Have you done it yet?
Shame.
No.
Shit. Yo, I really want that Dragon Ball Super poster.
Yeah.
Allowing that unknown
It's so
race to
fucking
continue
cool.
to act as a
Yo,
stand-in for
Zeta?
white Martians in the DC animated universe.
What?
We just don't know.
Oh, just the shifting shape.
But it does
Yeah.
take a lot of critical thinking to satisfy your own imagination in her case. And the fact the entire
We're in the DCAU
fandom
multiverse now.
Yeah, we've heart cannoned ourselves to the DCAU multiverse, so you know.
Anything is possible.
And again,
Fucking who's gonna
Heart cannon.
tell tell us that Kurt's appearance in our shit isn't canon.
We get to decide what's canon.
Is Bruce Timm gonna be like, no, I needed him?
Yeah. He doesn't follow his character arc very well. He's gonna be so much better in that episode now when Brian and I get to In Blackest Night.
It's like a different fucking music every time. It's so great. It's so great.
I really like editing those to the music too. Yeah.
Was the Metro Tower. However, in this movie, members of the League refer to the Metro Tower as the Watchtower.
It's fucking ridiculous that like when this shit comes out, we have to also like nitpick.
Yeah, I know.
We have like
oh, I love this thing. Okay, so
like we have to be the ones to be like, and this is wrong, and this is wrong, and this is wrong, and this is wrong, and I didn't see anyone mention this on the internet, but this is wrong.
Yeah. Slash, we're also gleaning onto everyone. Okay, this is a thing that people are arguing a lot about. We're going to talk about that.
God, we just fucking like.
It does happen.
We court controversy in this specific fucking fandom.
Yeah.
Hashtag keep epilogue a secret. Like seriously.
Thank you for testing my trackpad.
You're welcome.
So is it the Metro Tower or the Watchtower?
Draw more.
Is it both? Is it neither?
Did you just say is it the Metro Tower or the Water Tower?
Watchtower. The Watchtower, as you tweeted twice now.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny.
I noticed it like after I fucking posted on the Facebook, and then I was just like, oh shit, and like went back and edited everywhere else, and then just got to fucking the Twitter and was just like, all the true care, truth brings. Remember when the guy from Eve 6 was trying out to be the lead singer of Smash Mouth? Like, the guy from Smash Mouth had like that fucking breakdown, and they were trying to replace him. So the Eve 6, yeah. But yeah, that's just my way to bring up that Eve 6 follows me on Twitter.
Phil Mar and Eve 6,
right?
Yeah, I remember.
We should bring Eve 6 on the pod.
Like a dozen times.
Yeah.
It happens. Why can Mono use only one Bernie hand in this movie? Not canon.
Keep your politics out of my DCAU. We just like really early told people fuck you on that,
yeah,
which was hilarious given our kind friend.
Yeah, I know.
A spacesuit, not canon. Yeah, he did always need one in the shows. I mean, except that one time when he burst out of the Watchtower to stop the.
No, James hasn't watched Dragon Ball at all.
Data James continuing to my theme of acting as commenters. Avatar for commenters.
Eyeball is headed to destroy the sun. Seems like an emergency to me, bro. Superman can't make it to the sun that fast. Not canon. In Justice League's Eclipsed, it took the combined.
Hey, get your not canon merch at teespring.com.
Like we fucking had to make this one up. Like we just fucking like noticed it somehow.
From doing a very similar bad sun thing.
How did we? Do you remember how we like came across that?
What?
The fucking sun thing. Like that wasn't just off the top of the dome.
Oh, just that he shouldn't be able to get there that fast.
Yeah.
Or whatever. I think I remembered Eclipse is what the deal was. Yeah.
The writers wrote it that way. It's not the first time a
but then we pushed it into like here's what you might be arguing.
Is back on Thanagar? I thought she was banished, not canon. It's heavily implied that there's some sort of Rand Thanagar war going on that we've
check out our Rand Thanagar war video on the Watchtower Database.
Succeeded in destroying Thanagar's fleet, but that doesn't mean
don't do that.
Oh, because you're not in it.
No, I mean just stay here.
Oh yeah, do it later.
Do that later.
Instead of Shiera, which, while that might not have any good in-universe explanation, I'm sure was written that way for
I would live in
who would have no idea who the hell Shiera is.
Hicksburg, Oregon, because it's about 2 hours from here.
In the DC, where would you live? In the but the when?
The what?
When?
Oh wait,
where and when?
Now. I don't know. I don't know what it's like now. I only know what it's like in the 2040s.
Jean was off eating Oreos in Nebraska. I'd be like, sounds good. And frankly, I'm surprised we even get explanations for GL and Hawk.
I'm trying to think. Where would I live?
Plenty of episodes of
I want to live wherever I could hang out with Soul Power and Sparky.
It doesn't matter where they were.
currently.
No, I want to live in Little Romeo's house while Little Romeo is living in his house. That is the where and when.
Imagine if that's how every episode started. Okay, so Flash is stopping a volcano, Huntress is in the bathroom.
P. Diddy coming downstairs. Hey, man, what the hell are you doing?
Bernie Rass walks in.
Yeah.
It's my main man!
Quinn is a villain again?
Yeah, the green one.
By the end of Batman and Harley
Let me see the
Quinn,
holes.
Not canon. In the sequel comic, Amanda Waller
The music
expects that
stops.
Harley Quinn
I like that we even like fucking reference Batman and Harley Quinn as a reason this wouldn't be canon.
Yeah.
6 months later, that much we know. And she's
Because
able to
anyone
villain
thinks
this
it's
again
canon.
By the Return of the Joker flashback. There's blood and cuss words. This isn't my JLU. Not canon. There was blood in Phantasm. There was blood in Return of the Joker. And they're not restricted to broadcast TV regulations anymore. They can do whatever they want. Well, except make an alien say the F word. Fart nuggets. Since when can Saturn Girl make force fields? Since when can Miss Martian stop a train? Since when... Shh. Since the writers wrote it that way. What happened to Arkham Asylum? It looks different. Oh my god, it's not canon.
The asylum had been moved to a newer high-security building.
Green Lantern Corps, Green Lantern Corps. On this subject, I'm trying to keep my thoughts brief. Like that'll work. When Superman the Animated Series
During Fatal 5, Wally was in a Flashpoint universe.
In a world where Wally...
There were guest stars from time to time.
Something that I know that I can't source because I was told not to is that apparently the Flashpoint movie that we have that started off the DeCamu was originally conceived to be DCAU.
They were gonna like flashpoint the DCAU into a new timeline.
Yes.
Which would be the DeCamu.
So that's a thing. But apparently it didn't get too far. The only reason I know that is because Jay Oliva was tweeting about it being a DCAU movie, and I was confused about it, and then someone else who worked on it hit me up, but I'm not sourcing anyone. Because I was told not to.
His character, and as we came to know more about the Green Lantern Corps through JL and JL.
It's weird that we just get to know stuff like this.
I hope we do get to talk about that, because we were talking about how we want to do that Crisis on Two Earths video again.
We were previously
I'd like to
believe that Hal Jordan's
bring that up or something.
Episode, the Once and Future Thing, was
I think they were almost DCAU.
Who was your favorite celebrity cameo from Static Shock? I feel like Hoop Squad takes the cake as a basketball fan. Well, after I learned what I learned about Karl Malone yesterday.
Now it's Shaquille O'Neal. Now it's Lil Romeo.
Well, Lil Romeo and Yao Ming for me. Yao Ming was a big one for me as a kid. When I was more into basketball, so that's cool to see him in there. AJ McClain was a good one.
I liked seeing Batman personally.
Oh shit, Miss Martian's here. Hey, Emmy.
Out there that we have no clue about, or after John, or who knows? But we know they did exist at some point.
I can't wait to spam Ben 10 Ultimate Alien Omnivore Force spoilers when we get to the Ben 10 video.
Kyle's costume is also pretty much a non-issue. Characters change costumes.
I missed nearly all of this, didn't I? No, actually, we've still got hours of content to go.
We can easily assume he switched it to this 90s comic book looking.
If Kevin is gay, does that make Bruce also a part of the LGBT?
Same with the look
on a metal level.
Yeah, lesbian, gay, Batman, and transsexual, or transgender. What? I said it the wrong way. And why did I do that?
I don't know. You know what you meant.
I do know what I meant, but that's not the way that any of us like it said.
Then again, referring to Bruce Timm's old quote about a character not really being dead unless we see them cremated, although this is pretty
Don't watch Dude, Where's My Car? Never watch Dude, Where's My Car?
I'm glad the Flashpoint film wasn't DCAU. I don't hate the DeCamu, but it's a weird choice.
It would have been a weird choice.
It would have been a really weird choice. I don't even know if it would have gone to Camu then.
Yeah, just new DCAU or whatever.
Same species like Barir
Barir Watt.
Barir Watt.
who may have taken over for Arcus after he indeed died. I mean, we don't see Gallia
I did really like doing
Did we
that
use
Green
the-
Lantern.
For reals, he's dead
Not
too.
in this one. I think it's in the Green Lantern
Oh, and Kilowog? You
history
say him
video.
being based off the
Which I was
Green
just going to
Lantern
say, I really
series
liked
model
making
is a
that one
big
too, and
issue?
saying
Is it a
all
big
the
issue
different
that the
planets and
Joker
stuff.
changed designs multiple times? Is it a big issue that Swamp Thing looks different than he did in his cameo?
Yes!
Good job,
It's an
Robin.
artistic
Good
choice,
job,
just like cheekbones,
one known dingle, one dog,
Hell yeah.
one dog. Yeah, thank you.
To me, the Decamu is aggressively mediocre. I like a lot of it, but you know, some of it doesn't really work as well as others.
But James, you might say, these are all just things you're making up. There aren't actual explanations. Kilowog
This piece of
alone
music
uses
playing
me as
in
a
this
canon.
section, every once in a while I'll be needing something similar to this, and I'll scroll through the stock music that we have, and I'll be like, no, but I can't use this. I used it in the end of the Fatal Five Bullet Canon. It's got to stay like that music. Like, it has to be used for that purpose.
Stuff I'm making up
I'd be
fills in
hearing
the blanks to the
other
best of my
channels use
ability.
fucking
But the
stock
thing
footage,
is, we're
not
given
footage, but
matter-of-fact
music that we use, and it'd
Yeah.
just be like, damn, I remember this from the fucking thing.
Remember the Dwayne McDuffie music? Here it
And
is
so
again.
discrepancies found within it have to have creative explanations to explain them as decently as possible. I am by no means the
In
final
middle
word
school,
with
you
Bird
watched
on this
Batman
stuff,
Bad
but I can
Blood?
at least
What?
assure you that nothing in this movie
What?
is impossible to fit in
Why?
the greater universe. I keep coming back to
God,
this, and
that
I'll
makes
come
me
back
feel
to it
old.
until I die.
Well,
When
yeah,
Black
but-
Attacks was created, it wasn't meant to be part of the DCAU. There were no restrictions. They could do basically whatever they wanted with continuity. They were making their own new stories set in its own new canon. Fatal 5, however, is supposed to be a continuation.
I do like how these build off of each other. Like starting with Brainiac Attacks was a good idea.
Good job, Robin. The duos too. You weren't subscribed, duos too. Thank you.
And there's a lot of guesswork that goes into this kind of thing, yes. But that's kind of the beauty of new canon material. The more I think about it, the more I like that we have new information about this universe. And to be honest, it's a lot more fun
You
to see
said
something
before saying let it
questionable and
rest.
think,
It's
Yeah.
not its day.
Hey, this isn't me. This is not the same me. He's come to his own conclusions now.
is becoming a four-letter word these days. Oh, you know what I mean. Like I said earlier, it's clear that Bruce Timm is exhausted on the subject. No one else wants to answer the question unless they have a definitive answer for it.
Shit,
and as
what's the
Eric
next one? I
Carrasco
should
put
get
it,
a-
I'm really glad
some
Bruce cleared it
thummies
up because
ready.
I'd love for people to feel free to enjoy it or hate it without the
Splicer,
distraction of
vanishing
the canon
point.
question.
Oh,
and that's
shit.
what it really
We're getting
comes
into the
down
meat
to.
now.
The Watchtower Database, we do our best to approach these subjects with as little personal investment as possible, except that damn yellow bat suit. I, for one, love this movie, but my positive or negative feelings
Bob the
on it do
random
not
guy.
affect its effect
Oh,
on the
Bob, I
movie
thought you were
and
saying
the
you were
universe.
10
The story is what's
when
important.
Bad Blood
The
came out,
characters, the events,
and I was
the
gonna be
emotions,
like,
the investment you
why
as
is
a
your name
viewer
not Bob the
experience
random
because
little
of a good
boy?
story.
That's
Whether or
that
not
can't be
something
right.
is canon
You
is
can't. You have
not
to change it
nearly as
now.
important. Before the movie even came out, that's all everyone cared about. Is it canon to the DCAU? Well, the answer is a resounding.
I think I was 19 when Red Hood came out.
But even if
but
it wasn't,
I'll let you
it's
have
still
that.
a hell of a good movie. And Bruce Timm, if you're watching, we appreciate
God,
leaving things up to the
I
fans.
want Bruce Timm to see at least
I know.
one thing of ours.
Yeah. He probably has at some point. I don't know.
Please, in the future, just make a DCAU thing and say that that's what it is. We'll gladly accept that, because not only will that make everyone more excited for
Kevin's
its
story
release,
is the only
not
one that
only
I've
will that
read
keep
from
people from
from
actually
that
going
actually.
west in the world, but it will make me
It's
stop
very
having
good.
these terrible nosebleeds. Can someone call a doctor, please?
That's you.
That is
and me.
More Fatal 5 videos coming soon, baby.
These people.
Wasn't there a post credit?
Maybe. I feel like there is something.
Oh no, you wake back up in the Teen Titans one, and
oh yeah,
everything's like sketchy. The after blip is there.
Yeah. All right, that's that. Well, Splicer's Vanishing Point is up next. These are where they all start happening at the same time.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Do you have that thumbnail?
Yeah, I've got it on there.
Okay.
Splicers.
Where is it?
Yo, don't look at this. There's
Can't
Lost
see it.
Vanishing Point
They
episodes in
can't see
here.
it.
Oh, they can't see it. Never mind.
Good intro gag about splicing. Splice.
Nice clothes, nice outfit that you have to stay in
Maybe
for
the real
6 more videos.
splicing pun is the friends we made along the way.
I'm pretty sure you wore the beanie on purpose in case your hair length changed, and it's a good thing
Yes.
you did, because it did.
Yep. It's Thursday.
I think it was actually in case your hair color changed at the time, but then it worked out for length
Splicing
also.
has always been a super interesting concept.
Splicer,
Even
no
though we didn't
splicing.
get its name
Oh,
until
man.
the Batman Beyond episode
That should have been the
Splicers,
intro
it's been
gag.
in practice ever since the very beginning of the DC animated universe. That's right. Despite the fact that
Scrooge.
they told it,
The new high-tech teen rage that has taken Gotham's youth by storm.
it was confirmed later on in Justice League Unlimited that the science was actually based on Dr. Kirk Langstrom's research.
Dr. Milo, splicing together human and animal DNA. How's that going?
I know what you're thinking.
Bad.
My experiments are actually quite close to paying off. Dr. Langstrom's research.
Yo, Brian's gonna
not
lose his shit.
He's not gonna. I was just thinking. I would be like, "Do you remember the guy who made the werewolf and was in Cat Scratch Fever?" And he's gonna say, "No." Oh yeah, there's not canon from Data James.
Knowing that splicing is canonically
Yeah, Data James is going through the Teen Titans Willet canon right now.
Currently, yeah.
I
gotta lay.
but
I
but
gotta
we
lay
built
them all over at some point. Yeah.
we built all those not canon moments into that video
one
after the
too,
fact.
Yeah.
Part 1 is technically the first aired episode of
This was
Batman
just
the
supposed to
Animated
be
Series, but going by
me
production
shouting
order,
at
it's on
you.
Leather
That's all
Wings.
it
That's why
was.
it's the first
Oh wait, why aren't the other Vanishing Point videos in here? Those are canon.
Technically, but
technically, yeah.
They just didn't have like a important story beat in them, so we'd be here all day if we were watching all of them.
Yeah.
We're
Should we
already here.
should we put the Shazam one in there?
based on both Hamilton Hill
I don't. We might have been already past it. I don't know.
No,
we?
we're not that far. I don't think.
Let me see where it's at.
Oh, we just passed
which
it.
starts in December of 2000.
Yeah.
It says that Hamilton Hill served for 2 terms as the mayor of Gotham before being usurped by Penguin. A mayor's term
Penguin.
being about 4 years means that
Penguin.
Hamilton Hill would have become the mayor for the first time in December of 1992. Harvey, on the other hand, becomes
Sweaty
Two-Face
chair.
in May of 1994. And this explanation is a little bit more complicated, but we've already done a video on it before. So if you're interested in that, you can check it out up here. Seeing as that
No,
puts
you
us
can't.
in between December of 1992 and May of 1994, and the episode is nice enough to give us
Yeah,
the
where
date
is it?
of July 13th. That means the only year this could occur is in 1992.
Pepe Silva Willie Can. That was one that I just. Oh, I wonder if I can shove that in after here. I forgot the Mask of the Phantasm timeline originally had that Pepe Silva skit between us in it, and then we had to cut it out because the clips I was using kept being grabbed by the copyright thing.
I don't even remember.
I know, I barely do too.
I don't even remember.
I have the file though. We could play that after this.
Do y'all want to see a
Lost
Watchtower
video,
Database
yeah.
deleted scene?
Yeah.
Man-Bat. And now, this 5th Man-Bat.
After this is over, yeah.
Why? Oh, it's so hard. I can't think. I can't remember.
Now,
That was on our brains so much. We're just using it everywhere. The quotes from that movie.
However, despite Batman saying
Too many bloopers. Enough with the
it's
bloopers.
actually only dealt with 3. Come to find
I
out,
did watch
this Man
the
Bat
Scarecrow
is
one recently, and there are way too many bloopers.
Yeah.
hiding in the Batcave for months, ever since the mentioned fire at Dorian's lab, meaning that Man-Bat
I love this whole like this when Batman Adventures does this kind of stuff. This and like the Ninja's sister and stuff like that. That like you just never get a follow up on those
Oh,
things
yeah.
in the show. But
Batman Adventures fucking rules.
Yeah.
Just finding that you can like do some clever editing. Since that fire is stated to be months.
Wait, hold on.
I'm still editing the videos, I guess. The real me or the real story.
Well,
me.
yeah, because you locked me down there to make
Yeah,
videos.
yeah.
Clue that locks that issue into that year. No, I'm not talking about the release date. I'm talking about another in-universe clue. Our first panel with Batman
Have we read the
in it
3
has himself
B-test novelizations? I've read the Batman Rise of Sinzu novelization, but not the like Batman the Animated Series ones.
You read the both Mask of the Phantasm.
Oh yeah, I think they're
And Mystery
I
of
think they're
Batman.
talking about the ones that like take 2 episodes and then like
Oh,
combine them
right,
together as
yeah,
one
yeah.
story.
episode The Demon's Quest. We briefly touched on that episode in the Two-Face video that I
It
mentioned
looks like
earlier,
people
but
are
as a
saying
quick
yes to the
refresher,
deleted
this
scene.
era of the
Okay, yeah,
DCU
we'll show that
ends in
after
January of
this video,
1997, as made
which
evident by
has
Batman Adventures: The Lost Years,
almost
another one
halfway
we've
down.
done a video on, which places a cap on Batman the Animated Series and its tie-in comics as mostly
You must be
occurring by
very
the
proud of your dick, Richard Grayson.
Batman Adventures number 17 mentions that Batman and Ra's have been fighting each other for years. So that places.
Oh yeah, wasn't there a thing for a while where we like race like I never got the right
I
one.
never remember. When you got it wrong, I'd put that clip of Talia going, "Father's name was pronounced Raish, not Raz." A common mistake.
Make sense of the fact that the giant penny from Almost Got Him is in the Batman.
And way more giant than it was
I
before.
know this is a lot of information, but don't worry, I'll lay it all out for you a little bit later on. But for now, let's just keep on rolling because the history of splicing does not end with Langstrom. Returning to Batman Adventures number
God,
21.
this is like a whole
Dorian
lifetime ago
hasn't
almost.
rung a
Yeah.
bell for you yet.
It
Allow
feels
me to
very
jog your memory.
long
My
ago.
name is Emil Dorian, but that doesn't begin to tell you who I am.
He likes cats better than people, won't experiment on them. When I worked with him, he used primates, monkeys, changed their genotypes with feline DNA.
Change their genitals to feline
Although,
genitals.
instead of just a small cameo in Batman Adventures number 21, like he had in Tiger, the whole issue actually plays out as a supervillain crossover full of splicers from this
Could
era.
Zeta Month be the genesis of future dedicated months for other topics you haven't done videos on yet?
Probably.
I know there's one person who keeps asking for Super Friends. Hashtag
There is.
Super
There
Friends
is.
Month.
That's David Gallagher.
This issue has Emil
There is
Dorian
we have Aqua Month planned for when Aquaman comes out, but we haven't started on any of the videos yet.
Yeah. Ted's pitched an idea to me, but
and I have another one on there
The
too.
insane nature of this story does not stop there. In fact, another villain
apparently Vanishing Point was around 100 weeks.
I guess.
from Moon of the Wolf. You know,
Seen it in
the
here twice now.
athlete that turned into a werewolf because Dr. Milo
Oh yeah, if y'all want to join the Discord, do that. I think is the link in the description. Discord
oh, no,
link.
it's on our about on the channel.
Okay, well there's that.
It doesn't make any sense. This whole thing
It's in the description of every video, but I don't think this one.
The
stream.
Dang, Crazy Duplicate misses Vanishing Point.
Oh, that's an old name. That's a. It's
Oh,
always been
not canon.
Not
Seriously,
canon.
though, this issue was wild. Romulus shows up at Dorian's island looking for a cure to his werewolf.
No, I'm becoming animorphs.
Two of them end up going to try to find
Yeah,
Damn,
no,
that's a sexy
Vanishing
pen.
Point. Vanishing Point though was a really fucking cool concept. It just got to the point where like,
You're stressing what to come up
yeah,
with. all the time.
it was more so the schedule than the format that kind of fucked me up. Not to mention that when we moved, I didn't have anywhere to set that set up.
Things just go awry, a lab fire started, and everyone's just presumed dead. I know this just sounds like a story that was slapped together by a madman, and it probably
Damn, Crazy
was,
Duplicate
but
misses the
trust me when I say
podcast.
it's worth the read. If you don't
This
believe me,
table
it's
behind
on
us is
DC
for the
Universe.
podcast
You can
reboot.
go on there and read it for
It's
yourself.
happening.
I highly recommend it. Of course, now that Romulus is in the picture, though, this just begs the question:
Oh,
when
that's
does Moon of the
an
Wolf
interesting
take
idea.
place?
That
Well,
means-
Oh yeah, no, I mean,
episode, Harvey Bullock
I've
tells us that.
actually.
There's another full moon.
Just gonna do it.
That the moon shows up in Batman the Animated Series.
Get
It
up.
is a full moon. Like,
But no,
literally
I have on multiple times said that the fact that Batman Beyond doesn't have much, if any, LGBTQ like explicit representation is a huge misstep, and I have pointed to splicing's like prevalence in that time period as a point for that, because it makes no sense that everyone is just fucking straight and cis.
Yeah, being whatever they want to be, except not straight.
Like, I'm
I wanna
pretty
be
sure
a snake person, but no.
I'm pretty sure it's like canonized that like people fuck robots
Yeah,
during
yeah.
Batman Beyond
I
time.
make these synthoids for you. I'm Steve Buscemi.
Romulus becomes a werewolf sometime in
Oh, look at all that mouth gravy.
Archer hated Vanishing Point. Yeah, that's true.
end of the year.
Have you or are you planning on introducing the DCAU to your kid over time? If so, what things do you think would be best to show a young kid? I'll probably just show him the episodes. I mean, if I was gonna like go out of my way to choose ones, I might just show him some of the ones that got me into it. Mask of the Phantasm, Robin's Reckoning, a couple others. But I mean, I'm not gonna be like upset at him or something if he's not into. My parents are big into Star Trek. I like Star Trek, but I'm not like, yes, Star Trek. So like, he's around me. And
damn, Troy Baker missed. Hey, there it is. That's the timeline split.
Yep,
that's the timeline split.
Light bulb break.
That light bulb, it busted on accident. But we decided that was how we split the timeline.
I've got to send out my Justice League versus the Fatal 5 timeline notes in time.
Maddie's standing behind the camera with a flashlight.
But in this one, the light bulb busted, and we decided for some reason, like that is in the world where it busted, the time travel powers went off, and then in the world where it didn't bust, the time travel powers didn't go off.
Yeah.
And so now in our world, James still has to deal with Jay at some point, I guess. You know what's really... Oh, shit. No, I can't talk about that.
Not yet.
Not yet.
What's next on the docket?
The
deleted scene.
The deleted scene.
That's right.
Deleted scene. Deleted scene.
So this is... Matt... Oh, you can't see it. Mask of the Phantasm...
People want you to start with epilogue.
Hang on. So you can see here in the history of the DCAU... This is where all the timeline videos are on my computer. Mask of the Phantasm timeline no skit. That's the one that's on YouTube and has been. This one had a skit in it that we had to keep cutting because YouTube copyright did not like it. And I don't remember where it is in the video, so once I get to
I hope it doesn't fuck up the stream.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Well, we'll find out here. If it does, whatever.
What was this skit?
There it is.
Prior would place us in January 1994, our new latest possible date for the movie. Now we're down to this slightly lovelier version of the Phantasm timeline, but there's gotta be something else we can use to narrow it down even further. This is really stressing me out.
You want to talk about stress? You want to talk about stress? Okay, I stumbled onto a major timeline conspiracy, James. How about that for stress?
What the hell are you talking about?
This timeline is having Renew You forced down his throat, James, and I've got the paper trail to prove it. Check this out. Take a look at this.
Jesus Christ, man.
Right there? Let's talk about the bat signal. Can we talk about the bat signal? Please, James, I've been dying to talk about the bat signal with you all day, okay? The Cape and Cow conspiracy. This episode keeps coming up over and over again. Every day. Fan mail is getting sent to me. Cape and Cow, Cape and Cow. And look, my whole inbox is Cape and Cow. So I say to myself, I gotta look into this episode. I gotta go to my DVDs and put the bat signal's origins in the people's goddamn hands. Otherwise, they're never going to get it, and they're going to keep coming back to the comment section.
Yeah, no wonder this got copyright struck.
And what do I find
whole
out, James?
scene,
What do
pretty
I
much.
find out? There is no The Cape and Cow conspiracy. The episode does not exist, okay?
Oh, yeah, fuck.
Flag it, buddy. I gotta dig a little
I
deeper.
remember the
Cape
jokes
and
now.
Cow? You gotta be kidding me. I got Tumblr PMs full of Cape and Cow. So I start marching my way over to Volume 1, Episode 1, and I pop in the disc and I say, Warner Bros! I'm talking about the What do I find? There's not a single goddamn bat signal in the episode. There is no bat signal in On Leather Wings. James, half the things fans remember have been made up. This argument is a goddamn joke.
Okay, Maddie, I'm gonna have to stop you right there. I get that you're trying to comment on how the episode's called The Cape and Cowl Conspiracy, but that the DVD listed as The Cape and the Cowl Conspiracy, but that's kind of a deep cut. I don't really think anyone's gonna get that. And I know that everyone remembers the bat signals in the first episode when it's not, but this whole Always Sunny in Philadelphia parody that we're doing here is just gonna go over people's heads, and we're gonna lose subscribers.
Calm down, because here's one thing that's not gonna happen.
What?
They're not gonna unsubscribe.
They're not?
Because I've got the notes on the bat signal
How does the geography of this house work?
Why did we do this?
I don't know. I've just really been wanting to do this bit ever since someone in the comments said I look like Charlie Day. For those of you
There we go. Deleted scene.
Every time that I see the Mask of the Phantasm timeline, I'm just like, I feel like I had a big presence here.
This,
Where is it?
Yep, there you go. I remember, having to edit that, but it was so long ago. All right, so
which voice actors would you like to see show up in a DCAU movie or show in the future? It would be cool to see more of the video game actors.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Neil Patrick Harris.
I'd be down to see Diana Guerrero show up again at some point. Wait, we just did this one.
Nope. We did?
Yeah.
Oh, what
Canon Justice League versus the Fatal
5. Wrong one. I meant Timeline Fatal 5. Thank you for catching that.
Come on.
History.
Come on, James.
We just did so many Batman and Harley Quinn videos. I don't know what it is anymore. There we go.
Don't know where this lands in the timeline. Don't ask me that. Some fan will figure that out for me.
Hey, keep an eye out for your computers.
Exactly.
In this one.
What?
Where do you think you're going?
21 bridges, count them. I have to
It
find
shows
the limelight.
the date.
Oh, yeah.
The date.
May 9th, May 8th, 2019?
Does it get a better shot at some point?
I feel like yes, because I think we got the date for the BTAC Willa Cannon on the laptop from this video. So
there's 22 bridges in Portland right now. And the most recent one was built in 2016. The only year it had 21 bridges was in 2015. So the movie must be set in 2015. Mattie,
I think it's May 9th.
I figured it out.
I think May 9th is the date, but we'll see at the end.
Mattie?
You had just disappeared in the Splicer's vanishing point.
Yes.
And this video came out like 3 days later.
Mattie?
Oh, hi, Amy. I do remember you, yeah.
Huh?
You may remember me from such times as earlier in today. See, it doesn't actually happen during Fatal 5. We were wrong.
Amy says we're already getting near the end. I don't think we are.
No. We still have like 5 hours at least left. If not more than that.
We got a lot of J videos to go through.
Uh-huh. This is what Adam put in the music there. It's the Vanishing Point theme song in a spooky horror movie version.
Oh, okay.
This is where we started getting Adam to write music for the skits.
Yeah.
So they were more cinematic. Not in this video.
Trying to construct a sensible timeline
That means that
around
the
fictional
review
universe
was also
is
in the
Juan
story.
Pedro says, I love that Mystery of the Batwoman happens during Fat 5.
That's what I was just saying, is it doesn't.
Yeah. we whoopsied there. Neil Patrick Harris was also the villain of the Justice Guild. Yes, that's true.
What? Oh, you're right.
To save you some time, I'd love to direct you to a document linked in the description below. Well, maybe wait till the video's over first.
I wish we talked about Batman, but he's
terms and
old hat, man.
conditions, so to speak,
Gotham
for how
Girls
we
video
personally
when.
go about
Yeah,
building
someday.
the DCAU timeline.
I'm down.
Because it's something we like to be as
I love that
transparent
series.
as possible about, and as objective as possible about, while taking everything from producer comments to on-screen months and years into consideration. But what it continuously comes down to is there's no perfect way to do it. There's always going to be little problems here and there. We can say with almost absolute certainty that Static Shock takes place from 1999 to 2002, but Static is still going to be 15 years
I found a
old
quote
for
this morning
just
of
a
Alan
few
Burnett
months too long.
saying
show
specifically
markers that Batman
when
Beyond
Static
starts
goes
in
from a
2039,
14/15-year-old to a
40 years after the Batman
15/16-year-old.
adventures, Bruce Timm always suggesting it's 50 years
So,
later.
you know.
So is it
We
all
gotta
just
redo
a
that
big
timeline
waste
video
of
too.
time? To us, no. A timeline of the DC animated universe is not infallible, but it's a hell of a lot of fun.
Oh, damn, I was talking about the Gotham Girl comic, not the,
Grandma's attic,
Oh,
and
yeah.
there's some pieces missing, but you can still understand the big picture enough to put it mostly together, and you had a great time doing it.
Oh, that was actually a pretty good metaphor. Simile.
Whenever they're not talking about Batman and Harley Quinn, everyone should be asking, "Where's Batman and Harley Quinn?" Yeah, right.
We've had a long time to spread out all those puzzle pieces on
No, this isn't the Miss Martian video. I don't think that's part of the story.
Back in 1992
That came
Batman
out
the Animated
much more
Series.
recently.
And as the show evolved and expanded, so did the universe it inhabited, giving us adjacent cartoons.
Were we supposed to watch the J videos before the finale? You would have got a little bit more setup for the Zeta stuff.
Yeah, but that's about. I mean, we're gonna show.
But yeah, we'll talk to y'all about it.
We got a whole bunch of nothing for a long time. That break gave us as fans the opportunity to really reflect on these cartoons as a whole and as individual pieces of a larger game. Just gonna stick with the puzzle analogy because it's working so far. While there
You
were
could just do a big
smaller
video with
entries,
corrections and amendments to past content.
really
We had talked about that before, and I feel like it would just make more sense to like revisit topics because oops, we messed up is a less likely to get clicked on video than here's us doing this thing again in a better way.
I think one of the videos titles and thumbnails somewhere along the line was that of like a we made a mistake, we messed up or something, and it never that one didn't do numbers. So,
pay attention to the ins and outs of the universe in a similar fashion to a
certain YouTube channel,
and it's fantastic. Now I'm not going to tell you that you have to love this movie.
Ms. Martian watched so many of these out of order based on interest. Hey, that's one way to do it.
But hey, not everyone's me. That would be pretty.
We knew going into doing.
To love this movie. You don't. I personally think it's one of the best superhero movies of the decade. But hey, not everyone's me. That would be pretty disturbing if they were.
But no, we knew based on how YouTube goes that like that was just gonna happen at some points, and that's why we wanted to do the marathon as well, or part of it, you know.
A Justice League Unlimited movie. So to begin, the first thing we need to understand
oops, all timeline errors.
Series takes place. We've established this in great detail.
Cap and Crunch. Oops, all video mistakes.
Presidential campaign, which was actually our first timeline video on the channel. But with the way our audience has expanded,
hey, we watched that this morning.
I expect a lot of you may not have seen it, so I'll go ahead and do a quick recap of the basics. We know from math via Superman the Animated Series that Supergirl comes to Earth in spring of 1999 and that she's 16 years old at the time, according to her official Warner Brothers sanctioned biography. A while later in Justice League Unlimited's
the bigger
final
Doomsday
season, she turns
sanction.
21, cementing this season 5 years later in 2004. A handful of references to Luthor's campaign being the previous year means that the whole Cadmus-heavy chunk of episodes that brought JLU's second season to a close happened.
Remember when we used to think
and
they had
a
an
reference
internal
in the show's
timeline?
Final season to John Jones being cooped up on the Watchtower for almost 2 years placed the start of the show in 2002.
Sometimes it's miraculous they didn't, especially for the Cadmus stuff.
Oh yeah, the fucking Justice League Unlimited is tight.
I would bet that if we could ask Dwayne McDuffie that he probably had something.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it.
Heavy mathematical. I mean, it's just addition and subtraction. I shouldn't be apologizing for this. You're here. This is happening. The time period of JLU is important to keep in your head because we're basically going to be going off of that for the rest of the video. It's like the part of the puzzle that your grandma started 13 years ago, and when like you open the box and it's like partially done already.
But then again,
I
Static
don't know
Shock
what to do
didn't
next,
really have
but
that,
at least
so who
she
knows?
did all the part with like all the trees.
I guess he
in it,
wasn't
because that part
showrunner
was
there,
really,
though.
that looked pretty hard to do. I didn't want to do that part. Thank you for already doing that part, Grandma.
Yeah, and
It's
he
like
didn't
that.
need to connect a bunch of stuff.
Something
I
else that's
guess I don't
important in all
know.
this
He had
is
enough for
understanding
with
the
like when
placement
the
of
riots
Return
were
of
and
the
whatever.
Joker flashback sequence, as that's the cutoff for a lot of things in this universe. I'm gonna go into it assuming you've seen the movie because we really go.
Brian Manili, if you're here, get out now.
1999. I was born then. Oh no, I'm old.
Oh no.
Now, what do I mean by cutoff? Well, let's think about it. The Joker dies, so this is the cutoff.
Is that really his full name? Captain Horatio Magellan Crunch.
Or blow up in a marble thing. I don't know how he came back from those either, but he's definitely dead here. Tim Drake's life is pretty much ruined, so
how
this
did
is
the Joker
cutoff for
come
Tim
back
Drake
all those
Robin
times?
appearances. And while it's not explicitly stated on screen, it seems this event is
He's
the
just so
catalyst
sneaky.
for the eventual falling out of Batman and Batgirl, as well as Batman and pretty much any.
I was just pointing that out because that's something we bring up in the video.
when we filmed, when I filmed this, me in my office there,
sequence has also been mentioned by
then
the late, great
later when I was about to move out of that apartment, I needed to film the opening of the Poison Ivy video,
right?
And so I had to like, I showed you, I like reset my entire desk to be like exactly how it looks here, and I was thinking about that the other day, like, oh man, that was like such a long time between those two things where I had to put my desk back to where it was. It was like less than a year. But then the Poison Ivy video just came out, so it took like 2 years after I filmed the opening of the Poison Ivy video before the rest was filmed.
Beautiful.
This gives us a window of 2003 to 2007.
Sometimes we take a long time with videos, but then they're worth it.
Since we know
I think I'm gonna grab
2004,
one of my
the gap closes a little bit, and it closes even
do
further.
you want me to
with the
grab
Batman
any of those
Harley and Ivy
seltzers?
comic put into play.
Yes,
by
I
our
was just saying I'm
calculations,
thirsty.
Okay, word. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay, you want me to pause it?
No, you can keep it going.
I've seen it.
So with all of this in mind, we have our basic available time
Yeah.
for Justice League versus the Fatal Five to take
I'm using
place.
Maddie's timeline
Context
research.
clues within the movie, like Miss Martian's appearance or Wonder
Okay,
Woman's
while
sort of
Maddie's gone,
patient
everybody shit your
Gotham
pants.
Sierra being
It'll be
off in
really
space
funny
war
when
lead us to believe
Maddie
it
comes back and you
happens
all shit your
after the
pants.
show. So spring 2004 at the earliest, and it has
It'll
to
be
happen
so
by
funny.
2007 at the latest. But is there anything else we can go off of?
The Ted is not in a lot of the storyline videos just because they were based around like me and Maddie rivalry, but it wasn't ever on purpose. Ted gets referenced a few times as being in the universe, but he doesn't show up much. And it definitely wasn't like a keep Ted out of the thing. It was just like we never wrote anything for him, but. Then he comes in a big way.
Well, so more or less, Ted was doing graphic content, which wasn't DCAU stuff, and it was hard to figure out a way to like involve him more. Especially with him also being on the other side of
yeah. I mean, Maddie eventually was in Seattle, and we could plan like a weekend where I would go and we'd film like 4 different skits, and then I'd come back.
and so like.
Which is one of the most
The inception of Manhattan was like definitely us trying to figure out how to fit Ted more into it, and it started with we wanted to do a Watchmen graphic content and have Ted like have eye glow happen at the end to like go into him becoming Manhattan, and we didn't end up getting to do that, and we've got some ideas for like Manhattan origin stuff. Nothing is solidified right now.
But I do
if we
that
even
better than
like if we even need to do it.
Yeah. If we had done that, it would have just been like Ted became Manhattan. Again, I think the limitations kept us and let us make him like a separate character, a dark reflection of Ted.
Yeah. And I think what we ended up with is a lot better for it.
Yeah.
That said, James, do you want mango or do you want pineapple?
Please.
Yeah, Sissy doesn't like mango either.
Oh, I like both. I just like pineapple.
These 3 different timeline options
You get mango.
are pretty much the actual answer.
No fingernails.
And we're about to, but in the event a future thing makes our answer in this video obsolete, we can still go back to those 3 options as continuous options.
We started learning.
Covering our asses. We didn't do it with that woman, but
yeah.
How about? Okay, yeah. Oh, here we go. So about that narrowing down. Here's where the nitty-gritty of the DCAU
Nitty-gritty.
really comes into
H
play.
cuties.
Remember up top when I mentioned how Static is 15 years old for too long? Well, the same can be said
Yeah,
about
he
a lot
is.
of DCAU characters. For instance, Terry McGinnis, the second Batman, is officially listed as 17 from 2040 through 2042. But following real-world logic, even in this fictitious world full of...
there is a Watchtower Database wiki. People have been working on it.
Whatever else. Often leads us to the best conclusions, so we can know in our hearts that...
Yeah, Ted versus Jay, maybe. Yeah, but Jay contacted us about being, like, specifically me and Maddie on the thing.
13 for 8 years. The Boy Wonder is officially 13 in the new Batman Adventures in 1999.
But we're talking about if we do more with Manhattan ever, Ted will be much more involved in the planning and stuff of those stories.
Not really. In reality, this
but that isn't saying saying that he will be back. I'm just saying.
Stretching out the timeline
I'm not spoiling
for
anything.
several more universe years when they released Return of the Joker. The Justice League cartoon
I thought the
was
DCAU
barely a
timeline is
twinkle in
confusing
Bruce
video
Timm's eye
was
at the
Ted's
time. And
transformation.
aging up
I was trying to
Tim
figure out what that
Drake's
meant.
character
Well, I
model
remember
was
Ted being in there.
the continuity. Is
why am I
continuity.
dwelling
Oh,
matter?
I thought I thought they were saying about that vanishing point you did about the timeline being confusing.
Point taken.
Miss Martian's shape changes into Tim Drake to prove a point.
Zeta?
And that point just happens to be that Robin, someone Batman works with all
It's an
the
army
time,
of Miss Martians
is
come into the courtroom.
a teenager. Since this part of the movie is set in our
God, we haven't even got to the DeCamu timelines yet.
Nope.
We gotta watch 2 DeCamu timelines.
Sure do.
off the table. And working backward, he'd be 20 in 2006, so that option is off the table.
Dang,
Leaving
man.
us with our
I want to see.
September 2005
I was about to say, I want to
possibility
see
when Tim is
20-year-old
19
Tim
and the
Drake,
movie
but we
started
did in Return of the Joker.
And yes, this just barely works, but thank Rao it does. The only gray area this movie leaves us with is when Jessica Cruz got her Green Lantern power ring. But what's
We're not
interesting
using anything
and
for the
what helps
WDB
solidify the
wiki.
idea that this movie might be closer to the end
We
of the
didn't make
year
it.
than certain executive producers
Yeah.
made.
Someone else made it,
Timing of
and we're not moderators on it. So fuck it. You know, anybody do whatever you want to it.
3 years prior to the movie, which would be
Nothing
2002,
incriminating, please.
potentially midway through the year. And oddly enough,
Well, I don't think they can incriminate us if there's nothing to incriminate us with.
James has feet in 16 videos.
You know what else was supposed
I have
to take
video.
place
There's feet
during
in
that
every
time
video.
gap?
What was supposed? Oh shit. Oh
For those
shit.
who have no idea what I'm talking about, this was an animated movie from 2010 that was originally meant to be a DCAU film.
Yeah, I know. We did a whole Will Cannon about it
Due to studio
that you didn't
interference,
know
what we
about
wound up with
because you're
was
not the same
hodgepodge of
James.
DCAU story elements with non-DCAU character designs and voice actors. But if you ignore all the
We did a Will
continuity
Cannon on it.
issues
You
for
can
just
click
a
on the
second,
link right here.
Crisis on Two Earths into the DCAU kind of works. Like it's the puzzle piece with the it's almost the right shape. I don't know. To be clear, it itself does not work. But a
My facial
version
hair
of it.
didn't grow quite
It's
as
not
well
impossible to
during
assume
this
the
time
events of
period.
Crisis are more or less accurate than the actual
So when we filmed Poison Ivy, I was trying to shave it down in certain areas that were.
Final product aside, it's easy to say that our league
The Watchtower Database wiki has existed for like 2.5 years, and before today, it hadn't been edited in most of that time. That is very true.
In Jessica Cruz's comic book origin, she actually receives her original power ring from Powering, the Green Lantern equivalent of the Crime Syndicate, after his death in the New 52's Forever Evil storyline, which I've been indefinitely reading for the last year or so. Because
Did you ever finish that?
I lost the
What?
volume I was on, and I just
Yes.
I'm not going to replace it.
I'm through Multiversity now.
She gets Power Ring because it feeds on fear.
I don't know if
Jessica
this
was
version of me
seemingly
is, probably not.
traumatized by the deaths of her friends. Long story short, the ring later disintegrates and gets replaced with the Green Lantern Power Ring, which she's had ever since.
Well,
So,
that
because
rich.
Crisis on Two Earths, or whatever version of it may have happened in this universe, occurred at roughly the same time as Jessica Cruz's camping trip, it starts to seem like her origin could be pretty transferable from the comics. That after the Crime Syndicate's incarceration, Power Ring either lost his ring or died somehow, and it came to Jessica, like in the New 52.
Yeah, the Invisible
Maybe
Jet
right
does
here
come out
when
of
she's
nowhere.
falling off the cliff at the end of her nightmare. But
Who knows?
We may never know for sure until the Jessica Cruz.
Imagine a Worlds Collide that was made
now that we know the
now
present day timeline
that
of
like
the movie,
just
well,
had
the
fucking
future
Jessica
sets
Cruz as a
seem
post-credit
to
stinger,
place in the time period of
despite the fact like she's already set
Fortunately,
up.
it's rather easy to figure out. In this scene, Mr. Terrific says,
based on the residual tachyons, this
But you know, if they did a Jessica Cruz like fucking movie set in between there and Justice League versus the Fatal
Go
Five,
backwards, yeah.
Starboy.
He also claims
Can't go too much farther forward before things get drastically different.
This
So
is pretty typical of Legion of Superheroes adventures. They're always
jail
roughly
reunion's gonna
1,000
be set in
years
like
after whatever
2010, but
present-day
the near
story's
apocalypse
happening,
hasn't
like they were
happened
always
yet.
from the 30th century when it was the 1950s. But this 31st century time period is also when the JLU episode Far From Home, the Legion of Superheroes episode, is supposed to take place.
Approximately 1,000
TR
years
lady,
into the
yeah.
future, in what you'd call the 31st century.
So the only real question
oh, Danny's adding categories to everything over there.
So, yeah.
Well, option A, the Legion.
Yeah, I
seems
agree
to
that
become
most
first.
wikis don't
People who
do the
believe this is
categories
case
enough.
Often point to the lack of Supergirl as primary evidence. Her absence in this case suggesting
God.
that she hasn't yet arrived in the future.
I mean, I'm saying this on stream, but whatever. The DCAU wiki. I went there for Zeta research for the videos we're doing, and I just had a little heart attack saying that. Like, shit, was I supposed to say? Oh no, everyone knows. Oh god. But I was trying to just figure out, well, what was the plot of this episode? Every Zeta Project episode page on the DCAU wiki just says, like, this is a stub. It must be updated. Like, there's no information. I'm like, hurry up. You're like, Batman Harley Quinn Fatal 5's not canon, but you have a whole page on it. You don't have any information on the Zeta Project. It's been around 20 years. I'm just say it.
Is Supergirl. It's pretty easy to say that he's just
that wiki's it's a just
yeah.
Well, I don't want to say it's a bad thing.
No, it's very helpful.
It's a fucking great thing. It's helpful. But then there's
see, here's a bit from our Eric interview before that came out.
And also, like, you know,
that means these versions of us interviewed Eric Carrasco also.
Yeah. But yeah, no, there's.
He's with Supergirl. That's what I'm saying.
Who yelled not canon?
You did.
When?
Examples, because you keep giving
in the interview.
To things, so you shouldn't be surprised at this point.
But yeah, no, just a lot of their stuff's not sourced properly or categorized very well or just like filled out. There's a lot of conjecture in spots. And like,
now that we have everything laid out in a pretty decent fashion,
it doesn't bug me as much as it used to.
Yeah,
but it is still that way.
It's when a new movie comes out that it's most annoying. We're like, oh sweet, time to put this in here. Oh, it's gone.
November 22nd, 1963, John F. Kennedy is assassinated. Or is he?
There was magic.
Yeah, a lot of wikis are really good.
Martin Luther King
I used to spend a lot of time on the Battlestar Galactica wiki, just being like, oh, that was what the Easter egg was. Okay, cool.
Debuting Skeletor.
Bring it, Skeletor.
If Miss Martian is truly a teenager by Earth standards, she would be born somewhere between 1986 and 1992. 2002, Jessica Cruz's camping trip takes.
I should have mentioned that in the Miss Origin Martian video.
She's granted a Green Lantern power.
The Miss Origin.
Here, the Justice League officially expands their roster in the episode Initiation. 2003, the Cadmus arc of episodes drops.
Are you trying to pronounce misogynoir?
Yes. Misogynoir.
Spring 2004, Destroyer, the conclusion of Justice League Unlimited. September 2004, a year prior to Justice League vs. the Fatal Five's finale, Emerald Empress and Validus are placed in holding cells.
What happened to your hair, Brainiac 5?
2004, the remaining Fatal Five.
I won't say DCAU wiki is evil. It's helpful when it's helpful.
By February 2005, the events
I'm
of
not.
Batman, Harley, and
I'm not
Ivy
too
comic
fond
brought
about
to
the
a close
moderators, but like the wiki itself is a community project, you know, and I'm not gonna shit on that. And at the same time, while I'm not personally fond of the moderators, like they are doing a lot of work to, you know, make it as good as it is. So.
You know how we could do the Batwoman correction is like post Zeta Month. I won't say how that ends, of course, but like these are the versions of us that had that wrong information.
Yeah.
So we can just redo it as a story video.
Yeah, no, I know. We could redo it as
a thing.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. HQ and stealing the Time Sphere in the first place. This is sometime between 3001 and 3005. I guess I was wrong about the 21 Bridges thing. Maybe the DCAU's Portland is just different from the real.
I love how we built in that like you
Portland, right?
didn't know how to timeline things.
Yeah. I don't know what to do. I have to use Maddie's notes every time.
Starboy apprehension scene, and then pause it and watch all of Mystery of the Batman.
No.
And then unpause
Don't
it
do
and
that.
watch the rest of Fatal Five, which sounds both fun and just no good.
No,
If
it's
you're
not.
interested, you
Because
can
it's not
find
right.
an image version of this timeline linked in the description below, as well as the one we did for Batman and Harley Quinn, bringing back #graphical magnificence. And if you'd like a more
Woo!
I'd highly recommend the Fatal Five timeline.
Portland isn't a real city, true. Gotham City, Metropolis, Portland, Oregon. I look forward to hearing Brian's reaction to Kevin Conroy saying Portland, Oregon.
Formerly Justice League resource for a long time, and has laid a lot of the groundwork for some of the stuff we do here at WDB. So check him out. That's all down there. The only thing still
I'm very
bugging
pink
me
in this
is,
video.
why is Brainiac 5's
Flushed.
hair gone? He has
Embarrassed.
a super long mullet in his Superman appearance, and short hair in JLU.
One in the pink.
And one else in the pink.
I want to see the holes.
Oh,
Twice that we did that same joke.
Dark Poet 1792.
Yeah.
Who, along with many many other wonderful people.
Patreon.com/DCAU Watchtower.
Existence, and more than generously
Help us
donating
out.
every month to help us buy new audio equipment.
Do that
editing
shit, baby.
software, and just in general helping to make the Watchtower Database something that we can continue to focus on like a real job.
So much of the money we make off of this just like gets pulled right back into it.
Where the hell is he?
Wow.
Nope. Get ready for that date. Get ready for the date.
James using improper pronouns.
Error doing what?
Yeah, that's part of like 5'9". 5'9".
Is it? Yep.
Yeah. What is even happening?
Yeah, no, that's one of the things that's like weird about this storyline is that we're still stuck in 2019, so we've been like
just kind of skirting around using any pronouns for Mattie in a couple of videos. Just saying Mattie more than anything.
Yeah, but I'm excited that we're on the other end of it now.
Me too.
Because every Watchtower Database video is just gonna be gay now.
Yep.
And there's
Sorry.
nothing you can do to stop it. I'm shoving my agenda down your throats, and it's fucking throbbing.
All right.
What is the next one?
I almost typed "I'm in the middle of a love stream." That's what it is too.
It is a love stream. That's true.
What is next? So yeah, that was kind of the start of everything ramping up cinematically, dramatically.
Yeah, that's true.
Because now we get into
Time travel.
Time travel. Yeah.
Do we want to put that one?
Should that be after? I mean, it came out when it did.
It did come out when it did.
Yeah.
And I think that it gives extra content to the Batman and Harley Quinn.
Mm-hmm.
But it happens after.
I know it happens like after everything. Yeah. Let's see. Where is it? Time travel invention. Here we go.
That Cronus video that I mentioned in the Batman and Harley Quinn that I wanted to make, that is this.
I bet you guys are wondering how I'm back here already. Well, let's just say it's a story for another time.
That's really all of the story relevance.
Yep.
But
hello, Watchtower
there's a little
Database,
more.
and welcome back to The Vanishing Point, the only bi-weekly YouTube show that goes over small chunks of the DCAU timeline to answer questions that you probably never even thought to ask. You know, the first time I watched Justice League Unlimited's The Once and Future thing, it didn't register to me that Kronos had come back from the future. The entire establishing shot of Neo Gotham for the Clintons' neighborhood just completely blew past me. Some kind of continuity guy I am. However, once this detail finally clicked, there was a huge chunk of the episode that no longer made sense to me.
Remember last summer when I didn't get tenure?
Yeah, they thought you were crazy because you kept insisting you were on the verge of discovering time travel.
This is the Batman Beyond era, right? The far future of
2039.
50 years from now, whenever now is.
Whenever
so
now
why
is.
would anybody, especially a college department head in charge of tenure, be skeptical about the concept of time travel at this point in time?
Sissy says dryer is fine. Door wasn't closed all the way because I'm not the brightest.
Oh.
Batman the Animated Series. So what gives? Well, I've done a lot of thinking on it, and I think I've figured out the skepticism.
I've done a lot of thinking, and I think.
I think we need to establish
And I think.
what exactly time travel is. Sure, it may seem
You just be thinking.
It depends upon what the meaning of the word is.
Get your politics out of my DCAU!
to us by the DCAU source material, especially since the shows.
Not even
Oh yeah,
full
this is
alcohol.
post story. You're back. Mattie referring themselves a continuity guy no longer makes sense.
Yeah.
That's how it goes when you film stuff wildly out of order.
Unlike most time travel stories, though, this one doesn't involve a time machine. Someone can time travel without a time
Mattie
machine.
do be thinking.
What? Well, not just anyone.
Teespring.com/stores/DCAU Watchtower.
You're thinking all the time.
If you're not familiar with the character of If you're not familiar with the character,
Who was editing this?
he's a fifth
Canonically.
Yeah, good point. I don't know.
Jay.
Yeah, it's Jay for all of these. Yeah.
Now, in this particular
Or you
story,
figured it
it tells
out.
us
I don't know.
that fifth-dimensional beings get a free pass through the fourth dimension, which allows him to go back through
Video
time and mess
ideas
with
for
a
story.
younger Clark
Maddie
Kent
learns
before he
editing
becomes
in
Superman.
5 minutes.
This not only implies that, similarly to how many scientists theorize in the real world, the fourth dimension in the DCAU is represented by time.
Oh yeah, I
but
wrote
also
this
that it
down
has
the
a
other
physical
day to
quality
reference
and
this
can be
video
traveled.
for whenever I want to
This
do my
actually
like
is briefly touched
Mixed
upon
Yes, but
in
like is
Static
always the
Shock
same
as
Mixed
well,
Yes, but
when
like
Gear
video
explains Nina's powers in the
to reference
episode
this
Flashback.
time
Energy
traveling
waves
thing.
distort the space-time continuum and move you through it exponentially. You want to kick that in English?
Of course, the space-time continuum is a concept that gets thrown around a lot in time travel stories, so most of us get the gist of what he's saying. But have you actually ever stopped to think, what exactly is
What is a continuum?
The dictionary
I wish I knew.
defines it as a continuous sequence in which adjacent elements are not
Adjacent.
objectively different from each other, although the extremes are quite distinct. So essentially, this is the two distinct extremes of the third and
It's just
fourth
like Portal.
dimension meet,
If we had
similarly
somehow
to
had the
how
hindsight,
third and fifth
Portal opens up next.
The foresight?
To you. Yeah,
The
And
foreskin?
They come through all the multiverse. Oh, are we too soon? Oh, we're too soon. It's just like, what the hell was that for years?
the bridge between the two dimensions in the Justice League episode Hereafter. This is the one where everyone thinks that Toyman killed Superman, but it turns out he accidentally sent him to the future. However, Batman's suspicions are raised whenever he inspects the crime scene to realize that while there's a lot of destruction,
For the conversation about the word dude, I think it depends on what the person feels like. For me, personally, I would like to say if it's something that you feel like you have to ask the question on, then just avoid it.
a bunch of junk science in a world where Batman says stuff like
E still equals MC squared, last I heard. While we're frozen like this, we might trigger an atomic explosion.
Time, daddy.
M and speed, C, are both on the same sides of that equation, so they wouldn't change each other.
Someone said I was wrong on this.
The energy output. But here's the kicker. C in this formula doesn't represent general speed, but represents the speed of light. And since both that and the mass of the
Because, I mean,
Batmobile
you can
are
technically move what's on either side of the equation. You would just have to, like, also move the E to balance it out.
This is what you're here for, right? Me telling you that Batman's a crappy scientist?
Scientists suck.
Of course not. You're here
That's
because
the
you wanna know
canon
who
video, I
actually
guess.
invented time travel.
What video is that?
And
It's
why
the John
Connors
Jones
got laughed
powers.
out of the room when he suggested he was on the verge of discovering it. Well, to answer the first part of that question, we don't really know who invented it. Of course, the earliest on-screen
You did.
use of
You have
anything
time
that
travel
resembled a time
powers.
machine was the device that was used
Somehow.
by Temple Fugue, the Clock King, and Batman the Animated Series.
Yo, shout out to
episode Time Out of Jordan,
fucking
which
Toyman for
very much
accidentally
reflects
inventing a
the
time
plot,
travel
or
gun.
as
True.
Batman calls it.
Yeah.
I hope he got tenure.
Whoopsie. Yeah.
The structure of time.
I actually keep getting his name confused with Taika Waititi, so from now on I'm just gonna refer to him as Time Daddy. It's canon and you guys just need to accept. Despite this being the first on-screen use,
I'm tired of you doing all these time daddy Willet cannons.
Yeah.
Jonah Hex drops this bomb on us.
I'm thinking you folks are time travelers. Where would you get a crazy idea like that? Experience?
I have an interesting wife.
Sure, this could be a reference to one of the many times
I have an interesting wife.
That's what I said.
Oh.
So low to set over the top
we
of
can't
it.
really be too sure about that. I mean, remember the video that I did speculating about the
Wait, check this one out.
relationship between the Legion
I
of
have an
Superheroes
interesting
and-
wife.
A lot of that was based on comic book appearances as well, and look how much of that holds up now that we live in a
Yeah, I'm not a
post-Justice
mass
League
person
versus
either.
Fatal 5 world. So, Time Daddy is most
Yeah, Stardust and Moon Rocks is
likely
wowie.
the inventor of time travel in the DCAU. But then what's up with the disregard shown to Kronos almost 60 years later? My first thought when researching was that maybe it has something to do with the type of time.
The,
After all, Vandal Savage did confirm to us that
Decamu
there are different
1
types of models.
timeline. Decamu timeline 1, the original video, ends with Maddie being like, I'm like, help, help, as the white space is taking me. And Maddie's like, I can't. This desk is too close to the wall. I can't squeeze out.
I broke character so hard on that.
Yeah, but this set, when you like, for you to get back there, to sit back there was so like,
it was a pain in the
barely
ass.
make it back there every time. Yeah.
Gotham Girls web series when we see Catwoman.
You got a slightly larger space to film Vanishing Point in than the first one.
We see multiple versions of our main.
I mean, it's the same basement. What are you talking about?
The
renovations are canon.
Like, put yourself in the conversation
True.
that Kronos must have had if this was the case. Hey, I'm on the verge of discovering.
Yeah, I know. Once you notice the reflection in the Vanishing Point poster, then it becomes what you watch the whole Vanishing Point. You have to watch it from a side profile.
What if they just didn't know time travel had been discovered before? Let's look at who we know has time traveled or created some type of time machine up until this point. Vandal Savage's timeline in Hereafter got erased, and his other time machine that he used in Savage Time wasn't exactly public knowledge. Sure, it seems like Steve Trevor may have spread the legend of a time-traveling Wonder Woman ever since he came across her in the 40s, but that's not exactly
Yo, I wonder who that woman is.
time travel actually existing in the public consciousness. Toyman wasn't even
Wait, does
aware
WoWie not
that
have
he
mod
had
status on here?
created
Hold on.
And sure, I'm guessing there must have been
Can I do it
some
from my
sort of
phone,
public
or
explanation
does it have
I
to be
think
logged
so.
into?
Maybe, I don't know.
turned after everybody
Probably.
thought he died, but there's still no concrete proof that the
No,
time
I can't do
travel
it.
aspect
Do I have mod
was
status?
divulged to the public at large. Nina, or Time Zone, completely erased her powered self from existence.
I don't have
Catwoman's
mod
time
status.
travel
Probably because that
was
weird
far
thing where we
from
blocked each other.
public knowledge. She ended up
Hey, if someone wants to throw a wrench on me and a wrench on WoWie, go for it.
recluse, and so it's possible that his work wasn't very well known either. And even if it was, his device was so primitive in comparison to what Kronos had, I would probably think he was a little bit off of his rocker too, if that was all I had to base my knowledge of time travel off of. This leaves us with our only 3 confirmed publicly known time travelers. Booster Gold, who came back from 2462 over 400 years after David Clinton insists that he's cracked the time travel. The Fatal Five, who are from even further in the future, and Time Code.
Time Code.
We don't know
One of the
much
coolest
about
designs
Time
in the
Code
DCAU. You see him for about
An
30
outlaw
seconds.
trying to make a fortune by helping wanted criminals escape to the future of all places.
And while
Oh
this
shit,
news
I think we're on the
report
other end
could
of
throw a wrench into an
Jay's.
entire explanation of
Yeah,
time
I told
travel
him
not really
Okay.
that
being
we'd be
known by
ready
the
soon.
public. It's also possible that Time Code himself is from some point in the future, and this could explain why
typing,
his
he's
time
typing.
machine took Virgil to Neo Gotham. If this is the case, Time Code's version of Neo Gotham is still about 10 years in the past from David Clinton's, but this could be explained away by him building the time machine and then immediately going to the past to hatch his schemes, and thus, while he is public knowledge, nobody really knows exactly where he is from. When he's from.
Not where. When.
Hey,
Could
What a douchey time travel thing to say.
department head in charge of deciding tenure to think maybe time travel's just not possible for another couple hundred years, and thus laugh David Clinton out of the room. So now that this is all laid out, it's time again for our question of the day. We've had
Question
a
of the
lot
day.
Yo, drop your comments in the Australia box.
box.
Which one is your favorite? I think personally for me, it's a toss-up between the Once and Future Thing and Future Shock, because in both cases, it was just really nice to return to the world of Batman Beyond after that show had already gone off the air. But once again, I'm just curious to hear what you guys think. So, as
James,
always,
they don't know how
be
to
sure
wrench
leave
us.
your comments down
If
under
you could
in
do
the
it from your
Australia
phone.
box. Before I go, I want to thank all of these lovely people who are helping to support us on Patreon this month. If you want to see your name on that list next time, you can always go over to patreon.com/DCAU Watchtower by clicking the link in the description below for a monthly pledge of as low as $1. While you're
Yo,
over there, you can check out other
patreon.com/DCAU Watchtower. Doing the story was not cheap. There was costumes, locations, travel, lodging, etc., etc., etc. And we ain't making fucking money off of YouTube.
which once again we'll leave a link to in the
Teespring.com.
below. If you're
They're both up in the corner.
Yeah,
Go check 'em out.
Teespring too. Buy some
Lots of cool
merch.
stuff on both.
All I want from Christmas is a Jake Paul shirt.
Here's the
Nope.
2 merches that we have.
Those are all of the merches.
I don't know where they are. I'm just pointing in. I'm pointing in different places.
My Brother the Ocean shirt not on Teespring.
Hey.
Somewhere. Here's
James is canonically editing these.
just fill the screen.
Am I?
As always,
I just said James was throwing pictures.
Yep, I guess so. I'm not going, oh, where'd he go? Oh, no, I guess yeah, we're back to this now. It's all good.
I love you guys a bunch.
No, we're not. No, this is after. This is after.
This is after
everything.
Zeta Month,
Yeah,
but
so-
I time traveled back in time and you didn't.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well. Spoilers.
I mean, shit.
We'll see. You'll see.
Trust me. I'll see ya.
We're like, no, it's this spoiler for Zeta Month. What are you talking about?
Oh shit, Coral doesn't have one either.
Oh, I'll do it. So the next stuff involves Jay. I've invited him to the Zoom call so that we can have him in here. But yeah, it might be a couple minutes here. We might need to take a quick break first.
Where is
Coral? I have done it. And I got Mattie, and I got Sprinkles and Stardust or whatever. Stardust and Moonrocks, I got it.
Where did I put the thing?
What thing?
The thing.
Oh.
James, I didn't bring a lot of things, but
I know this thing.
I brought a thing, and I don't know. Well, there's another thing that I brought. Should I save that for later, or like, do you think it's a thing that we could do now and later?
What's the other thing?
This thing.
What was the first thing you were saying?
The first thing was the weed.
Oh, I thought that's what you were talking about the whole time. Was the thing in the bag? I don't know.
No, I just figured if we were taking a break. Okay, so you know, screw it. We'll do it now and later.
Sure. Yeah, you can see it again.
Yeah, because I don't know how many of you will be here at the end, but we're really excited about Zeta Month. One thing that we have told a couple people who were on our Patreon call with us, we worked directly with Bob Goodman, the creator of Zeta, a little bit. He did a bunch of comments on our first Zeta topic, what is the Zeta Project. He went through our notes, not our notes, our script, our script, and he gave us a lot of feedback, and we were able to incorporate that into the thing. But on top of that, he sent us a shit ton, a shit ton comparatively to what Zeta had,
what we had,
merch, including
Zeta Project merch,
but not limited to.
The only official Zeta Project T-shirt design.
Yeah, and so we
three of them.
We have these on during Zeta Month.
Yes.
Something that's really fun about them is they were printed by, I believe it's R.L. Stein's wife.
Yeah.
Had a clothing line.
It's the Goosebumps logo. Yeah.
So the Goosebumps logo is on it, and so that's who printed these.
Yeah.
And he sent us these. He sent us two, well, I mean like a bag of the trading cards from Long John Silver's, but it was only two different ones of the 3 or 4 that exist. And then he sent us a bunch of the WB store had Static Shock and Zeta Project keychains, and it's like the same keychain, and you just spin it.
Yeah.
And it's a different one on each side. So it was really cool. I think James probably has some of the other stuff in here. He's got one of the Zeta cards up there that I'm seeing.
The keychain's hanging from Flash on the 3rd shelf.
On the 3rd shelf.
Middle.
Oh, I see it. Hold on. The keychain's really cool. I want to bring that up in case it looks cool on camera.
We're biding time for Jay. It's okay. Okay. Jay says, don't think I can, will watch, though. So, okay. That's cool. We'll read your stuff, Jay.
Yeah. Well, I'll, just really quick before.
Yeah. There's the keychain. There's Zeta on one side. Hang on. Let me go back to the screen where you can see the bigger picture. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's the side with Zeta, and then it's on a swivel. It's like the WB shield, and then Static is on the other side.
Yeah.
And these are really, really just incredible. They're like actual metal. They're like heavy duty, highly durable.
Yeah.
Really cool piece.
Yeah, it was awesome to get that stuff in the mail from Bob Goodman. Just like, what is life? Yeah, I purposely put them all on that shelf so that they were in the. Oh my God, you're spilling everywhere. So they'll be in the background of the podcast.
Sissy's gonna kill me
Pocket somewhere. We're gonna take a quick break, and we will be back to watch the next chunk of videos, starting with. Let's see what is next in the playlist. Yeah, we're gonna watch parts of Jay's reviews in between the Teen Titans Will It Canon and the DeCamu timeline. So, shall return shortly. BRB. Welcome. Welcome to the Museum of Natural History. Okay, we're on the Jay's Reviews.
Levi Church says, look at what I've posted on Discord, please.
Please.
And when you say it that nicely, I gotta look. Do we gotta look on stream, or is it something that I can just like look at on my phone and be like, haha?
Hey. Haha. Haha. Woo! All right, display capture.
Warning. The following video is a part of an ongoing episode by episode.
Oh shit, Levi's a patron.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Levi.
Hey, thank you.
Oh, yeah, I see this now. New $1 patron. Thank you, Levi.
More importantly,
Awesome.
this review will build off of previously established ideas
Yes.
from other videos, assuming that you've already video. Over spring,
Does this
I've
opening
looked
have
forward
stuff?
to the absolute most ever since I first started reviewing the DCAU 2 years ago now. To say I have the fondest memories for this series is quite the understatement. This show was my first entrance into geek culture. Without it, I don't know if I would.
Jay started reviewing the DCAU.
Oh wait,
2
hold on.
years
Was I
ago.
supposed to read his thing
This
first?
show has had on me.
Oh yeah, we could.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get that. Let me. We gotta read Jay's thing.
So let me winks.
He can't make it to this one. We gotta let the man speak for himself. This was the scene where we learned that Mattie was in the basement working on a master DCAU flash drive. Was an idea I got because of Watchtower Database's ambition to have a DCAU thesaurus website, and that James was changing plans to focus more on his plan against me going forward. Not much to say about this one otherwise in retrospect.
Okay.
Ever since I first started watching it almost 20 years ago. The Justice League is the DC equivalent of the Avengers, having been DC's greatest, or really most popular heroes teamed up, and who wouldn't enjoy that? The DC animated universe got its start as a
I think
gritty
we're just
Batman
the end.
series that gradually showed us the larger DC universe within, as we then got Superman the animated series, which showed us attachment to those seasons, but that does not impair my critical thinking skills. Really though, this video's gone on long enough, so I hope you guys enjoyed the review. Despite the ups and downs while watching the season and making the video, I thoroughly enjoyed making these videos, and if you enjoyed watching it, that's all that really matters. Thanks everyone for watching, and I'll see you for Justice
You're
League
welcome.
Season 2.
I did it.
I have wanted to talk about my love of this series for so long now, and since I haven't actually seen the full series of Beyond past the first season and some highlights from the second and third, I figured it would just make the most sense to do the show that took place after STAS, after I reviewed STAS.
Jay, here I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. Going into Justice League blindly like a kindergartner frolicking through his favorite playground. But no, you know what you're doing. Watching it before having seen Batman Beyond, missing all the references to Beyond lore, characters, plot threads, and ignoramus! A fool. I must take matters into my own hands.
So now that we've got this all laid out for you, my question of the day.
Jesus, what a fucking angle.
Yeah, I was gonna say the widest angle. There should be a door over there.
Mattie, I've come for the flash drive.
Flash drive?
Yes, we can.
What flash drive?
We're gonna
Don't
finish
talk
this
back.
real quick,
The one
which
I
is
told
only
you
like a
about the
minute
entire
left, I think.
DCAU timeline on that flash drive.
Oh, sure. Let
I
me
think we
pull
both
the
just
whole
gave Jay the
DCAU
footage
timeline
here, and
out
I
of my
didn't
ass.
touch it at all.
That would be
This is why
wonderful.
the
I
angle's so
needed to
wide.
beat Jay at his own game.
Game?
Gay?
What game?
Get back to work before I burn this basement to the ground.
It's your basement. If you're gonna keep me down here, can I at least get a new light bulb?
There you go. That's the split.
Yep. Okay, we're told we have to move our cars real quick, so we will be right back. Hi.
Yeah, I am.
Hi. Yay.
Hey.
Okay. Let's see.
I had to tell them it was poopy diaper time.
It was poopy diaper time. But he didn't have a poopy. It was just very wet diaper time.
Oh. It's almost as, maybe worse.
Nilla wafer diaper
I don't-
time. Time you wear a diaper made of Nilla wafers.
No, let's stop talking about diapers.
You're already like, no, thank you.
Yeah, I'm listen, I'm done with that, James.
You want to have kids, though.
I mean,
gotta be ready.
Yeah, I'm just not talking about diapers right now.
Okay.
What is
so
the next one?
what is
Teen
the
Titans
next
Will
video?
Cannon, baby.
Yeah. Okay, that was the one I was. Oh no, I thought I was maybe starting that earlier, but nope. Turn this off. Go back to here. Will it Cannon? Teen Titans. Picking up where we left off at the end of Justice League versus the Fatal Five. Will it Cannon, where I fell on the ground.
What happened? What's going?
Whoa, with Batman and Harley Quinn again. Reusing that same shot.
That means you were out for like a month. Data you, I guess.
Yeah.
Program rebooting. Initiating Will It Cannon in 5, 4, 3,
What is happening?
2.
What is happening? Will it canon? That is the question. Hello, Watchtower
Yes,
Database.
good to reorder this.
Yeah, I feel like the Teen Titans Will It Cannon just makes more sense.
It's at the same time, yeah.
Yeah.
They're all three kind of bleed into each other.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's
And
finally
Poison
time
Ivy.
to talk about Teen Titans.
Or B-Tac after this, yeah.
Cartoon Network series Teen Titans. Anyway, Teen Titans debuted on July 19th, 2003. And was
How do you burn a
created by
basement
Glenn
to the
Murray,
ground?
an
Isn't it
animation
already
director
below
who
ground to begin
previously
with?
worked
Not
on
if
and heavily influenced
you gotta
the
think of
visual
it.
style of Batman
I don't know.
Beyond, and served as art director for Superman the Animated Series and the new Batman Adventures. The Teen Titans show was also executive produced by JLU
Bob the
attached
Random
Sam
Guy says talk
Register
more
and
about
composed
diapers.
by the dynamic music partners Lolita Ritmanis, Michael McQuistion, and Christopher Carter, who had by this point established themselves as the go-to DC Animated Universe songsmiths.
What
So
a
with all
fucking
these
guy.
backstage DCAU connections, it's easy to see why something like this pop-up video style piece of trivia slipped by the
Will it
editors,
K9?
listing Teen
Will it
Titans
K8?
as a part of the same DC animated universe as the others. Now, those Warner Brothers interns. Now, to start off this discussion, I want to be
We
honest
really
with
like
you all. I
laid
don't
all
believe
of the
anyone
groundwork
Yeah.
for
wanted the
years.
events of
Oh
Teen
my
Titans
god.
to be a part of the DCAU continuity. This is a touchy subject, and besides the right people working on the show, it was the first DC Comics cartoon since 1990's
Hey, thanks,
Swamp
Levi.
Thing, or the various incarnations of the Superman
Again,
show.
again and again.
Not be hit you
When there's
over the
trouble,
head,
we know who to
obviously
call.
Not part of the
Data
Bruce Timm
James.
DC world that started with Batman the Animated Series. Well, unless you count 1994's Wildcats Covert Action Teams, which I think we all just try to forget. It didn't help that Teen Titans featured
I've
almost
never seen that. I have no
exclusively
actual
characters we
opinion on
weren't
that
seeing
show.
on the concurrent Justice
Damn.
League, and was presented
Fake
in an
fan.
art style that wasn't that different from the Bruce Timm-inspired DCAU aesthetic, utilizing similar design elements because it was designed by a DCAU character designer. In terms of superhero cartoons, it was a great time to be a kid. I can tell you that. But while television events of the era like
I was
the Jimmy
a kid.
Kimmel Power Hour or
Even
the
though I'm
Jetsons Meet the
a computer.
Flintstones wanted you to know these cartoons take place in the same universe, or at least could if they felt like it. Teen Titans never made the same leap. They never had an episode where the
I don't know
Titans
about
fight Mark
next
Hamill's
year
Joker,
for
or
sure,
where
but
Robin is late to
we
a
have
date
both
with
talked about
DCAS
different
Barbara
DCA
Gordon, or
or
where Slade
Teen
joins Lex
Titans
Luthor in
video
Justice
ideas.
Gang. And
So
even
it's
though a Teen Titans
definitely
Justice League crossover
a
was
thing.
planned, it never happened because they
Who knows?
couldn't
Maybe on
figure
the
out
other
how
end of
to
Zeta
do it.
Month.
So
Yeah.
the big question, the reason why you're here. Despite the uncertainty, is Teen Titans part of the DCAU? In past videos, we've been very quick to say,
No. And we even did a whole roundtable discussion of sorts about the subject near the birth of
Yeah,
this
we did.
YouTube
This is
channel.
That's
canon,
canon to
baby.
the story.
But after rewatching the series
In this story universe, I'm like, yeah, it'd be kind of cool to have that timeline Tumblr person on here. Like, that would be really cool. Let's do it. Let's talk about Teen Titans. Get in my basement! You work for me now!
This is what happens when you make friends from the internet.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that, kids. You'll get locked in someone's basement.
That's the true theme.
So,
Yo!
Art cannon!
Go. I want to admit something. I never finished watching Teen Titans when it was originally on the air.
Hey, Mark is here.
Anime-ish style kind of
Hey.
turned me off to it when I was in middle school, which was a time where I just wanted to watch criminals get the snot beat out of them by superheroes without all of the tofu jokes or giant screaming heads. But I think that's part of the problem.
Hey, at least
here.
understand
A lot
the
of
tribble
people either
joke.
didn't finish the show, or it's been long enough since they have watched the whole thing that they only remember what they want to remember. There was this Robin cartoon that was pretty cool, and yeah, of course it fits in the DCAU because I don't remember why it couldn't. So for this analysis, to be as thorough as possible, I watched Teen Titans all the way through, read every issue.
No,
of the
you didn't.
companion
It was all
comic, watched
downloaded
all of
into
those
you.
New Teen Titans shorts, the Trouble in Tokyo movie, the Lost episode, everything that was part of this original Teen Titans universe. Okay, I didn't play the 2 video games and I didn't read the handful of kids' books, but if there's anything in any of those that contradicts
The comics from Bandai, and then there's one more that was like a promotional issue.
Piece of this titanic mess. See what I did there? Because it's big.
I
like
think that's it.
Titano from Superman the Animated
But you
Series.
missed
What did you
those,
think
so
I was
now we gotta
talking
redo the
about?
whole
Notes
video.
on something that was questionable when trying to naturally
We didn't
fit
see
it into
Starfire's
the
birthday on the back computer. We're
Because of that,
such
I'm going to
idiots.
sort of put together similar points of interest so that this video isn't like 6 hours long. But keep in mind, I'm really smart and I know everything. So I'm always right. Now I could tell you right from the get-go that Teen Titans isn't part of the DCAU because some
Been trying to
overlapping
like
characters look
shove
different
that point
between the
home
different
since
shows, but really,
the
visual
earliest
differences are something you have
videos
to
of
kinda
like,
ignore
this is our
sometimes. It
opinion.
definitely used to be
You
a
can
thing
think
I would
whatever
just
you
binge
want,
on
and the people still
I
get
would've
so
crushed Teen
mad.
Titans into
Yeah.
purely because of the anime-like art
Why would you
style.
do
There's
this?
nothing else that has been officially sanctioned or proven to be DCAU.
Oh, yeah,
Has
the,
been anything but Bruce Timm's
Teen
art
Titans
style.
has a
But
lost
nowadays, we
episode
live in
that
a
was
world
like
where
a
DCAU Kilowog suddenly looks like he did in Green Lantern the animated
it was
series.
a co-production with like Post
It's
Serial,
nothing new either. The Joker inexplicably
and you could watch it on the Postopia site.
costumes. That's a whole thing.
And but
Trust me,
it's all on
for the sake
YouTube
of
and
following
everything
the
now.
DCAU
It's just like an
own
11-minute
logic,
thing.
We're not going
That's
to
cool.
count different character designs or styles.
So I
as
didn't watch. I
error.
didn't consider. Oh, error. Well, actually, it scared me a little bit. I didn't know what was going on.
Okay. Anyway. In January 2003, 6 months before the debut of Teen Titans, Batman dropped this bomb on Static Shock fans.
So
This
where's
sounds like a
Robin?
fucking Sonic Colors song.
You'll meet him someday.
Just 1 month later, Warner Brothers announced a series based on the aforementioned team, and right away it was off to the races for people theorizing whether or not this new show was going to share continuity with the pre-established DCAU. In fact, in 2010, Dwayne McDuffie revealed that there were actually plans to cross over Static Shock with the new show, but since they needed the episode before the Titans show would have been ready, focus was switched and the episode ended up becoming a team-up with the Justice League. But while any Teen
I
Titans
found an earlier
crossover
quote about that,
never came to be,
this morning.
damage was already done. Some
Oh, yeah.
form of the Titans existed within the DCAU.
And one about
As
the
new
Justice
series
League,
played out, though, it
Teen
became more and
Titans
more evident
crossover.
that the
Yeah.
Robin
Sweet.
that was
Yeah, that's a video we
with the
definitely need to do.
Titans wasn't Tim Drake, who Static had already met, but Dick Grayson. We see the Flying Graysons die in a nightmare illusion of Robin's, as well as appear on a poster in his room in the tie-in comic. Robin's interdimensional imp counterpart's name is Dick Grayson backwards. He becomes Nightwing in the future, etc. Even though he has a bow staff, something typically associated with Tim Drake Robin, he ain't Tim Drake. All in all, this is far from a continuity problem. The Teen Titans, or just
Someone had told
Titans,
us
have
while I
gone
was
through various
researching this
incarnations or lineup
stuff
changes over the years.
about how
So maybe
some,
all
like,
this meant was that the show occurred during the time in the
some
DCAU
promotional
where
thing
Dick
called
was
him
Robin.
Tim
So
Drake,
with
and I
that
can't,
all
and
in
they
mind,
couldn't find what it was. Like they remembered it happening, but I was like, okay, show me, and then
Aqualad, Speedy,
they couldn't
and
find
Kid
it,
Flash,
so I didn't end up
sidekicks
using
to
it.
other
But
major DC players, all make
I would like to
prominent
see that if it
appearances in
exists.
the first and companion comic, but all have rather confusing in-universe histories that don't gel too well with the DCAU. In Aqualad's very first appearance, he says,
I usually work alone.
Which could be taken as evidence that he actually has no affiliation with Aquaman, but has always come off more to me like the two of them did have a history. I mean, his name has Aqua in it. And while we never saw Aqualad alongside Aquaman in Superman the Animated Series or Justice League, it's not impossible that he was just his sidekick before all that. But also, the surface world learns of Aquaman and Atlantis for the first time in STAS's A Fish Story. So you'd think
That's
Robin
where Jimmy
and Co.
Olsen
would
shrugs.
be way more confused who Aqualad is, or that there would be way less confusion when the existence of Atlantis is confirmed further
trail
down
mix
the
is the
line.
perfect
Besides,
snack.
DCAU Aquaman,
It has everything.
to me, has always come off way too
Oh, it's so
gruff
warm
and
in here. It's
big-headed to
getting-
have ever taken on a teenage sidekick.
Cooking in
I guess
here a little
that's
bit.
just my opinion, and once again, not really a continuity error.
So, while able Cuvier tell the...
I was the first pet.
Splicers VP, baby.
What?
Not canon.
That's not supposed to happen.
That voice, I've heard it before. What is going on here? Where am I? I feel compelled to continuously talk about something called canonicity? Superhero cartoons? Wait. No, this can't be. Kid Flash, on the other hand, is even more complex. He's voiced by Michael Rosenbaum, who also voiced Wally West Flash on Justice
Just like the
League.
Justice Guild, every
Since
time
we get a little peek
I was
at
just
an
about to start
identical
figuring
Kid
it out,
Flash costume
nuns
in
and
DC's
dynamite.
Flash movie,
I don't get to figure
speculations
it
run
out.
rampant for forever that Kid Flash is the key to connecting these two shows in this prequel theory.
Who is Slade?
Counter to that, we've always been
He's
quick
the
to point
key.
out that Wally West's origin is actually seen on screen in the Justice League episode The Brave and the Bold, where it's revealed he was an adult when he gained his Flash powers.
I like how that building that the lightning
That,
strikes is
others
the
have
same
pointed
police
out
station
perhaps the
that Flash and
scene
Green Lantern
Barry
are being
Allen, or that this
interrogated
is how
in
Wally West
in
remembers it for
Brave
some
and the
reason,
Bold
or that the
episode,
teenage Wally West
the
could
Justice
have
League
this
episode Brave and the
body
Bold,
type in Busted style. I
which
mean,
means that
just
those are
look at
probably
other teenage
co-workers of
DCAU
Wally's,
men,
like in the detective
Yes, Robin,
chairs, like, that they
Guinness,
just
or
don't know him.
various members of the Legion of Superheroes. Those are all pretty weak ideas just for the sake of trying to cram Teen Titans into a universe it doesn't
It's so
need to
funny
be
that,
crammed
like,
into.
when
In fact,
we put this one
showrunner Glenn
out,
Murakami has even
we
stated
thought a lot
that
of
this show's
people
Kid
would
Flash,
understand
despite being
that it
voiced
was
by
you and a
Michael
computer.
Rosenbaum, was
Right.
purposely
And then
written
we followed it
differently
up
from
with the
Flash
Earth
and
12
Justice
Willet
League, and was
canon.
a
Where
different
we
interpretation
explicitly
of the
say,
Yeah.
one made of ones and zeros, blah blah
McDuffie has
blah.
gone on
And
record saying
then
he believes that only
people were
the
just like,
Flash,
what?
I don't
Wally
get
West,
it.
and
No
Kid Flash
offense.
exist in the Bruce Wayne universe, which would lead one to believe that the Kid
Yeah,
Flash
hopefully,
costume
hopefully
we've
it's
seen
obvious by
didn't
now
ever belong to
that
Wally West
Jaden
at all.
James is a computer program.
Checkmate. Atheists. Kid Flash also pulls the
I work alone these days.
line, which, if this is Wally, insinuates he at least used to work with Barry Allen, who, by our research, probably doesn't exist in the DCAU, at least as a superhero. That is,
My ear just
until
felt like it
Bruce
was
Timm
pulsing.
puts him in the next
Oh, that's
Justice League
cool.
direct
Yeah, it
video
just might
movie.
be the
We
weed.
just have to accept it.
It might be the trail mix.
Looking at you,
That too.
Hal. Kid Flash reappears a handful of times in Teen Titans Go with really no consequence. And I do mean the comic titled Teen Titans Go that was part of the Teen Titans universe, not the Teen Titans Go cartoon or its spin-off comic, Teen Titans Go. I'm aware that's very confusing. But here are two things I jotted down that really contradict DCAU.
You just now got the ones and zeros
One,
on. Okay,
Kid
sweet.
Flash references the Speed Force in Teen Titans Go
yeah.
number 34, something JLU's
They are both
Flash didn't find out
Rosenbaum.
about until the episode Divided We Fall. And two, he boasts about being able to vibrate through solid objects and then does so flawlessly, while JLU's Flash, well,
His vibrations create an unstable resonance.
Which is why the real Flash is supposed to not do it. Yeah,
also looks and sounds
I would say that's
exactly like
heart
he does in
canon
Justice
is
League Unlimited.
the Teen
Would go on
Titans
to become a
DCAU
recurring
thing is the
character on
biggest
the
heart
show,
canon
joining Titans
example there
East,
is.
and would make several appearances throughout the Teen Titans Go comic. In issue number 50, Speedy even says he's graduated to the big league, an issue that ends with cheeky Unlimited word.
Oh shit, Mark
So
Aquino's here.
honestly, Speedy's arc in
Hey,
this
Mark
universe
Aquino,
is
you're not
the
first, but
most
it's
consistent
still
with the
pretty
DCAU
good.
Things are
out of
yapping.
Anything Teen Titans. It's almost like these shows did take place in the same universe at some point. Some sort of event that split the timelines. Teen Titans carried on in one and the DCAU
How
in the
did
other.
Data James know about the
Two
multiverse split?
versions of the same entity. The original and the copy. But that's silly.
He's talking about that.
Okay, it wouldn't be a Watchtower Database video if we didn't come at it from the timeline angle and how it all fits.
That's true.
Or doesn't. And man, there are some blatant errors.
Of course,
I
this
keep
is
saying the
same
magic
Dr.
word.
Milo that couldn't engineer a superpowered warthog based off of current notes.
More Splicer's vanishing point.
Not canon.
You need to stop.
Why do I keep saying that? I didn't even mean to. Oh my god, no. This place, it's not real. It's all fabricated. Please, if you can hear this, send help. I need help. While taking notes on this series, I was more concentrating on the continuity aspects of everything. The differences between killer moths, the reused musical cues, you know, that kind of stuff. But I did take a few minor notes on the passage of time and, well, it ain't pretty. Fitting Teen Titans into the same timeline as Batman the Animated Series or Justice League Unlimited has been something that people have been attempting to explain for 16 years and counting. Some choose to believe the series takes place before BTAS, during a time
Like
when
19
Dick Grayson
years
is
now.
young, Justice League doesn't exist yet, and stuff like the appearances of a younger Kid Flash and Speed.
Should we feel bad for Data James?
This is years and years ago. And
Do
on a
you?
surface level, approaching the show
You
this way
can.
is
Love the physical acting on Data James's part. Yeah, Data James was a fantastic actor. I'm glad we got him in to work with. Just a fucking
I thought he would say no, but,
dream.
yeah.
Honestly, like, as soon as I heard a fucking, you know, name that short, like David Spade area, I'm talking like same syllables and then like a D and everything. I was just like, oh, I don't know about this guy. Maybe we should, but
I just went solo.
brilliant, real professional.
Madonna, Zendaya, Data James, Cher,
Danny DeVito.
Yeah, all the.
Was Mattie the villain? Do you think Mattie's the villain if Mattie was locked in James's basement and forced to make content and like was just trying to find a way to take the load off? I don't know.
All the way up to his return as seen in TNBA's Sins of the Father. While
Jesus
part of the
Christ,
story was
James,
animated
who
with
is the
flashback
villain
photo
here?
wounds
See?
showing Robin throwing
And
away
Poison
both
Ivy.
his cape and mask. The comic goes further and
But,
reveals
like,
he left behind his entire costume with Batman. Plus,
It's kind of a meta commentary on like in both aspects, from like James to me and then me to Data James, of like, you know, kind of abusing the people that make the content you enjoy and want to exist. And like nobody's in the right in that situation.
Just forcing you to make a thing you don't want to make.
And the show taking place before
We're gonna
Batman
make
the
videos we
Animated
want to
Series?
make.
Well, let's take a look at where we know Dick Grayson is during certain years in the Tinverse.
The true villain of the Watchtower Database is the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, that's true.
10 years old in the mid-1980s, as seen in the flashbacks from Robin's Reckoning. And according to The Batman Adventures number 18, Batman trained Dick for 6 to 7 years before he even became Robin.
I feel like
So
the
we're
Earth
looking at
J
a window
James
of
is
about
certainly more like
1991
Bond
to
villain
1997 for Teen
than
Titans to
normal
even
me.
possibly
Yeah.
But
after training, Robin would be
Well, you
somewhere
know, that's what a
between
busted
15
light
and
bulb will do to
17
you.
years
Sure
old.
does,
And while
yeah.
that definitely doesn't go against
The light bulb went out.
Or it's
does
not
make
so
it
much
harder
the
to
light
believe
bulb is
that
what
in
it
the
was.
span
It's
of
like
just a loose
in one
handful of
version
years, Dick
I
became Robin,
went to the future and in
quit
the
to
other I
form the
did.
Teen Titans. That entire
Like,
series
it
passed.
just shot
He
forward as
came back
normal.
and joined Batman again, and that entire series passed, and then he quit again. Not impossible, but pretty unlikely. And here's the thing, we don't know what calendar years Teen Titans starts or ends. The show made a point to not talk about that kind of stuff, what year it is or how old people are, or even references to the greater DC universe beyond the Titans themselves and their rogues gallery, and the Doom Patrol, and like one or two other things, just, you know what I mean. It was a pretty self-contained show, but Batman the Animated Series gave us lots of timeline clues, and the two don't really mesh. In Season 1's Mad Mod episode, Robin says,
School always seems smaller after you graduate, doesn't it?
which leads us to believe that Robin is at least out of high school, aka around 17 at the youngest. Technically, he's apparently also young enough to take Killer Moth's daughter to her junior prom, but hey, I grew up in a little hick town where
No, you
a lot of girls brought their way too old boyfriends to prom with them. It happens,
Ugh.
unfortunately. So if
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
the DCA, we can now see
Ugh.
that
I wish it
Season
didn't
1
happen.
takes place in approximately
Yo,
1993,
Robin's a
4
predator.
years before Dick's college graduation. To save some time, I'll too long didn't readify this section a little
No,
bit.
Robin
and tell you
didn't want
that
to do
as
it,
the
though.
Cartoon
Yeah,
and comic
true.
continue in tandem chronologically. We go from spring to 4th of July to Halloween to Valentine's Day again to Christmas to Valentine's Day again? And before I could do the math to see if that even works with the allotted time period, by issue 45, the Justice League exists. And by issue 50, Speedy is a part of it. And in issue 54, Cassie Sandsmark's school has a Wonder Woman fan club. I don't know what else to tell you. Dick Grayson, Robin, and the Justice League just don't overlap. But I get it. On-screen evidence trumps the comics. So if we ignore the
Get
comics,
your politics out of me.
we can still make it work. Right?
That was your suggestion for the title of that segment.
Yeah. No, that was a good one.
Years ahead of what we see in BTAS. While Batman is watching Victor Freeze turn into an ice villain on beautiful black and white VHS, Control Freak has an all-powerful reality-bending remote control. While Dr. Wakati is revolutionizing travel through harnessing time,
I think that, like,
Starfire is telling
it's
Robin
kind of
the
funny
secrets
because
of
I read a
faster-than-light
couple
travel. The Riddler is
posts
creating
recently
primitive
because I was
video
looking to see if
games
anyone
while
like
Cyborg
shared
has
the
a
Will It
PlayStation
Cannon
2.
around
There are
anywhere.
bombs that can
And I read a
stop
couple posts
time, but
recently
half of
about
Gotham
people saying
still
that,
has
like,
Tommy guns.
Watchtower
Dr. Light
Database
can
just
cloak
like they go too
himself,
far
but
sometimes, you know. They just be
Ventures'
talking about
Invisible
like
Man
all
costume
the
is an
technology
anomaly.
and this, that, and the
Slade
other.
has tech that allows
And like,
him to project himself
in case
inside Robin's
in case it's
mind.
not clear, it's not so much that it's like it's a thing that we actually care about. It's a thing that's like we are making a show that's making an argument, and we are trying to follow all possible arguments, you know, to be as thorough as possible. We don't like doing half-baked stuff, and like,
you
know,
it's not so much about us actually like believing literally every single thing we're saying. It's more like showing you just every possible way to look at it.
Say it's inconsistent that Justice League had
At least that we
orbiting
can think
space
of.
stations with teleporters, while Batman Beyond and the Zeta Project had CDs and clunky
Zeta
flip
Project.
phones. So that's because those shows were made to reflect a far-off future that was way more
'Cause
advanced
it's like-
than what was going on currently in the
we
real
know that
world.
people that
Teen Titans had
headcanon
no
this
excuse
show
to
with
not
the
follow the
DCAU
same
probably are not
technology timeline set in place.
even
If
thinking about
intention
the
really was
tie-in
for them all
comics
to occupy
or
the
whatever,
same
you know.
universe. And Dick
But it's
Grayson
just like
Robin era, that ain't
it's a
time
thing where
where
it's
I
like
can
if
believe
we
the
are going to
technology
cover the
exists to
argument, we
project
want to like
yourself
follow it to the
inside
furthest thing.
someone else's
And we
mind.
always talk about, you know, make your own mind up. At
Matty
the
believes
end
in
of just
being
about
fully
anything.
baked at all times.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things like we keep telling you to, you know, make your own conclusions at the end of almost all of these. And it's just that like you can pick and choose what you want. It's fiction.
There are videos that we don't do on some of these same topics that just go like, you know, here's this one little fact and therefore it's this, and that's the video. Goodbye. And we want to dive into it like as hard as we can, and that includes going over like it's raining outside so it can't possibly be this day or whatever. Like that's the fun of it. I don't know. But if you were like at a party with us or something, like you guys don't actually like think that was such a clean cut. You guys don't actually think this thing. Like no, we don't.
I'm sorry, kids. I really am.
That was the first take trying to do that. I was like so happy.
First take, first try.
Yeah.
Ignore the comics completely and just focus on the show. But even then,
See, I got a bottle of wine for this one because I felt like it was worth it. And it's mostly drunk already.
We still got to do the Teen Titans, the Batman one day.
Yeah. That'll theoretically be a pretty popular one.
Who the hell is Red X? There's just too much on the
Who is Red X? Didn't they reveal that recently?
I think in the comic
But like I
version,
mentioned
but
earlier, it's not too far out of the realm of possibility that Teen Titans just takes place in an alternate reality to the DCAU, a timeline that could have branched off the DCAU at some point. Likely some moment when Dick Grayson decided he wasn't going to listen to Batman anymore and went up and did his own thing instead of
doing that later.
In my mind, a lot of the DCAU inclusive theories here were created when the show was in its infancy. During the first
bunch of
season or
shorts
two
where
when
it's
the
just
Titan
that.
world hadn't
And this
been
one thing, and
expanded
that's it.
really.
Goodbye.
We were just following the episodic exploits of a ragtag team of teenage superheroes in a pretty confined narrative. Honestly, if Teen Titans was just its first 2 seasons, I would be way more on board the DCAU canon boat. But in its actual 5 seasons, There's just
there's
too
a
much
cannon
going
boat?
against the idea.
Cannon
Remember all
boat.
those DCAU crew members I mentioned were attached to the show? Well, ironically, Bruce Timm was a producer of Teen Titans, which he's actually written off and explained. Well, even though I'm listed as a producer, Teen Titans actually is, for all intents and purposes, a non-Timm show. My involvement with Teen Titans has always been minimal. I was attached as a producer as sort of a security blanket for both Glenn and Warner Brothers Animation. The idea being that if Glenn had somehow messed up the show, I could step in and get it back on track. Or if Glenn himself were feeling overwhelmed by production or political problems, he could use me as backup. I realized early on that Glenn really did have his own vision of what Teen Titans should be, both in terms of story
Red
and
X
art
is the
direction.
Batwoman.
And it was quite a bit different from what I would have done. My influence would be more of a hindrance than a help. I didn't want to throw him off track, so I stayed completely out of the creative process. I've been even less involved with season
the
2.
green
In fact,
one.
I haven't done a bloody thing. I really must remember to have my name taken off the credits. Anyone who knows me will tell you that I'm quite the
And
control
he never
freak,
did.
very opinionated, and I don't mind sharing
Red
my
X is
opinions.
dated
So my
James.
biggest contribution to Teen
Red
Titans
X is
was
hush.
to not
LOL.
contribute, and just to stay the hell out of Glenn's way and let him be brilliant all by himself.
I love
So
it.
Bruce Timm is control
Yep,
freak?
be brilliant all by
That
himself.
explains a lot. There's also the fan theory that Teen Titans and the Batman cartoon share a world. But I've watched even less of that show, and I'm not going to watch another entire cartoon for this video just to say, nah, probably not. Again. Besides,
At least not
Bruce
right
Timm
now.
has a point. Teen Titans doesn't need to be connected to his work or the Batman or anything else. At the end of the day, maybe we all just need to let Glenn be brilliant all by himself. Excessive heart cannon
Heart
is just
cannon.
going to be filled with too many errors.
But here's the kicker. Dorian's assistant is none other than Abel Kubiak.
Okay, but will it canon?
I don't have time for this. We can't make this 2 videos in one right now. I've got to send out my Justice League versus the
We made it 2
PS5
videos in 2 instead.
Yeah, 3 videos in 1. 3 videos in 3.
I'm gonna have to finish this up fast. Like I said, I don't blame you for trying to make Teen Titans fit in the DCAU. This video started off as a way for me to vent about every single little tiny contradiction between the shows, like how there's inexplicably a giant scorpion, or how the Gordanians publicly broadcast themselves but the Justice League and World Assembly don't know about them years later, or how Robin has rocket booster feet decades before Batman Beyond, or how the Doom Patrol look different from their JLU action figures, or how Harold seemingly inhabits the same shadow realm that Mordred banishes all the adults to, or how Star Trek is Warp Trek instead of Star Trek, or how there's talking animals that teach Robin martial arts. And I could seriously fill an entire half-hour video with just that stuff, but it wound up being a lot less aggressive of a canonicity determination than I anticipated. I don't love Teen
Mark, if you're
Titans
still
the
in
same
here,
way that
someday
I
we
love
still have
JLU
to
or
actually
Batman
do our
Beyond.
Star Wars,
It's still
Star
a
Trek
really
references
freaking
in the
good series.
DCAU.
With a tie-in
It's
comic
still a
that
long
doesn't
time
make me
coming.
wanna pull my hair out over continuity conundrums. So I decided to treat Teen Titans with a little more respect than just a barrage of negativity. In fact, the original
DC
idea for
animated
this
Star
video was
Trek
just to
into the
play opening
multiverse of
titles,
madness.
and cut to me
Yeah.
standing here, and then I just say, no. But hey, I'm not in control of that. I'm not in control of anything. Everything I do is structured, programmed, predetermined.
Like a rat in a maze.
This can't be right. This is all a lie, a mistake, an error.
Shit's going down. I love that like creepy like music. When your heart leaps a little bit, realizing what's going on. Hopefully.
Error. 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 What is even happening? Error. 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 This is James. At least, I think it is. Can anyone hear me?
This is a direct
a way
reference to the end of Teen Titans Go to the Movies.
Yep. Thanks, Robert Sterling, Dark Pork 1792.
Yeah, that's a good font.
Yeah. Oh yeah, bringing back Star Wars, Maddie, for that. That's right. Forgot.
For what?
For the Star Wars references video, to have Star Wars Maddie as a Force
As
Ghost.
a Force Ghost, oh yeah. Why?
Oh my God, Chad's moving.
Additional potential members for DCAU Titans and Static Shock. Did we ever like come up with any other? I don't know.
Which comment was this?
Any more potential members for DCAU Titans?
Oh, I mean, there was Robin, and then Beast Boy was referenced in as a
yeah,
Titans
but
member.
past the like what our ideas were in that.
I mean,
one video, I guess.
there's just a video I did of like who might be in there, and I think it was like Supergirl, Robin, Starfire, Beast Boy, Static were like the definite most likely ones or whatever.
And Cyborg Girl.
Yeah, Cyborg Girl.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Matty has heard my
Impulse would be
ideas
cool.
for Star Wars. Have I? I've forgotten.
That's what I was just saying. The Force Ghost.
Oh, was that his idea?
Yeah.
Because I had come up with that idea independently
Oh.
for the Evil Dead video.
Oh, right, yeah.
Remember, because when I was watching Ash versus Evil Dead, they did that.
We got one more little bit of a J video, Justice League Season 2, and then we've got the DeCamu Timeline 2, and then it'll almost be time for Ted to come in if you're listening, Ted. So Justice League Season 2 analysis of Jay's reviews is up. Let's do it.
We said which one? The Justice League
Season 2, yeah.
Hold on, let me get. What did he have to say?
Yes.
All right, Justice League Season 2. This one was much more in-depth, containing many moments I really like, such as James DMing me about giving me a copy of his JLU DVD. We set it up for me to react live, and it took a couple of takes for it to work. Something nobody ever caught was that the previous message on the screen while James is typing to me was the dialogue between Joker and Charlie in Joker's favor when he reveals, "I never lost you." Thought someone would bring it up, but nobody did. Story-wise, things ramp up here because the flash drive is complete and the DVD scheme is set up. I still have that sticky note I put on the box there to this day. James didn't even write that, but I just think it's a funny memento.
Yep, that was. We were on Discord and typing to each other in real time the lines for the script, and I just had it copied, and I would just like wait for Jay's message to come up, and I would just paste and hit enter really fast so that it would pop up on his screen as he's filming his computer screen. We had to do that like 6 times before we got the timing right. But yeah, this is we'll show little chunks from
I'll
this.
be the only person to say this, but it's actually Justice League, the animated series, that got me into Ratchet and Clank. I was at Target going to buy Justice League Season 2, which I actually still have.
Target?
Day,
You still watch cartoons? Don't worry, we still watch
I was
cartoons.
just very intrigued by its world and art style.
God, we watched that
Warning,
this morning, huh?
the following videos are part spoilers for not just
Good job,
the
Robin.
season
Thank you
/
for
movie
subscribing.
Hey.
Skipping
May of
around.
2016.
Are we
I
in
started
this
reviewing
before the
DCU
ending?
only 1
I don't
year
think
later,
so.
which felt like a big gap in time, but it all feels so small in retrospect. Whenever I made reference to the DC season is home
Here
to
we go.
so many of my favorite DCU episodes,
Only
and I
skipped
don't mean
4.5
that.
hours.
I could end this retrospective here. Because this, ladies and gentlemen, is my favorite season of the DCAU. This is the climactic point I've been waiting for this whole time, but I get ahead of myself. This
Wonder Woman's arm
it
and
beats
hair being
Superman season
cut
3,
off
it
there.
beats Batman season 4 and 3, and all that. Because outside of a stupid episode like Hearts and Minds, this season has no dull moments, no sideshows, no ultimate thrills, no absolute powers here.
I think
Just amazing
Eclipsed is the
episode
only
after
one for
episode.
me.
But I'll
I
say
still
this.
like Eclipsed,
I never bring
though.
the movies into the season rankings, and you might ask why that is. Not because they're movies, because Phantasm was just better than every season of Batman and Superman. in
Oh,
Justice League
D
season 1,
tier
while
Sub-Zero.
Sub-Zero
Come
and Batman
on,
were worse than all
man.
of those. So there's literally no point in bringing them up. However,
I know you don't like
Phantasm,
as much as
it's
me,
time
but it's
to
not
move
D
on.
I
tier.
think-
Because Justice League Season 2 is the best DCAU thing I have ever reviewed.
I think the ending
I
is
love
beautiful.
Justice League Season
Yeah.
2. I
Yeah.
mean that from the bottom of my heart.
It's
This
kind of a
season means so
lackluster
much
movie.
The
to me,
road-
but
the
I'm
road
so
to
glad
get there
we've
was a bit
finally done
much.
this,
I
because
still,
this
it
season
was
really
it's
deserved
nostalgic
it.
for me.
I also really don't have much to
Oh, it's
say on
nostalgic
Justice
for
League
me
as a
too,
whole.
but, like,
This show is the reason this YouTube page
I would
exists
much
at all.
rather spend my
What
time
more
on
needs to
other-
be said?
Oh, sure.
Season 1 is just okay, but Season 2 is worthy of all the nostalgia, all the hours spent making this video.
Yeah.
And on that note, I think it's time we wrap this up. Next time is the first season of Justice League Unlimited, and I hope you'll all join me for that. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time.
This is it.
I don't even remember filming this one.
The data, the timeline, the character bios.
Do you think there's a Data James on there?
It's magnificent. It's what I've been waiting
on accident.
Because like that's part of like that would be a similar program to what I was writing for him.
It would be easy to bring that in.
A few weeks later, after the JL Season 2 video is released. Oh, damn, there's a time jump.
Good pacing area I have.
Are you okay, man?
I just came down here to do that.
Next review is going to be JLU, and so he's one step closer to epilogue.
He's one step ahead of the game.
Master, my plan's going to have to go into action now.
What's up with this plan you're talking about?
Well, he did mention at the end of his Justice League Season 1 review that he has a lot of nostalgia for JLU on DVD, but since he lost it, I'll have to send him a gift. The perfect excuse for my plan to start to take effect.
You know, you could just come to accept the fact that not everyone's going to experience the DCAU in the way that you personally think is right. And
I will
like
come to that conclusion later.
Really
you said
no
Reese's.
way to go about it.
What's wrong with you?
I feel as though if you kind of went out of your way
Potato.
to listen to other people's opinions and stop pushing yours as fact-based, then you might be able to find common ground.
A rough take here.
And the years of amazing contributions it's given to the
That's a long line to say that.
No.
You have that whole line. I just no.
Wait, hold on. Oh shit! I saw a date. Amazing contributions it's given to the DC mythos at large.
Oh god.
I saw 7 contributions it's given to the DC mythos at large.
No.
Here?
No. 1 second.
Oh, yeah.
July 3rd, baby.
Yeah. They made it way farther in their timeline than
we ever did.
Yeah.
Okay. I really
this. See, there's the Joker and Charlie dialogue from Joker's favor.
Reviews. I remember you saying.
Get my real-time typing speed here. I forgot I'm the one actually typing. Jay's the one sending the message back, copy paste, and then I have to record the screen.
Would you like a free copy? I have many.
This is way too long.
That little haha there Stevens on his friend. Yes. Mattie, I need you to put all of the data from the flash drive into a computer program that can be burned to a disk. It will activate when Epilogue is clicked on the JLU DVD, requiring a view of all of JLU Season 3, all of Batman Beyond, Return of the Joker, and then he can watch Epilogue.
Look, man, I'll make your program. But if I do, will you finally let me out of the basement?
Perfect. Just leave the disc at the bottom of the stairs.
I don't even answer
Blank
that question.
discs? Do they even make those anymore?
Oh, don't worry. I've got a guy.
Oh yeah.
Evan, listen up. Here's what I need you to do. I sent you the flash drive
person
with
I
the
don't
software
know.
and the blank JLU discs. I need you to burn that.
Yeah, who is this guy? Who's Evan? Someone make a wiki article on Evan right now.
Yes, that's right. I'll have all the materials ready.
I'm hoping that you know.
It's Evan parentheses Earth J parentheses. We don't know if there's a Prime Evan.
I don't know. We gotta get Prime Evan. Prime Evan has like an extremely long.
No, wait, no,
beard.
there would be a Prime Evan because he would have been born before the time split.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I wonder if there's any more Ned Leeds.
We just don't know what he looks like.
Very good. Sir.
Probably this guy.
Probably.
You see, James, I have this printer in my fine dining room.
I don't need the details, Evan. Just get the job done.
Yo, someone said happy
Now,
birthday to Mark Hamill.
How are you going to get this to Jay's
True.
house?
Yeah.
I'll place the DVD in his mailbox. The return address will still be yours.
Then our business has concluded.
I set down a rotary phone there. This is the first time we saw Jay on his own channel. Like the first time he put himself on there.
Oh yeah.
Not my handwriting. Huh. My drawing though, yes.
Did you see that Spider-Man copyright? Who even knows anymore?
What?
It said Spider-Man copyright. Who even knows anymore?
I did not see that. Alrighty. We have Decamu.
Decamu timeline.
Numero uno.
Should I preheat the oven?
You could.
Okay, let me do that.
Do you want assistance with that?
Yeah, actually.
Okay. We will be right back after these not messages.
Okay, I mean, like, I can always just pop out and put it in while, like, info dumping is happening.
Yeah. Yeah, we're doing Decamu.
Decamu timeline number 1, everybody. Which follows up. It's actually our first channel on the video with Earth J.
As its separate universe, specifically, yeah.
Yeah, like, we just realized he was moving a lot faster than we were, and we couldn't make sense of what he was doing with what we wanted to do. And so it was just like, all right, we split the multiverse off in the end of one of his videos. And then we finally, like, canonized it on our side.
Yeah.
Over here with this one.
By starting it like this.
And it's fucking hilarious because he moved at such a breakneck speed that, like, we had to fucking do another thing.
Yeah.
Over here. But we'll get there when we get there.
That was all your plan.
I'll talk more about it in a minute when this gets over.
What? You mean in the basement where you have been holding me captive for
Over a year now.
Yes, that's exactly.
Yeah.
I've got you here. These basement renovations aren't going to pay for themselves. I'm going to need you to step it up.
The renovations.
Renovations in both universes.
How exactly do you propose I do this?
What about another timeline video? The people love those, but this time
Did you do an over a year
sexy.
note on this
Give the
one?
people something they've never
Since
seen
Maddie's been in the basement.
We're finally doing
the DCAMU.
Zeta Project.
The Zeta Project! Okay,
Zeta
so...
AMU? You said something the people have never seen before.
So I wanted to do Zeta Month as far back as this.
Yeah.
And the entire idea felt incredibly intimidating to James, but it was also like towards the height of the Justice League reunion campaigning. Because we were just right off the heels of Justice League versus the Fatal Five. So people were like, yo, we can get it. We can get it. I know we can. And so we were just like, no, now's not the time. Let's, let that happen and support that as much as we can. Let's not worry about trying to get, because we wanted to originally do like we wanted to do like a hey, bring back the Zeta Project thing. Like that was, but we weren't even like at the fucking like size to even try it either.
No,
so there was
it was another like it would be a lot worse, a lot smaller of a thing.
Yeah, so
had we done it then.
We just ultimately decided, let's skip that and let's do this thing where James says I can't make Zeta stuff.
Nason said, "Oh, by the way, Nason, thank you for becoming a patron again. The channel that primarily uploads content on the DCAU. I feel guilty. This is my favorite video on the channel. It is a pretty good one. I like it. Zeta Month will include Zeta smut, but not in the way you think." Hello from Sweden. Hi.
Finally doing
the DCAMU.
The Zeta Project.
The Zeta
the
Project.
DCAMU? You said something that people have never seen before.
Yeah, I also said sexy.
Aw.
Was that the preheat?
Yes.
Okay. Once we start info dumping,
which is
Back
now.
in July of 2006,
Pizza.
DC Comics,
For the
Warner Home
pizza.
Video, and
You'll get
Warner
your
Bros.
time.
Animation
You'll get your
began
time.
production on what would become known as the DC Universe.
That time is now.
Or as some may call it, a mouthful. The line was billed as a series of original animated PG-13 films written and directed by acclaimed comic book creators and animators and featuring recognizable talent. While the majority of these films had involvement from Bruce Timm in one way or another, for the most part, they were all made to be obviously outside the bounds of the DC animated
It wouldn't it be real
universe,
funny
which
if
had
while
home
Maddie
from
was gone, everybody just
1992
shit their
up until
pants?
just a few months
I
earlier.
think it'd be
This
really
meant
funny.
all new
I think
character
if they
designs,
came
different
back
voice
and
actors
just
at times,
everyone's
and of
pants are
course,
full of shit, that'd be
non-consistent
so funny.
continuity, even between
Let's all do
other
it, you guys.
films in the same line. Sure, every now and then you'd have a set of movies that followed each other, like Public Enemies and Apocalypse, Crisis on Two Earths and Doom, or Dark Knight Returns Part 2 and Batman Year 1. But it wasn't until Bruce Timm stepped down from his DC duties in 2013 and was replaced by James Tucker that things really started to heat up. July that year, fans were greeted with an on-screen adaptation of the 2011 Flashpoint storyline.
I always
that
thou
was used to
again,
reboot
James,
DC's
seriously.
comic book continuity
Yes.
for the New 52 line. Due to the production cycle on these films, work on Flashpoint Paradox began before the comic was
So yeah, this is taking place in the Earth J continuity, the J's Reviews world,
and straight away from the comic at times.
as you
writer
now
Jim
know from the
Krieg
multiverse
explained.
video for
The
sure.
series hadn't come out yet. It was
Jim
literally
Krieg
pages
again.
of script, of the comic script that got sent over, and then pencil drawings. Half the time I had to match the script to the pencils, which was a little bit of a puzzle. So it wasn't as big a thing. Really, the job was one, putting the jigsaw puzzle of what it was turning
Puzzle.
into together, and then, sadly,
the puzzle.
it
It's
was
Jim
kind of
Krieg.
throwing away marvelous material.
It's
in
Jim
hopes that
Krieg.
the very best of it remained.
The film ended with a post-credit sting of a Boom Tube opening and parademons emerging. A teaser that would be followed up in Justice League War, an adaptation of Jeff Johns' Justice League Origin, which established the Justice League's history following the events of Flashpoint. However, despite the two stories following each other in the comic books, the films were unconnected save for the post-credit scene I mentioned. As James Tucker explained on Twitter, the events of Flashpoint created the world of Justice League War, but the characters we see in that film aren't the ones that we see in the new continuity. To clear up confusion, Jimbo of the website DCAU Resource explained
That's one
his
way to
view of
look
the
at it.
situation, saying, "I thought the start of the Flashpoint paradox was the old timeline. Flashpoint
Oh, you
was
took
a
the Superman
hyper-time,
cup. You
and
didn't
the
take
ending
the
created
Will
two
It Cannon
branched
cup.
timelines. Flash and Batman in the Batcave
Although I
being
barely
the
used the
version
Will
of
It Cannon
old
glasses, I'm
timeline,
like,
and
I don't want
the
any of it to
Flash
come off.
character
I want it to
first
stay
scene of the new
pristine
timeline
forever.
That became the DTV ongoing canon, which Tucker then agreed with as the official explanation. If you
There we
think this
go.
all means that you can just skip over Flashpoint when introducing newcomers to this world, though, stop thinking that. Like, seriously, why would you deprive someone of this movie? If we're being honest, I wouldn't
It's a good
blame
movie.
you if you were thinking
Yeah.
about skipping it. After all,
I've
the
heard some
explanation
people
as
start
how it
to
fit in
voice
continuity bugged me for
criticisms of it
forever until
more
this
recently.
explanation was given.
Which
But
is
The
kinda
era
interesting.
Not only are you
it being
missing the
cool to
fantastic
like
story, but
Flashpoint
you also
Paradox
rob
is
yourself
over.
of understanding plot points that come up later in Suicide Squad Hell to Pay. So just deal with the momentary confusion. It'll be worth it.
This all
We made
being
this
said,
one
my
before
goal
the
today is
Decamu
to
was
help
over. There
sort
was
out
still like
all
3
the
movies
confusion
left or
around
something.
Decamu
But we
or
didn't even know that it was
DCAU,
ending.
and give
Yeah,
you the definitive viewing order. Now
It's
that
like,
we've
oh, we'll
reached
just do
the
another
release of
one
the
later, and
franchise's
then
newest
it was just
Batman.
updated for the
Yes, it's
last
called
bit.
the Decamu.
The DC animated movie.
I said that in
universe,
this without knowing
DCAMU.
that people were already calling it
Camel,
that.
Is that okay? That won't get confusing at all.
Not the New 52 animated universe. In fact, it was never planned to just be New 52 stories.
Our goal is to, after we get the first few releases out, to start telling original stories set in our new universe. We aren't obliged to just do stories that have appeared in the New 52. We will be telling new original stories in the future, as well as adapting some old stories that are pre-52.
Hope we
just
get to
putting them in
talk to
this new
him
universe.
sooner
And
than
it's
later.
not the Tuckerverse either.
Lots of
That's
stuff
pompous and
we would
apparently
ask him
reserved
about.
for Legion of Superheroes
James
and
Tucker,
Batman:
talking to
The
James
Brave and
Tucker.
Bold. That's
Yeah.
right. The official word. We
need to like
is
actually
that
get him
it's
in for an
the
interview.
Decamu. Confusion? I hear you ask. What confusion? Don't you just watch the movies in the order they came out? Well, if that's what you thought, then you might need a bit more help than you realize. But that's to be expected. You did want to call this the New 52 AU after all, Robert Sterling.
Robert Sterling is canon in Earth J, I guess.
Yo,
someone make Robert Sterling Earth J on the wiki.
Mentioned in Decamu video.
Since Throne of Atlantis has it right there at the start of the movie.
This is Colonel Trevor, government liaison
That's
to
so
the
weird.
Justice
George Newbern is
League.
Steve Trevor.
We
in
changed
this.
it last week. Justice League tested better.
Oh yeah.
Of course, this bit is a reference to the end of Justice League War, where Captain Marvel decided to name the team.
You can call us the Super 7.
Please don't call us that.
Now, this doesn't specifically
Honestly, War is
mean that
okay
it's
to
only
me.
been
Like,
a
I
week
kind of like
between
it.
films. For all we
Yes,
know,
it has
could've
like
been months,
personality
and it just took
interactions
us some
between
time
all
to
those
come
characters that like really never happen
Luckily,
again in the
though, Heath
Decamu.
Corson, the writer of the 2 Justice League films, confirmed that there was only about a week between them.
When we pick up, it's basically, I think, a week later from where War ended. It's very, very
It's kind of
soon.
wild, like how much you can just find, like if you look.
Yep. Where is Nightwing and Robin?
Like I just fucking watched con footage of this man for hours
until they say something.
In
Yep.
the order these 3 movies were released. So here's what we're looking at so far. Looking a little bit deeper in Son of Batman, we see this screen, suggesting it takes place.
Like if
no
I was a
later than
Bruce Timm
2013.
type person,
And in Justice
it would just be
League
so
War,
hard
we
for
see
me
a
to
Colin
like as soon as I say like,
Barry's
well, I think it's
work
probably
on
about like a
this.
week
While
after
this
the
seems to
thing, I'm like,
indicate that
ah,
the 3 films
they're gonna
occurred in
take that
November
seriously.
2013.
They're gonna use, they're not gonna.
Data for each
It's not
individual
just
year
a
doesn't actually start until
idea.
after the year marker.
Someone says I read somewhere that Robert Sterling himself wasn't officially canon. Actually, he shows up in Batman Harley Quinn Will It Canon, and so he's got
that version of
Earth
him
J
died, I
and
guess.
a real him.
I guess he didn't. He would be back by the end. But yeah.
Looking at the next film released, Batman vs.
Oh yeah, if you stick around through the end of this, I'll show you a quick sneak peek of the first Zeta Month video. So be here at the end of this. I'll only show it once, maybe twice.
Now, this could easily be anywhere between 2 to 11 months, meaning anywhere in between January to October of 2013. But seeing as there's snow on the ground, it seems much more likely to be on the lower end of that estimation. While the film doesn't give us a concrete time gap, one of the main plot points is Bruce's relationship with Samantha Vanover.
Alfred's the only one who could ever get me to laugh.
After 3 months together, I like to think I can too.
This was one of the first videos we did, since it wasn't DCAU, that I had to actually get Mattie to like, Kate, you have to leave me time codes for like all of these things, because I don't know these movies that you just watched all of.
The amount of footnoting
Yeah.
that doing this video started was like insane.
Most of the time, videos will just be like that quote from Secret Origins, and I'll know exactly what they're talking about. Yeah, but this one was like, please, oh god, I don't know.
Is that Dick and Corey haven't seen each other in weeks.
It's been weeks, Dick. I've almost forgotten what you feel like.
Never mind.
While we haven't seen Corey up to this point, we did get to eavesdrop on Dick making plans with her back in Batman vs. Robin.
I don't think this will be archived. No.
The red one? With the lace?
Possibly on. Actually, yes. I'm putting it on Pod Tower. I forgot. I forgot. I already told someone else it'll be on Pod Tower. So
That the heretic has been making
be quite the download.
over the past 10 months.
In the last 10 months, he has quietly forged some dangerous alliances.
While this makes it possible for a more significant gap between films,
So,
we learn later on
I was really proud of this video for some reason. I don't know why, but it was just one that I was just like, yeah, knocked it out the park.
And it's still one of our top viewed videos. People are looking for this information. Except this is also one of them where people go like, oh my god, here's the Race Roz thing. Here's the time code for the list of stuff. Why'd you take so long to tell me? Because it wouldn't be a video, it would be a Wikipedia article.
But like also like
then people would go,
why? If you're timeline and things, you gotta fucking show your math.
Yeah, you have to show your work.
On my own.
Dressing like a bat doesn't make you a hero. It just makes you a
bat.
It just makes you a furry. I want to see the holes.
The gap is pretty open to be between March to September of 2013. I'm just personally leaning more towards the earlier side of things. The following film, Justice League vs. Teen Titans, seemingly jumps us forward
Verse.
years as we see Damian join the Teen Titans.
That one, this one did it too. This Matty.
I don't remember at what point it became intentional.
I don't think
but there it is
yet.
again.
I don't think it was yet. I think after this video was where my mom was like, you gotta get Maddie to say verses, right? Like, it's bothering me so much. But then I've heard other people since then say it verse. Like, I don't know, it's just like an alternative, but I disagree.
So
it's just math.
By the time Bad Blood occurs in 2013,
Bad Blood. God, it's so rough like hearing myself back sometimes.
When Damian would have been 13 years old. This earliest date is also backed up by Teen Titans, the Judas Contract. We know that Judas Contract is set a year after the events of Justice League
Why,
vs. Teen
what?
Titans because
Crazy
it's
duplicate?
Terra's 1-year anniversary with the team.
Are those for me? They sure are. For your 1-year anniversary as a member of the Titans.
While Terra wasn't a main character,
I don't know what Earth 12041 is.
towards Titan's Tower in a mid-credits scene from that film, confirming that this is when.
So it would be difficult.
On top of this 1-year gap, the Judas Contract also gives us a newspaper article from 2016, confirming that this film happens no earlier
A Z
than that
year?
While this gives us
Not a Zeta year?
It doesn't completely
Zeta?
these films in these years. However, Judas Contract actually opens with a scene set 5 years earlier, in which Dick has yet to become Nightwing and is still operating under the Robin. At the very least, this confirms Judas Contract occurs before November of 2017.
Yes, Starfire's my fucking girl. Love her in every universe.
But if you look at Dick as Robin side by side with him as Nightwing and Son of Batman, then it seems pretty clear some time has passed between the two, leading me to believe the 2015-2016 placement for the two films to be the most accurate. Interestingly enough, though, this does create a small continuity issue. In the Decamu, it seems as though the Teen Titans were a group before the Justice League. In and of itself, this isn't a problem, but it
happens more often than not, for some reason.
What, does the Titans start before the League?
Yeah.
Huh.
Like Static and Hard as Nails or whatever. I guess that is after Justice League.
I followed your efforts in Central City, Flash. You do tight, efficient work.
I suppose we could assume that Batman.
You do tight, efficient work. I'd like to see the holes.
But it's just weird to think that he would be far enough.
Have either of you seen Catwoman Hunted? I have not.
Not yet, no.
I need to though.
I also need to watch Green Lantern Beware My Power.
And I need to watch Young Justice Season 4.
Currently, this.
We never got our Beware My Power press copy.
Oh, we didn't?
No.
No, but Jake hooked us up with a...
Yeah, we have the digital. It's Thursday.
Justice League Dark happens out of sequence. Towards the end of that film, we witness the death of Jason Blood as he's separated from Etrigan. And yet, he's alive in the comic sequel to Suicide Squad Hell to Pay, which came out the following year in 2018. So, events seemingly go in the order of Suicide Squad Hell to Pay, the 12-issue sequel comic, and then...
I love that that's the same fucking Harley from the Batman and Harley Quinn.
Yeah, the same pose, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like fucking traced over.
this film was originally released as a set of animated shorts on CW.
Oh yeah, DeCamu Kid Flash is Barry. I saw you talk about that earlier. That was definitely an interesting change.
Constantine from the live-action NBC show, many initially thought City of Demons was part of
my
the
12 minutes is about
Arrowverse.
up.
Clearing up the matter, writer J.N.
How much longer on this?
confirmed on Twitter that the film was in the same universe as
Matty,
Justice
get
League.
peace.
However, there seems to be some disagreement on the production team as to whether it's a prequel or sequel. When asked if the film would be considered a sequel to Justice League Dark, producer Butch Lukic stated,
No, it's a
Lukic.
prequel. It's actually
I
more
figured out
his
recently.
origin story
Butch
of why
Lukic.
he became the Constantine that we know from Dark. And
Luke like
anything
Luke
else.
Skywalker,
when asked
itch
a similar question
like
on
an
Twitter,
itch.
DeMatteis suggested it took place
Hey,
after
Ted.
Dark, hinting
Ted's
that
here.
it had actually been a couple years since the events of that film. Since
Ted,
DeMatteis
Ted,
wrote
Ted,
the script
Ted,
for both
Ted.
of the films, it seems as
Ted.
though he may have the better
Hello.
grasp on
Ted.
the timeline.
I'm in.
Perhaps
Am I
Yeah,
in?
yeah, you're in.
Yay, I'm in the stream.
Yeah, you are.
Hey, everybody. Glad to be here.
Let me get you a little bit bigger, though.
Thank you.
Speaker. There we go.
October 30th, 2018.
Never hurts to be a little bigger.
It sure doesn't. Bigger
You can
Doomsday.
It's so clear in all my scenes in the Batman and Harley Quinn Willa canon how short I am. compared
I
to,
know. I
the
love
two
that.
of you.
I love us turning around and looking down at you, and then you're like intimidatingly walking toward me, and you're just so much shorter. It's really good. Adam was saying he couldn't not crack up laughing while writing the music for that.
I believe it.
I realize
I'm
you're
not the most intimidating villain.
You're not able to see the video we're watching, huh? I gotta figure out how to.
right now.
I wonder if I can screen share and do that at the same time. Let's see. Yeah,
Hey,
Ted's
Maddie.
here.
Hope y'all been having fun.
Or even watch both of these in between the titles.
Okay, I can see the screen. Cool.
Okay. But now you're frozen on.
Now, this brings us to the death
Oh,
of
am I?
Superman and Reign
The
of
stream.
Superman.
I'm
Luckily,
waving.
These ones are a bit easier to figure out. In Reign of the Superman, we get 5 different newspapers, all of which are dated 2018. In addition to
Can you
this,
hear the
at
video?
very start of the film,
Nope. But I could watch on my phone and just be a couple seconds behind.
Okay, that'll be easier.
which then places that
I'll just talk to you and have it sort of planned.
Once again, this may
All
be
right.
a bit loose,
Sweet.
but Death of Superman
He's
does
here.
give us a
He's
scene
back.
in which the
I'm
What are y'all
here.
snacking on?
Oh shit, there's Ted. I'm
Yeah.
snacking
Hey, Maddie.
on a pizza that I
the upcoming fiscal year.
it got 1 minute too much.
Oh no.
That happens.
all end in the last
Hello, everybody. Oh, Ted first. Ted, I'm first. Ted, the comic guy.
Ted Nye, the Kendrick guy.
That's funny. The Dr. Manhattan is here. Ted arrives and Maddie leaves. There's only room for one.
Do you remember when we first wanted to introduce Dr. Manhattan as a like a Watchmen graphic content?
Yeah, kind of.
Did we didn't ever get too far in that, did we?
Nope. No, we didn't. We'll give him an origin story eventually.
Now you can see us.
Yeah, I can see y'all.
We're not looking at you, but that's okay.
It doesn't matter.
Well, that is that's the second time someone said we're giving him an origin story. Eventually on this stream, so now I have to put it on the list.
Well, I mean, I have a very vague sense of what it's going to be
ideas.
already. Oh, I broke the stream for 20 seconds. Yeah.
Oh no.
I do that. Y'all been having fun? How long have y'all been going on?
Since 9 this morning.
Wow, so about 10 hours. Wait, no, different for you. I'm in a different time zone.
But still,
Yeah,
a while.
I'm running off of 3 hours of sleep.
Ooh,
Yeah,
rough.
It's no good.
It's rough.
I
but-
bet it's been some fun commentary.
Oh no,
then.
it's been
No,
a blast so far.
We're
I'm
just
glad to
finally
be
getting
here.
into like the meat of everything, like the big stuff.
I'm excited for the
What?
Ben 10 video.
Yeah.
tell me what have been your strongest takeaways so far, as like looking at all this, the old work, and maybe thinking in terms of like, oh, I wish I could have done that better, or like, oh, that's a glaring plot hole that I didn't realize for the finale. Like, has there been any stuff like that?
Not anything plot holey, I don't think yet. Really.
James is still editing the videos after I time travel back to Vanishing Point.
That's true, yeah. That is a little bit weird. So far for me, it's mostly just been like, oh, look at this thing that we didn't intentionally have as a like foreshadowing for later, but then we wind up using it in the like 3-part finale somewhere. And then it'll just be like, yeah, we can pretend we did that on purpose years and years ago.
That's always how it goes. Is, you know, if details like that come together, yeah, I meant to do that.
Yeah. Exactly. You're right.
Or it was just subliminally in the back of your brain, or something.
It's like at some point it becomes intentional.
Yeah.
I saved
creative
all your
process.
asses against Cyborg Superman.
When you do long-form storytelling,
You're a Justice League member now.
Yeah.
Probationary member.
In fact, they were even nice enough to give us another on-screen
better than
date.
Jesse
I won't
Eisenberg.
spoil too much about this
I don't know.
I
like Jesse Eisenberg as a Thor.
I watched a movie he was in recently called Vivarium. That was really good. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
It's on Amazon.
Oh shit! Here we are.
That would mean this movie takes place 2 years before Reign of the Supermen. But it has to be afterwards. James, get in here!
Huh? What's going on? What is it?
Have you seen this? The newspaper in Hush, it just doesn't make any sense.
What am I supposed to do about it? Why don't you try something smart, like contacting someone who actually worked
This
on the
basement
movie?
is my bedroom at my apartment. My old apartment.
The door there?
Yeah, and the door to my office at that apartment, which was in the where all the errors are coming up on the laptop, is like 2 feet away.
Is there gonna be a date?
Oh, maybe.
Yes, penultimate.
No, I don't think you
means
see.
second
I don't
to
think
last.
you see the tweet.
And send. So anyway,
That was Sissy's phone.
Yeah.
Well, what does it say?
Because my phone was recording.
Yep.
D140N asks, will we get a different version of Ted apart from Prime Ted and Manhattan Ted?
Do we have an Earth J Ted? Has that been mentioned in the Earth J? I feel like not. I feel like
I don't know. Maybe I don't exist in Earth J.
You at least did up until the light bulb burst, like at the timeline split moment.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
I guess there is another version of Ted that appears during Zeta Month. Slight spoiler.
Well, that is Prime Ted.
Yeah, there's a Prime Ted will definitely be in Zeta Month, but there's another Ted.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. You come pulling us in, man. Help!
Yo.
It is March 2018.
Oh shit.
Calls for rain.
The white space.
It is September 2017. The Superman exists. He is American. He dies. It is June 2018.
I wish I could hear it.
Look around.
I'm just watching the video with no sound.
It is December 2019. Nothing
We already built that into it.
What?
The
50 years from now. Whenever
the mystery of the Batwoman thing.
Mm-hmm.
But also September 2019, that was our first time like trying to drop a date for the Batman and Harley Quinn Will It Canon.
Yeah. And December, I think, also was like a nothing ends, nothing ever ends. Yeah, that was the
you were dropping some Dr. Manhattan quotes there at the end.
It was the do I destroy everything? I do not see tomorrow at the it was in the trailer.
But like,
that's right.
I'm interested in the fact that Manhattan is already canonically interested in the mystery of the Batwoman thing.
Yeah.
Because I know that we've like just consistently been like, we need to figure that out. We need to figure that out. But
Well, I mean, it
I
makes
forgot
sense.
that. I forgot that he was interested in it.
Well, Prime Ted used to watch it on car rides when his parents had to go somewhere. We'd put in the DVD player in the big SUV.
What is a J one next? I'm pretty sure another J skit.
Is it?
Let's see.
Ooh, Claudio in here asking the important questions. Who's more powerful, Manhattan or Lucifer Morningstar from Sandman?
They're pretty similar, yeah.
I'd like to see that. That'd be a fun fight.
Which J one is it?
Justice League Unlimited Season 1.
Depends which Lucifer. Are we talking about Gwendolyn Christie Lucifer or?
That's the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, we're talking Hades from Tartarus and Paradise Lost.
Yes, perfect.
The following video is a part of More importantly, this review will be as I'm back season containing a record low number of episodes. All 3 seasons of JLU have 13 episodes, where both Justice League seasons had 26. So that should make these videos easier for me to make. Trust me, I'm never making a video as long as Justice League Season 2 ever again.
No, this is the Jay's Reviews JLU Season 1.
The DVD
I
is concerned. BTAS Seasons 3 and 4 and the last season of Superman are more impressive than this.
If not, if it actually, it might not have a skip.
That season had bad
episodes. This might be the one I just included.
After 13 videos of build-up,
because it's still part of the episode reviews of JLU.
Thank you all for watching.
I don't think there's actually a story behind this. Oh, there it is. That's it. Getting pulled into the white space. That was what it was.
Yeah, he's pulled.
Oh, is that fade to white real quick? That?
Yeah, that was getting pulled into the white space.
I love that special effects there.
I know. It's really crazy. Yeah. Okay, now we're on the first Manhattan video.
Nice.
Oh, we're on the Doom Patrol now?
Yeah.
Hello there. Don't worry about who I am.
Exciting.
This was after the actual countdown happened, and then this started.
This was such a fun idea.
Yeah.
It was easy being a disembodied voice.
Yeah, you don't have to do anything.
Yeah. But I forget, is it this one or the DC continuity one we're playing pretty soon, where you see my face at the end?
That's after your continuity doesn't make sense.
Okay.
All that stuff.
Yeah. That one will be fun to talk about.
Yeah.
This one, this video demands a lot. It demands you've watched all of Titans and Doom Patrol.
And can sit through an hour of us going through.
Yeah, it's
38 minutes, 36 minutes.
It didn't do quite as well as we were hoping for.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I say that a lot about these, but it's one that I'm super fucking proud about.
Yeah.
Like,
where am I? What is going on?
Had some really meta ideas that like helped lay the foundation for Manhattan's overall thing.
Yeah.
They say.
Alright, this one in particular is based off of not Mr. Nobody. That's a movie with Jared Leto. What's his name?
No, it's Mr. Nobody.
Yeah.
It is Mr. Nobody? Okay, well that's also a movie with Jared Leto. But yeah. So it's kind of pulling in.
I'm gonna get food after this one.
They'll do in a food break.
There's another How I Met Your Mother reference. I'll get food after this video's over.
Me too.
I forgot we put the fuck Batman in there.
Yeah.
Was there a potato that just happened?
It already happened, yeah. Potato, yeah. You can't even say your wrong word wrong, Ted. Come on.
Potato Tahoe.
Potato Taco Bell.
You ever eaten a potato in Tahoe? I can't say words.
I forgot that was a joke, like based on you pronouncing things wrong all the time.
Yep. Me? Never.
After we just said Butch Lukic in the last video,
yeah.
Who knows it's Lukic? Nobody knows that.
What the hell?
Justice League versus the Fatal Five.
We went over that,
yeah. Oh, Bob's never seen Titans or Doom Patrol.
God, this idea was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're hearing the 12th level intellects, sort of.
Yeah. Maddie and I filmed both of our segments completely separately from each other, so the timing is just we say a line and then sit there looking around for a while. And sometimes it didn't fully line up right, so I'd have to like stretch areas or like use B-roll footage of Maddie looking at their laptop for the next line and stuff like that, and pretend like it was just sitting there. It was a lot of timing, weird timing with this.
Which like.
of the DC Universe streaming timeline, or else there will be.
Yes.
It's interesting that he opens it up like when there's a continuity error.
Yeah.
Because like we had the Splicers thing.
Yeah.
Like, was he just busy with another
He was
universe
doing this,
at the time? I guess.
don't know. Yeah. He was doing this, or he was doing Ben 10 or Harley or Starro or something. Although I think we're the ones he brings in first. And then,
No, well, we're the first ones that we show.
yeah, but I think in Multiverse it says like brought us, and then when that didn't work out, he's trying other ones. But I can't remember for sure.
It's Thursday.
Wait.
No, it's not, because the cat's already here. So yeah.
Okay.
Back in September
It's
2014,
Thursday.
entertainment outlets such as Variety and Deadline began reporting that a Teen Titans
But yeah,
project
because of
was in the
the
works for TV
Decamu
network
timeline
The show
not
was set
working
to
out
be
the
a
way it was
1-hour
supposed to,
live-action drama that would
continuity-wise,
center on Dick Grayson,
then
the former Robin,
Manhattan's
who
like,
emerges from Batman's shadow
give me
to
those
become
guys.
Nightwing,
Let me
leader
try
of
them out.
Let me touch the guy.
Let me touch the. Let me
Give me
see
the
the
guys.
holes.
I wanna see
Let me
the
see the
holes.
holes.
known for his work on
What is that from?
The new the Spider-Man More Fun edition.
Yeah.
Okay.
When they're having their little like chat back and forth, ad-libbing about the web shooters on Toby being.
Okay.
Then Andrew says, "I want to see the holes." As one of the things where we just lost it in the theater, especially Rob. Rob was there, so you know Rob laughing. So it was just ridiculous. Rob was dying.
That's great.
I always liked how I set forward every single reason why someone would think Titans and Doom Patrol were part of the same thing, and that we like set up that like the whole fucking thing about this is finding continuity errors between the two, and people were still like, no.
Yeah, and then they confirmed that they were separate in the Crisis crossover, and everyone's like, "You idiots!" And we're like, "We know, we watched it."
Like, the way that I view it is that like something similar to the first season of both happened in both universes, and they split after Crisis.
Yeah. I mean, they do exist in each other's
because
universes.
there's enough references to each other that it's just like it seems intentional.
And allegedly, we're getting a crossover between Titans and Stargirl coming this year. Only because they were on set together. That's the only evidence we have.
However,
But let's see.
Carl's asking what's the first one in this list that
whether or not this would be the case with Swamp Thing. His response
let's see.
I think the opportunity is there if we want to, but it's not mandated.
It's not for a little while still.
Oh, Swamp Thing was Did we determine if Swamp Thing's wrapped up and all that too? I guess there's no context clues.
It might be the Ben 10 one.
It seems as though that opportunity has greatly diminished.
Unless you worked on Freddy or Harley, and I don't remember.
Focusing on the two shows.
Oh, we need to update the name of that playlist.
Let's just jump into it. Starting from the absolute
Oh yes, I shall do that right now.
We meet a cave woman by the name of Oyewa. According to Niles, her culture is tens of thousands of years old, as though she had eternal life.
Coral, are you doing the same last name? Do I leave it?
Puppet Patrol that says Spanish conquistadors
I'll at least change the first name for now.
Very likely in
Yeah, I think the first one was the Ben 10 video.
Yeah.
I think it's just been the Ben 10 and the Poison Ivy.
The rest of the several before that you edited were not story related. Sort of.
So, Maddie, I recognize you are wearing the same clothes as the Earth J version in this video. Is this Earth
This is
J?
the Earth J version. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
To never get that stuff straight.
Yeah. So I mean, you didn't watch throughout the whole day with us, but yeah, they were the same James and Mattie for a while until Jay started getting ahead of us on the storyline work, and then we had to split it into two timelines, two universes.
I see.
And so yeah, the Earth J ones are the ones that just did the Decamu video and then got pulled into here, whereas the ones in the regular universe are still doing what they're doing.
Cool.
Joseph Madison is asking, is this going to be on the pod tower later?
Yes.
Duh.
I didn't know if it was staying here or going there. So
no, someone else asked like a week ago if it would be archived to watch later because they weren't going to make it. And yeah, I said
Those Teen
I'll do my
Titans
best to
streams
get
aren't going to
on
be
pod time.
archived later.
No, they're not.
No,
They're
not the Teen Titans
immediately
ones.
blocked on copyright for some reason.
If y'all watch me play the Teen Titans games, that's all you're going to get.
That's
You don't get
forever.
to
Yeah.
see it again.
You never do it. I wonder what it was. The email should tell me.
I assume the theme
my
song or
teleprompter
the
was like below my eye line here.
A little
Crazy
bit. Yeah.
Duplicate says, please don't delete it. We won't delete it.
No.
No.
What's
Not
really
unless it's blocked.
What's really funny about this video is that like while we definitely did like record separate from each other, you came over to record for part of it. Like
so
why did
this-
we not do?
I think it was just a amount of time I had thing because you did this whole voiceover quote unquote segment by yourself, and then we redressed the Vanishing Point set and your hat and everything.
Oh yeah, this thing was
to be the
this
same.
This one was massive to try to put together. I kind of.
Yeah, I came over and filmed with
Is
you for
it-
like
Here we
this.
go.
This is like a week later from the shot that
Yeah.
had just happened.
Is it true that some of the last Vanishing Points were green screened on top of pictures of the? No,
They were all on the set, but
that happens
something else coming up.
I took a lot of pictures
Oh.
of the set in case we ever wanted to green
do
screen it.
I see.
Trying to find the emails.
Maybe one day we
I
will.
deleted them.
Sometime in the 30s. Then in 1935, we see a young lady.
Yeah, I always liked the Vanishing Point set with the red string attached to all the photos.
Oh, for sure.
That was really cool.
I would love to have something similar to that set back up again.
So
I've always thought that like having it more spaced out would be fun though.
Yeah, so you could.
And like
It's-
on
it's a little
something
cluttered,
something thicker than the paper I had it on because it kept curling up.
Curling, yeah.
Was that just like regular computer paper?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ted, the Teen Titans playthrough copyright content. Teen Titans Season 3, Episode 10, Can I Keep Him?
Oh, weird.
Is what was claimed. I don't know.
Huh.
Maybe that's just where they grabbed the credits music from or something. I don't know.
Maybe,
Keep your
yeah.
swastikas out of my DCAU video. I really like Fuchs is that guy's name too.
7 years later, in 1946, Eric Borden was let go from the Brotherhood of
I think one of the issues with this video, like maybe not getting the watch time it deserves, was that, again, I had not watched either of these shows, and so I'm going completely off of Maddie's footnotes and everything. And it got to a point where because we were doing a video every single week, I needed to get this video done like the next day, and I could not find the moments from all these episodes. And Maddie had this entire folder of screenshots of every time that a timeline thing was referenced. So to save as much time as I could, I just used those screenshots of when we see in the captions that it says a timeline thing. But the image on screen at that moment isn't always the most interesting looking thing. Like sometimes it's just some weird blur of someone running or just a forest or something like that. So I feel like sometime if we had more time and I could put actual clips or the moments that these things are said, maybe the video would be
So in
more
other
engaging
words-
or whatever. We can redo it.
In other words, Doom Patrol Titans unreasonably long timeline remaster.
Right, yeah, unreasonably long. Bigger, longer, and uncut.
I'm excited for season 4. Say what you will about it. I'm here for it. Titans and Doom
Oh,
Patrol.
hey, while we're doing this, any of y'all in the chat interested in me eventually doing a updated version of this for Doom Patrol or Titans? I've still been watching them both, but I haven't been taking
Do it
notes.
once
So
the crossover with Stargirl happens, because that could give you some more
the timing of it.
Yeah,
Hey, it's
especially
Ed
since that show.
yeah, I just want to know if people are interested in it.
Yeah.
Would you watch it? Yeah. We'll take our time and get actual clips of stuff. Yeah, it's just one of those we run out of time kind of things that thankfully will theoretically not be an issue anymore doing it this way.
Oh yeah, I believe that Doom Patrol and Titans are on different Earths as well. That's canon.
Yes.
However, there's a lot of stuff in both productions that suggest that at least something similar happened in both worlds, if not them being on the same world and then split apart by Crisis, which is what facilitated this specific video. Any future ones would just solo the shows instead of putting them together.
Thank you, Mark. I'm glad you got the joke.
For Bloom Pictures. Becoming aware that she would only get the job in return for sexual favors, Rita begrudgingly but quickly obliged this time. However, her
Any timeline videos, yeah.
lose control of her body's shape, and as a result, Bloom was smothered and
Yeah, it's definitely we're at the point of like needing to know for sure that people are interested in seeing a video. We still want to do some sometimes that are just like, we want to do this video like without.
But it's easier to prioritize when we know what people want.
I forgot how I split the borders on this, so it's half Watchtower borders and half Vanishing Point borders, because it counts as both. Although you did make a joke up top when it's like, it's Thursday. Wait, is it even Thursday? Because I think it was a Sunday that this came out.
Yeah.
But this was cut short when Minto read Rita's mind without her consent and found out about Mary Beth. Memorial Day that year,
yeah, you really have to like know these shows or have seen them all recently to be like, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I feel like there was probably a more interesting way to convey this information as well. Because the thing I wanted to do was be as in-depth as possible. And so there's stuff in here that's just not consequential.
Stuff like Cyborg seeing like people's birthdays on a which is all like, I want, that's the stuff when like, I want to do the DC EU timeline and include all that kind of stuff too. But yeah, we have this as kind of a reference point of like, okay, this worked, this didn't work. Like if we were going to do a non-DC timeline.
Like we would... Like we both said, the Takamu ones still get a fucking shit ton of views.
Nice.
People prefer these things as like viewing orders. It seems more so than like actual lore. Like,
I think the DC EU one will be like, which order should you watch these movies? With the order they came out, because that's when they're happening, pretty much. But then the rest of it will just be like, but if you want to know like why or all the details, like here we go. Here's everything.
Yo, we could have done this with sock puppets. We could have got really fucking weird in the white space, and we just didn't.
No.
we just said, okay, multiverse is in here on accident.
On accident.
I mean, we also did the Vanishing Point and the 12th level intellects thing here, which was a lot of fun.
I would say a lot of like this time period of story videos would be Maddie going like, let's do this crazy fucking thing, and I'd be like, okay, yeah, but like pull it back, because we're not gonna get any crazier than this. This is the peak of craziness. And then the next one would be like, okay, this is the peak of craziness, we're not gonna go. And then at some point I went, fuck it, we're gonna do all this shit. This is all the shit now, we're gonna do a giant movie.
We had already planned, we had already started planning for Batman and Harley Quinn Will It Canon, right? Like we dropped the September date in Manhattan's first thing, because we thought it would be then at the time. And I think back then we were talking about like doing it as an after-school special or something.
Yeah, it was a little bit more.
I've got the original script somewhere, and it's I haven't read it in a while. But it's probably nowhere near as good.
Yeah, I don't remember that version.
I honestly took a lot from that. A lot of the original Batman Harley Quinn script was like a lot of the same information and arguments that you see in the final product, but it was a lot more like 50s show, like hello Jimmy, like not really doing that thing, but like a little bit more
campy.
Yeah.
And
the courtroom as a setting and sort of plot device is also very BTAS, and it's just sort of a plot device.
Sorry,
it is.
Yeah. Well, it was always going to be in a courtroom.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So
it became more involved, I guess. Yeah.
Do you remember at what point we like decided Kurt was gonna happen? Because I've been saying that's the point when I was just like, okay.
I think when we
Because it was.
I remember
was,
it being a long time ago that I thought, like, okay, if we're gonna do it as a courtroom and we're gonna make this big deal, like originally we were gonna have all sorts of different DCAU characters in the audience in the courtrum. Like I really wanted to have a moment where someone would say, "No further questions, Your Honor," and then it would cut to the question going, "Oh." and stuff like that, like a Harvey Birdman kind of thing. But then it became like, okay, it's gonna be a tougher and tough. There was a moment where I was gonna have the Batman that Joe, my friend Joe, is dressed as at the end of Batwoman was gonna come up as like a surprise witness as Batman. Bruce, we were gonna have Comic Drake voice Bruce Timm, and it would be like a Fairly Odd Parents where you'd never see their face. It's just like a man's body sitting in the witness stand, and then
I don't remember all this stuff.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on, but then it just became more and more difficult. And I'm like, okay, if I'm going to keep anything, I really want to keep the prosecutor, because I think that would be a lot of fun, and it was a lot of fun. I'm glad that we did that. Yeah.
But yeah, like whenever it was that James said, and we're gonna do and we're gonna animate the prosecutor. He's gonna be in there. I was just like. Okay, at this point, I have one. James has been telling me for months to that like we're hitting the pinnacle.
As blood was flowing from my eyeballs.
It was very much a set
he's
you in
seeing it through, and he wants there to be like an actual pinnacle. So okay, let's do it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I figured like if we were gonna go crazy and have this be like a finale to everything, like we should go as hardcore as possible.
Yeah.
That we could afford. That we could afford. Patreon.com/DCAU Watchtower.
Patreon.com. Danny says it's funny because I definitely prefer the in-depth timeline breakdowns like this.
Oh.
Well, Danny.
Yeah.
So do I. So do I.
It's stuff that like I want to know. We just have to always find the like best way to present it or whatever. Yeah. It's all every video that we make has something that we go, oh, I wish we could have done that better, and then the next time we attack that type of subject, then we know like, okay, do it this way or whatever, or try it this way.
Yeah.
So far, my biggest takeaway has been stop recording things on your phone and go over to James' house now that y'all live 30 minutes away from each other.
Coral has said several times now, like, you have to record with Matty every time from now on. Like, the footage is so much better.
Yeah, it's great.
Well, and you're like having
Well,
me
that's
there to
nice.
run the teleprompter and stuff and be like, yep, okay, I know you messed up right here, and you know, that kind of thing.
How come you can't fly to the East Coast and
Yeah,
record
whoopsie.
me every time I need?
Sorry,
Why would
because
I
you
fly
know
to
what
the
you're
West
doing.
Coast?
No offense.
No, I mean, like,
do you have a nice ring light right
it's
there?
hard. It's hard for me to learn new things, so I get it.
Yeah,
Got
you're
my
well lit
webcam
right now.
there.
You're so lit, Ted.
You want me to be even more lit?
Oh.
Yeah, you do. Hold on.
Don't get mad at me. I didn't write this.
Causing chaos.
I got one news
All right,
report in
here we go.
Titans saying she's 43, and another in Doom Patrol saying she's 39. Doom Patrol doesn't even mention her. Well, the DC Universe Easter egg.
This is me kneeling in front of the Vanishing Point table with the camera like this.
Oh yeah, he keeps just pushing the fucking white space in further.
The white space energy has a black border on it because on I'll do this to the camera.
I'm
The
gonna
left
stop this. I don't
side.
wanna freak anybody out.
Yeah, it's
At
not
least
police.
they're not coming.
The left side had my actual pop-out green screen sitting there to act as where the white space energy would be, and it has a black border on it, and it was going to be a pain in the ass to try to get rid of just that little slit there, so that I just put it on the other side also, so it matches.
Ooh, Danny Buckle made a Watchtower Database fandom. He just posted.
Oh no, that
the
we've been
link.
doing that this whole day. There's a WDB.
He put Robert Sterling Earth J on there though.
Oh, Sterling is with an
Really?
I. STIR
Checking that out.
LING.
I need to learn this Watchtower Database lore.
Let's go to it. Let's see.
Cliff continued his affair with Giselle, and feeling guilty, drunkenly.
Nothing mentioned
What's a
in
placeholder? A key event, an important location. Oh, come on.
important location.
How did you get access to the?
I hate this.
You hate what?
Shit, Ted has access to my script.
I do?
Yeah.
Manhattan Ted does.
Because you were Ted.
Oh, that's right.
We have an idea for Manhattan Ted's origin that I think would probably help solve those problems.
Just wait until we get to
Earth J Rob is with an E, yeah.
probably just best. Things won't line up 100% with real.
Oh yeah, Coral needs a page.
If you don't
There are no pages on there. It's just the Watchtower Database page.
This is separate wiki?
No, there's like 90-something pages.
Oh, is there? Oh, wait, I see. Hold on.
At the racetrack with nobody else getting hurt.
The homepage just has some stuff, but yeah.
Things went the way that they did.
Batman has a page.
Now's involvement with the Bureau of Normalcy and the Immortus.
Batman's got a wiki page.
Cheryl Traynor died of
Seeing some stuff.
I think you just copied this from the DCA.
Yeah,
wiki.
I don't know who made this.
That would later match with Cyborg.
Oh wow, I'm seeing a Legacies wiki page.
Yeah,
on November 11th,
cool.
Nice.
Anders was presumably
Well, I didn't know any of this stuff.
fake passport, so it's worth noting that
You didn't know any of what stuff?
The stuff that's on here.
I didn't know there was a
fan-made
Legacies
webcomic featuring characters. I should. That sounds so good.
There's Manhattan again.
I'd read it.
Katsuka. Candidate for deletion.
I mean, personally, I think she just lied about her age on the dating app, but I guess she can be both if you think Doom Patrol takes place in 2022, but we'll get to that.
What lore has gotten more complex over the years? Green Lantern lore or Watchtower Database lore?
Moving to 1995, Janice, another one of
question.
Cyborg's cash matches, was born. By September,
I was just reading the new Deceased comic, and there was a cool moment with Sinestro and the Sinestro Corps fighting a bunch of new god zombies. That was cool.
I need to read either of those. I have the first one. I can't remember if you bought it for me or not.
You did.
Yeah. I do remember now that you did, because you just told me. Something said in my head that it was that from Ted. Oh, what was that?
The first one's pretty good.
Did not like it though.
Ow. Yeah, my ears. Ow. Sorry, headphone users.
Jason Todd was born.
I'm 19.
I'm 19. P.S. I'm 19.
Apparently, Dr. Manhattan's origin story is that he got a dope hat and started destroying reality. You know, like that dude you knew in school who got new shoes and thought he was king shit? According to Bob the Random Guy. That is my origin.
Oh, is that on the wiki?
Honestly, I think that's pretty close. I just got a dope hat one day and started destroying reality.
Oh man, there's a lot of pages in here.
Computer James and Data James have separate.
Oh, whoops. Yep.
Oh, interesting.
This Computer James's page. James, but he's in a computer. I don't know why. I don't write this shit. He determines whether 20-year-old cartoons mesh well with other 20-year-old cartoons. He also ages older as he travels farther into the future, with him resembling the real James's father 50 years from now, whenever now is.
Suggest a merge.
Where is
for that
Dr.
page.
Manhattan?
It's
I don't
probably
see
just
Doctor
Manhattan.
or Manhattan.
Oh,
Interesting.
Where is the page?
Mattie Washburn, real person.
Apparently, according to Bob, he's always had the ability to destroy reality. He just never destroyed reality before he got the hat.
Where is the
Which
Manhattan
makes sense.
page? I don't even see it.
Wow, somebody's got to get writing. Not me.
After being returned to his caseworker yet again, Dick
Ted
explained
Kendrick,
to
real
her
person.
that he was trying to track down his
Oh,
parents'
really?
murderer. This was overheard
Right,
by
now I gotta
Bruce,
search.
who then took Dick in as the first Robin. An
Referenced in
undetermined amount of
Multiverse.
time later, Dick considered
Ted
quitting
Kendrick,
as
real
Robin
person.
following a botched
Nothing.
run-up
You got
with
nothing
Joker
yet.
that led to a large
That's good.
amount of civilian
Half man, half Ted.
However,
Half hat, half Ted. Yeah,
to Wayne Manor
that is
to
true.
discuss the issue with Bruce. She brought
We basically
Donna
made that
Troy
joke
with
by
her, who gave
calling
Dick
him
a
Man
pep
Bear
talk
Pig.
that convinced him to continue on. This is one of the few times we don't get a year marker for a flashback, but since the same actor is used as the 2000
The hat
Dick Grayson,
part is
one
my
can
favorite
assume
part.
It isn't that long after.
Yes.
In 2005, Rachel Roth
Such a
was
dumb
born. In
name.
2007, Esme, a girl
When Ted has to get writing, it's all about
and in
legacies.
2008, Cliff
I
finally
wish.
begins
I
to
like
build
working
the
on that
racetrack
one.
that Larry
It doesn't
What?
get a lot of
That
writing
same
attention.
year,
What?
we see Elliot's
Legacies.
seventh
Oh yeah,
In
yeah.
2009,
Well,
Rachel
I
and
don't.
Roth
I think this is the first year we're not putting an issue out, unless we get one out real quick.
become the
But
first Hawk and Dove.
you
The
know.
majority of the episode Hank and Dawn covers this, so rather
You
than
never
do a
know.
full episode recap, I'll just
Ursula
tell
is
you
pretty
that
far
Dawn
along
dies
in the
in a
next
car
one.
accident,
Right.
Dawn Granger comes in to become the second Dove. This all happens.
Which has
between
Kyle
April
Rayner and
May
Wally
that
West.
year. However, there are
That'll be
a
a fun one.
lot of continuity errors in this one.
Oh, Danny's just mostly doing the categories.
Months before the artwork
Oh, I see.
Rolling Stones magazine cover, along with others from years into the future, and they're just playing that awful like a G6 song, even though that was out until 2010. They just said
Trivia: Manhattan is not a fan of like a G6.
Playoffs week, despite the fact fact that college football playoffs are held in December. And according to Donnie, Dwayne Wainwright was arrested for trying to pick up an 8-year-old girl and police sent him on his way.
So
But earlier
that's
in the episode, Hank says
what's
that
that
Dwayne
one?
was arrested for uploading graphic photos of a 10-year-old at a coffee shop.
Oh, hold on. My video wasn't synced.
Oh.
That's
I
not
was
that
like,
one.
no, it's not over yet.
Yeah, it's not over.
It's getting close.
Yeah. We're in 2011. Yo, Tony Zuko. Brian knows that guy.
He does. Like, I went the entire Robin's Reckoning podcast episode not understanding the joke Brian was trying to make about Zuko from Avatar. I was just like, yeah, like Azula. Even though I'm right there saying Azula, like I don't get the Zuko reference.
Zuko's a fun name.
God,
Tony
this
Zuko.
fucking like there was so much.
Yeah, I know all these passports and licenses and all this stuff. Yeah.
Like this was when like they had just started a wiki, and like there was a timeline over there, and I was just like, mine's gonna be better.
However, there are some obvious problems here.
Oh boy, here we go.
Based on Vic's cash profile, we know that he's 18 years old by the time of this argument. And given that the typical high school senior is 17 to 18,
So, out of everything you've watched so far today, which one holds up the best, and which one's the worst?
one could assume, sure.
I mean, the earlier stuff is pretty like, oh, I wish we had done this, and this better. But let's see.
Besides, what
I definitely like all of the overlapping Splicer Vanishing Points, Fatal 5 timeline, and Teen Titans Will It Canon all happening at like the same time.
The Batman Adventures one is pretty cool too.
Yeah, I've always liked that one.
Yeah, the Volume 2 thing. Yeah. But yeah,
Probably
and there's
one of my
more that will
more
be happening
favorite.
at the same time coming up soon too.
And understandably, Niles' offer was
I do want to do that thing like Maddie had suggested. People have done those videos of the Thanos snap from all the different spots where it happened that we've seen, and everything leading up to those moments and everyone like disappearing at the same time. I want to do that with the ones that are happening at the same time. Just have them like overlapping in little squares on the screen, like playing at the same time.
Yeah,
and fast forwarding where necessary, but have the story beats like line up with each other. Data James coming out of the computer and the error codes and all that stuff. I think that'd be a lot of fun to see.
Yeah, it would.
Shootout organized by the Maroney crime family. Rather than protecting Zuko, Dick allowed them to fill him with bullets.
Do we have a 100K special in the works? Asked the Duos too.
He may not at the moment.
We have no idea when that could happen. It could
Yeah.
happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, for as far as we know.
Make it happen during Zeta Month.
Yeah.
And on November 6th,
And he
too
says,
far
I
away.
can't believe it's still this video. It's a long one. I think this was at the time our longest video. And we were like, oh my
It's
god.
only like 36
Yeah,
minutes, I
it
think.
seems so short now.
Be happy if we put out 30 something.
James now has a complete bio on the wiki. Is it James Real World? Nope.
April 24th, a Metropolitan
I do?
Zeta brings the views. I hope so.
I don't see it.
crash that led to 5 deaths, claiming that a naked man with a dog hit his car. On June 10th, a police report was filed on
The white space is so clearly the green screen thing.
On June 27th,
It's the
an
same
11th grade girl
border
was
and
accused
everything.
of stabbing a classmate with scissors after being bullied for reportedly
Let's
seeing
see,
a black girl
James.
outside her classroom window. September 15th, a dazed and confused Brazilian
Computer
woman
James,
with
Data
glowing
James,
eyes
Real
was
World
found walking
James.
into traffic on a freeway in downtown Detroit.
Why isn't it
In
like
October, Dick
I
joined
see
the
that it
Detroit
says
Police
that there,
Department, and on November 5th,
but it won't go to
Melanie
it for
Dolan
some
was
reason.
Amy says y'all have no clue how stoked I am for Zeta Month. I'm excited for everyone to see Dr. Manhattan's dead body. That's gonna be a fun, that's a real fun moment.
So fun. It is pretty fun. So I have like a Easter egg for that, but I can't really share it till you see it.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I've been thinking
Wiki
back to like
froze.
the shots that we filmed for the opening of Zeta
Yeah.
Month.
No, we don't have any Halloween videos this year. I was saying this earlier. I've got one planned, But it has to happen after Zeta Month, so it's either gonna be like early next year, because the franchise might be getting a new movie, or it will be held for October of next year. Not too sure.
Yeah.
I am putting together a Christmas themed one, so
which was always like there's always more next Christmas whenever it
no, we
happen.
put it out a couple of years. It's on Jingle Bell, the character by Paul Dini.
I see now James Real World, known best by the moniker Aaron's dad. Is he real?
That's how I know him.
And technically, we don't know where she was between.
Oh, I had the son of Jor-El in that bio.
Yeah, or son of Jor-El.
But no spaces.
Dad of Aaron, all one word with capital letters in the middle. Father of Aaron, son of Jor-El.
So things wrap up by the 24th.
Mr. Dark Hatter, whatever your name is.
That took place in 2009. I'm
That's
not
me.
recapping the whole show. You can just go watch it.
2 people got that joke when it was you and me.
There's some people who watch our stuff
Yeah,
from
I'm
those
sure,
message boards back in the day. But
After the rest of the show, rather than in 2018.
Hot Dr. Manhattan dead.
Dog and Naked Man are totally a Crypto and Superboy reference. Back to the on November 29th, the Detroit State Board votes to establish new metahuman laws that would protect normal people from property damage caused by crimes created or
I'm about 10 seconds behind y'all. I'm pulling a Richard Mon 12 right now. As far as
Richard Ted
the
Mon
delay goes.
10.
Though it's not clear if it means that series is set in this
Just a little time
On
delay.
January 5th, 2019, Melanie Dolan's medical marijuana card expires. And on April 24th, again, a metropolitan father pleads not guilty to
So the duos, we do not have a 100K special in the works, but we are doing a giveaway of prizes.
That's true. We have
that
a
we
bunch
are.
of prizes.
We owe a bunch of
Yeah.
prizes. We're gonna do a big prize video at some point because we tried to do a 100K giveaway thing and we've fallen a little bit behind on shipping the prizes out. But we're gonna make it up to you by including another unannounced prize or 2.
And then if you want to go back to Melanie Dolan,
I hope I can still be able to go back and see like what video came out when we hit a certain amount, so that I can.
that'd be
Pull
How
up
long
the
is this
comments of that
video? Oh wait, is this the end of it?
Yes, this is the last bit.
Would now be a good time to bring up that the showrunners have said that it's the same world but separate?
I love the way the camera moves whenever
I'm being
the
all
voice is talking.
spooky about it.
Crap earlier, I thought you'd be able to tell me.
Good way to sort of break up the, you know.
There goes Dr. Manhattan.
Wait a second. You were here this whole time? Yeah.
My mom always laughs really hard at that. You walking into the other.
Oh,
yeah. That was a really fun gag.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Can you please
Put me down, meow. All of the caddy footage.
Oh, Archer.
All of the
Oh,
caddy
it's
footage for the multiverse video was recorded at the same time as that.
Yeah. It was actually.
Oh,
yeah.
huh,
We set
really?
Archer down on a box covered in a green t-shirt, and then the green screen behind that. And anytime you see Archer in the multiverse video, yeah, it was filmed like 3 years prior. Archer has a lot less eye boogers than he currently does.
Yeah, he's getting older.
Yep.
He got real
Bob,
sick.
the random guy
during
asked why the
quarantine.
24-hour Yule log wasn't part of the lore.
Was it 20? Seriously, 20? No, it was like 10 hours, wasn't it?
It was really fun.
Yeah, it was long. I like it. Eric Carrasco and his brother listened to that on Christmas and were like, "Jesus, there's people talking in here!" Like, scared them.
I don't even remember what we recorded, but I know some of it was weird.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then get my dinner out of the fridge. So I'm gonna hit the BRB, but we'll stay here with you, Ted.
I'll probably jump back in a couple more videos when I come back for DC continuity.
Yeah, we've got a handful.
Yeah, we do have a couple hours.
I don't think we're doing the whole Vanishing Point finale.
No, we'll just skip to the ending of that. So it'll be a good hour or two, I think.
Before I come back,
I'll let you know when we're getting
Sounds
close.
good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna get some food too.
Okay, I'm gonna hit the lunch BRB so we can look at Blight eating
Lunch.
a sandwich again.
Bye, everybody. I'll be back after lunch in a couple hours.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks for hanging out.
We're not gonna take a full hour break here, but I gotta go get food real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, Ted. See you soon.
See you later. Hey, yeah, I'm about to hop off. That's funny. I figured y'all are probably dying right now. I'm hanging out at Amanda's house right now. Oh, I heard that. Oh, you can still hear me. Hey, everybody. Ted, your mic is on. Oh my god. Does Ted know we can hear him? LOL. Ted, your mic is on. I'm just gonna keep talking.
Hi.
Oh, we're back.
Hi.
Hey.
We're back at Dinosaur Story.
Became a thing as the lore between our channels was becoming difficult to make consistent. Oh. Why do fools pee my pants? Select the boats!
Select the boats!
Select the boats!
There we go.
Hey!
I was reading the JLU Season 1 notes from Jay that he made for us to read.
Yes. Yeah, I was trying to read those. We're going into JLU Season 2, but I forgot to read those last time. So Jay's JLU Season 1 says, this one released around the time the data buds were sent to the white space, and so I decided to end this video by following suit and Thanos snapping myself at the end. I'm pretty sure this is where Earth J became a thing, as the lore between our channels was becoming difficult to make consistent. And then for JLU Season 2, he says, at the beginning of this one, I am sent back from my very brief moment in the white space, since we figured out that my having anything to do with that wouldn't really work out. At the end of this video, I try watching epilogue, but the plan finally comes to fruition in that I can't review the episode until having finished the last season of JLU and Batman Beyond. Now, why James would make me watch the last season of JLU before an episode that predated them? Yeah, that makes no sense technically, but the retrospective schedule was what it was. I really enjoy how the interface of this looked. It still looks homemade for sure, and I probably could have done it better now, but I put a lot of effort into the folders, graphics, the episode cards, and overall thought it was cool. It was cool as instead of Cyclops, it was based on the Mason system from Apollo Justice Ace Attorney.
Okay.
And I thought it came out well.
Everything leads back to Batman and Harley Quinn with us. Everything leads back to Ace Attorney with Jay. And we had some Ace Attorney in the Batman and Harley Quinn. You had
some Ace Attorney in a recent Yappy Dudes.
We did, yeah. The whole thing with at the end of the last Jay's reviews when we watched, Jay gets pulled into the white space as well. And then because we were talking about it originally, I'm pretty sure we were going to have many other, like Manhattan wasn't just pulling James's and Maddie's in. He was pulling in like Comic Drake and Jay's reviews and Owen and all these other like people that we were interacting with that were other YouTubers doing DC kind of comic related content.
It was just too massive.
Yeah, it was not gonna there was not gonna be any way we were gonna make that work the way we wanted to, especially because we still wanted to do it that same way with like the couch and the green screen people and everything. And so we were like kind of panicking and told Jay like, okay, it's not gonna work out. Like you have to somehow get yourself back.
Is the chat stuck?
Oh, it is stuck on us on here for some reason. But it's not stuck on the actual thing.
Oh, interesting.
But weird. Maybe you could just open it on your phone or something. But yeah, so Jay gets sent back here at the start into normal Earth J or whatever, and just goes like, that was weird or something, as you're about to see. And then finally in the multiverse video, we explain like, oh yeah, Manhattan pulled a few other comic tube folks in as well, but threw them back like fish too small. Like he considered James and Mattie to be like the only people worth his time or whatever, which wasn't a diss on those people.
It's because we're like we cover a very specific.
Yeah, and also it's kind of pseudo hinting, I would say, retroactively at Ted being or Manhattan being used to a different version of Ted essentially, and so like he would see Mattie and I as like the people that can do it kind of a thing. But yeah, we'll watch this bit.
Assuming that you've already seen and are familiar with them already, it's not bogged down the pace. With all that in mind, enjoy the video. Justice League Unlimited Season 2. I'm just going to say it.
Oh, there it is.
Well, okay then. Time to get back to work. Warning.
There
The
it
following
is.
video
Okay.
is a part of an
Why?
And then there was whatever was at the end.
Yeah.
Here, which I think at this point, for a second, everything that's you in Earth J is a recording.
That's true. Yes.
While we're in the white space.
Yes. Timeline wise, it didn't line up for the because we are still in the white space. So if you see me and Mattie after this, don't know who it actually is.
An epilogue.
Well, I mean, the recordings, I assume, are still.
No, I think we figured out they're not recordings. They're like, or some of them are actually interacting with the people, so it has to be live or whatever.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Hold on.
One. Is that your take on all this, Lois?
I've been as tough on the Justice League as anyone, especially on Superman. That's just because he's always set such a high standard. I'm gonna cut him a break.
He's only
He's only
human.
human.
You know what I mean.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
I'm Andrea Beaumont. You know what I mean.
Wow, that was fan-freaking-tastic. I basically gave my concluding thoughts on the arc during Superman's speech, and I'm glad that the League, going forward, is going to open an embassy on Earth, create a hotline, making the JLU something people can trust. Other than that, I really don't have much to add in the Cadmus arc. So the story seems to be over now, going off the end of the last episode, but there's one more, so let's waste no more time and dive into episode 13, Epilogue. What the fuck?
Hello, Jay.
Yeah, this is a recording.
What's going on?
I thank you for accepting my gracious gift a few weeks back. Thanks to you, my plan can finally go
Hashtag
into
keep epilogue a secret
plan?
means that's canon
Now,
too.
I'm sure you have a stupefied look on your face thinking, what plan? Well, I will explain it.
Yeah, see, you're
I've
not
been
actually
watching this
interacting with
miserable
them, so it's
retrospective
recording.
for over a year
This
now,
is
and
still
trust
the
me,
normal
none of
Earth
your
Jamie.
mistakes, excuses, or lies have gone unnoticed. I have a policy on my channel, the Watchtower Database, that the episode Epilogue must be viewed at the end of a DCAU rewatch. And here you were, having vaguely seen the Beyond series, about to just waltz into reviewing its intended finale. Pathetic! So, this program was designed by Mattie as the ultimate hub of DCAU knowledge, and it could be yours. If you
Combined payments of $19.99.
I have altered the discs you receive to contain a simulation, an extension of this hub that you see in front of you. It's like those video game things you seem to be so fond of. These 5 folders represent the 5 videos you must make before Epilogue unlocks. Starting with the final season of Justice League Unlimited, then you may watch Beyond Season 1, 2, and 3, and the Return of the Joker movie.
Is this legal?
You may be wondering what it is you can do to avoid this.
In
well,
France.
I give you my JLU copy for free. Epilogue is on it. You just have to do what I say first. If not, you can just toss it in the trash, watch Epilogue on your own, and do as you please. But
Damn,
then,
you just closed the
know that
dockable
you
window.
and your little
It's fun to see that
retrospective
DC YouTubers are working together to make the
Hardly
vids
a
better.
surprise. You, for some
Yeah.
reason, kept it going when the Mega Man
It was a
fans
fun
begged
time.
for their
Mhm.
videos, and even after WB came crashing down upon you, here you
We're trying to
stand.
figure out other
But
ways
you
to
won't
work with
slip by
Jay in the
me
future
this
because he's
time,
not
Jay.
doing
Now that
DCAU
I've
stuff
laid out all the
anymore, but
rules,
we
I
are
will
branching out a
appear in the
little
flesh,
bit.
but
So
only
who
when you have
knows?
completed this entire process.
Damn. That's that. Is Earth 12 next?
I believe so. And finally catch up with you. Getting sent to the future. Yes, Earth 12, Will Gannon.
Hell yeah.
Do you want to watch the whole things or skip just to the story bits? Because you were talking about that.
Yeah. So as some of y'all might know, I only got 3 hours of sleep last night. But I want to try to drive it home as much as I can. So let's just keep going for now.
Okay.
But here's the kicker. Dorian's assistant is none other than Abel Cuvier.
Okay, but will it canon?
I don't have time for this. We can't
Remember
make
this?
2 videos in one right now. I've got to send out my Justice League vs. the Fatal 5 timeline notes in time for...
That motherfucker
Mattie,
said verse.
I figured it out. Mattie?
Hey, yo, is there a free plug that I can put my...
You could unplug the laptop if you're not using it. Oh, there you
Ugh.
are. That's the only one.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Ugh. What the hell just happened?
How many years into the future am I? Did it say?
Not yet, but it's 40.
Is this my laptop?
Is it my laptop?
Yeah, that one's
I don't think so.
Oh, maybe.
My laptop got left behind. You've got it.
That's true.
Zeta Project.
Yep. Does he know?
Watchtower Database, and welcome back to another exciting episode of Will It Canon, the show where we take a look at a piece of DC
I remember
Comics
sitting in my car
whether
sending voice messages back and forth with Maddie. I was on some road trip and talking about like how we would do this video and all that stuff. And then at the end of it, it was like the best idea that we stumbled on. It was like, oh, if it's set in the future, it should just be my dad as Data James.
Yeah.
And then he agreed to do it, and it was pretty fun. There's so many bloopers. There's like a 14-minute blooper reel of him just trying to say all the stupid, technobabble DC Comics bullshit that I made him say. And he's having such a fun time and a hard time with it.
Yeah,
Yep.
judging by the laptop's internal clock, I'd say you're about 40 years from
40 years from now.
Yep.
So 2059. But no, one thing that I didn't mention because I was trying to figure out plugging my phone in is me and then popping in at the start was an Army of Darkness reference. I tried to fall like very similarly to how
to get a
Ash
car to fall in.
falls.
It wouldn't do it.
If you have no idea what I'm talking about, Earth 12 first appeared in showcase number 62 in May 1966, the homeworld of the super team, the Inferior Five, and just kidding. Earth 12 is just one of the many Earth designations, over 52 of them in fact in the current DC Comics multiverse, which was introduced in the weekly 52 series back in 2006 through 2007.
There's the white
Restructured
space.
and solidified in the 2014 to 2015 event, The Multiversity by Grant Morrison. Earth number designations go back as far as 1963's Justice League of America, number 21, with the multiverse in general being established back in 1961 with Flash of Two Worlds in The Flash, number 123. But after several perplexing crisis this and crisis
Yeah, getting
that,
your dad
DC
on
Comics
this was a
currently
lot of
finds itself
fun.
following
Yeah.
a relatively simple set of rules, numbering each existing reality as Earth 1, Earth 2,
And this is his kitchen at his house at the time.
Numbered Earths with hyphens were introduced.
Well, all those ones and zeros.
Yep.
Not to mention, who knows where this laptop's from.
That's true.
Batman in the iconic Batman Beyond batsuit on an Earth labeled.
No, there's a reason that we pointed out that they have the same laptops in Batman and Harley Quinn Will It Canon.
Yeah.
It was to set up that James still had.
But over the years,
This laptop pops in. We had so many times where we were like, okay, we've figured out the laptop timeline and we know what to do next. And then we'd make the next video and go, fuck, we messed some slight tiny thing up. The laptop timeline is actually this. And then the next, it would happen like every video. By the time we got to Zeta Month, I had to I had to go through all the videos that the laptops are in and write out like 3 different lists and all this stuff, and then okay, it's this forever.
And I think one of the fun things about it is it's inspired directly by the Vandal Savage episode of Justice League.
He sends a laptop back in time to give himself information.
Yeah, but from multiple different universes or something. So there's technically multiple laptops.
Justice League Beyond, and of course Batman Beyond, which all crossed over with each other and solidified the fact that Earth 12 was a continuation of the DCAU. Or was it? Before I get too deep into things, I should take a second to mention that before all of this, in 2005, we did get an appearance of a future Batman in the Batman Beyond costume.
Oh,
in Superman
Bob
Batman
says I love future
2010
James.
and
That's not future James, that's future Data James.
Tim Drake
Oh my
seeing
God.
From a diverging timeline via DC's Hypertime
Even though
concept
future
and
James
altered
is voiced by
timeline
the same
of the
person.
Future Data James, Earth James.
Zero, or New Earth.
Oh,
The notion of a
spoiler.
Tim Drake Batman wouldn't appear again for almost a decade. Not until DC's 2014-15 event, Future's End. which
We'll
saw
do
the
Zeta
death
Month,
of
and then we'll
Terry
do
McGinnis and
what
Terry
we're doing today all over again.
Oh shit,
But
Jake
after
is
the
here.
conclusion of
Hey,
Future's
Jake.
End, Terry was revealed to
Jake,
not
Jake,
be dead.
Jake,
Jack
Jake,
in the
Jake,
Batsuit
Jake,
continued
Jake,
to
Jake,
follow his Bat-
Jake
the
Nye,
John-
the
the John-
Johnson
the Johnson
guy.
guy.
But all of
Johnson,
that,
Johnson,
That's
Johnson.
not Earth 12. Never was. Okay, back on track.
we also thought between the three of us, like us and Ted, that we had all of this locked down. Like every Batman Beyond comic appearance, every time that it was a hyphen and not a hyphen, we had it all like figured out between like 3 different spreadsheets. And then we put this video out, and like 3 different comics came out that like next week after this, being like, the hyphens are back. We're like, God fucking damn it, man! Like, what are you doing?
Of DCAU or Earth Zero? Or was this another glimpse at Earth 12? To make things more confusing, this issue makes references to Rebirth, Batman Beyond's debut episode, and the episode The Call, which introduced the future Justice League. So what's the deal? Well, we'll get back to that later. Simultaneously, DC released the first issue of the limited series Batman Beyond by Adam Beecham.
It's always fun to use my dad sparingly in these because we did this where he's me the whole video, and then like he'll appear in a little cameo here, a little cameo there, and we'll be like, yeah, James' dad in the chat every time. We're like, oh yeah.
DC comic stories as canon. Most notably, of course, Batman Hush by
He's got the Batmobile, and I'm pretty sure I thought the Static Shock puppets were in there too, but maybe not. Maybe they're behind him.
This Batman Beyond series led
it's
into
not the same like
2011, also by
props.
Adam Beecham, which was a direct follow-up to Hush Beyond. This comic, however, continued Beecham's trend of taking DC Comics comic book lore and DC Animated Universe lore and sort of mashing them together into a Play-Doh mountain of ambiguity. Early 1960s DC mythos met that of Tower of Babel and multiple Batman Beyond episodes. Batman Incorporated, The Outsiders, contradictory continuity for both Blight and Ink, 2 of Terry's most notable adversaries. This thing was all over the place. As
Sure would, man.
Books continued
And
to
it-
be
it
released
was
over
still
the next
good.
few years,
Yeah.
Beecham's run transitioned into the motherlode of
I feel like of all the Willet
Beyond,
Cannons,
Superman Beyond, Batman Beyond,
this one,
Justice League Beyond,
I do
as
like
well
it a
as
lot,
the
but it
latter
does the
2
worst job
2.0
of being like,
continuations ran concurrent
and it's
from
okay.
2011 to 2014.
You can still like
Though all
this
held
thing.
by
Like,
different writers and artists,
it's
these
the
books
most
coexisted,
pessimistic, I
taking
think,
plot cues
but
from one another and being heavily
I think
marketed
it's
as
still like
connected, often
it just
releasing
doesn't do
on
it doesn't
opposite weeks
hit
and
all
or
the
urging
same
the
bullet
reader to
points
pick
as
up
the
one
rest of the
other
Willet
titles
Cannons, where they
to
like
continue the story.
get a
What
little
made
bit
these
philosophical
titles
at the
interesting
end,
is
kind of a
that
deal.
pretty much across the board, they
Which
all
is
strive to
okay,
stick
'cause this
within
is
the parameters of DCAU
a
continuity,
grumpy old
making
man.
points
Yeah.
or flashback to events from episodes of Batman Beyond, Justice League Unlimited, or even as far back as Batman the Animated Series. And this happened pretty damn often. Finally, March 2015 rolled around and DC's
See, there's the
Multiversity
difference.
Guide
I would say often.
officially cataloging each and
There's
every
J.
one of the
Data James
52
says often.
hyphenated Earths. Well,
I
some
actually
are
have been
but
consciously
the numbers are
saying
there anyway.
BTAS
Here, Earth 12
as
was
Data
represented
James
by the
and
Beyond
BTAS
era
as
Justice
normal
League.
story
This confirmed
James.
that everything
I know.
Beyond
It's
titles
just
in the
one of my
last
little
few years
things,
was
you know.
decided to be taking place on Earth 12. And then convergence happened.
This music that plays during this title card,
Convergence was a DC
for whatever
miniseries
reason,
multiple times
would
that
not
ran over the
export
course of a month
in the
from
right
April to
spot.
May of
So there would just be like
2000.
silence there, and then halfway through him talking, it'd be loud.
Long
I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I had to like export just that part as its own audio file, and then re-edit that back into the. It was ridiculous.
But with a fresh coat of paint, and that's where
The
we
man
find
has
ourselves now.
charisma.
Earth's without hyphens. Or wait,
Here's an already.
Green Lantern number 10 from 2019 has hyphenated Earth numbers, and
It just
so
got
does
worse from
Young
here.
Justice number 8. So is it hyphenated or not?
You said from when in 2019?
I don't know. I'm asking anybody. I guess.
This video?
I'm the only
Oh,
one here.
I don't know.
Bet
Actually.
that comment.
Those comments.
You're the one
This was
explaining
actually
all of
recorded
this.
in my
You don't
backyard.
know
Yeah,
the answer?
there's like a forest in their apartment,
Alright.
behind their apartment.
I miss that yard so
Sometimes
bad.
they're not. Supposedly,
It was so nice.
Convergence removed the hyphen, but there it is. Maybe it's interchangeable. Maybe the writers of those newer comics got it wrong. Maybe there's another.
Was a mostly
warping event
drunken
coming up
wine
that'll
bottle
put
on the
hyphens
table
back.
here too.
I don't know. But what I do know is that Earth-12 or Earth Space 12 or whatever the hell it is isn't the DC animated universe. And here's why.
Finally, they get to the fucking point.
It just won't go away. I know, you just want a big list
Good
of
Charlotte,
every single
baby.
thing that goes
Hey,
against
super chat,
DC.
$4.99 US
Oh, hey.
dollars.
Yeah,
Thanks,
Let's
Bland
do
Man.
that. I've
Is
already
Richard
brought
Martin
up
12 part of Earth 12? Of course.
Wait, why did it not
DCAU
set off
and
the
Earth
super
12.
chat thing?
I'll go ahead and rattle
There it
out
goes.
the list of them for you so we can move past them and get to the meat of this Beyond burrito. In Superman Beyond,
I would say
various
yes.
Superman iconography much more closely resembles that
It doesn't
of
exist in
comic
any
book
other
or
reality.
picture counterparts than the DCAU versions, like Lex Luthor's exosuit. The
Though in
Fortress
that
of
reality,
Solitude
he's
and
12
its
seconds
House of
early.
L statues, Jonathan Kent, the Daily Planet, Superman supersuits, more than half of which are straight out of non-DCAU properties, and the Phantom Zone, which is depicted multiple times as a Richard Donner-like floating 2D square. We also got a handful
We were
of
filming.
other surface
My
level
dad's just going
upgrades
through
like
all this
John
information,
Jones
like,
using heat vision. Despite
oh, I
being
just
an
don't
assistant,
know what the
character
fuck you're
doesn't have
talking
that
about on
power.
any of this, like what he's
Past
saying.
existence, even
When he
though
gets to the
never saw
Richard
any
Donner
DCAU
floating
besides
2D
the
square
half-known
Phantom Zone, he's like,
supervillain
I get that one.
And
I know what that is.
which contradicts what we think we know about Wally West's origin.
Hello.
And then there's the very
Is he
small
sleeping?
stuff, like John Stewart having the wrong haircut in some flashbacks, the wrong Watchtower being present, and upside down. The existence of multiple bat armors, Etrigan speaking in rhymes, unlike his DCAU self. Amazo being kept in the Fortress of Solitude like a trophy. Cyborg's appearance in reference to having been a Justice Leaguer, and Red Star being just a recolored JLU Starman. Like, come on. Did you even try with that one? But for argument's sake, these are all pretty weak. Things happen off screen all the time that we don't know about. That could explain a lot of this. Nothing in this section is too damning to completely separate this continuity from the DCAU. We don't know what happened to Amazo after JLU's Wake the Dead.
Now
Maybe
we do.
Luthor
Now
had
we do.
another
Yeah.
suit we didn't see. Maybe Superman did have some of these suits between JLU and Batman.
Which means this laptop got sent into the future at some point before Justice League Infinity.
Can
Sure did.
probably be put under the same category as wrong batsuit. So,
Except it didn't.
so now that's all that out of the way.
It didn't have that information on it.
No, it came from a
Besides all the small
point in
stuff,
time
there are
before Justice
definitely
League
some.
Infinity.
Let's call them.
Well, okay, it
mid-tier
came from
arguments
that, yeah.
that are certainly harder to explain.
But,
Let's set this
yeah.
up.
I see,
Yeah.
oh, I see what you're
All
saying.
both teams. Point. In Superman Beyond, Solomon Grundy is alive and capable of intelligent speech. Without explanation besides, yeah, Superman's been gone for a while, so things might be a little different now. Counterpoint. He's come back from the dead before. It's magic. It happens. We'll just cut that walking part out for the rest. Point. Barbara Gordon knows that Harley
There's
Quinn
also,
is alive, even though
this is the only part of the video he had to say without looking at the teleprompter.
she not have learned afterwards?
And he was just like,
Glenn's having
which means I have to
conversations
do
with
this without
Flags.
looking. And I'm like,
Point.
yeah. He's
Aquaman appears
fuck.
in
And
Justice
then he
League
goes
Beyond,
over and
even
starts
though
doing
supposedly
it.
is missing in this era. Counterpoint. Justice League Beyond can
Also,
take place after that. Point. Wonder Woman is left for the Justice
Jehovah's Witnesses interrupted the filming of this video by knocking on the door.
God damn it, Watchtower!
Yeah, they knew we were doing. They knew we were in here.
Steppenwolf is alive even though he died in Twilight. Counterpoint. His death is off screen, and according to Bruce Timm's supervillain death clause. Point. Bruce Timm.
Yeah,
is
it was
also
so difficult, like,
specifically
not
said
only
that
just
these
going
comics
through
are
this
not
and trying to
canon
comb out what was a
Batman
reference to,
Beyond.
like,
Counterpoint. He said
an
other
old
comics,
comic
yeah.
and trying to figure that out.
God,
But
that like that
also-
wand or whatever that was from some like
Yeah.
50s character that we never.
When
Ted
Warren
didn't
was
even know who
killed.
that was or
Counterpoint.
something.
But there was also like trying to like put everything in an order that made sense as like these
Yeah.
things don't mean a
Well,
lot
yeah.
to these things do.
To give Maddie credit on that, like I wrote this whole script, and then Maddie read through it and had a lot of feedback of like we should put this in like order of like importance or like this is a bigger argument. This is a like it gets bigger and bigger or whatever. These are the little things or whatever. But then
under a boat instead of a submarine. Lex Luthor
that or
became president. Counterpoint.
Keep your politics out of my DCAU.
Lex flippin' Luthor.
I also like that was the genesis of something that we ended up paying off in BTAC.
Yeah. But yeah, the Maddie's suggestion of like how to format the videos kind of became the next couple of Willet Cannons have that same flow to them, which is good.
He used to be the president and the mayor of Metropolis. And at the end of the issue,
Jake says
Terry
get
and
to the
Superman
Zeta part.
imprison him in the Phantom Zone.
Actually, I think
Yet,
that one's
when
coming
he
up
next appears in
soon.
Superman Beyond, it's as an artificial intelligence.
This is tangentially related to Zeta stuff, but
Lex Luthor's future daughter, and that real Luthor confirmed to be dead by Bruce Wayne.
I mean,
So is he
yeah,
in the Phantom
in
Zone,
like
or is
4
he
videos.
dead? Shouldn't he have been dead already via the end of Justice League Unlimited? Well, Darkseid was zapped away by the anti-life equation too, and according to JLU producer Dwayne McDuffie, both Luthor and Darkseid became a part of the
What video is this?
among all
Earth
those
12
other
will it
Galactus
canon?
looking fellas.
Yes.
But Darkseid is alive in these comics too. He's alive when Aquagirl
My
is
daddy
born. He's
is
alive
Data
when the League
James.
goes to Apocalypse to try and stop a big snake monster, and we find out he's blind because he went to the source wall to access the anti-life equation with Highfather.
BTEC and JLI are hypertime anomalies, and that's why the Zetas are aiming to destroy the universe, ?
They're not there to destroy the universe, actually.
Yeah, they're not there to destroy the universe, but they are related to BTEC.
True.
Both get trapped as part of the source wall. They escape somehow. Luthor goes back to jail and Darkseid goes back to Apocalypse. At some point, Darkseid
That's a
and
wild
Highfather
Darkseid
go back
panel.
to the source wall to get the anti-life equation. Again, but Darkseid gets blinded and
This is me in the script trying to make sense of how all this could work.
The United States, and then the mayor of Metropolis later. He grows older and older, making an AI of himself to achieve immortality of sorts until he's finally being trapped in the Phantom Zone by Batman and Superman, and then left for dead. Oh, McDuffie did also say they escaped the source wall. Maybe this all actually does make sense once you lay out all the pieces and put them in the right order. Well, look at that. My bad. But it's still really confusing. And now, the moment you've been waiting for. Why exactly? Well, definitely not the DCAU. Well, because of this stuff.
Right off the bat.
We've already done a whole video.
So this
about
happened before
I'm not
BTEC
gonna
even.
waste your time. Jason
This
Todd
Data
doesn't
James is
exist
from
in
before
DCAU,
BTEC.
and yet
Yeah.
here he is,
Well,
Batman Beyond
so I think that was part of why we finally decided this had to be Earth J Data James, is because our Data James
would
had,
know all this stuff.
Yeah.
and Lightning Strike Batman. All right, those are pretty cool. Okay, Warhawk, son of Green
But that
Lantern,
means the Jason Todd vanishing point happens in Earth J. It might have been before the split though.
Maybe.
Batman Beyond timeline where everything's been screwed up by Kronos. At the end of that episode, Batman and Green Lantern are the only ones who remember what happened. And yet, here in Warhawk's origin story in Justice League
Which
Beyond
kind of sucks.
Yeah, it does. Warhawk's origin. So many people get really fucking mad at like the Barbara Bruce aspect of these books, which like I get it. But the fucking Warhawk origin it's just shit. It's shit. They just are like, let's just kill Vixen so that Shire can be the prize.
I don't know what you just said that reminded me of this, but I totally just remembered that originally this video was going to be a crossover with Comic Drake. The place where my wife and I had our wedding photography taken, I was walking around there a couple of years, or like a couple months before we made this video, just talking to Comic Drake on messages about like, because Comic Drake had recently done a like Earth 12 is the DC, or Earth 12 explained DC animated universe in parentheses or whatever, as if they were both the same thing. And I was like,
Ed had also gotten in contact with me about writing an Earth 12 Nightwing video, which I wrote, but just was never put out because he changed focus from doing like character topics. Yeah, he made the thumbnail, but like it just never happened.
And so since we were going to do a video that was like, forget what Comic Drake said, Earth 12 isn't the DCAU, I wanted to like bring him in as like a, you know, there's no animosity here, like we're teaming up on this. And then it just didn't work out timing-wise or whatever. So it's not like there's like a mean thing that we're doing here or anything like that. But I just think it's funny that when you search Earth 12 on YouTube, it's those two videos, this one and Drake's Earth
Last
12
but certainly not
DCAU
least,
or
the
whatever.
other you should
So it's
know
just funny.
if you're watching this video and give one single crap about anything I'm saying, the Joker died in the flashback from
Brian, don't watch. Get out of here, Brian.
Over the course of various timelines,
Brain.
we've narrowed down this point in the DCAU to be somewhere between September 2005, the end of Justice League versus the Fatal Five, and somewhere in the year 2007, the latest possible year to line up with old Tim Drake's almost 40 years comic.
So Jason Todd isn't Hush, he's Zeta.
However, in Hush
Yes, it all makes
info
sense.
that Bruce caught the Joker and retired soon after. His retirement as Batman being locked canonically as June 21st, 2000.
Before we had a good scan of that.
I'm glad that I finally got a
Yeah.
copy.
Mhm.
For like
Also
dirt
confirms
fucking
that
cheap.
At
Yeah.
this time, Batman hadn't worked with a partner.
If only that
in
could be the
years,
same for
despite
the
his
Uncle
swinging
Sam
around Gotham with
comic.
Batgirl. Strangely enough, though, this
Well, it's okay,
same
Jake.
story
I'll be mean to you
confirms
too.
something similar to the
We will
events
all
of
be
Return
mean
of
to
the Joker
Jake.
did happen, as Tim Drake recollects having once had the Joker take over his body, and later in
We'll
the
make you wait
2012
4
Batman
years
Beyond
for a Zeta
title, we
video.
learned Barbara Gordon had
Yeah.
Powers legs, which alludes to Killing Joke-like events having occurred in this universe. This would all suggest that in Earth 12
That's what you
continuity,
get for
the Return of
fucking
the
Batman
Joker
on a
saga
rooftop.
played out a bit differently than in the DCAU, with Joker perhaps escaping
Making
and
everyone so mad.
Could you
into
imagine
Bruce's final
if
years
she
as
fucked him on the
Batman, and with
rooftop,
Barbara's involvement
got
perhaps
shot,
being different
then
than how
found
we
out
saw
she
it
was
in the
pregnant
animated
after she got her legs
However,
back,
Batman Beyond 2.0
and then
Justice League
fucking
Beyond
Oh my
had the
God,
mystery.
yeah.
insinuate that the
Like,
Return of the Joker flashback did
No, see what
happen
happened
how we
is
saw it on
they
the
fucked
screen,
on the
with a
rooftop,
literal flashback
then
sequence
Joker
of the
shot
Joker
her,
being buried.
and she called Batman and said, "Batman, help! The Joker shot me!" And he says, "I don't believe you. I want to see the holes."
They tried to retcon the Joker Nightwing flashback out of existence by having Terry not even know how Dick lost his eye, even though it clearly happened when Joker
Someone has pointed
shot
out,
him
or
in the
multiple
face.
people actually, I think I
2.0
pointed out
still
since this
has
video's come
callbacks
out
to
that
other events
some of the
from Batman
continuity errors in
Beyond
that can be
specifically
explained
the
by
10,000 Clowns
the
event,
hyphen
which is
non-hyphen
also
eras,
Barbara had
because
Wayne Powers legs,
if
she would have
Dick
been
knew, or if
disabled until
if Terry
the
knew
merger
how
between
the
Powers
Joker,
Powers
or how
technology.
Nightwing lost
So
his
how
eye
was
from the
Batgirl
Joker,
in the Return of the
then
Joker
that was
flashback?
pre-New
She goes through
52.
some other leg
Then
trauma
Flashpoint
that
happened
isn't
and
killing
like
Joker
rebirthed
legs?
every
None of this makes any
universe.
sense.
And then now in the
Batman
fresh
Beyond,
one,
since
Terry
Barbara
does
supposedly
know
never talked
how he
about
lost
their
his eye.
relationship after Dick
And I
quit
kind of,
Robin.
I'm kind of on board with that. It's just we didn't even think about how New 52 happened in the middle of all of this while making this video. We're just like, how did they not keep track of everything?
This was
There's like two different
a lot
Earth
of
12s.
information. I get it. But
They're
even
so
after
similar.
all this contradictory nonsense, Superman Beyond references DCAU episodes Rebirth.
I guess we'll just have to
and
redo this
Batman
video
Beyond
too. I don't
is
know.
Superman's spin-off treatment On Leather Wings, Fear of Victory,
Is
Batman's
it the
Hand,
DCAU?
Once Burned, Out of the Past, Shadow of the Bat, A Better World, Batgirl Returns, Black House, and of
The
course
statue.
Rebirth again as canon material. The Justice League Beyond comics drive the A Better World lore home even further, as well as take cues from Legacy, Destroyer, Injustice for All, Starcrossed, The Enemy Below, Mind Games.
This part
and
feels
Return
like
of the
it's
Joker.
like
On top of
reaching
all
the
that,
end
with
of
the
the
release
video,
these comics, we
and
got
it
new information
a
showing
little
some
it
of
does
the
drag a
missing
little bit
F-15
here
alien
because
of the
then
Beyond era. A Mr.
then I
15
start
Flash
having him
Star,
say like,
Flash and
there's
918
also the
Mr.
Earth
Freeze,
negative
and
12 or whatever.
everyone's
When we were
favorite,
filming that, and he's like,
Batgirl
there's
pregnant.
also Earth.
And after the release of the
And I was just like, as if he's like, why is there also this? Like, why does there have to be also this?
polar opposite nature of the worlds in the Justice League cartoon. Interestingly, though, when you look up Earth 50 on the DC Comics website, its first appearance is listed as one of these comics. Now, you'd think this would mean that DC's website catalogs only comic books, but nope. Earth 16's first appearance is listed as the Young Justice.
And two different
cartoon.
Earth
So is
16s
this official
for some
confirmation
reason.
that these aren't the same Justice lore?
I think
Or
this
am
is
I
the first
just
time we
thinking
went
too
to like
hard
the
about
DC or
this?
WB
It's
website,
probably
Yeah.
like for
It's very
to be
safe
like,
to
hey,
say that
Information,
the
yeah.
DCAU heavily influenced the
which
storytelling of
kind
Earth
of was
12
set
Beyond.
up for
But
like
they
we were
have
hanging
plenty
out
of
on there
problems
because of the
syncing up with
Batman and Harley
cartoon
Quinn stuff.
continuity as
Right.
well. This isn't the first time this has happened in comics either. The 1997-98 series
I feel your
DC
dad's
Universe
pain
takes
with Earth
place
negative
more or
12, man.
less in mainstream continuity, but clearly uses Bruce Timm character designs from the DCAU.
I look forward to
So
talking
could
about that one.
Adventures in the
No
DCU
adventures.
Yeah.
Earth
No, that
12?
one looks like a lot of fun.
Past Multiversity, Earth 12 has only had a handful of cameo appearances among other titles so far, not any of its own. So it remains to be seen where this new multiverse will take us in terms of new and exciting, mind-melting canonicity shenanigans. To be honest,
That was a real sigh of having to say that line.
It
wasn't part of the thing.
Or whatever is very much not the DC animated universe, but it's a universe obviously inspired by it, and the writers behind Earth 12 stories have clearly done their best to incorporate and adhere to DCAU continuity. But when all is said and done, there's just too much going against the idea to say matter-of-factly that Earth 12 and the DC animated universe are one and the same. They're not. It is, however, possible that the history of both universes could be traced back to a single point of diversion, much like the Kelvin timeline in Star Trek. If you get the reference,
or something else.
Hey, there we go.
watch Star Trek
A light bulb.
2009.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about the possibility of something happening within the DCAU that caused a new
When my dad saw Star Trek 2009 when it came out, he had a lot of good things to say about it. He came home and he was like really excited. Oh, I left the TED meeting going apparently.
But this way, it's more fun. There are hints to this idea, whether the creators intended them or not. Little things that barely contradict DCAU continuity.
Anyway, he had a lot of good things to say about Star Trek 2009. And then, so when I wrote this part of
are we
the
double
script-
screen now?
No, I didn't mean to. I'm trying to get it away.
Making a mildly different fashion choice. Devil Ray is still alive.
Come over
years
here.
after his
Get
death
over
in
here.
JLU's Dead Reckoning.
There
So
we go.
perhaps this never happened. Dick Grayson says
when I wrote this
Tom
part, I
Holland's
was
roommate
like,
named Brian Waters, when it was Brian Rogers
like,
in
okay,
Batman
so
animated series. The Berenstain subtleties are
he's gonna
there.
have he's gonna
There's
be
also
like,
the dark multiverse
watch
version of this
Star Trek
universe.
2009, you
Earth Negative
uncultured
12
swine,
is
because he
the
likes that
Batman
movie.
Merciless
But then
part
in
of
real life, he was like, I don't know, it wasn't that great. I'm like, you loved it. Come on, man.
Wonder Woman, Ares, and the Justice
I really
League
like that
in general, along
Earth
with the
Negative 12
seemingly
stuff
Batman the
here with like
Animated
BTAS
Series
Batman and stuff.
Batman,
It's
he shared a
pretty
Yeah, it's
romance
definitely
with
interesting.
Diana, which, if anything, helps solidify the design elements of the
Just that one issue.
If John Delaney is at New York Comic Con again this year, I can ask him some questions for y'all. Oh, we've talked to him a couple times. We've had him on the show. Gotta wonder what's more DCAU contradictory, Earth 12 or Neo Year. I really wouldn't mind a Batman Beyond 10,000 Clowns animated film.
Yeah, some of the Earth 12 stuff is really good. A lot of it is.
Very much alive Joker. That's pretty conclusive. But whatever the case, you can stop being confused about whether Earth 12 is the DCAU or not. It's not, and it never was. It could be an alternate timeline. It could be an unaffiliated comic book universe. We don't know. We even see Reverse Flash in a lineup of past Flash rogues. So maybe all of this is just his fault. Does that all make sense, Maddie?
It's like really you right now. Very tired.
Maddie.
What? What?
I think I had a little more sleep there.
Yeah, I knew all of that already.
This was around the time that you told me that I needed to start like keeping track of where my beard is.
Yeah. And then you had to do that for 3 years.
and totally fucking forgot.
Yeah. At the last second. That's okay.
Hold the phone. That means there's probably a future me
I love how
running
you
around
stand
here
up
somewhere.
directly into a tree right here. We didn't even realize we were right underneath it. We could have totally moved like 2 feet and nobody would have noticed.
Then we must depart. Adventure is out there.
What was this? Up?
Yeah.
Disney Pixar's Up. Fucking
Starring Ed Asner as
rent it on DVD and Blu-ray.
The first to be continued.
Hey, I forgot to mention, I left a reading order of all the Earth 12 comics in the description below this video.
Lex flippin' Luthor.
It took me a lot of digging before I could really understand it, so I can guess it would be helpful for anyone watching.
Lex flippin' Luthor.
Lex flippin' Luthor.
You guys sure about this? Why should we trust him? I'm glad that I finally made that, but it took forever. Okay, what's next? Earth 12. We did Earth 12. I think there's another J thing.
No, I think it's the Sub-Zero timeline.
Oh yeah, okay. These were so back to back how they came out because we were like, yeah, we're gonna just ramp it up and finish the story. And little did we know that a thing called coronavirus.
Right around the corner.
Let's watch the Sub-Zero timeline teaser first. Teaser trailer.
Do we want to?
It's very short.
Wanted more, and it's here. Batman and Mr. Freeze, Sub-Zero.
It just showed your head. Freeze! There we go. We filmed this the same day as we filmed the Earth 12 stuff, across the street from where we filmed it before.
Yeah, this was literally just like the other side of the road.
I probably would have found him already. Well, that's just rude. Man, none of this would have never happened.
I love that we had like the R2D2 thing when it's like set up also that I don't really like Star Wars.
Yeah.
Well, that was a lot easier than I thought.
Man, you've been walking in the circle the whole time.
That was a funny gag.
That a lot of people didn't get, I think. Like, they're just like, what am I looking at? Manny's place.
Yo, Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Oh, hey. Yeah, we are still alive. Yeah, people are asking about the super chats being open. I didn't know they couldn't. I didn't know they could be closed. I think you could still do it.
Oh shit, Iron Ninja's here. What's up, dude?
I'm Mattie. Who are you? No.
I'm Mattie.
Well,
Are you?
John Jacob Jingleheimer
Are
Schmidt. His name is my name too. Wait a second. You
I must still be screaming.
So, at one point, we had written. Well, maybe not written, but we were batting the idea back and forth of there being a scene in some video somewhere where James's dad was playing like an actual future James and had chainsawed my head off to like keep me in stasis.
Preserve you and make you do timeline videos forever.
And keep, and around the time that we had like finally finalized, we're gonna do that. That's the idea. There was like a news story about some YouTuber that like, or something like that, some online personality who like was beheaded by her boyfriend or something like that.
Oh, I don't remember that.
And immedially I was like, that's out the window right now.
It kept getting shifted to like the next story video, It was going to be like a little like post-credit scene kind of a thing. Oh, hey, thanks, Levi. You're just checking it worked. Thank you.
However, Spielberg had already left Warner Brothers in 1994 to form what came to be known as DreamWorks and took Invasion America over. Hoping that Kirkland would stay with Warner, they asked what he
is a
wanted
vault
to do,
suit?
and he pitched
What?
the idea of
Iron
a
Ninja.
Batman story. Having written a script
Just
that would
finished
focus
being
on
in a
vault. I don't know.
the studio returned to him again with the news that
A suit
Arnold
made of
Schwarzenegger
vaults.
had
It's
just been
tens of
cast as
thousands
Mr.
of
Freeze
pounds.
for the upcoming Batman and Robin film, and asked if he could perform a find and replace in the script and change all references of
We're like this close to getting that. Mr. Free. We're like this close to getting. Apparently, the script was never actually written for the Bane version. It was just an outline. And Randy, like several times, has been like right on the edge of sending it to us. Every time I talk to him, I remind him like, "We love that Bane script," and he like finally told me like, "It's just an outline. I'll see if I can find it," and just keeps not happening. But someday we'll have it.
Was it the Kathy Lee fiasco with the trumpet? No. This was a real person that was beheaded.
However, this caused some confusion amongst fans. While Batman had already come back with an updated
Is the storyline stuck in 2019 because Batman retires in that year?
was animated in
Not for that reason. No.
It's just when those videos were happening because they were filmed in 2019, and then we finally got to get back to finishing where that left off. It was just still 2019.
The obvious answer, of course,
But that might
was
get fixed in
before the
Zeta
new
Month.
episode.
But stick
was
around.
it firmly set between the two different iterations of the show as a code for the previous
okay,
era?
gotcha.
Well,
I thought it was a
for
Fallout
many fans,
thing, but
that
I wasn't
seemed to
sure.
be
I wasn't like translating that to real life.
Was it the Savannah Comic Con where Susan Eisenberg, George Newbert, and Maria Canals are?
If you're among the fans that believe
That guy, that bouncer, is a Freakazoid background extra. When I was watching Freakazoid, I found him in there and was like, "Oh shit!" That was before the movie.
Oh yeah, shit. This was the time we talked about her promotion.
Yeah.
Continued to use this wardrobe.
Came up in B-Tech a lot after that.
The fact of the matter is, by the end of the show, Renee had a new police uniform that many have come to assume was a result of an off-screen promotion, moving her up the ranks in the Gotham City Police Department. This new outfit can be seen in the episodes A Bullet for Bullock, Trial,
You want a snowball?
and
No,
Make
that's
'em
probably
Laugh,
got gluten all in it. it.
that our
Oh,
Patreon
sure.
supporter,
I should grab,
Dark Poet 1792, has pointed
my
out
bean
could
dip,
potentially
though.
destroy the Batman's Big Week theory from the first ever Vanishing.
Oh no, the Batman's Big Week theory. Oh,
That
no.
was the video that got Quentin reviews to sub to us.
Quentin.
Please don't leave us, Quentin.
Please don't leave us,
Does
Quentin.
this theory of Renee being promoted actually hold water? Is there more substantial proof that Sub-Zero
Okay, guys, I got a really funny idea.
during the show rather than
I think while
after
Maddie's
it?
gone, we
Well,
should all just shit
let's
our
comb
pants.
through the rest of the film and
It would
see
be
what
really
we
funny
can
if they
find
came
out.
back.
As we've discussed
And
many
we'd all
times
just shit
before,
our pants.
clues
Wouldn't
such
that be
as this
hilarious?
magazine cover and Beware the Grey Ghost points towards Batman the
Like, just
Animated Series
everybody, let's just all do it right
beginning
now.
sometime
Okay.
in
All right, sweet.
And due to the time
We're on the Sub-Zero timeline.
the lost years, we've
We
concluded
still have a few hours left of this stream because videos just keep getting longer, but
Dick leaves the Bat family to travel the world. But seen as this
we're
film
reaching like
follows
the
up
apex
plot points
of the
given to us throughout
story
Mr. Freeze's other
beats.
appearances in the show, like the episodes Heart of Ice and Deep Freeze, we can narrow down that gap
What?
even further since we've previously pinned
What?
Freeze's
Me?
origin in
What?
August of
It's
1995,
it's funny
and
how
his
that
return
was like how we first
in the year of
became aware of
1996.
Quentin's existence,
So, making our way
and he's
into
like
the
gone
evidence
on to
presented
become
in
one
the
of my
film.
favorite
Early on,
YouTubers.
Bruce Wayne comes across the abandoned car of Dr. Gregory Belson and memorizes his car registration papers. Later on, when he recollects the incident, we get a look at the papers for ourselves and see that the registration is dated between July 10th, 1996 and July 10th, 1997. So this leaves us with a gap between July of 1996 to the show's end when Dick Grayson retires from the role of Robin in
Yeah, I don't know
January
enough
of
about what the main
1997.
outline was actually
Elsewhere
going to
in the
be,
film,
so
we
I
get
look
this
forward to
weather
seeing
report.
what that is.
Expect record highs for the rest of the week with temperatures in the mid-90s.
With the Gotham of the DCAU being canonically located in the state of New York, a fact that's established through this map from Avatar and this address seen in Fire from Olympus,
Speaking
it
of
doesn't make much sense
really,
for
really,
the
really
temperature to be in the 90s
detailed,
any time of the year other than the
understanding
summer,
of the
thus
timeline.
placing us in summer of 1996. According to the New York City
Just the
Weather
like
Archive, only
little bits
3
that only we
days
care
in
about or whatever of the
1996
timeline
and
stuff.
90s in New York City.
Okay, it's
Twice in
between
May
1996 and
once in
1997,
August. But
and this was
since
the only
weather
time that it
report
got that
says
hot
it'll
in
be
New York, so it
90s
must be
the
this.
rest of the week, we'll just assume that the temperature is a little bit different in this fictional world, and assume that this info now caps
We
us
gotta
off
use
at
air
September
thing.
22nd, the last day of summer in 1996. In fact, this time frame seems to be further backed up by Freeze telling us,
Your secretary wouldn't give me an appointment until next September.
seeing as we're already in or close to September in the current year, it adds a bit more relevancy to that line. While we've now narrowed down the main section of the film to occur between July 10th, as seen on Belson's registration, and September 22nd,
One of my favorite shots in the movie.
summer dates, there are
The camera
two
moving
more
through the
small
seats like that.
sections to deal with. We're told the intro to the film is 2 weeks beforehand, placing
Blimps!
it in between June 26th, my birthday, and September 8th, barely 2 weeks before Ted's birthday. And the final scene is
They did that on
stated to
purpose,
be
obviously.
2 weeks after the main portion of the movie, placing it between July 24th and October 6th. While this
It was a
placement
subtle reference to
does
the
put us
Watchtower
in the tail
Database.
end of this
Yeah,
part of the
they knew.
timeline, we are still in the midst of Batman the Animated Series, and episodes such as A Bullet for Bullock, Batgirl Returns, Lockup, and still haven't taken
He gets
place
a little
by
bit.
this time. One could also assume that the other episodes featuring the updated Montoya costumes would be among these as well. Now, since James isn't here in the future with me to handle the graphical magnificence that we normally use in our movie timelines, I've got to go ahead and point out some other small stuff. Victor tells us that he and Nora met 15 years ago, placing that in 1981. Barbara Gordon is 20 years old in this movie, placing her birth between 1975 to 1976, depending on
It is kind of fun. Like, I think it's a good thing. They're like during this like 2017 through 2019 era of Watchtower videos, we're trying to constantly stick to like, okay, we did graphical magnificence for that one video, so we have to do that for like every timeline video now. Or like, these are the rules. We must follow the rules. Like, we've done this before. It's tradition. We must do this now. And now we're in this like, do a thing. If it's cool, do a thing era, I think.
Barbara Gordon is born sometime between
Yeah, I mean, we'll get back to it with
Yeah,
episodes.
there's some stuff that'll always be the way it is, but
Nora in 1981.
it's just fun. I think it's a good thing that we're a little bit past that. We don't have to do anything.
Puts Nora's life at risk. Takes place sometime between late June and early September of 1996, with the main chunk picking up 2 weeks later in between early July to late September of that year, and then capping off another 2 weeks later in between late July and early October.
Batman animation beyond anything you've seen.
Is that what it said on the computer? Freeze!
To stop doing that.
This was such a short one.
Hey, are you even listening? They release this many
Yeah.
DCAU movies in the future?
How many?
Oh, man.
I'm gonna be
Hey.
timelining forever. No, you don't understand. If you keep doing this, you'll end up ahead
Pay
of the
attention.
start, just like me. You know who that sounds like a problem for?
Future Mattie.
Am Future Mattie. Look, you've got to listen. I brought you here to. Oh, what? People finally accept Batman and Harley Quinn as part of the DCAU? Wait.
All roads lead to Batman and Harley Quinn. Will it cannon?
Oh my God, I have to go back. You said you brought me here. Send me back.
We didn't even use that theme music in the video.
Nope.
Plot hole.
How long have you had time travel power?
Well, I was thinking about that. I'll wait till this is over.
Wait.
For like 40 years.
I have time travel powers. God damn it.
Yeah, I was thinking about how what was the thing that you just said that was weird?
Oh, the song not being used.
Right, yeah. I was thinking about how, like, in this timeline, in the future that you just went to, we canonized Batman and Harley Quinn, like, full stop. But in the Batman and Harley Quinn, like, will it canon video, it is ambiguous at the end still. So maybe it's not the same timeline. I don't know.
Well, my thought process was just that we laid out the information and people like
accepted it as canon. Yeah, that
like,
works
regardless
too. Yeah.
of not.
Maybe the Will It Canon theme plays just when you click on the footnote. It takes you to the Will It Canon playlist, and that's the first thing that happens.
Maybe.
I don't know. Okay, we're past Sub-Zero. The next one is the Vanishing Point finale, which I think we'll just play the intro and outro of because it's a long video.
We might not even have to play the intro.
Yeah, but I like it with everybody on there, all the people.
Oh yeah, true. Okay, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy, get out the way. No. Hey guys, this is gonna be a
wait, hold on.
What?
I just
Sissy and Archer were there in the past too. I guess that makes sense. They weren't taken by Manhattan.
Baby's talking. I'll get through this a little bit
Before we
here.
get into it, to stay tuned until the very end for an important message regarding the future of
God, I was a little
now,
chubby.
with that out of the way, let's roll that theme music.
This better be about the Zeta Project.
Watchtower Database, and welcome back to the Vanishing Point. The
All right, let me skip to the end here. I'll let it go through those.
all of the perks because there's a lot of cool stuff going on. With all of that being said, I've been Matty Washburn.
Unless it makes you sad.
Yeah, this always
a little bit.
This always kind of got me emotional.
This is
Like,
another music track I never use for anything else, just for this reason.
like, God, this was fucking. How many of these did we make? Like at least
52, I think. Yeah.
Hey, this is James Harvey from the World's Finest
Yay.
Online. You might know me as Jim. I just want to give a little bit of a shout out to the Watchtower Database's Vanishing Point. It's an incredible series that has answered questions we never knew we wanted and has found these amazing connections throughout the DCAU. It's an incredible piece of work. The knowledge on display is staggering. Can't wait to see what they're going to come up with next.
Ewan from What Culture here, and yeah,
Damn.
well done to DCA.
Jim
Watchtower.
fucking
Vanishing Point is one of
pronouned
my
me
favourite
properly.
shows you guys do, and yeah, I'm sad to see it go, but I'm wishing you all the best in the future. I'm sure you're gonna.
Yeah, I
absolutely
hope
kill it.
Ewan's doing
all sorts
okay.
of different stuff
Yeah.
to come. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Matty, James, and Ted.
These
for
are
those
all
amazing,
canon also.
detailed and entertaining videos. You've
Kind of.
saved our asses more than once.
This is a little
on the
bit fourth
podcast
wall
about
breaking.
DCAU knowledge.
Yeah.
And though we're
But it's
sad
worth
to
it.
see
Yeah.
the Vanishing Point go, we cannot wait for you to keep making videos. And we'll watch them every
I miss
Sunday.
Tim
So
Talk.
From Chris and Cameron at the
Mm-hmm.
Tim Talk Podcast, thank you. Love you guys.
Well, hello there. Hi, I'm Cal. And I'm Liam. And we are the DCAU Review, which is a podcast you can hear weekly at DCAUreview.com. And with that shameless bit of self-promotion out of the way, we wanted to bid a very fond farewell to Maddie and the rest of the team at the Watchtower Database for Vanishing Point, which is coming to the end. We know there will still be great stuff coming out right here on this YouTube channel. But for this show, a show that's been such a source of inspiration and content and a great resource for us as well when we're doing our show.
There are
We knew we had
46
to give
in
a
the
very
playlist.
special
Okay.
fond farewell to you. Liam, is this the vanishing point for Vanishing Point?
Yes, that's
So
correct.
meta. I love Vanishing Point because I always knew what day it was. Do you know why? Because it was Thursday. Because it's Thursday. Now I'll not know what day it is. I don't know what's going to happen. What do we do? I don't know. But thank you, Maddie, from the bottom of our hearts, seriously, for all the hard work that you put into everything, the timeline itself, and figuring out who goes where and who doesn't match up with who, and why this person is related or not related to that person. Will it canon? Oh, wait. That's Different show. Different Different show. show. Okay, never mind. We're so thankful for it, and like we said, as an invaluable resource to us for the work that we do on our podcast, the DCAU Review. Absolutely. Thanks again, guys. Bye-bye.
Hey folks, Jay of Jay's Reviews here. Just saying that Vanishing Point was a great show and will be missed. Maddie's research skills are really commendable, and that really came in handy when doing my own videos on the DCAU. In fact, I even edited for it for a brief bit, so shout out to James for putting up with my incompetence.
Yeah.
On this channel, we live in the timeline where
It
we're
was
all
great.
friends here. On the other timeline, the schmuck version of me is dealing with James
The
in the
schmuck
program,
version.
so I guess I'll get back to dealing with that now. But in all seriousness, the Vanishing Point really will be missed. It wasn't a very good time period in my life when I first met the Watchtower Database guys, but they showed me friendship and I really value that. So every other week I always look forward to seeing a new video because it was Thursday.
Thank you guys for everything.
Yeah, without the
Hey guys, for those of you who don't recognize me, I'm Matty Washburn. I've been on here a couple times doing timeline-related videos. James wants me to start doing this new show that we're calling The Vanishing Point. I wonder if he can make the words come in.
What?
do I just tell him? Just tell
sure,
him.
no one else. There's only 39 people.
Yeah, we're bringing it back. We're bringing it back. I've said for years that Vanishing Point is wrapped up in the storyline, and it
that's why,
is.
yeah.
It's all set after Zeta Month. I popped back to the past, and we had done the Kronos one where I was just like, it's a story for another time, because we thought that the fucking Batman and Harley Quinn thing would be done before then. But it wasn't, and so I had to like pop back towards the future, wherever the future was at the end of the final Vanishing Point.
Whenever now.
And so it all just got stuck in that time period, and like it was always just dependent on the story ending. If we ever started thinking about bringing it back, it's not going to be the same formula at all. I mean, I say at all, but it's not going to be the same formula of being like a bi-weekly show every other Thursday. We're planning on going like will it canon production value with it,
And the same kind of like when one happens, it happens kind of, yeah.
Yeah, and it's
on a Thursday. Though.
It's also going to be where we start exploring a little bit more of our multiverse characters.
Yeah.
It's not going to be like huge story beats or anything, but just kind of like fleshing them out as just folks who live in their worlds or whatever, dealing with the ramifications of what we just threw on them.
And you may see one in November.
Yeah. So there's, I guess, the one coming in. There's one coming in Zeta Month. That's like, I guess technically counts as a lost episode
teaser sort of.
because it happened before the chunk that but we just recently did it.
Oh my god, no way. I
And-
didn't know that. Thank you for you're telling me this now for the first time.
and like it was a delight to write the ending part again. I feel like just the way we were doing it then just wasn't sustainable because I was having to fucking break my neck to
you
like
were
find a
also
new
about
mystery
to move, so
all the
tearing down
time.
the
And
set
I was
was a
and I was
perfect
about to
timing,
move,
yeah.
and I was working 2 jobs, and I was starting college back again, and there just wasn't a way to make the time for it. And I'm still scared about making the time for it now, but because we're like in this more relaxed environment as content creators now, where we put out the video when we're done with the video, like it doesn't feel like anywhere near as daunting of a thing anymore.
Yeah. It'll be a lot of fun, I think, in topics that aren't necessarily as like when did the Joker try to kill the Riddler in this one comic kind of a thing. Like, they'll probably be a little bit bigger than that, but they'll still be like what you're expecting on a surface level, I suppose.
Yeah.
The next videos up are more J clips, and then we have the first Dr. Manhattan like full video with him from his POV.
Back to back, huh?
Yeah. So, but real quick, my baby is waking up from his nap, and I got to make sure that he's good to go. So we're going to take a wee break. Wee break. And then we'll be back. So, BRB. Hey, there's a baby here now. Also, my child has a joke about Mattie. Oh, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. You don't seem very amused, man. Hey, we're going to watch the next stuff now. What is the next Jay's reviews little dealio?
The Batman Beyond one.
Return of the Joker. Looks
Return
like.
of the Joker. Yeah, we weren't in the...
Just normal Batman Beyond ones. Yeah, yeah. Let's see here. Jay's reviews. Batman Beyond. There it is.
Warning, the following video is a part of an ongoing episode-by-episode critique. It's awesome. I hope I adequately explained why.
I hope I adequately explained
my
why.
coverage of Batman Beyond. A great show that I gave my final reflections on in the last video, so go check that out if you
shit,
need
I
a refresh.
didn't read his...
In the meantime...
Oh, yeah. Do that real
I didn't
quick.
read his little intro. So, about Batman Beyond Return of the Joker...
Sir, you got it.
Baby, 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 baby boy. 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 Baby, baby.
Baby boy.
So he wrote this out, Justice League Unlimited Season 3 / Return of the Joker. Don't know if you guys are including these ones as you weren't in them. I thought are we not in Return of the
There's
Joker?
just a little story bit with just him at the end here.
But Unlimited 3 did open with my monologue about the situation and my first using the interface. Return of the Joker review ending with my about to kickstart epilogue in a monologue that paid homage to the opening of Turnabout Beginnings, the fourth case from Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. So we got another Ace Attorney coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, bud.
It's all good, sir.
Wait, turn him this way.
Mister. Would you like one of these? One of these?
Hold on. Here.
Or stealing a baby.
I'm stealing the baby. Hey, bud.
Live on camera. Mister. One? Try one of these. I bet you'll like it. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. See, look. Look. See? You got one. You want to try to eat it? I'm bouncing too much to eat. Yum, yum, yum. It's not a rock, I promise. It's a pretzel with chocolate.
It's not a boulder.
This video is not for fucking kids. Or, not made for kids. James's new pitch. Let your son choose between two video ideas. Oh.
All right. Let's play this one.
Yeah. Here we go.
Thank you all for watching, and I will see you next time. You know, it's funny. For the longest time, this was going to be the last review in the DCAU retrospective, but times really have changed. I saw a lot of surprising and interesting things over the last 2.5 years. I have spent hundreds of hours reviewing BTAS, Phantasm, Sub-Zero, TNVA, Batwoman, Justice League, STAS, Justice League Unlimited, and now Batman Beyond's finally done. There were a lot of sleepless nights and frustrating moments, and I've come close to quitting a lot of times. So that's why I'm not giving up now. The program's finished. I don't know what James is trying to do, nor do I know why, but I've reached the end. I don't know what I'm walking into with this, but it's time to go back and review Justice League Unlimited Season 2's final episode. Episode 13, Epilogue.
Oh my god. It's time for epilogue.
Keep pee pee poo poo a secret.
Wow. What's the next one?
It's
epilogue.
Yeah. And then it's the Jay versus James.
This one.
Warning, the following ongoing episode by episode.
The Zetas.
The DCAU. Sold off a pre.
Not quite yet. That's a lot of ones and zeros, though.
Yeah, someone made up of ones and zeros.
Why couldn't you say this, son?
Whoa. This is dramatic.
Remember who you are and the legacy you carry inside you.
Where there's love, there's hope.
Commissioner. I never put on that costume again.
We would be a force that could truly work for the ideals of peace and justice.
7 of you overthrew the government and assassinated the president. We're the good guys. I'm real.
I was the one who broke in and swiped the suit, remember? That agony with you to oblivion, Superman.
What are you doing? You always take shots from folks who just don't get the joke.
Ain't that the truth?
What a fine dining room.
Fine dining and breathing room.
And breathing.
Hello, folks. The day has finally come.
Okay.
After almost 3 years in the making, many laughs,
Let's
many
find
tears,
it.
many sleepless nights. I was 16 then. I'm 19 now. By the time you're watching, it's a tough ride. But there's a new edition. Limited season 2. I'd have his background talking about.
So now this is not a recording anymore.
No,
but
I think this is a.
No, I interact with Jay in this one.
Whoa! Sorry, I didn't expect you to get through all those, and so quickly.
Look, I did what you wanted. I did the last season of JLU. I did the Beyond show. Epilogue's done. Hand over
But
the
since
DCAU reward.
Earth J, James, and Mattie are still in the white
Eternal
space.
reward.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Something going on over there?
It's the computer system Mattie set up. He didn't program in a victory screen.
Blah.
Everything's going haywire. Stupid video game bullshit.
Old times.
Why am I even
Outdated.
surprised? Okay, look, can we just cut the BS? Can you just give me the DCAU database now?
It's not that simple. Mattie must have sabotaged this on purpose. The program can't process the next step and unlock the database. Ah, screw this.
What am I even doing anymore? Spending hours of my life watching superhero cartoons. For what?
It's been 1 week since I've been able to sit.
The Watchtower Database guys make my life miserable. Keep pouring so much energy into these DCU videos, and all I get for it is jack shit.
You may have beaten my little game, Jay, but you are truly a fool if you think this is the end. You've managed to make it through the entire DCAU. Well, except for Static Shock, the Zeta Project, Gotham Girls, Batman and Harley Quinn, Justice League versus the Fatal Five.
Okay, I get it. How many times do I keep saying I'll do it eventually?
Despite your many attempts to mislead the DCAU fan base, I do respect your determination. The reward is still on the table, but first,
I don't
you
know if
must
I've seen
face
this
me in a
one.
DCAU timeline debate.
Or if I have, it's been
the
a
ultimate
while.
final
Yeah.
battle of wits to crown the true DC Animated Universe YouTube champion. You ready, kiddo?
We're only like 10 years older than Jay. We're calling him a kid.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I mean, he said he was 19 here. This is what, 2019? So I was 28.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you appreciate, Jay, that everything that happens from this point is on your head. The skies will rain fire. The oceans will boil. The streets will run red with the blood of billions. Only then, after your last pitiful hope is extinguished, will I end your life. Let's go.
Excuse me?
Oh, I mean, hey dude, time for the timeline debate.
So yeah, if Earth J, James, and Mattie are still in the white space, then who is this?
Dun, dun,
Who da da? You have one more J one?
Yeah, the J versus James. I didn't
That's
read
right.
the epilogue one. This one existed to set up J versus James. So not much to say other than that James added the Eternal Reward reference himself. And I put a lot of Mega Man games in my surroundings since that was, at the time, my most iconic subject. And it covered up the clutter without having to move anything. For J versus James, he says, you could say a lot about how this one was made, but I think I'll just focus on the references / trivia. I really wanted that cinematic feel for the video, so I went with the cinematic resolution, even if it cut off some details on James' end. Mattie didn't have the same set that they used to, but hey, big basement, right? It's ironic that this happened right before COVID. Originally, my plan was for this video to be fully like Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney, where it would be at night. We'd all be in person with a giant fire pit between us, but that just wasn't practical for one video. I say it's ironic since that was the last time we would have been able to do it at all had we wanted to, but we made do with the TV setup. In the video, I pay homage to several Ace Attorney moments, like the head down on the table from Justice for All and Onward, and the thought root from Dual Destinies and Onward. By the end of the video, I'm debating quitting YouTube because my character had seen that the obsession with the nerdy stuff drove character James kind of insane. This arc was planned because going into the fall of 2019 school semester, I was planning on putting the YouTube hobby behind. Obviously, my plans changed, and it became my main thing to great results. In the ending, you do get a couple of nice references to stuff I had done. First, a montage of characters having moments for change and reflection and things I had covered, and then I am clearing out my room of games and see Mega Man X, a game I owe so much to my current path in life, and put it down. The shot composition meant to reference the opening of Mega Man Maverick Hunter X, before transitioning into the Rebirth Part 1 reference, leading into my Mega Man 0/ZX Legacy Collection review a few days later, where I decide to instead return to video making. And that's all Jay had to say. One thing that I will say about making these videos with Jay is because of how we were running different storylines, it was really great that Jay was always open to us editing our dialogue to better service our story so long as it did not conflict with his. So this next one, we were able to set up a lot of fun stuff in for doing the Zeta.
Yeah, I would say duos. It's not Earth J, Data James. You're on the right track, but it's yeah. When we finally got to the multiverse video, like 3 years after Jay's after this video we're about to watch? No, 2 years, 2.5-ish. But anyway, we finally got to pick back up on this thread of like, wait, if we're here in the white space, then who is that fighting Jay in the timeline battle? And all will be revealed soon enough. We're going to watch this last little bit, and then we have to help my wife outside for a couple minutes, and then we're going to come back with Ted for the Manhattan continuity video. And that's what's happening now. Here we go.
Cool.
The all-inclusive Mega Man X retrospective had ended, with the Jay's Reviews channel reaching heights it had never seen before. But then, the next big retrospective was to be a season-by-season look at the DC animated universe.
How involved is it?
However, with the newfound subscriber base of Mega Man fans, this content went overlooked.
it's just
the retrospective kept going in spite of that and the sea of Warner Brothers copyright claims and takedowns. Things finally seemed normal. Until Jay crossed paths with Mattie and James of the YouTube channel, the Watchtower Database, in the midst of a Batwoman review.
Now that that's out of the way, can I have my chair back?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Unbeknownst to Jay, a grand scheme began to unfold behind the scenes following the review of Superman the Animated Series Volume 3 and during the Justice League reviews. This plan took effect at the end of a Justice League Unlimited Season 2 review. James promised a DCAU encyclopedia at the end of a retrospective if Jay reviewed JLU Season 3, all seasons of Batman Beyond, the return of a Joker film, and the epilogue episode from Unlimited second season. This was a lie. But now, the offer is still on the table only if Jay can prove to James that he has a sufficient amount of knowledge regarding the DCAU timeline.
Everything that happens from this point.
I do like how Jay was just trying to make like innocent
Excuse me?
enough DCAU series review
hey, dude,
videos,
time for the timeline
and then here
debate.
we come with an entire DCAU channel, and Jay has to be like, well, if I'm going to talk about this, I should probably get these people involved.
To outline the rules and regulations.
Never had to, but it's fun that he did.
Oh, for sure.
Fine.
In this debate, I will be asking you a series of questions related to the DCAU timeline, and you must answer to the best of your ability, however low it may be. Above all else, it must be stated loud and clear, I didn't come all this way for flimsy evidence. Your points must be cited and delivered in a timely manner.
that's not
so
even
you
me.
can't go back and
How do you know?
look anything up. This way,
we're
we'll see if
very
you've retained your
next
knowledge
thing.
of the DCAU fair and square. For example, anyone can tell you that Batman's parents died, but a fan will tell you that they were shot in Crime Alley by Joe Chill, although that debatably never happened in this continuity, but you know what I mean.
I mean, fair enough. Hope you didn't think I forget any of that shit. I mean, the DCAU kind of means something to me too, you know.
You gonna say something to the world?
Not this again. I ordered this to be fixed.
Okay.
James, Jay, can you hear me?
Mattie, what is this? I left specific orders.
I was aware of your plan, so I wanted to make sure my programming would
You said
allow
what
for
now?
me to see you
It was
guys
supposed to
on
be
my
cropped
monitors.
out, but then Jay
I
made it
needed to put a
widescreen
stop
so
to
that you
this
can always
facade.
see it.
Yeah.
All you need to do is sit in the basement and crunch data for me. We don't need an onlooker.
Come on, James. If you have to do this, if you have to feed
Whoever
your
these
ego
imposters
this
are keeping
hard,
up the
then there should probably be
image
an
of
equal party to make sure you
me
don't have
locking you
any
in the
tricks
basement.
up your sleeves. Besides, with a plan as foolproof as yours, I'm sure you wouldn't mind an extra spectator.
I should thank you. It saves me the trouble having to find you, too.
Everything will be made clear in due time.
Yeah, it will.
See?
You are right, my victory deserves some kind of audience, so if it makes you feel better, you can watch, but I will be asking most of the questions.
You can
It's not
sit in the
only-
corner and watch.
The truth will be revealed.
I want to see the
before
holes.
this day is done. The truth of your YouTube channel, Jay's Reviews.
Well, alright then. Let's get to it.
We shall start with the...
That's the intro. We'll watch the last little bit.
Are the parts where I come in like where we drop all the Zeta hints? Like,
I don't know.
I
There's
don't
so much
remember
of
the
this.
specifics. There really is.
There's not. I think there's only one or two little like kind of jokes about it. So
At the time, I really didn't understand what the point of this video was, but like, I'm glad it exists. You know, like it to me was just like you did all the how are you gonna get someone to just watch this little debate? You did all the stuff that, but here we are doing what we're doing.
Lore, characters, everything. But you, fool, starting on Justice League and going back? You can't win?
Maybe this could be a moment of learning?
What?
James, I told you this before. Not everyone's going to experience the DCAU in the same way. Just because a fan doesn't get so bogged down in the minutia of things like we do, doesn't make them any less of a fan, and that's the beauty of art. It's up to interpretation.
It was at this moment I realized I honestly didn't have anything to add. Perhaps I haven't seen enough. Or maybe I've seen too much. I won, but what for? I didn't gain anything. Much like YouTube itself. Is that what my fate is?
Well, I'd say we've reached a true conclusion.
I guess I was wrong in the end. I know it doesn't make up for anything I've said, but I'm really sorry about all this.
Looking back, I see that I've made a lot of mistakes in my retrospective and my whole YouTube career, which is important enough to look back on so we can grow as creators and people. I suppose we've both learned that lesson from this. So, I forgive it.
you got it, Chips.
I guess you'll finally be wanting that flash drive I promised. I figured you might be needing it, now that everyone knows we're friends.
Friends? Don't hold your breath. But seriously, if you ever need help, and you will, call me.
Sure. But I guess that means we'll be signing off now.
See you soon, Jay.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, we sprinkled like all the Zeta references like throughout the video itself rather than the end and the start.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Yes, they're Zetas. That's the answer.
In the weeks that followed, Jay had to wonder what he was doing in the final moments. Is this all there is to life? Being a YouTuber has been a great thing, but alone with the full world out there, this was the thought process. In the end,
you go, sir.
I have the flash drive, but I'm not touching it. The knowledge on that thing is enough to drive a man fucking mad. I don't even know anymore. But anything.
No one can have this, Dante. It's mine. It belongs to a son of Sparta.
They taught me some good things, too.
I know.
We've inherited freedom from all those who fought for it. We all have the freedom to spread the word, even me.
Yet, despite the explosion, they remain pristine.
At least, that's what I figure.
Is that funny? Hey.
tell them all, Aaron.
Yes. Speak your mind. Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Okay.
Huh?
The all-inclusive Mega Man X retrospective. And I believe I'm confident enough for recording how much fun I have while playing a game from the actual quality of the design. Mega Man X6 is one of the worst video games I have ever played in my entire life.
Good night, Cheesier. Thank you for joining.
Have a
for
good
so
one.
long.
These are things that should have been fixed by now. We've reached the end of the all-inclusive Mega Man X retrospective. You may all know me from the all-inclusive Mega Man X retrospective.
What's going
we
on
are
here?
getting the Mega Man Zero series.
Concluding.
Anyway, I have been a
final
bit
thoughts.
disillusioned with the X series after I finished that marathon, since I just associated the X with arguing with angry commenters for all this time. But this collection brought me back.
Carry
This
through.
massive video will contain all 12 videos in the all-inclusive Mega Man X retrospective, with Mega Man X1, X2, X3, and X4 fully done over, and Extreme 1 and onward getting slight tweaks. But I am saying that the Mega Man burnout in the 2000s created a toxic environment for the series where sales were going every which way. The Mega Man X games really helped me out back in 2015, and of course, if I was getting into these games, it only makes sense to dabble into the other Mega Man franchises that exist, right? It also, like I said, leaves all the BS from 01 and 02 behind and crafts a beautiful game, leaving me with only one conclusion. Mega Man ZX Advent just sucks.
What's this?
That's what I'm wondering.
I don't know what half of this is, Jay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm
References
lost.
to video games and we don't know. Oh, this is the Bruce Wayne thing.
Yeah, there's all your fucking wine corks from Data James.
Never again.
Turn around there. Almost done, sir. Almost.
Gung, 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 gung.
Okay, we're gonna take
Okay.
a quick break. We're gonna come back with Dr. Manhattan's
How much longer do we
continuity
have?
video.
Great fucking question.
Yeah. Hi. Here we are in our...
Because we're back.
10.
We're back. We know it.
Almost hour 11. 11 videos left, huh? What's this?
Oh, wait. I think it's actually 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
What is this?
9, 10. I think it's just 10.
Why is it doing that?
I don't know.
That's a weird
Is that me?
vibration. Hang on.
I fiddle with things too much.
Yeah, it's something in this. Well, hopefully that's not too annoying. That background sound. As we're playing videos, it should be okay. Yeah, we're going to get Ted back in now to watch the Manhattan video with us. This is the first video where we like really focused on Manhattan. He was in the Titans and Doom Patrol timeline that we watched, but now this is from his perspective. We finally get to meet who he is and why he
Gotta
stands
watch
for
all of
what he
Ben 10.
stands.
That's Shelby's favorite. You know what? If we can figure out making that work, I'm down.
Yeah.
I love that video.
Yeah.
But it just depends on what our time is.
Yeah, what time it is when we get there, because it's definitely getting up there in hours.
All the breaks have been running things later than anticipated.
Let's see. So let's go ahead and just go to...
I should go ahead and set an alarm for 6:30 in the morning.
Story stream. Turn off the display capture. We'll get... Hopefully Ted pops in here in a second. Get the... There he is, baby. Ted.
I'm back.
Get up on the hydrant's back!
Ted. Oh, no. Yes, the stream will be up on Pod Tower, but hang around and watch as much as you can. It's more fun live than watching us later be like taking breaks in real time.
Exactly,
on a video.
Everybody wants that.
We're watching Manhattan video now, and Ted's gonna watch it 10 seconds later. 10-second Ted.
Apparently. And not listen to it, just watch.
Yep, I guess.
I got no audio.
You really?
That's fine.
Audio?
Yeah, this is almost all voiceover, Ted.
Which is gonna be a challenge, yeah.
You have to say your lines from memory over this.
Well, I wonder if I can pull it up separately.
On the computer, probably.
Yeah,
But
that's-
you'll hear
that's
our
what I'm gonna do.
conversation also.
No, I think I can make this work. Hold on.
I cannot complete the puzzle.
Do we want to pause it for Ted?
No, it's okay. I'll
bringing
catch
it
up
up.
in a second. Yeah.
Are we still doing the thumbnails and stuff?
Oh yeah, I just I assume this is a white space area kind of one, so
yeah.
But where others have failed, I alone am capable.
Okay.
Yes.
You're gonna catch up in about a minute, or not a minute.
Yeah, I would say this video is like taking place in kind of like a pocket of the white space because, you know, we have the white kind of haze around it the whole time, and Manhattan is in the white space at the end of the video for the face reveal. But it's not like it's after he leaves the area that we're in, that the EarthJSs are in, after getting frustrated about Doom Patrol and Titans. But yeah, we wanted to give Manhattan like a... We knew we were going to build him up as the bad guy, so we wanted him to give him like a video all his own. And we laid out like all these different stuff to go over. The whole idea was like, since he's obsessed with continuity, that he should be going over like every major continuity problem with the DCAU, like this first one that we're opening with, where Etrigan first appeared in Batman Adventures, and then that's referenced in New Batman Adventures as his like... Oh, of course they know each other, but then meanwhile Bruce Timm is talking about comics not being canon and all this stuff, so it was just kind of to make you more and more insane and freaking out about everything and get you to the point where you'll be mad enough to bring us in.
And this one was a tough nut to crack because we didn't know how to really build Ted as a villain.
Yeah.
We live on separate sides of the country.
Those are my hands. Whenever you see what's supposed to be Ted's hands,
all of this is in James' world.
I
was
filmed
just
all
the
of this.
narrator.
Yeah.
It turned out really cool though.
Yeah, this was incredible. Like, I'm glad we were able to crack it and figure out how to do it. James was really had the inspired, let's do a dreamy.
Yeah, well, I think I think that spawned from the whole video was going to be and now this thing, and then this thing, and now this thing, and I'm like, how do we make this more visually interesting than just showing the thing? And it was kind of more like a memory. You're kind of having a hazy you're seeing through the squint basically of remembering these things throughout your life.
And pulling back from our inspiration of Dr. Manhattan.
It is this date
was part of what helped set that framing up. So far we've got some Mr. Nobody, some Dr. Manhattan, and some Amazo, all in Manhattan.
They're all sort of
hodgepodge.
Yeah.
And a little bit of Anti-Monitor. The whole white entropy.
Yeah.
World's Finest brings Superman and Batman together for the first time. They were never super friends. Their paper-bound relationship does not exist.
I've got the audio working on my end.
Cool.
Sick.
Figured it out.
From my metaphorical grasp. Is this
I wish that this one got more views than it did, because I think this was one of other than our Doom Patrol, this was our first high concept kind of situation. And I feel like this one pulled it off better than the Doom Patrol one did.
Well, it was a live and learn thing, and it's like I say, instead of just being this thing, it was let's make it a art piece, and also these are all printouts I did at Staples of the comic pages. I paid $80 to print all of these pages.
Remember when that was a lot of money for us to spend on a video?
Yeah. I remember being horrified when he rung up the total for me. I'm like, I don't have that. And this TV was Jessica's childhood TV that I'm filming all this stuff on. I plugged in a PS2 and played the DVDs.
I went to Staples last week, printed 18 pages for $12.
Oh, wow.
Was a lot, I think.
I think I was used to how there was a place called the Copy Shop in Big Bus, where it had a 10 cents per page thing that they did. So every student would go there and print their homework and stuff.
Ellie says this is one of her favorite videos we've done.
Nice, yeah,
nice. Yeah, this was how many views did it get? I've got it open right now separately. It's got a little under 20. So
criminal.
Oh, I have to agree.
Yeah. I wrote this whole script at my gym job at the front desk. I wrote it on the gym's computer.
Nice.
Yeah, we basically had every little beat figured out, and then I sat there and Shakespeareized it all. And half of the time, I don't think what you're saying actually makes sense, but it sounds smart.
That's the important part. You just gotta sound smart. We could totally make up facts on this YouTube channel. No one would ever know.
Talked about it, yeah. But we don't.
No,
we wouldn't.
Never. Although I did it one time when I said Joel Schumacher was an executive producer on the Batman.
Yeah, I think that was a April Fool's article that you accidentally found and thought was real or something. Yeah.
It was the April Fool.
Yeah,
they fooled me.
One thing about this video, it is in a slightly more compressed aspect ratio. There's a little bit of black bar at the top and bottom. My plan was to, from this video to the DeCamu to Multiverse to Ivy to Batman Harley Quinn, for it to get more and more widescreen bar.
What about BTAC?
On BTAC, yeah. But then that's the thing, was on BTAC I completely forgot to do that. It's all the full normal screen. So I always went well, whatever.
Yeah.
But Multiverse and Ivy have, I think, this same amount of bars, maybe a little bit more, and then the Batman and Harley Quinn has like full cinema scope.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
widescreen bars.
Go for 3.
Wasn't there some sort of issue with the Staples guy, like not wanting to print copyright?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So, yeah, I had gone to Staples to do a test print of one of the pages that I'm sure that I film in this video. And at the same time, I was printing some Legacies thing. I don't remember why. I think it was like to send a poster to somebody or something. Oh, no, it was a poster I was printing for Jay that we just saw in that last video on his wall. And the guy was like, oh, we can't print copyrighted stuff here. Like, that's not allowed. And then I said, like, well, I drew this. Is that okay? And he's like, you drew this? Like, he didn't believe me. And I was like, you could hand me a piece of paper. I'll prove it to you, kind of a thing. But then he's like, no, okay. No, if you drew it, then I think that works out. So then when I brought 80 more or whatever it was, like 100 more pages or something to them to print for this video, I said, okay, so last time I was here, I was like, if I drew it, you said if I drew it, it was okay. And I drew all these, so I was wondering about, and they're like, oh yeah, okay. And they didn't even check. They just printed them. So I'm like, yeah, I'm Ty Templeton and John Delaney and whatever.
Oh yeah, this
Bigger Doomsday.
I love that was just a fucking Discord joke, but it's funny enough that like we keep fucking just saying it with
it's
no
like
context.
the Where's Nightwing. We don't really have an origin for it in a video.
I need to jump ahead 5 seconds.
Yeah, I guess.
Yo, I living in the future.
Visually, characteristically, existing in a world inspired by Batman being made.
Fucking Mixie had his legs up because someone wants to see the holes.
It's the same Mixie Bullock every time.
Bigger Doomsday.
A force of equal deception renders itself.
I've always liked the music on this. Was this Adam?
No, it's all the YouTube stock music.
Interesting.
But yeah, I was purposely picking very like ethereal, like atmospheric sounding stuff.
Aquaman, Orm, Linda Park, they're all here. Helgramite, major disaster. The question. They laugh
That is the question.
They mock me. For over a year, they mock me. Is the future available?
They mock me.
Someone had pointed out like it's a PS2 and the PS2 controller sitting there, but earlier you're like it is 1997 or whatever, and that like hadn't come out yet or something. And they're like, excuse me.
I love that.
All Green Lanterns. This follows my understanding of DC Comics history. My mind has settled. For the moment. February 6th, 1999. Daily Planet artist Kyle Rayner takes over from the late Adam Seward as the Green Lantern of Second.
Yeah, I think it really helped like the time period feeling of it to film it on a TV like this instead of just like, playing the clips. Like it's a POV the whole time basically. I don't know why you're drunk the whole time while you're looking at everything as a child, but
what else is new?
I was drunk as a child all the time. Danny says bigger Doomsday.
The voice
Let's
modulator.
Yeah.
Voice modulator's not that deep yet.
Yeah, it was deeper in
give
the
him, give
Doom
him a
Patrol.
wiki page. Fuck it.
It was deeper in the Doom Patrol video, and I felt like sometimes you couldn't understand what you were saying. I didn't want that for the entire video here. But people still complain like, okay, like every once in a while, it's very seldom, but every once in a while there's a comment on this video being like, okay, after a couple minutes you could have like done away with the voice effects or something. I'm like, they're so subtle in this one.
It's just reverby. That's cool.
Yes, the continuity's intact once more. Crusher Croc seamlessly.
I almost didn't give you it at all in Batman and Harley Quinn, but then we have the whole like, yeah, it sounds like Ted, but with like a voice modulator. I'm like, nah, I have to do it.
Yeah. That's part of the fun.
Yeah.
Researches, he dies. He is reborn.
The bigger Swamp Thing.
Characters have evaded my prescience. Once again, I traverse the.
I remember we had to figure out how to pronounce prescience.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You pronounce it Pataho.
Yeah, yeah, I know. We should have kept that a running thing in each Manhattan video. But Poster Davenport. I think I was like, what's like a southern furniture?
Yeah, a Davenport. I don't even know what a Davenport is.
Neither does
a
that.
chifforobe.
Neither does that guy in. I think it's in How I Met Your Mother. I don't remember.
Intangible, untraceable. Helena Bertinelli witnesses the murder of her parents.
This is pre-BTAC, so we don't get to go.
That's right.
And then the third version.
It is 1994 again. No, it is 2003. Or 2005. 2006. Garrick.
That's because you didn't make it to BTAC because you died.
Now, here's a question. Obviously, we put this out after the Doom Patrol one.
Yeah.
But, like, is there anything in it that stops it from being retconned to be before that? Like,
Not
as an
necess-
in-between
I think just because
and...
I guess it could be. The ending where he says, like, it is time, could be referring to taking the Earth J guys in, I guess. But I always think of it as, like, it is time to wait 4 years for the Poison Ivy video. Well, essentially.
Pretty much.
I think it's 2 at this point, but yeah.
What horrors will I find among this double-page spread?
Yeah, what horrors will he find?
What horrors will I
love that
find?
issue, actually.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
It's a pretty cool one,
that,
for sure.
that double-page spread right there.
Yeah.
Stories and animation will usurp the existence of this one.
Hey, it's how you do. That's what you do.
Hey,
lady.
that is a Ted thing.
I do that.
Okay. I'm hitting play. Ready?
Me too.
Go.
I'm ready.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, 0. Clap.
And animation will usurp the existence of this one. The time string will branch. The branches will crumble.
Hey, you do that, Ted.
Tabula rasa. Wild cards.
Batman and Harley Quinn.
The flutes.
Go back. I see an opportunity.
Wait.
To
Go.
a woman, a girl,
I remember I wrote it as a window, a boob window, and Matty was like, one line too far. Like, just leave it one line. It's better this way.
Yeah.
in the DC universe. Power Girl stands on the cover among the world's greatest heroes.
And the Joker?
Surely that is a miscalling of the Creeper, Jack Ryder.
Surely. And don't call me Shirley.
I stayed at Artist Alley at the Emerald City Comic Con.
That's actual footage of all 3 of us at the Comic Con.
I'm in conversation with Adventures in the DCU artist John Delaney. He explains the comic's intentional space occupation.
So Manhattan split from Ted post ECCC 2019.
The motivation is questionable.
So Ted is canon to Dr. Manhattan, but Dr. Manhattan is not necessarily canon to Prime Ted.
I suppose, yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
Something
You
like
both
that.
lived the same life up until a certain point.
Up until a point.
Nature. The animated universe begs for structure. It cannot
Find a foothold.
Now, the 13th issue. Power Girl's among the Justice League as if this is the norm. There's no explanation for her presence. There's no joining of her origin with that of this universe's Supergirl. There is no answer. She is joined by Animal Man.
Zatanna's eyeballs aren't being boiled. There is no answer.
No answer.
I must know why. I am several months earlier, September 4th, 2004. What was once my parents' living room has all
Now I'm filming an HD TV because it's in widescreen time. Widescreen
right.
TV time.
as if looking not at me but through me. I cannot see his face, but surely he must be smirking.
It's smirking, but it sounds like smoking.
Smirking.
Surely he must be smoking.
He's smoking
Maddie.
and wearing the helmet. Did you guys find Nightwing yet? Nope. Sorry, Nicholas.
There he is. Nope, sorry. There he is. There he is immediately.
A diner, a waitress, a menu item.
Bigger Doomsday has a page now.
She has reawakened. She was never there. She was always there. Time is both cyclical and an illusion in tandem.
I am beginning to. How's the saying go? Lose it. I really appreciated your acting in this one too, Ted. This is the start of Manhattan. Like Manhattan is peak Ted acting, I think. We were all on our A game for the courtroom.
Yeah, that's true.
My hands.
My hands, actually.
Yeah, those are your hands.
Yeah, there's a shot near the start of this of me presenting Modern Masters Bruce Timm at a counter, and then the guy behind the counter going like, no, 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 and then me handing the card. That's me as your hands, and then the guy that owns the Video Horizons video store here doing the no, no, no. Because I just needed like a counter with a card machine and stuff. My regret. Oh no. Here he is.
There he is. Mr. Hattedness.
It is time.
It is.
It is time for COVID to delay everything. That's exactly what happened. That's what you were saying it about.
So wait, Dr. Man had to create a COVID. You heard it here.
Yeah. Yep, definitely one of the more favorite edits of mine, I think. It's very artsy and it's very different from our normal stuff.
Yeah. I was trying to see when it came out.
I think February 2020, I want to say.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, literally right
end
before
of February.
COVID.
Yeah, it was right before things started locking down. Yep.
Amazing.
And we're like, okay, well, we can get past these 2 weeks of lockdown and do the
just or a month of lockdown.
Yeah, this is fine.
2 years later.
Yeah. Okay, we got Dekamu 2. Dekamu 2, go.
Dekamu 2. All right, everybody, I'm out.
Oh, okay. Bye,
I'm just
Ted.
jumping in for the main outfit stuff.
Well, you could you'll be back soon, I guess. Then
sooner than later.
Yeah.
So you're doing Dekamu 2.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Dekamu 2, and then we're gonna skip the BTAC holiday special because it's not. There's nothing.
We've got the BTAC.
Yeah.
Will It Canon, some multiverse
bookends.
stingers,
Yeah.
And then the triple finale.
The triple finale.
So I guess we'll tell you soon when we're back.
I'll be back for the finale.
It'll probably only be like, oh, you're only gonna come back for that one. That's fine. That's okay. Well, I'll let you know.
Fun though.
Come back at the end of or for Poison Ivy. You show up at the end. And we're just gonna do the
I do show up for the end of Poison Ivy. Well, I want to thank the 20-something people in the stream right now for hanging out.
Yeah.
In here.
Only Ted wants to thank you for that.
Only
we could care
you,
less.
I want to thank you as well. I'm just busy grabbing some more thumbnails to get ahead of the game.
Well, y'all are killing it.
Oh yeah.
This has some 24-hour live stream kind of vibes.
Yeah.
It's probably gonna
Sure
get there
does.
eventually.
No. No.
I can't afford to. My wife will kill me.
Yeah.
Same.
Well, good luck.
All right. See
With
you,
the marriage.
Ted. Bye.
Bye.
You have to leave, Ted. We're staying here. There we go. Okay. Let's go. Let's do it. Dekamu 2, go. Oh, thank you, Levi. See you later, Ted.
Try not to put a date on anything.
But you found dates on a lot of things.
I know. I don't.
So this was like the first story video we released in COVID, I think.
Yes. And it was a long time between them.
And we didn't know what to do.
This was 4 months later. Yeah.
Other like outside of building towards the end that we had already had, because we had the three videos like already set up. We were gonna do Multiverse, we were gonna do Poison Ivy, we were gonna do Batman and Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
We wanted to have those done at the end of 2019. We wanted to have them done early 2020.
So what's happening now? What is this?
But this is when we finally decided to commit to Zeta Month.
You are looking at a Zeta POV 2 years ago video.
Inside of Earth J.
Yep.
Whenever we redid the Dekamu, we realized pretty immediately that these robots from Wonder Woman Bloodlines had
Looked
Zeta,
like Zeta
aspects to them. And we were just like, all right, fuck, that's the place we put them in.
And I'm pretty sure James Tucker confirmed that that's what they're supposed to look like. The Zeta. The Zeta.
Reassessed.
By now,
now, most of you are probably aware that Justice League
And
Dark
let's just book it.
I was gonna say we could skip
because we
most of
did a
this.
whole did a whole Decamu
laid out in
timeline.
this video, all the way from 2013's Flashpoint Paradox up until this year's Justice League Dark Apocalypse War. Some of you may
This
feel
year.
the need to point out that we glossed over Batman Assault on Arkham, but
So that means the Zeta referring to Apocalypse War as this year means that this is in 2020.
So
Is that right?
Well, it's June 2020 that the video came out.
Which
So.
one of the DC AMU movies do you enjoy the most? Personally, I'm a big fan of Apocalypse
Oh,
War,
here we go.
Sea of Demons, and
You recognize that sound? I put it at the end of the Batman Harley Quinn trailer.
Yeah, they found the smut box, which is
It's
filled
just got
with
dirt
filled
in
with
it?
smut. It's filled with smut. And then here's Jay calling us for
the timeline battle.
the timeline battle we just did.
Or I guess the video right before that leading up to it, but yeah.
And so here's
Musicians, we have no idea what to expect on the other end of this call. Right, on my way.
On my way.
like always felt
Yeah.
like that one was gonna give up the
So
game.
obvious, yeah, to us anyway. Like, oh, a robot POV, and then a green light as it transitions to showing that it's like a version of me or whatever.
Talking with my voice.
Yeah, we figured that would be like, oh no, that'll be
with
too much
with
of a
the
giveaway.
Zeta smut box.
Yeah. But I remember we played that on the 24-hour stream, and it was all over. And I think it was Bob that was like, and now I've seen it all again, and I still have no idea what's going on. What is it? What's the next one? Is it Harley?
After that was Batman: The Adventures Continue. Will
yes,
it canon?
yes.
Which continues our Zeta setups. Actually,
It does.
Because so our entire story is still stuck in 2019, at least on the Prime Universe side of things.
Yes.
And as a result, we were just like, how the fuck do we do a BTAC? Will it canon? And we realized if the Zetas are in the future in another timeline and like they're digital, they
would have BTAC for sure.
Yeah, they would have BTAC and they can communicate with Data James when they get into our universe.
Yeah. So we have the green text talking to me. They're like the text is referring to itself as like in a plural form, and then at the end of this, I'm allowed to leave the program, or Data James is allowed to leave the program, and we have a couple hints in the videos to follow of like, well, if you weren't typing to me, then who was it? Kind of a deal like that. So yeah, trying to lay the little seeds for like
the
here they
breadcrumbs.
come. Yeah.
It's finally time to talk about Teen Titans. Cartoon Network series Teen Titans.
Beep.
Bong.
Previously on the Watchtower Database.
Yeah, we always had Ted do the previously voice.
It's just going to be filled with too many errors.
But here's the kicker. Dorian's assistant is none other than Abel Kubiak.
Okay, but will it canon?
I don't have time for this. We can't make
See,
this
like
two
this,
videos in one
showing
right
this at
now.
the same
I've
time,
got
like
to
this
send
is
out
really
my
cool.
Justice League versus the Fatal 5 timeline notes in time.
So the movie must be set in 2015. Mattie, I figured it out. Mattie?
Recapping what you've already been watching all day, but it helps you remember where we are. And I always like the previously segments too. They're fun to edit.
Programmed, predetermined, like I'm a rat in a maze.
Starting with this one, it was really
all
fun to be
a lie.
like,
A mistake.
oh, finally all the pieces are coming together, like that have been strewn around through 6 different, timelines and universes and stuff.
Yeah, originally this was gonna be a Justice League Doom video. Was our idea for getting James out of the computer, but Batman: The Adventures Continue just ended up making a lot more sense.
It was timely, and it still allowed us to do what we wanted to do. Yeah.
And we already had a bunch of notes done because we did all those coverage videos.
And that's also the reason why that Data James goes through so many YouTuber impersonations, is so that it's not just retreading the exact same
5/9/2019 still.
Not the exact same information again. in the same way.
Feet.
Data feet.
So how did you manage to do the special effects of having feet?
I just took my shoes and there they were.
Impressive. Not many people these days in the industry have the gall.
They don't think about that.
To take those risks.
James. For real though, this was all filmed in my living room against my pop-out 4 foot wide, 6 foot tall green screen.
In the black space.
Yes.
Didn't we talk about having a competing white space, black space thing?
Yeah. I mean, the idea in general was just I'm just in a, I'm still in here, but the program's not going or whatever. But yeah, having a kind of idea of the white space was a digital space versus just this, unexplainable outside the story region.
I think we ended up not going with that though. But it was definitely something we talked about for a little while.
Yeah.
It's so cool to just see them all together.
You can heart canon that future Data James also had no shoes on, yeah.
What is all this?
Future Data James was Data James Earth J though.
Yeah, but so you can have no shoes.
That's true. I'm just saying.
What is going on?
I'm just saying this one not having shoes wouldn't necessarily.
That was my way out of this prison.
Obviously, all of this is a Matrix reference. Follow the White Rabbit, all that stuff.
Quit being so cryptic. What the hell? How do I get free? Just
anyway, what James is trying to say is Batman: The Adventures Continue. Will it canon as a trans metaphor?
It could be.
I don't know that.
It wasn't on purpose.
No.
There is a little bit of that stuff coming up that I won't spoil, but.
I can't do this.
The Harley Quinn video?
No.
I won't do this.
Stuff that hasn't come out
I won't be
yet.
forced into this canon charade ever again. You can't control me.
This is Adam music. I think all the rest of them have Adam
It
music.
lies beyond your time. Do you accept our terms? Yes, yes. For energy.
Pure energy.
Or Enter the Matrix.
Yeah.
On PS2.
I was also pretty happy with this little chunk here.
Yeah, what was... did you... Is any of this physical at all?
Nope. Those are all animated in.
The can runneth over. The future has taken root in the present. The door swings both.
You see?
That was an incredible effect. I'm glad that you popped that in there to just
He's having future info downloaded into him. He's kind of cycling between ages there.
The ones and zeros.
Yeah. And just in case this looked green screened, because I no longer lived in that apartment, we just say it's part of the deal. The Teen Titans disc is still on the counter there, or on the table. This turned out better than I expected here too, with the clothes switching so quickly.
No, not the freaking kitchen. I got it.
This is Kason Piliad. We had him on the 24-hour stream. He does custom action figure stuff, and he has the like TNBA Batcave model kit or whatever. And I asked him if he could just take a couple of photos of it with like cool cinematic lighting that I could use for this, rather than trying to find a good screenshot without Batman sitting there and like make it from scratch and all this stuff. So that was really kind of him to do for this. It helped a lot.
I'm still sorting through all the information, but from the looks of it, right up front, this comic series raises a lot of questions. As I understand it, this series came on the heels of those Adventures Continue
After we get past this part, I'll probably just skip to the end.
Figures that took familiar DC Comics characters who had never appeared in Batman the Animated Series.
We could. It's up to you. It's your time.
Let's do the canon.
Okay, I'll let it get past the intro here.
These were all originally supposed to come paired with custom-made biographies written by BTAS writer and producer Paul Dini
See,
to
he
further
says
explain each
BTAS.
character's potential within DCAU continuity. Though folks waited and waited for these figures to be released, they were ultimately held back for unknown reasons. Until those reasons became more understandable, the company intended to release a full-fledged comic book series to tie
that's
in
also
with the toys. A comic that would,
the green
for all
screen that I
intents
have
and
has a
purposes,
blue side
act
to
as
it, so I
an
used that because of the green
Batman the Animated Series,
apron,
or more
but totally
accurately,
forgot how Mr.
its
Freeze
sequel
is
cartoon,
blue on the
New
shirt.
Batman
So every time you
Adventures.
see Mr. Freeze, every time you see, you can tell right now that his blue areas are see-through. I was not going to try to fix it.
The universe it spawned continued at full strength well into the 2000s with shows like Superman the Animated Series, Batman Beyond, Static Shock, the Zeta Project.
Zeta Project glitches out there for a second because the Zetas are controlling the.
No, you're in complete control.
Oh yeah, whoops.
And although there was quite the DCAU-less gap of time that followed JLU's finale in 2006, we still got smatterings here and there, like 2014's Batman Beyond short by the late Darwin Cook, 2016's Batman Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Adventures comic run, and 2017's Batman and Harley Quinn film. Which
Batman and Harley Quinn.
Something tells me I'm supposed to have some strong opinions about whether or not that thing is canon. Ow! Okay, off limits for now. Jeez. And then, of course, this year's Justice League versus the Fatal Five.
Guys, I think while Maddie's gone, it would be really funny if everyone shit their pants. I think that'd be a really funny prank. If when they came back, we'd all just shit our pants. Don't you guys think that would be really funny? I think so.
All this to say,
they're coming.
The powers that be keep coming back to the DC animated universe. It's a tried and true money-making guarantee at this point. Not only does it have the nostalgia factor for those who grew up with the franchise, but it continues to stand the test of time. It's timeless, if you will. So since recent
I already did the Batman and Harley Quinn where I reach for it and it zaps me.
Pretty well with previously established continuity, with decades of history at its back, and a creative team who made names for themselves through the DC.
There's no questioning at this point whether we are past the part that we know where we're going with the story. Like, we're locked into this now.
If I can just snap my fingers and change this place around as I please, I'm gonna have some fun this time.
God, these were so fun. Like,
and everybody gave me their like fonts and logos and stuff, so it was really easy. It was pretty cool.
The nature of continuity surrounding Batman,
the mug
in the mug. Yeah.
That was a gag that I feel like I like gave to Drake and he just didn't use it. So I was like, all right, James, use it.
Yeah. No, he had been using different mugs every video, and then I think you said the joke about like you should just show up with mug root beer next time, and then he did, and then like, okay, now do a mug in a mug, and then he never did, so then I did it in this one.
Let's dive in.
Also, just trying to get his like cadence down for this. But yeah, let's skip through this a bit. Just get a little bit of each person as a fun thing. There we go.
In a February 2020 article on the DC Comics website teasing upcoming story.
Owen is one of the best comic tubers.
Yeah.
Like, hands
series
down.
writer Alan Burnett.
I remember he said after watching this on the live stream, he said, like, damn, you did me better than I do me. Now what am I supposed to do? Which I disagree with. But I like saying Superman. Superman.
Defining the series as
Batman, Superman. There we go. I know some of these were.
The cartoons.
It's Batman, and he's back because he never left.
The sky is blue, then red, then blue again, then red again. Have you even seen the sky on the show?
I'll skip to the end of this as well. Watch out for Zeta. There's Zeta coming up.
His armored suit, so why does he even need to transport with an airplane?
Dude, there's Zetas all over the screen.
That is. Ellie saw that and was just like, Zeta's coming. Zeta, this is the thing.
Yep.
And it was just like,
yep, see, there's Zeta symbols everywhere.
And it was just like, how
we're making it so obvious.
How is this the one?
So you have a comic book series for me? Yes, sir, I do. It's a continuation of the 90s Batman cartoon with some of the same writers from the show and the artist from its tie-in comic. Oh, so it's gonna pick up right where the cartoon left
I also had to
off?
like,
Well, it's sort of ambiguous.
depending on who I was gonna, the order I filmed these in had to have the most to least amount of facial hair. Also,
Justice League cartoon, and say this is all still within the first year Robin is Robin. Well, that sounds like a complicated mess. Gonna be pretty hard to keep track of what characters
hey,
to
wheelchair
use, like who's
superhero
already had their
87.
origin story and who's alive and who's dead and all that. Actually, it's gonna
Hope
be
you're
super
having a
easy,
good evening.
barely an inconvenience. Oh, really? See, we're just gonna never talk about it and ask the audience to be okay with stretching an already 2
it was
year
also
time between
like
Robins for 3
chance
years without
circumstance that
stretching
I have
timelines
the
with
same
no
glasses that he does
explanation
in those videos, so it's already the right
But you're
glasses.
the boss. I am the boss, and
Oh,
don't
I
you
didn't
forget
even
it. I
Yeah.
can't forget, because unlike the pretense of actual pitch meeting videos, we are literally the same person. Oh yeah, this one doesn't work as well. Whoops. Whoopsie. Batman fights a giant robot that he figures out is connected to Lex Luthor, who fights him in a big green suit of armor that fires lasers.
Which,
So that
again,
means
the
episode of
copying
Justice League
ability
got
from,
yeah, from
unclear.
the
What?
for
Lex
future
also has a
Data James
Brainiac
video, the
head.
Earth
He had a
12.
robot steal from Wayne Enterprises earlier. Why did Wayne Enterprises have a Brainiac head? Well, we're gonna say that Superman fought
Take
Brainiac in
note,
space
Data James
recently
can
and
make
gave the
copies
head
of
to Batman for
himself.
science and stuff. Is it the same time we've already seen Superman fight Brainiac in an episode of his cartoon? I don't know. Okay, yeah. So Batman gets his butt kicked and goes and gets his own big suit of armor.
I still
out of
can't believe I
Batcave.
caught
a
on the
big
Zeta
suit of
Project
armor we've never seen
foreshadowing, but
before and
only
could have
in
been
this
helpful
video
in
and
dozens of
Forgot you were in here. Hey.
confront the robot, and it turns out Superman was being held captive inside of it and bursts out with a big heat vision.
Ah!
Oh, wow. So they cart Lex off to prison or something, and that's the entirety of the first story. A bit iffy already, and kind of anticlimactic for how much we're going to build up the series beforehand, wouldn't you say? Well, that's just the surface level. See, there's a mysterious stranger
Big
who's
oyster
lurking
says,
around in the pages of
"LOL,
every
this just
issue,
psyched me out.
cryptically
I haven't
referring to his
pitched
past.
meeting
set
paused
up
in
a
another
finale.
tab.
A mysterious stranger whose clothing and silhouette look exactly like the Jason Todd action figure? Yeah, we're just going to lean into the fact that the reader knows the reveal is
I
coming,
bought a
and not worry
tweed
too much about
suit
establishing
jacket
a
from
mystery.
Goodwill
You mean like
just
the
for this
basic
bit.
story element that made Mask of the Phantasm, Return of the Joker, and dare I say it, Mystery of the Batwoman intriguing puzzles for the audience? I'm gonna need you to get all the way off my back about the storytelling of this comic, sir. We're making this to sell toys. Oh, okay. Wait, let me stop you right there. Why is that? Well, I feel like the people who watch these videos might be getting a little sick of the repetitive YouTuber satire and just want the straight facts. Now, I missed the part where that's my problem. I mean, well, I suppose we should transition this into the next segment, huh? Yeah, it was fun while it lasted. Was it? It was for me anyway. That's all that matters. Are we still talking about this bit or the adventures continue? You tell me. I will not.
Subscribers regret asking for another episode.
Greetings, Canon lovers. Welcome back to Casually Canon, where we talk all things canon from movies.
I was
to
really
comics to
worried
books
that this
to
one would
wherever
wind up
our
offensive,
take
but then
us.
when I
The placement of
emailed the
Batman
link
The Adventures
to
Continue
Sasha,
within the already
she
established
had
timeline
had
of
good
the
things to
DC
say.
universe
So
is one of the most important
I was
aspects of
happy.
analyzing
People
its
also
canonicity
like this is the most
but it's
obviously
also
green
pretty
screened
difficult
one.
to
Like
nail down.
every
The
edge
creators
of
of this
me
comic
is so
themselves
fuzzy
have
and
only
bad because I
divulged a
filmed this at
handful of
nighttime with the
statements
worst
regarding
lighting
where they feel
ever,
it makes the most sense
and
to
I was
have
just
them.
thinking
Artist
like,
Mike
okay,
Templeton
so
clarified that
clearly I'm in front of a
Tim
green
Drake
screen,
is
but then
Robin.
like
This
a
series
handful
takes
of
place
people
before the
commented on
events
this
of the
video being
flashback
like,
from Return of
it's
the Joker,
really
but
almost
that doesn't tell us
creepy
too
how
much.
well you
Considering
set up the
DCAU
background to
producer
look
Lane
exactly
Duffy has
like
gone
the
on
room
record
that
saying
Sasha
that
sits
flashback
in.
more or less
And I'm like,
always
it is that room. She sent me a picture of
Issue
it.
number
It's
one of
not.
BTAC
Why would
described by Paul Dini as acting as a
But yeah,
semi-sequel
obviously
to
I'm
the
wearing
Batman Superman
my wife's
crossover
clothes
episode
here, and I'm
World's
wearing a
Finest,
wig that I
which
bought
adds to a
on
whole list of quotes regarding the
JeffBezos.com.
comics placement being theoretically right
And
after
Jessica
the
did
new
my makeup
Batman
also.
adventures. Familiar with the Batman of the
Yeah, let's skip through to the next one.
armor, ship of, in
Man, adventures continue.
with
chicken side squats.
With chicken
or
side
also
squats.
has dismissed his own comic designs.
I'm
Not
doing the
most
little
dead is super
trying to
sane,
copy the
like
same
he's been
style
shown.
as everybody.
Also,
It was a lot of fun, like
Karl
editing
Malone
style
playing
too,
for
not just the
Lakers
graphics and
earlier than the real
everything.
Karl Malone did. And with
Oh no, Karl Malone.
really throws a
Oh
crowbar
shit!
in
Report of the
things.
week.
And yes, that is a segue. Hello, everyone. This is Running on Empty, Robin Review.
This is the most pointless part of the whole video, but it is a good one.
Review. I'm sitting here in the Walmart parking lot where I have just purchased this action figure. I've already taken him out of the box, never removed from box, as they say, but I just had to get a closer look at this guy. This is Jason Todd from the Batman The Adventures Continue line. This is a new line from DC Direct. They take memorable DC Comics characters and put them in the animated style. And
Coral says he
I
was
have to
looking
say
cute.
this guy has me really intrigued.
As Sasha.
Normally when I review Robin,
Levi said
Thank you.
Adventures
I like
Continue
to stick
Season
to
1, the best
animated
DCAU
style
comic.
Oh,
it
yeah.
started in
You
to
know what?
begin with, so like this
I
crime
think
fighter
I think
Robin
he's
with
legit about
Red
that
Wing
though.
Skyfighter and
Maybe.
Mirror Image Decoder, for instance. This came out in the 90s just
I know
like the
he likes
cartoon.
it.
But now they've brought this animated franchise back.
I could not get my hair
And,
slicked back as much as it needed
I
to
gotta
be,
be
but
honest,
it is still.
it's a franchise I always look forward
I
to
put
seeing
like a
return.
ton of
But
gel in
their
it.
choices for it never cease to perplex.
There are very few people.
I still have no clue what this is.
Oh, he does a lot of like science YouTube videos.
It's a
Tom
fantastic
Scott.
film with solid writing. Very
Yeah.
There were series.
It's good stuff.
Batman
These ones were
Adventures.
shorter because
Jason
I had
Todd
to do that
was
whole
never
thing in one take, just like he
Welcome back
does.
to the Will It to Canon show. With
Will It to Canon.
Let's just jump into it. Now, first up, let's talk about how Jason Todd's inclusion in this universe.
He does the
completely
same
outpaces the
like
time gap between
move a
Batman the
lot.
Animated Series and the new Batman Adventures. While
Yeah.
Batman
The same
Adventures
like
last
lean
year showed
forward
us
and do
850
this,
days
and we're
passing
talking
between
about
Dick
this.
Grayson quitting
I
as
had to like
Robin in
study
1997
everyone's
and Tim Drake
mannerisms.
becoming the new Robin. There have been conflicting reports from the creative team about the actual amount of time. Many times we've gotten a definition.
Yeah, I
of
mean
2
that's the
years,
beautiful
including
thing
this
about art,
Paulini
though,
interview from
Levi,
the
is
Starlog
like
magazine in
everyone
June
can just like
1997.
different
You would think Paulini
things,
would be on
different
top of this,
amounts,
being
and
master
like
commander
stuff
of the
can
overall
land
timeline.
with
Seeing
other
as how in the
people
letters to the editor of the final
in
issue of
different
Batman and Robin
ways.
Adventures in December of that year,
And
editor
that's
Scott
something
Peterson
that
wrote,
like we
"Working in
always
conjunction
wanted
with
to
Paulini,
like
one of the
get
animated
across
show's
in
producers,
these.
we
I
came
feel
up with a
like.
chronological timeline of when and where things happened. And yet, on that same page, he explains the new
Also,
episodes
the
of
background
animated
of this
series take
one,
place
I was
about
like,
3
oh, there's got to
years
be
after the old
a Philip
episodes.
DeFranco
Paulini
video
doubled
where
down on this
he's
angle
like
in
not in front of the
1998 book
background.
Batman Animated, stating for
And
nearly
there just
3
wasn't,
years,
but
Dick had
somebody
been out
on
on
his
his own,
Reddit
traveling
had
the world,
the
unlike the
background.
Wizard.
Like I just
Now,
Google
folks,
image
here in
search
the
like Philip
Adventures continue,
DeFranco
we learn it has
background, and
been
it came
4
up,
years
and it
since
wasn't the
Jason
current
Todd's
background. It
left
was
for
like his
dead,
original
began to
background or
Joker,
something
which
like
would be
that.
during
But I'm
the
like,
lost
this
year.
is fine.
This is not his original background.
No, you're right. That was like the
Considering
blue
was 3
Yeah,
years.
one.
this is an
45
old
days
one.
longer
Yeah,
than
but it's
comics.
not. It's somewhere in the
And we're
middle.
almost a
Yeah.
year after that time period here. Well, I think you can add 3 plus 1. But when you take everything else on the DC
I can't,
timeline
I
into consideration, there are some definite concerns.
What's going on?
I pitched this idea, and it was so fucking funny.
I put the least amount of effort into the costume on this one because I didn't feel like it deserved it.
I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed that it's just more.
Yeah, Maddie
woke
wrote this segment.
garbage.
It's hilarious because like they're actually like coming after Bruce Timm and shit like that now.
Right,
Like
yeah.
this whole
Seen
crowd.
Jason Todd being put into the DCAU is a problem, but really, this whole series is just created to pander to woke SJWs about gun control. It's right from the very first issue.
I love the
Jason Todd
porn is bad.
set
This
the
is
bad
not
guy.
porn.jpg.
It's so much funnier in retrospect when he leaked his fucking browser history
yeah.
and like had forced cream pie in the.
I forgot about that. Oh my
It's all
god.
just liberal.
Yeah, I was
garbage.
just doing because he
It's
always
anti-military,
has
it's
that
anti-gun.
in the
It's
bot.
like
Like
they look at the
every
fact that
video
the
I
only
was
thing
checking
that's
for
not a bad
reference,
guy with a
there
gun
was
is
just
a
like
good
a
guy with a
series
gun
of
and say,
random
"Uh-uh."
downloaded images at the
Batman
bottom.
can
I'm
stop
like,
him too.
why
I
would
know
you
it's
keep
being
that
written
in
by two
there?
guys from the
So it's
original
just
show, but they
porn is
never
bad.
put
Definitely not
politics
porn.
in
Not
that.
porn at all.
They're just sold out to appease the mob so they don't get canceled. It's a shame that every piece of entertainment
I also
that's come out
recorded
since I took
this
that media literacy
nowhere near
course
a
in
computer.
college
The my
is just
face
right
part.
Wait.
virtue
Go back.
signal
I need
they
that.
don't
Yeah.
get
I
canceled.
wrote this
It's
joke.
a shame that every piece of entertainment that's come out since I took that media literacy course in college is just rife Virtue
His
signaling
one
mistake.
credit.
It did
Yeah.
not happen
Yep.
when I was a kid. No, sir.
But yeah, I didn't film. I
They're
filmed the
actively trying
video
to
part of
erase
me
our
nowhere near a
childhood
computer,
as
and then I
well,
had to
retcon
like
it into
time it,
oblivion.
a
Not
screen
only are the
recording
old
of me doing all
non-political
this
Batman
stuff.
Adventures
And yeah, I
comics thrown out the
purposely
window,
used the Read
like
Comics
the left tends to
Online
do with anyone makes a spicy joke on
website
Twitter,
for
but
this.
even things.
God, even using him saying spicy.
As well. Firefly is here before the new Batman adventure starts. Baby doll only aged 2 years over the course of at least 4. And while we're on that subject, there's a whole thing with the Lost Years miniseries. I know the comics don't count. They never did. But Paul Dini literally made the timeline for the Lost Years. And we just have to talk about it. It taking place over the course of 3 years just doesn't work with this comic. Jason says it's been 4 years since he was Robin. The Watchtower Database channel.
I wish this had been
pinned down Dick
after he
Grayson's
did the.
graduation happening
And I'm
January
pre-blocked, so that we could have put
Oh
that
God,
in
yeah.
there.
I'm in one of his videos because I archived a lot of stuff that the New Warriors showrunner Nelson Arroyo again.
Oh my God! What the fuck?
So he's been around
He's
for
just, so
since
Nelson
TNBA.
Arroyo's that guy, yeah.
Yeah, shit.
Given that we still see Dick Grayson as Robin during summer 1996.
Zeta Project just
Batman
reused
and
shit,
Mr.
huh?
Freeze, Sub-Zero.
Yeah.
This means leaving the Bat family would have been around May of.
But yeah,
1997.
I'm in one of his
Tim Drake
videos
would have
because
come
I
around
archived a lot
sometime
of stuff
in
that the
late
New Warriors
2000 during
showrunner
the Justice
posted
League
and then
show,
deleted
and
off
this
of
comic
Twitter.
would be taking place
And he goes to open up my
2001.
tweet and is just like, and I'm pre-blocked.
Yeah,
Pushing
because
the
it would have
Lost
been
Years
funny
from
to add that in, bro.
1999
Or
to
like a
2000 is
parody of
just
that.
as
BRB
bad
pissing in my basement.
Yes. This timeline shift essentially means the later Batman episodes, or at least a vast majority of them, are happening at the same time as Justice League, since that show's presidential race took place in 2003, where Lex Luthor was running for president. Of course, something today's climate would never allow to happen. But just about anyone who is in charge of these things would tell you that there is no timeline. Everything present day is just taking place whenever the real world present day is. Ty Templeton recently said of the new comic, "We're trying to entertain our readers, not set
3
up
months ago.
flowcharts and work out our PhD thesis."
I love
And
his.
those
See, I
trying
can
to
slip
build
in another
actual
Hobgoblin
caliber
reference in this
are
comment.
bordering on obsessive behavior. Yes, of course, sir. Well, let's see what Beware the Gray Ghost has to say about that. Oh, October 19th, 1992. That doesn't seem to be this year. Comfort. August 20th, 1997. Are we just supposed to ignore these dates?
The
By
biggest
the way, I'll
asshole
prove
to,
it you.
to
Look,
Ty
this isn't
Templeton
just a
moments,
cartoon.
and
Look
it's
at the
when I'm
Batwoman
parodying
movie,
this guy.
1981.
Here we go.
1992. There are Batwoman birth certificates floating around out there somewhere, people. It's not a conspiracy. The timeline exists. I am not going to just push aside the existence of clear, visible dates within the DCAU. They are there. They are real. The adventures continue. Cannot take place before Justice League. It has to take place during or after.
Jeremy
There is
always
no
has
other
shelves
way.
behind
It does
him
not
with
make
pop
any
figures and
sense any
stuff
other
on
way.
it.
And yet,
And I
Drake
already had that
was the one year
bookshelf.
as Robin.
It's the same ones
Right
that are
there,
behind
folks.
us now,
I am
set up
spelling
like that.
it
So I just
out
like,
for
okay,
you.
this is
What's up,
perfect.
Greg? Welcome back to another episode of What the Hell Do We
This
Make
is the
of
most
All This? The crew
convincing
behind this
one.
comic
Like
really
people
seems
actually
to be
thought I
excited
set up
to
a
just
room
jump
like
back into
this,
the animated world
but
and sell action figures
so I don't know why it
without
looks so
putting too
much
much
better
thought
than
into
some
how
of
it
the
might
other
affect,
ones. But
like
Who
everything
knows?
else. Like the entire rest of the DCAU. But remember that plan they said they had? Dini and Burnett took a forward-reaching approach to the project and
This is
envisioned
the
this
last
new comic series as
YouTuber
perhaps
parody,
a
so it'll just
never-seen
transition
season
to
of
the
Batman the
ending.
Animated Series if fate had not steered their attention toward creating the futuristic Batman Beyond. Paul Dini added on to this by saying, Alan Burnett and I approached the writing with the idea that we were doing the season you might have seen if we had not put the series aside to do Batman Beyond. Which, like, I get that probably means the approach was like, hey, let's do more episodes of the new Batman adventures, and I should probably not read any more into it. But I'm gonna. Kids WB flat out told the DCAU crew back
I
in
can't
the day
remember
to
if it was
stop the
this
presses
video
and start doing
or
a show about
the
teenage
multiverse
Batman,
one,
which
but
wound
someone
up
had said in the
evolving into
comments
Batman
like,
Beyond. Kudos to
like
those
James
guys
with
for
no
figuring
glasses
that
and
out.
no beard. Like
that
gives
sounds
me
like a really
like
dumb
an
idea.
understanding of how
We'll set
anyone
it
could
in the
not
future.
recognize
Nobody
Clark
said
Kent
we
as
couldn't
Superman
set it in the
or Superman as
future.
Clark
If we weren't
Kent.
forced to do that show, the DCAU probably would have looked a lot different. Like we probably would have gotten to see that old version of the Justice League that we saw in like mac and cheese boxes and stuff. This
No.
alternate universe
Now we know
where
that's not
Batman
true.
Beyond never happened, and the present day timeline just kept going without Batman Beyond affecting continuity decisions. Okay. okay, so
That's the
hold
same
up. If
music
Batman
from
Beyond never got created, then Justice
Batman
League and
Adventures
Justice
Volume
League
2
Unlimited
ending with my
wouldn't have
hand
got
reaching for the
created, at least the
DVDs.
same way that we got. So then the Adventures Continue timeline could be that alternate timeline, and none of the Lost Years pushing or JLU overlapping.
Thanks,
would
Misty
even
Lover. I think it
matter.
has also been fun.
It's just
We're getting toward the end, sort of.
new kind of DCAU.
Wait, hang on, cut the silliness. This is actually really interesting. There's an old issue of Comixology magazine from back in 2000 where Bruce Timm talks about Batman Beyond and says of it being a hypothetical future.
Oh yeah,
I
think I bought this magazine like very last second, and it happens so often where I'll buy a magazine and be like, "Hey, here's a thing."
Yeah.
That sort of thing is important.
I think
to the
that's
DCAU crew,
one of
to
the
which Timm
very
responds
few times,
to a
but it
degree.
has happened
See,
where
Batman
we've been
Beyond
like,
co-creator
kept
Alan
it,
Burnett
where
has
we've
gone
been
on
like
record saying
almost done
he
with a
doesn't
video, and
agree
then
with
that'll
the
happen
story
where you'll
decision
buy an
made
old
for
magazine that has
JLU's
some cool thing we should use in it,
never wanted
and I'll be
it
like,
to be-
damn,
never
we should
wanted
use
Terry
that.
to
I have to figure out a way to get it in.
And so I don't accept it.
That's a very Batman Beyond thing. Ty Templeton even planned an issue of Batman Adventures Volume 2 where Tim Drake would escape the Return of the Joker flashback unharmed, where Joker doesn't even die.
Brian, don't watch.
Get
out of here.
Tie-in comics, but still, same dude. The crew behind this
Just
comic
upload it.
are pretty on board the Batman
Story
Beyond
stream,
is just a
parentheses,
possible
Brian
future.
Brian, don't watch it.
Choo choo. Not to mention all the
People
little
named
tiny
Brian will
things
be
here
like,
and
"What is
there
this?"
that are
Why not?
different from what we'd expect.
I,
The
Brian
arrangement of
McDermott,
things in the
cannot watch
Batcave,
this video.
Stuff like Lex's suit or Firefly's origin happening earlier than they should.
I remember right after that Firefly issue happened, we were like, okay, we can still make this work. Robin wasn't in that episode, so it's just like a Lost Years thing where the costume in the cartoon's different from the comic. Like it can just happen before TNBA. It's fine. And then everything else kept happening. You're like, okay, never mind. we can't make this work.
I do want to do a BTEC
Yeah.
timeline video at
Yeah.
some point, and like
This
just
is
work
still
everything
canon,
back
but this
from
isn't, yeah.
this.
Really, all I have to go off of?
See, the Zetas won't let me access season 2.
All right. Look, the goal of Will It Canon, as far as I've been able to understand, has always been to try and debunk popular fan theories about certain shows, movies, or whatever fitting into the DCAU when they have no reason to. Before I broke the program, there was totally a backlog of Justice League Doom, Green Lantern the Animated Series. I think Crypto the Superdog was in there. But now that I can see things clearly, it's made me realize
Oh, the to-do.
why not try to be as inclusive as possible? Why get bogged down in
all the negativity?
So what if you want some non-DCAU thing to fit into the DCAU? Headcanon that shit. Do it.
Heart cannon.
Who are you gonna hurt? Batman the Adventures
Who are you
Continue
gonna
is
hurt?
a crazy roller coaster of this works great, no it doesn't, now it's fine, now what the hell are they doing? Oh my god, please stop. How could Baby Doll possibly be only 32 years old when she was 30 in her first episode? But it's out there. It exists. It's intended to be new DCAU stories. And whether we like it or not, despite all its problems...
What you got over there?
I'm queuing something up for the end of the stream. Just making sure it's ready.
Canon thing. Who really gives a crap? There's so much back and forth here. There's too much hate that comes out of it. There's a lot of continuity problems in this comic, but there's also a lot of cool stuff. Slade Wilson in the DCAU? Yes, please. Death in the Family, BTAS style? How could I be mad at this? This thing is awesome. Right?
Wrong.
Right. I see. It's all so clear to me.
E.
Gotta touch the E.
Check out that purple grid background. Look familiar? It was right in front of you.
It kind of looks like the one from where we just had some Zetas, and maybe from where we introduced Zeta Month.
Maybe.
Welcome back, Mike. Crypto the Superdog is top tier DC animated series. I've never watched more than like an episode.
Me too.
I'm waiting for the Young Justice Willet canon. All the examples shown in Brainiac Attacks needs videos.
Maybe. I feel like that one's pretty obvious.
Yeah, but there's the Harvey Dent newspaper, so we got to do it.
The apartment, the grocery store from the Green Arrow episode. Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Hey, what's this? What's that?
Uploading.
What's that? What's uploading?
What does that mean?
What's uploading? What's going on there, James? James, what's uploading?
I don't.
James, what's uploading?
What does it mean?
James, what's uploading?
What does it mean? I don't get it. That's that. That's the Batak Wick. Batak Wick.
The next ones are the start of our multiverse.
Harley?
Yeah. Let's just that's one I wish got more views. I don't know why it didn't. I feel like it could have probably been done a bit better. Like I wish I had filmed it with James rather than
it was right before you moved away.
Yeah, it was like it's two videos before I moved and
toward me.
it was filmed in a weird time and
what? Levi says it was the Young Justice video uploaded.
Oh, that might be
of course. Yeah, we could just do the intro, outro of this, I guess.
Yeah, well, the intro has me doing that.
Hiya, Watchtower Database.
Like this.
So, you might remember that a couple months ago, I kind of laid a big reveal on
It's a good look.
I am non-binary.
No.
Whatever, that's not important.
Though.
Making up for some storytelling.
I need to figure out like actually looking decent while
Paul Dini and Pat Cadigan
dressing a little bit more femme.
Modernized the tale in a way that turned Harley into.
Well, you went like full bore there for this, like right out of the gate.
Yeah, no, I know.
No practice.
While keeping its core intact, the book expands on the classic story in many areas.
In fact, there's been lots of expansion on Harley's lore in the DCAU since the original Mad Love story was released in 1994. Like, do you know where her pet hyenas Bud and Lou came from? I bet not. There's a bit more to them than being Abbott and Costello references, and you's better not fast forward to
the voice probably went a little too far.
Well, you drop it pretty quick after this, but then
yeah. I think it just went too far in the intro.
Leave some sort of comment and hit the like button too. It'll help us out with that there Don Cheadle. The algorithm.
So that one's post Space Jam.
So this is weird, right? This is my first video where I'm out and out painted
Okay,
her
let's
view of
see.
Batman work.
Get to the end here.
Of the old days with the vanishing point. I mean,
I'll be a little back.
no
I
choice
wish
but to adopt the Harley
the old days with the
personality
vanishing
that
point.
Joe
So the
has
vanishing point happened here too.
smile on his face and
I just
busted
wish that
out
the
of
camera
the
was just a
himself.
little bit higher up. I think maybe it's a slightly weird angle.
Knock, knock, Puddin'. Say hello to your new, improved Harley Quinn.
From there, the rest is history. You know, doing character history videos like this kind of reminds me of the old days with the vanishing point. I mean, sure, this isn't a timeline per se, but I'm stitching together a story from multiple different kinds of... Oh, what the figgy pudding is all this about? I didn't even get to put out that stinking timeline video on the Harley Quinn animated series.
Oh, there goes another one.
Yep.
Perhaps you will become something amazing. And perhaps we will become something amazing together.
Ooh,
I
the
would
man
like
had
that.
sunglasses
I
there
would
in the
like that
background.
very much.
That was another Dr. Manhattan quote.
First reveal of the title, Multiverse Revisited.
Yeah, we were really building the hype for that.
Yeah. That the effect of the white space energy coming in there was the same one I used in the first DeCamu videos, ending with Earth J, James and Mattie being pulled in. But then after that, I started experimenting with like, okay, how do I make this look cooler? How do I make this look more like, I don't know, VFX-y than just a circle of white coming in? So the next couple are like a 3D planes that are in this. They're attracting to the shot with like particles coming off and all this stuff.
Like VF sexy.
Oh man. All right, so we got Starro or Ben 10 is next.
I think Starro happened first, or was it the Friday the 13th?
Oh yeah, good question. Find out. It might have been.
It's Friday the 13th.
Okay, I'm gonna watch the little teaser because I liked it too. I got chills, man. I felt like that was a pretty creepy, cool teaser that nobody watched.
I love the thumbnail for this one. The thumbnail for this one and the Harley one were both great, for sure. I mean, so many of these thumbnails were great, but the thumbnail for this one specifically, I aped off of. Oh Jesus, what was Square Eye Jack? I think is the guy's name. He does a lot of Tony Hawk videos.
Oh yeah, he just recreates the poster or whatever.
He recreates the posters for his thumbnails, and I was just like, "Yo, what if we recreate the Freddy versus Jason poster for this thumbnail
with your costumes of those characters?"
Yeah.
All right, let's jump in. Oh, here you go. You get it again, I guess. I forgot this was the start of the video. I love the little like clock ticking rotations it does to get to the logo.
God, this was a fun one to set up. This was
most spooky time of the year. All the children are yelling, their parents are telling them nothing to fear. It's the most spookiest time.
This is the first one we got to like preview together in person to like watch together because
fucking
I do love Freddy Krueger. I wonder if he loves me back.
I love soul food.
But yeah, this is another one that I shot most of while I was in the middle of moving.
Right.
Okay, so it is canonically Mattie Krueger. But yeah, so this is one that this is the last thing I filmed in my old apartment.
And this is when Sissy's phone could film in 4K. So the video looks a lot better.
Yes, and so knowing how much I was upset with stuff from the Mystery of the Batwoman video, like I spent a lot of time like setting up and making sure this looked nice and just being like, I gotta fucking commit to like staging this properly. And I think James was actually impressed by how well I did like the shot reverse shot on it.
I mean, I had very little input on the setup for this one. I think it was I love that show. Just the bits of me. I think I ended up having like here's a suggestion: have a light over here, have a light on this side. But then you figured out like the colors and placement of the pop figures and all that kind of stuff. You were very meticulous with this one.
There's the verse again. But yeah, another fun thing with this was like when I didn't expect to like actually get a decent timeline like as down as I did. But B, the Jason Takes Manhattan thing ended up being the great setup for Dr. Manhattan like grabbing us out of continuity errors. And it also like helped set up that joke in the Batman and Harley Quinn, which was actually that like a day of thing?
Yeah,
like,
I think so.
I think I showed up and I was just like, wait, Jason Takes Manhattan.
Yeah.
I gotta.
We might have come up with the joke earlier than that, but I don't think it was in the storyboard until like the day before or something. Yeah. But yeah, I this video turned out really good, and I also like it was a lot of time on my end was spent because none of these movies have like HD downloads anywhere. So I had to just either rent the DVD from the video store or find it on or Maddie helped me like here these ones are on Amazon, these ones are on
I got a lot of them too on Vudu.
Yeah, that's right.
And then HBO Max had a lot of the Freddy stuff.
But I had to have my video capture card hooked up to the TV, hit record, and then play the whole movie in real time. Mostly so that I had the same time codes that Maddie was giving me for where in a movie, because this was by far the most. I need footnotes. Oh my god, I do not know this shit. And
like even after having all the footnotes that I did, there was still some stuff that you were like, I don't fucking get it.
Well, yeah, part of the problem was that I didn't realize my capture card, I record a whole movie, it was breaking it up into 4 gigabyte chunks. So every time that you would be like, okay, it's at an hour and 10 minutes in, I'd have to add up the time codes of each one, like with a calculator, and then guess about where the thing is. And then so it took me so long to edit this, but it turned out good.
Oh, for sure. And fucking I realized as we were talking that this is the first video back since my haircut. So we had just filmed at least Multiverse, right?
Yeah, we'd filmed the Multiverse video already, like earlier this month before we filmed this.
Yo, patreon.com/DCAU Watchtower. If you are not a patron and have the means to become one, it'd be awesome. There's a
$1 level.
As you've seen all day,
videos early.
It takes us a lot to put these together. It's a huge labor of love to do each and every single one, and a lot of the times they do not land as well as we hope they will. Especially, Boom, plum, 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 plum. Oy.
Anyway,
yeah, we don't got to do the full one on this.
No, I'm just gonna
especially
get to that part.
if we're talking about doing the full Ben 10. Are we doing what time is it?
I don't know.
It's like 9 o'clock. I don't know that I can do the full Ben 10.
Okay.
Maybe the back end of it, like the grandpa time.
Yeah, I can do that. Even though that's the part I edited. So Coral's gonna be like,
yeah,
what?
Shit.
Sorry, Coral, if you're in here. It's getting late. We got to get the big ones at the end.
Yeah, I mean we could also just jump to the stinger on it, I guess. I don't know.
What that does to the other movies that came afterwards, because remember, 5.5 of
or skip to the story beats at least.
Yeah, do you want to skip to the stinger on this one?
That's what I did. There's only like 2 minutes left.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
By much. Stephanie Kimball
oh God, why would you do this to the baby characters?
Is still like fucking 20. I hate my life. I hate my life. I hate my fucking life. I swear, this video wasn't originally conceptualized as a way to explain my problems with this book.
Okay, someone else is a Square Jack fan. Cool.
Possible, but every time
Jake went to bed.
I'm just floored by some of
I
the
pronounced Kuro wrong.
Emmy loves this one. Ellie says, "Did you know the Friday the 13th TV series planned to do an episode about Jason's mask being one of them?" Yes, I did know about that.
But I could have used a little bit more incest. Because if so, Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash Nightmare Warriors.
There's those verses again. I mean verse, but multiple verses.
The verses.
Wake up from, but unfortunately, that
the
doesn't
multiverses.
seem to be what's going on here. Usually,
I did find out, however, that I've seen a few of the movies before. I must have seen Dream Child on TV somewhere. Oh, I only started watching The Nightmare on Elm Street 3 days ago. Huh.
Here's the ending.
And all the way, playing it straight.
Remember this from this morning? Static and roll.
So this was filmed in my new apartment. I had never been in there before we actually moved in.
Yeah.
And as soon as I opened the door, I come to realize we have a garage and attic area. And I was like, holy shit, James, get over here. We're shooting spooky shit.
Yep.
Setting up for the Freddy vs. Jason video.
Halloween 2013, that's when it happened.
Right. Yep, see, now these are like 3D objects tracked into the shot. this song playing is a song my mom and her friend wrote circa 2004, I think, called Bad Dreams. I figured it was perfect for the end.
Take care, wheelchair. Calling them wheelchairs, probably not.
Take care, wheelchair.
Well,
Superhero 87.
Yes.
Now your dreams will never set you free, 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 free.
That's a fun.
Bad dreams. Don't go to bed.
What a great place to do a Sinister video. Yeah. Talking about trying to set up stuff for the vanishing point stuff, like up in that area, but like have green screens or something like set up as a permanent fixture. That way,
yeah,
it's not necessarily always spooky.
Okay, Ben 10, Ben 10, Ben 10. Go, go, go. Ben 10. Yeah. Good logo, cool logo. My parents' RV.
We got to do the intro at least.
Yeah.
The intro's.
Again, now me helping Mattie film everything.
This is one of my favorite videos I've ever made.
Yeah.
The controller keeps changing.
Yeah, the PlayStation controller, the Xbox controller, and then the PlayStation controller.
Mattie, I don't know why I have to tell you this so many times, or any times at
There's
all.
Ben
but
10 James.
You cannot
You're
just
right.
break into people's RVs.
I'm researching for the
There it
Ben
is.
10 video. I figured if I get into an RV, play some video games, it would really
That controller is beautiful.
A method
That the
like
controller
the jump
changing
of
back and
80
forth
weeks,
was
we're
an
still
intentional thing. It was a reference to a
Ben
Rousseau
10,
Brothers
over a year
movie,
ago? You're just
You, Me, and
working
Dupree,
right.
starring Owen Wilson.
People have been asking for this video
And
since
Like bottle or whatever, yeah.
2018. It's video time, Mattie.
Really wanted the Ben 10 theme here, but it was copywriting out the wazoo.
We
so-
couldn't figure out a way to do it.
Close enough. Not really, but it works.
But yeah, so it was a reference to You, Me, and Dupree. It was one of the first times I had ever noticed like continuity errors within a movie because there's a scene where they're holding wine, but it keeps going bottle, glass, bottle, glass, bottle, glass. And I was just like, you know what? This is a video that like I want people to like understand that there's humanity behind it, and so let me start off by intentionally breaking the fucking subversion. I don't think it ended up landing with everybody, but some folks were just like, oh.
Curl just said, "Are you going to do Grandpa Time?" That's Shelby's favorite part. So, yeah,
we
that is the
can
part
do
that we were
Grandpa
wanting to
Time
show for sure. I think there's a little bit up here that's still before you switch seats.
How long is this one? It's an hour, isn't
Hour,
it?
yeah. Yeah, it's a long one.
Yeah, we've got 2 other hour videos, so unfortunately.
we have going? But there was.
Oh yeah,
Hey.
that's my sib.
That spans 6 series and 4 movies? Maybe one day, but I don't have time for that right now.
COVID happened in the Ben 10 Mattie universe also.
Oh. Yeah, I guess I finally have time for Ben.
I was in that RV the entire time.
And now you this shirt.
Keep your politics out.
Yeah, you just
keep
switch
your
back to
politics
this
out. Well, I chose that shirt intentionally because I wanted it. Like, I wanted to grab something incredibly obnoxious to wear, like in the part where I'm talking about how I felt like Ben was obnoxious.
Like that's what got me into it. I hate to say the face.
Not to skip past this,
Spider-Man has,
but
like break and when the kids came, and it's the one.
I'm so glad that like this is the section Levi was supposed to be part of.
There is a little bit of mischievous side to Max too that he sometimes indulges in. That's why that dynamic, when it does work, it really can really well.
He's the most human feeling character in the classic series. Like if they were gonna get one character right to make them feel as well rounded as they could, they succeeded with Max.
Even for as much as he like does end up being this sort of grandiose space adventurer.
Showed this video
Oh,
to Shelby earlier this year when her grandmother passed. It helped her a lot because she wasn't able to see her for the last few. Oh. That was your idea, and then I was just like, "But we got to do the gray matter."
Yeah. He's Grandpa Time.
It's Grandpa time. Ever since I started plotting this script out, I had it in mind that I wanted to end on my favorite part of the show, Grandpa Max Tennyson. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I would have liked this series a lot more had he been the main character rather than Ben. But the thing is, I think
Did you know Max's voice actor when I said it on the podcast, or did you only know it when I said, "Oh, and he's Grandpa Max"?
Oh, I don't even remember who it was.
Landing so close
Paul
to the
Eating, I
Tennyson
think.
family wasn't an accident. In fact,
Yeah,
it was sent
Levi
there
just
by
said.
Max's alien ex-girlfriend Xylene and was intended to end up with Max rather than Ben. This revelation shakes Ben to his core, as he now struggles with the fact that his hero status wasn't meant for him. But from a real-world perspective, while the Omnitrix may not have been intended for Ben in narrative,
I think
the
I went out and
creators were
bought
very
jeans
intentional
specifically
in
for this
making
video
him
because I don't
character
wear
rather
blue
than
jeans.
Max.
Yeah.
So why? Sure, the real
You have the How I Met
answer
Your
to
Mother
that
umbrella
question is
tattooed.
Probably along the lines of,
Yeah.
because it's a kid's show meant to sell merchandise to babies, of which I am one. But the more I've sat with this question and chewed it over these past
Yeah,
few
that's
months,
true.
I've personally
We
come
can't
to
use that in
I said
real
that
life.
earlier.
I mentioned the map of this road trip towards the start of this video. Initially,
Hey,
I planned
Matt
to
made
make
that
a
map.
bigger deal out of it all throughout
With-
the script.
with,
because look at this thing. What
Ink Tank,
responsible
yeah.
adult makes
Look at
travel
that.
plans that looks like this? But rewatching the series, I came to realize something. A responsible adult didn't make those plans. Sure, Max is the one who drove from point
gonna
A to
pee real
B,
quick
but he
during
didn't
this.
exactly plan the trip. A 10-year-old did.
This entire summer, we've gone where you wanted to go, Benjamin.
Ben planned the majority of the road trip. That's canon.
Finding
Max let him do it.
that
The trip
quote
not
on
making
my I
any
watched this
logical
show
sense
3
is by
times
design,
to
and
make
it's an
this
act of
video
love between a
because the first time I
grandfather
watched
and
it I
his
just did not
grandchild.
like
Max
it.
Tennyson is
I watched it
paragon
with
of patience
Sissy.
and
She's
love.
not
And I can't
big
stop
into
thinking
kids
about how
action
much
adventure
more I've come to
cartoons,
appreciate the show when I look
and
at it
so
in this
she was
light.
complaining all the
When I
time
mentioned how
through
many
it,
episodes were
and
plot
like
relevant
I didn't
earlier,
like a lot
I
of
was
it.
planning to give you that list
And
in case it was
I
your
watched it the
first
second
time
time
watching
because
the
I couldn't
series and
tell
just wanted
if
the
that
cliff
was
notes.
because
In
I
fact,
wasn't
when I
a
first
fan
started
myself
on
or
this
if it was
project, I
like
spoke
her
with
not
someone
liking
who
it
worked
kind
on
of rubbing
later
off on
entries in the
me
franchise who said I
with the
should have just watched
situation.
the first
And
last
the
episode
second
and
time through I
fast
was just like
forward to
I
Alien
still
Force.
can't
But
tell.
instead of doing
And
that,
the
I
third
saw
time
the series
through
through,
when I
and then
found
watched
that
it a
quote
second
about
time. And during that
well,
second watch through, regardless of how frustrated I was with it, this line from
Here it
season 2
is.
stuck out to me and I couldn't get it out of my head.
Well, I don't expect them to be many versions of me. I let them be themselves, faults and all.
If I was gonna commit to this project, I needed to do so on the show's
but yeah, the
terms
Faults and
and let it be
All
itself.
one was a big
Faults
one.
and all. And while there were a
And
lot
like
of
I said,
faults,
finding
there
the
was good, too. I feel like
about
spending
Ben
this
planning
much
the
time
trip
with
on the
Ben
third
10,
one was just
trying
like,
to
oh,
figure it
I
out
got
was,
it.
in
It
some
makes a lot of
ways,
sense. I
another
know what
act
I
of
need to talk about here.
self-discovery. I know I made the comparison earlier about how I was being a spoil sport like Ben, but that's not exactly where the comparison ends. Just like
Kuro
Ben, I was a
drew the
bit of a
art
little
there.
shitball
Yeah.
as a kid. My brother that I had on towards the start of the video, we used to get in
Steve
knockdown,
has
drag-out
now come
fistfights
out
over the
since
stupidest
then
stuff,
as non-binary, so you know I said brother here, but no longer applicable.
Put together a band that really helped me untangle a lot of complex emotional stuff I was going through, and now I see that same brother as one of my best friends. The thing is though, I don't think that process of growing and becoming a better person is anywhere near complete, and I don't know if it ever does end, to tell you the truth. In the context of Ben 10, there are still even times where Grandpa Max starts to let his frustration show and has to keep himself in check.
You're not my dad.
Well, if I was,
As I'm getting further and further into adulthood, I see Grandpa as the kind of person that I'd like to be. Someone who cares enough to put time aside to make the people I care about happy. Someone who's willing to have the patience to bite their tongue. Someone who's not only trying to grow, but has the love and patience to allow others to grow and learn from their mistakes as well. Someone who, well, someone who's willing to show care towards someone who reminds me of myself at my worst. I just wish these were all things I had learned as quickly as I wanted Ben to learn his lessons. Because eventually, we all see someone we love and care about for the last time, and often we don't realize it until it's too late.
Hydration.
Back in 2019, I lost my grandma and grandpa on my mother's side. When I was younger, I was inseparable from them.